Chapter 1, Crossing, Modified, Typos have been modified. The author said, since Tong Tang started writing a book for the first time, his writing skills and settings were not mature at the beginning, so I will revise the chapters from the beginning on January 12, 2019, and try to make them less poisonous. Now after nearly 8 months of updating and revising, the 627 chapters have been revised. Tong Tang asked himself that his current writing skills could not be optimized for the recently updated chapters, so the revision of the plot is over. However, because of this, the chapters cannot be clicked directly because of the changes and deletions of the corresponding paragraphs. I did not delete the chapters. They can still be turned up in the chapters at the bottom of the chapter. The first grade is because of the courage. Xiao didn't completely let go, but sneaked in some original test waters. The higher the grade of the protagonist, the more relaxed. I wish everyone a happy reading. In addition, because the previous priority is to update and refine the plot of all chapters, time is limited, so it is inevitable that there will be typos. Starting from September 6, typos will be revised chapter by chapter. If there are omissions, I hope you can help. Please correct me. Tong Tang stands at attention and salutes here. Thank you for your support. Alan silently put down the magic events in the past 100 years, not knowing whether he should lament that he has entered a world where war is about to break out, or be pleased that he has the opportunity to learn magic. Alan is not a native Englishman, but a traveler who has just arrived in the world of Harry Potter. Alan, male, was born in a small rich family in a fourth-tier city in 1987. He has a strong learning ability, but because he is eager to play since childhood, his grades are not high. In the third year of high school, he struggled hard for a year and was admitted to the Mathematics College of the National Key Normal University. After graduation, he became a high school math teacher holding an iron job. In the 7th year of teaching, with his clever talent and 7 years of experience, he summarized the learning methods and made the final grades of the senior 3 pants class in the college entrance examination far surpassed the parallel class, almost equal to the sharp knife class. Alan's brilliant life stopped on the way to buy a house. Drove a small car sponsored by his parents in the first year of work, humming a little tune, and the hot music could not express his inner surging at the moment. The wind and snow outside cannot stop the heat of the upcoming house. Unexpectedly, sitting in a car behind closed doors, disaster came from heaven. A huge dump truck suddenly traversed from the left side. Under severe pain, Alan was not aware of personnel. Open your eyes again, Alan is no longer the Alan. Alan should be thankful that when the school and the bank cooperated to apply for the teacher card, he followed the crowd to apply for personal accident insurance, and the beneficiaries were his parents. I should be thankful that Alan has a younger brother who is a sibling, and his parents won't be helpless despite the pain. And the most thankful thing is that I still have the chance to survive. The past follows the wind, and we should pay attention to the present. The student that Ding Alan crossed is also called Alan, but the name is Alan Harris. Alan was originally very naughty. He threw away his children's flying broomstick and secretly rode on his brother's flying broomstick. As a result, he fell from the sky and lost his life. As a result, the current Alan merged with his soul, although he felt himself because of the memory of the other party and the endocrine situation of the body at the age stage. It seems that the way of thinking is a little naive, but fortunately, I did not lose the memory of the plot that I liked the Harry Potter series before crossing. Alan returned home in a daze, and spent some time in a daze. Fortunately, the parents in this life thought he was embarrassed by the injury of his head, and did not pay much attention to his abnormality. After all, there are so many things to do, so many children to look after. Ellen, come down to eat. A gentle female voice sounded. Alan closed the book and placed it on the table, took a few deep breaths, cheering for himself. Come on, most teachers are good at acting, although the objects they usually face are students. Combining the soul of the predecessor, he acquired all the memories and emotions of the little Alan, and he was confident of successfully concealing it. With the creak of the stairs, the voice rang again, "Ellen, go wash your hands, your father should be back soon." Alan's father, Owen Harris, works in the Magic Accidents and Disasters Department of the Ministry of Magic. The Disasters Department is divided into 3 departments: the Reversal Incident Team, the Memory Cancellation Command, and the Muggle Issue Regulation Committee. Owen has always wanted to remember to write off the headquarters. He thinks he is especially good at forgetting magic. But the reality is that he is in the Muggle Problem Adjustment Committee. He doesn't think his eloquence can successfully persuade Muggles to accept their incredible magical accidents, such as the incident that Sirius bombed a whole street 8 years ago. If things go on like this, Irving's forgotten charm has been used more skillfully, but every time he runs out of the spell, he has to write a report to explain to the Memory Logout command, which is also a headache for him. "I'm back. The weather is terrible. We had to separate the 2 men who were wrestling under the snowstorm in the open-air park. The wizard wanted to give a Muggle girl to a Muggle girl but was mistaken by her father. And then he lost his wand during the fight. Merlin, the old Muggle man, is really much stronger than the wizard. Oh, thank you, Daisy." Owen took the big brush from his eldest daughter Daisy and slapped the snowflakes on her body. "I want to communicate with Fudge again. I'm tired of not being in the memory write-off department, but almost every time I use the forgotten charm and have to write a report." "Owen, take a sip of hot tea." Mrs. Morgan Le Fay Harris commanded the magic wand, and a cup of hot black tea dropped precisely on the table. As a staff member of the St. Mungo Magical Injury Hospital, although she only works in the waiting room, as a member of the Rozier family, she has a good growth environment. Healing magic is great. She does not need to use a wand or a wand. It can heal ordinary wounds. But the family couldn't help her anymore, because after experiencing the active period of Grindelwald and Voldemort, this error followed the 2 generations of the Dark Lord's family member Ding Withered, and finally the male in the UK was Rozier. Evan Rozier was a Death Eater. He was killed a year before Voldemort lost power. This also caused the ancient family to pay a large amount of explicit and hidden fines for it to be saved after the incident. Morgan Le Fay also has a very old cousin Drula Rozier who is not pleasing to each other. She is married to Sirius and Regulus' uncle, Sinus Black, and listens. Saying that his health is not good, the therapists at St. Mungo's Hospital privately concluded that he would not live long. "Mom, tell Alan to go downstairs to eat. There is no need to have so many times." Second son Ron Harris knocked on the tabletop with the parchment in his hand, dissatisfied. "Lone successfully got 12 excellent newts a year ago. With his excellent results, he entered the Ministry of Magic and became a member of the Department of Management and Control of Fantastic Beasts. He is still in the post-study period, so he has plenty of personal time." "Oh, sorry dear, I got used to it in the hospital. You know, those patients are always in a trance." The fat witch shook her golden hair and said gently to her most satisfied son, "Ellen, go wash your hands first." Turning her head, Mrs. Harris glanced at Ellen, who was already sitting in the chair. Did not dare to argue, Ellen immediately ran to the sink and turned on the faucet. Suddenly, a harsh sound rang in the ears, "Sloppy, sloppy." Looked up suddenly, and Alan found that the mirror on the wall was screaming. Alan tried his best to smooth out the wrinkles on his body, while in a daze. Maybe the magic mirror is the standard equipment for ordinary families in the wizarding world. Back to the seat, the family of 7 is already seated, which is not common at this table. "Thanks to Christmas, we are so happy that our family will be reunited today." Mr. Harris raised his glass and said kindly. The eldest son Albert also raised his glasses and clinked glasses with his father. He was the only junior who could drink. Albert is currently working in the Auror Command of the Ministry of Magic. He is calm and reliable. Second son Lune took a sip of sea buckthorn juice solemnly, as if he was tasting the top red wine. Big sister Daisy smiled at her little sister Emily. She was greedily looking at the plump roast chicken on the table. "It's a loving family." Alan is happy to live in such a family. He is ranked fourth in this family, unlike his elder brother and sister who is highly valued, and his younger sister, Emily, who is loved by the whole family. He is also different from the second brother who is serious and wants to show his intelligence. Alan is usually low-key, except occasionally a bit naughty, not clever, usually, is a very good listener in the family. Tomorrow we will go to Diagon Alley, and we need to add some daily necessities. Mrs. Harris said. Second column immediately stopped the knife and fork in his hand. Mom, I need a new pair of dragon leather gloves, and some potions. Lun, your dragon leather gloves have been corroded again. Mrs. Harris looked at her second son, who had always been excellent, incredible. Lun pursed his lips, making no sound. Mom, when Run allocates potions to magical creatures, his attention will always be distracted, and his gloves will be corroded. Daisy seized the opportunity to complain to his mother, and then made a grimace at Run to make him his eyebrows are frowned. I'm finished. Alan interrupted his mother's roar, and hurriedly stuffed the rest into his mouth. Alan, don't leave yet. Today is a day of reunion. We finally got together. Let us talk about the happy things. For example, what is your New Year's resolution? Harris Mr. hurriedly rounded out the field. Mrs. Harris raised her eyebrows and chopped up some roast chicken for her little daughter. The little sister Emily guzzled her mouth and ate happily, without even noticing the little farce. I hope that in the new year, I can pass the oral test. Big brother Albert took the lead in responding to his father's call. I hope I can have a decent gown before work. Daisy is not far behind. I wish I could have a doll that can talk, sing, and have a tea party with me. Emily said immediately. My old doll Annabelle ran away by herself. My dear, your wish will come true. Len, how about you? Mr. Harris asked gently. There is no doubt that he must have a pair of dragon leather gloves that won't break. Daisy said first. No, my wish is to pass the internship as soon as possible and become a full-time employee of the Ministry of Magic as soon as possible. Lone retorted his sister. So Ellen, how about you? Dad looked at Ellen. His wish is probably that when he is riding a broom in flight lessons, the height will make his head stop rubbing against the ground. Lone couldn't help but joked his brother. No, Ellen, Mom hopes you can be safe. Mrs. Harris quickly calmed down. I know, Mom, I hope everyone is safe and everything goes well. After dinner, Alan lay on the bed and thought in a daze, whatever the future devil loves, isn't there a savior? I want to improve my strength and try to accept and protect my new family members in the future turmoil. With the expectation of going to Diagon Alley tomorrow, Alan fell asleep. Chapter 2, Gillen Pavilion, revised, typos have been corrected. One night the north wind was tight, and in the quiet night, Alan felt a huge figure standing on the bedside in the dimness, and a figure holding a sickle and wearing a ragged black cloak grabbed his heart in the air. Alan, struggling to open his eyes, sat up from the bed, and took a long breath. It turned out to be just a dream. But how could I dream of such a scene for no reason? Worries made Alan unable to sleep peacefully for a while, and the tossing and turning all night made his spirit a little unhelpful. In the early morning, after washing, Alan played with his sister in the hall, waiting for others to clean up and eat breakfast. Ellen, you and sister eat first, don't wait. Mrs. Harris happily directed the tomato sauce, soybeans and croissant to fly to his plate, and after pouring herself a cup of Ceylon tea, several children delivered milk. Okay, Mom. The only authentic English breakfast in British cuisine that can be easily grasped made Alan feel better. Although their family is not too rich, with the savings left over from the husband's previous family when they came to the UK, they will not be as tight as the Weasleys. Therefore, Mrs. Harris is never stingy in the children's diet. As a therapist at the St. Mungo Hospital for Magical Injuries, she knows the importance of a healthy body to a wizard. Not only that, in terms of eating and dressing, she personally manages it, trying her best to maintain the dignity of the pure-blood family to the outside world, instead of becoming the Weasley family and becoming a conversational resource for others. "Good morning, Mother." Ren was already very neatly dressed. "My dear, I smell the scent of food." Mr. Harris followed. Daisy was a bit later than Albert, and she kept rubbing her eyes when she finally came down. Obviously it was too difficult for her to get up. Albert ate his breakfast calmly. When Mrs. Harris urged him, he said with a bit of contentment that he would not go shopping today and he would go back to the ministry to report some work. Since he received the task of protecting Harry Potter half a year ago, under the instructions of Mr. Harris, he transferred Alan, who was the same year as Harry, to Harry's school, so as to get close to the famous Harry. The children of Harry could be friends with Harry before he returned to the wizarding world. Many pure-blood wizards might have made this idea, but due to Dumbledore's deterrence, only they successfully used this job. Before Alan's accident, he used the confusion curse to get the Muggle school principal, and successfully became the new teacher for Harry and his brother. But for this matter, Alan before the journey did not understand at all. These adults have never explained their purpose to him. Now Alan probably knows what his father Owen and others think, but for Harry Potter himself, AI Loon didn't want to get in touch with him too early. It's fine to know him in the Muggle world in advance. After arriving at Hogwarts, it should be enough, otherwise the old bee would be arranged as Harry's attendant. But it's not good. Harris and his wife are very capable and tacitly packed their belongings. Alan is very looking forward to leaving. I don't know if it's a wizard's carpet or a magic broom, door key, apparition, or using flow powder to connect to the flow network. "Alan, come on, without the fireplace today." Mrs. Harris had already greeted him outside the door. Now, a family of 6 came to a street lamp in the garden, and then stood hand in hand beside an old tire. Just after his father Owen took out his pocket watch to check the time for the second time, he touched it with one foot, and Alan felt as if there was a hook behind his belly button slamming forward with an irresistible momentum, and then he went. With his feet off the ground, he felt like he was flying. It flies forward like a gust of wind, without seeing anything. Alan felt like there was wind in his ears, as if there was talking and laughing, and there seemed to be nothing, just the flow of blood in his own veins. It seemed a long time passed, and it seemed just a moment. After a few steps, he was already in a Kowalski bakery chain with a moving portrait of a beautiful witch with golden curly hair as its signature. The streets around the corner are full of liveliness. Flood fans, you kids, can easily read the wrong destination. The door key is more convenient for a family to travel together. The disadvantage is that you must apply for registration at the Ministry of Magic. In fact, Loon also prefers door keys. His well-kept clothes are dirty. "Well, kids, now we need to go to Gringotts to get some spending, and then you can get this month's pocket money." Mr. Harris blinked at Alan, watching the children cheering happily. "Maybe I can buy a new robe for myself." The beauty-loving Daisy looked forward to it. "Then you have to be very frugal this month." After saying this, Mrs. Harris lovingly touched her little daughter's soft light blonde hair. Emily is still young, so buying a sweet ice cream is enough to satisfy her. The family walked and talked, and came to a towering white building. Gringotts is here. The first thing that catches the eye is the shiny bronze gate, which has witnessed the rise and fall of so many families of wizards. Stood at the door a goblin guard wearing a scarlet and gold uniform, bending over to salute when the Allen family stepped in, and stretched out their crumpled, furry palms to show the family the way. After walking for a while, I saw a silver gate with verses warning people not to be greedy. It's true, the wealth you get with your hands is the most reliable. Don't try to get something for nothing. Seeing the younger son observing, Owen missed the opportunity to educate. It is said that if you don't take the stolen wealth as your own, you won't get a bad retribution. So Harry Potter broke in and took the gold cup with both hands and didn't suffer bad retribution. Then if I and another the thief discussed it, I gave him what I stolen, and he gave me what he stolen. Will there be any evil for the two of us? Alan thought wildly. Pass through the second silver gate and enter the spacious marble hall. In the center of the hall is a huge conical chandelier. The huge marble column supports this magnificent hall. About 100 goblins were sitting behind the long counter, some of them scribbled in the big ledger, some used a balance to weigh coins, and some used eyepieces to detect gems. Vault 666. Mr. Owen Harris handed the key to a fairy behind the counter who looked like an old man in a suit. Alan heard that the two cultures were in conflict in his mind, and he couldn't help but sarcastically, I really don't know if this number should be considered ominous or powerful. Follow me, please. The goblin bowed and pointed the way, but his face was unhappy, as if Alan and the others had come to take his own wealth instead of his own. Oh, my dear, I'm here waiting for you. Do the kids want to stay here with me? Mrs. Harris didn't think she had to go through some bumps. Mom, Emily and I will be with you. Just fits Daisy's heart. She is afraid that quickly crossing the corridor will mess up her haircut that she has carefully managed this morning. Alan and Loon followed their father, and got on a tin cart under the guidance of the fairy. The trolley quickly traversed the maze of winding corridors. During the fast driving, Alan saw an underground lake. The walls and ceiling of the cave were covered with huge, strange-shaped stalactites and stalagmites. The cart stopped in front of the giant stone gate marked with number 666. The fairy opened the stone gate with the key. Unlike the miserable scene that Alan had guessed in his heart, dozens of piles of jinjialong and dozens of silver xik exuded a seductive halo in the stone room. There are also some very old stone tools and iron tools of unknown purpose placed in an orderly manner on shelves against the wall. Perhaps there is some magic protecting them. Although it seems to have a history of vicissitudes, it is obviously carefully protected. Alan is more interested in these artifacts than money. The quantity is still considerable. Loon sighed contentedly. Diligence and thrift is a virtue, especially when these wealth is left to us by our ancestors. Owen quickly grabbed a few handfuls of jinjialong, and put a lot of silver in a purse. It should be enough. Owen patted his purse contentedly, and led the children to the cart. Out of Gringotts. Owen handed the purse to his wife. 10 gold gallons, and another 10 silver coins to buy some snacks. Daisy, I think it should be enough to buy a new robe. Oh. Thank you, Mother, I am so happy, I love you. Daisy happily accepted the coin, read www.yuyuganshu.com, and hugged her mother and kissed her like a little girl to express her gratitude. Mrs. Harris took the same amount of jinjialong and handed it to Loon, and then gave him an extra pair of coins for the new dragon leather gloves. Thank you, Mom. Loon took the coin and quickly put it into his backpack. Alan looked at Mrs. Harris blankly. Well, Ren and Daisy can move freely. Remember to gather in front of the Moon Palace restaurant at 12 o'clock. Don't go to Knockoff Alley. Mrs. Harris said. Mom, where is my pocket money? For money, Alan did not hesitate to sell cute. Good boy, you walk with us. We will go to Tom's shop first and buy you a big ice cream. If you want any toys, tell me. Mrs. Harris calmed her son. Okay. Although Alan is also eager to have some free wealth, but it is really uncomfortable to ask for money, and he hasn't thought about what to buy. Dear Morgan Le Fay, let's give Alan some jinjialong first. Seeing his son's frustration, Father Owen couldn't help but plead. Okay, don't lose it. Morgan Le Fay loves his husband very much and demanded to compromise on this point. She handed 5 jinjialong to Alan, to look at her little daughter, and put another 10 silver xik in Emily's pocket. All right, let's go. Owen waved his hand, and energetically took his family to go shopping. It feels good to have money in your pocket. Alan looked at the dazzling array of shops on the street, touched the coins in his pocket as if he was asking for them, and couldn't help sighing. Chapter 3, The University Tyrant System appears, modified, typos have been modified. When I came to Old Tom's shop, Owen Harris greeted Tom enthusiastically, "Tom, business is booming. Please bring me a glass of fish-flavored green beer, and the children a glass of pumpkin juice each." "Okay, Owen, please wait a moment." Old Tom bent down and bowed, as if thanking the guests for coming, and then Alan discovered that this man was very old, with almost stripped hair, no teeth, and wrinkled face. The owner of a hotel who looks like a deflated walnut is actually already a little lumpy. Really dedicated. Alan still has a good impression of Old Tom, and then saw the other party flick his finger to give them a stickless spell to light the fireplace with a little more admiration, even if these are even formal spells. It's not even a small magic, but it is not easy to cast it so easily and freely without using a magic wand. "Owen Harris." An enthusiastic call came from the rear right side of the window. "Arthur, I'm so glad to meet you." Irving changed his disdain for the Weasleys when he was at home, and embraced Arthur Weasley enthusiastically, like a brother who had reunited after a long time. "It's rare to have free time to get together, it's better to go for 2 drinks." Irving felt that he had found an opportunity, and Arthur would definitely be willing to accept the handling of Muggle magic items. "Okay." Taking a look at Molly, who was talking to Morgan Le Fay Harris, his wife Molly, Arthur Weasley agreed without hesitation, "Ron can play with your boy, pay attention, don't run far." As soon as S words fell, a young man with red hair and freckles on both sides of his nose came out behind him, looking at Alan nervously. "This is a rare opportunity to travel freely." Alan unconsciously patted Jin Jialong in the bag, and then walked forward to introduce himself to the red-haired boy. Ron is a very talkative person, and he seems to rarely see such a cooperative audience. In fact, among the children of the Weasley family, he is the least valued one. As an excellent teacher, Alan is very good at listening, not to mention that Alan learned a lot of interesting information during the conversation. After listening to Ron talking about his family, Alan couldn't help thinking, speaking of which, the surname Weasley itself is a variant of the word weasel, which is the weasel. This animal has a bad reputation in many countries, including the United Kingdom. The hair of this animal is golden and red, and Ron's father's name is Arthur, and the patron saint of his patron saint is a weasel. Arthur's name is the same as that of King Arthur, and one of the main opponents of that King Arthur in history is a Roman politician named Lucius Tiberius, Percy Weasley, a son of Arthur Weasley. Percy is short for Percival, which is the name of one of the Knights of the Round Table, and Arthur's daughter Ginny's name is a nickname. Her complete writing should be Ginnyfleur, and Ginnyfleur is the name of King Arthur's wife Gui, a variant of Novelle, so the daughter is the lover of the father in the last life. Alan shook his head to stop his cranky thinking. With calm encouragement and clichés, Alan matched the memories that did not belong to him bit by bit, and merged the common sense about the magic world left by his predecessor. "Alan, look, it's so lively over there." Ron, who was talking about Quidditch Chadley artillery, suddenly changed the subject. Alan followed Ron's eyes, and saw a crowd of people crowded around the Quidditch boutique, cheering and applause one after another. Ron immediately stopped entering the Quidditch boutique, and pulled Alan into the crowd instead. "Wow, the Malfoy kid is great. He has received 5 medals of honor and can redeem an autographed Aedon Lindsay poster." A voice of envy, jealousy, and hatred rang in his ears, and there are many such voices. "Who is Aedon Lindsay?" Alan asked Ron. "He is a seeker for the Irish team. He turned the tide in the recent Quidditch match and won the Irish team." Luo Enhao did not hide his fanatical worship of Lin Chi. His eyes were very hot when he looked at the poster. "Ha, Ellen, why don't we go there as well? I must be able to surpass the children of Malfoy." Ron apparently just thought of the beautiful result directly, and hadn't begun to realize the difficulty of this process. "Poor ghost of the Weasleys. Want to surpass me? Try something." Draco Malfoy looked up and down Ron and Alan, all his expressions and body language expressed disdain. Ron felt that these so-called true pure bloods all have such an ability. Without too much words, using the eyes to make you uncomfortable, let him understand his poverty and his humbleness, even their family. In fact, it also belongs to one of the sacred 28 tribes. Malfoy's platinum blonde hair gleamed in the sunlight, but his pretty cute face was ruined by his raised eyebrows, and it looked too high and annoying. We will definitely surpass you. Alan, let's answer the questions. Ron shook his fist at Malfoy. Malfoy squinted at Alan. This boy with light blonde hair like him, looks and wears a lot more than the Weasley next to him, the temperament that a pure-blood wizard should have, as if his grandmother is still his mother. The distant cousin? If not mixed with the traitor Weasley family, it would be more suitable to be his follower than Gore and Crabbe. My name is Draco, from the ancient Malfoy family. Your name is Alan? This hair is Harris. A child of the family? If you can answer the 3 questions correctly, I allow you to follow me as a friend. What a tsundere boy! Alan thought. As a class teacher who has been teaching for 7 years, Alan is too aware of the true desires of these young people. The boy in front of him, the plot in his memory was because of his disgusting and arrogant attitude that made him and Harry Potter have a grudge before the beginning of school. His original purpose was to fight Harry Potter. Just be friends. But when it comes to answering questions, Alan really has no confidence. After all, he, an outsider, has only read the original work and some related materials. Although he knows the key points of the plot, he really doesn't understand the knowledge system of this world. Ron had already pulled Alan into the line, and Alan came back to his senses and carefully observed the answers of the players in front. At present, no one has answered more than 4 questions correctly. Ron was already stunned. Ellen, it's miserable, it's shameful, I can't get a single question, how about you? On the contrary, Alan's heart has been let go. These are just brain teasers and logical guesses. It seems like using the blind spots of wizards to make them unable to answer the questions. As a math teacher, his hobby is to play Sudoku or do some logic problems. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The confident Alan patted Ron and comforted him. Soon the line was lined up with Alan and Ron. The Quidditch clerk waved his magic wand, and saw that the title was quickly displayed on the giant 10-inch long parchment, 5 silver psyches of the same size. What should I do if it requires 2-to-2 contact? Merlin's pants. I've never touched silver CK. Ron's hands were desperately inserted into his hair, and he pulled down tightly. It doesn't matter whether you have silver west or not. Don't worry, I can solve it. Alan confidently stopped Ron from turning himself into extremely clever hands. Place a silver sicer underneath, then put the second and third pieces on top of the first, and put the other fourth and fifth pieces upright on top of the first. Alan said as he took out silver CK to demonstrate. No one can solve the problem so quickly, nor can Malfoy. Unless the player has seen the solution to this problem in advance, this little wizard is obviously not the age to be able to go shopping by himself. Accepted the 6-pointed star-shaped Medal of Honor from the clerk, and at the same time received a lot of admiration. The second question is also related to coins. The clerk seemed to be very optimistic about Alan, and blinked at Alan. The next topic can only be one person, who of you will come? Ron looked at Alan eagerly, which made Alan feel that he should do his part. I'm coming. Alan looked at the clerk. Please close your eyes. The clerk covered Alan's eyes with a stack of thick red cloth. Afterwards, the clerk took out a bunch of cupronate and put it on the table, waved the magic wand, and said, "Here are 23 cupronate flats on the table, 10 of them face up. Please use the best way is to divide these copper-sodium specialties into 2 piles, and the number of copper-sodium specialties in each pile needs to be the same. This is too difficult, the front and back of Tongnate feel the same, how can you not feel it when you can't see it? This may require prophecy, even if you don't open your eyes, you can see it. Even if divination can be useful, but now you still have to blindfold. There is no way to see crystal or tea leaves. It's over, Ellen said before that he can't be cursed. Ron looked at Ellen worriedly, and realized that he would not. Uninfluenced by the onlookers, Alan calmly selected 13 cupronites and put them aside without changing their directions, then chose 10 more, and put them on the other side without changing their directions, and then placed 10. Copronate is all turned over. Exactly correct. It's really amazing based on your age. Are you born into a mixed-race family? The few Ravenclaw pure-blood wizards who answered correctly in the past have not been so fast, you know. Oh, you may not know now those smart people are better at philosophical problems than Muggle math problems. The clerk was obviously surprised that such a small child could have this ability. He quickly untied the red cloth covering Alan's eyes. Those Muggle-born wizards seem to be better at these little games. I'm a pure-blood, I just happened to read a few Muggle books. Alan responded casually, and then continued to answer the questions. As expected, he solved these problems smoothly. For the wizards or Englishmen? Very difficult question. The clerk handed Aedan Linds's poster to Alan. Alan, who hadn't transformed his Muggle mindset, noticed that this is not an ordinary poster, it can move. A man with a body like a bodybuilder, sitting on a flying broom, tore his clothes on his chest, his mouth was making rua, shouting to celebrate the victory. But apart from the initial surprise, Alan didn't think it was surprising. After all, the images he could save in the world in his previous life were much longer than this, so he handed the poster to Ron. Ron's ears were red, and Weasley's tutor made him feel that he shouldn't accept this kind of game reward that he didn't make any contribution to, but he couldn't stand the temptation of the posters of the seekers he liked. I will stick him on the side of my bed, thank you Ellen. Ron stammered thanks, you reading www.youcanshu.com put the poster tightly on his chest, planning to spend some time saving pocket money to compensate the other party. Don't. Alan glanced at Aedan Lindsay who was roaring on Ron's chest. Even if there is no sound, it is estimated that this momentum will make you unable to sleep at night. Do you still need to continue to challenge? The clerk was kind on the sidelines, and he also enjoyed the feeling that Alan's superfast speed smashed the onlookers into perfection. Such a speed of answering questions made the onlookers doubt life, even if they were born with muggles, but the British mathematics education made these people the question isn't I born with no brains also arises. Of course. You saw my friend's performance, he must be able to. Ron has become Alan's obsessive brother, although he usually doesn't like such an all-knowing nerd, it reminds him his disliked brother Percy Weasley. Okay. The clerk waved his magic wand excitedly, without giving Alan a chance to refuse. He also looked forward to how far Alan could go. What is the spell of the floating spell? It is really difficult for children, because in addition to pre-reading the spell textbook in advance, it is necessary to go to a magic school to really get into the spell. Yugadam Leviosa. This is just unavoidable for Alan. He has a deep impression of this scene after seeing the original and the movie. In fact, every time he reads this passage, he can't help but follow the know-it-all misread once. But at the same time, he also feels that his challenge may be over soon. After all, the spells he remembers are really limited. Ding, the university tyrant system serves you. When Alan accepted the reality that she might challenge the failure, an ethereal and somewhat transful female voice rang out of thin air in her mind. Chapter 4, A Small Test of SWIBA System, Modified, Typos have been revised. The moment of lack of alertness, relaxation, and fragility that the brain suddenly felt before the sound made Alan stunned for a moment. He felt like his mind was read by the system that suddenly appeared, a kind of completeness. The feeling of exposure enveloped him for a while. However, I finally have benefits. Having suppressed the joy and doubts in the system, Alan confirmed the look of the people around him. It seems that others can't hear it. Please note, now the first mission is released, please get the super prize in the Quidditch Boutique event. Although this system is a bit mechanical, the voice is still a bonus, and the ethereal voice sounds particularly relaxing, eased Alan's nervousness. But if the mission fails, what will be the punishment? There is such a setting? Then, if the first mission fails, the system will no longer serve you, but there will be no additional penalties. I won't be punished if I don't ask. The unreliable system said without the threat of fireworks, but it also effectively made the annoyed Alan instantly nervous. Is there any off-site support? In order to make the host better adapt to the university hegemony system, we have prepared a novice gift package. It is in the storage space. Please don't carelessly cheer the host. How do I open the storage space? Just thinking of the storage space, a different space similar to the non-marking expansion curse appeared in Alan's consciousness. There are only 3 objects lying in the space. One is a simple scroll of parchment tied with a red rope, one is a wizard robe, the other is a book. Alan first chose to open the parchment paper, the red rope fell off automatically, the scroll opened, and it said Study BA Halo 15 minutes. Function: before use, clearly declare the time to be used in advance. Within the time frame covered by the halo, the host can obtain a stronger good luck effect and magic power amplification effect than the blessing potion, and temporarily gain the wisdom of a powerful ancient wizard book collection knowledge accumulated in 3 magic libraries. Is really an inexhaustible road. Although it feels a little suspicious, this function is tailor-made for completing the first mission. The first mission will fail without any reason with the help of these things. Use the halo for 3 minutes. Without a doubt, Alan chose to activate the scroll with consciousness. Alan's brain was instantly filled with the knowledge stored in it. Although it was a bit tingling, it also gave people a wonderful illusion that they were omniscient and omnipotent. Are you ready, please? The clerk urged. It's time to start. Alan couldn't wait. What is the incantation of the fire curse? When Jupiter and Venus meet, what does it indicate? What is the name of the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the founders of Hogwarts? 30 questions about the history of magic, astronomy, arithmetic and divination were all successfully answered by Alan within a few minutes, and even on some ancient magic knowledge questions, Alan did better than he did modern questions. This smooth rhythm of answering questions has already stunned the onlookers next to him. Ron was so excited that not only his hair was red, his cheeks with a few mischievous freckles, but his ears were all red. Congratulations, you got our super prize, special version of Flying Broomstick Neptune. The clerk brought out an indescribable, mysterious, starry silver broom. Although Alan had only touched the real flying broomstick of his elder brother Albert once in his memory except for the children's model, at this time he could also see the excellent performance of this prize. At least from the appearance of the relief decoration you can see that it is very valuable. The broom's tailboard arc looks comfortable, and the smooth lines carved with the handle of the North Sea giant kraken's tentacle ensure the speed of the broom. The very soft tanned lambskin on the handle is calling for the owner's caress. This is the top broom in the magical world. It is a conceptual product. It is not mass-produced or sold. Its performance is several levels higher than the Light Wheel series. Alan, can you let me? Can I touch it? Ron was already incoherent with excitement. Of course, no problem. Alan threw the broom to Ron. The scared red-haired boy hurriedly took it. He carefully held the broom in his hand, seemingly out of breath with excitement. Your baby, it's really a rare treasure. Ron, if you don't talk anymore, I can let you play with it for a while. Alan was a little embarrassed by Ron's misunderstanding conversation. You read www.yuyugonshu.com while speaking and stay away a little bit. He took a few steps, then walked towards the clerk. May I go to the Broken Cauldron bar to find Mr. Owen Harris? He is my father, let him come here. An adult must come forward in this situation. I am happy to help you. It seemed that the clerk was completely impressed by Alan's strength. He exhorted a small and clever clerk. The clerk, who looked a little like a monkey, also rushed towards the Broken Cauldron bar as agile as the monkey. When Ron stroked Neptune more than 10 times like a drunk man stroking a bottle, the arrival of Owen Harris and Arthur Weasley interrupted his chattering praise. After the clerk laboriously gestured like they explained the game and Alan's performance. Merlin's beard, I can't believe it. Irving looked at his younger son in disbelief. Owen, you gave birth to a good child. Ron, give the broom back to Alan soon, we are about to go back. Arthur looked at his colleagues with envy, even though the older children were pretty promising, but the twins' character and Ron, who was obsessed with stroking the broom, made Arthur a little worried and embarrassed. Don't you have a few good children too? Owen dealt with Arthur absent-mindedly, then turned to look at Ellen on the side. My son, I didn't expect you to have such skills. Father, why don't we go back and talk later? Alan suddenly had a headache. How can I explain it to his family? After all, the original owner of this body was very low-key in these aspects, except for a little bit of lowering the skin from time to time, or rather ordinary talent. Chapter 5, Never Forget, revised, typos have been corrected. After joining Lune and Daisy, Owen took the whole family and bid farewell to the Weasley family. Alan, we need to keep in touch, but my owl Errol is a bit older, please don't reply immediately, let him rest for a while. Ron is reluctant to give up his new friend, this new friend. It's so cool. Okay, Ron. Alan dealt with this overly enthusiastic new friend perfunctorily. Alan, who seemed silent on the way back, felt more excited than when he headed to Diagon Alley. For the sudden appearance of the Swibba system, he felt like he had bought a new toy, and he could not help but want to play with it for a long time. The Swibba system will definitely become the biggest boost to his current growth. Back home, the first time the couple, Irving and Morgan Le Fay, did not set up the expensive flying broomstick, but looked at their young son with concern. Alan, I know that you usually like to read books, but I didn't expect you to be so good in silence. Mr. Owen tried hard to recall his son's usual habits on the road, but he obviously took the scene of Alan reading a few times. Wrong brain supplements have increased the number of falsehoods. Alan, I've never seen you so good. How did you know that knowledge before you even went to school? Did you know the answer in advance? Lune was very surprised. He never felt that he was a younger brother. Will have a talent that is even better than himself. Ellen, how did you do it? Morgan Le Fay touched the youngest son's hair and carefully helped him smooth it. Mom, Alan is usually smart. He just doesn't like to show it like Lune. Normally only Alan can answer all my questions. Lune can't do it. I have long known that there is no problem to hold Alan. This is Emily who believes in her elder brother unconditionally, but she is too young to expect that other people are just annoyed by her questions and deliberately pretend to be unable to answer to avoid her continuing to struggle. I don't think Alan will know the answer in advance. After all, he can't go to Diagon Alley by himself. And this time the topic is not recorded in ordinary wizard books, but it is somewhat like the content taught in Muggle studies. Ellen, is this taught at Muggle school? After Owen said, he dragged Ellen's face with both hands and looked at him for a while, then patted his face. Daisy and the others have no chance, maybe should I send Emily to study too? I don't want to go to Muggle school. Emily vetoed her father's proposal quickly, and then spoiled Owen again. Dad, I want to stay with you at home. Ellen, when are you so good? After school, you can surpass Run and give him some color to see. The eldest sister Daisy was often teased by Run for her grades, although she was born in Ravenclaw and has good grades. It's okay, but obviously there is still a certain gap with the top student Ronan. She focuses more on her interests. Alan has been silent all the time, because he heard the beep of the university bully system as soon as he got home. Is the system female voice that makes people feel a little unreliable? Congratulations to the host, completed the novice trial task, and successfully won the super prize. The system rewards a lottery draw, and the magic application strategy is a copy. Excuse me, host, are you going to draw a lottery now? Of course. Alan thinks whether these systems are faulty and what kind of talents will not draw prizes. You must know that after receiving these prizes, even some equipment and props will probably take time to be skillfully used. Not to mention some knowledge and abilities that may require a lot of energy to learn. Appeared in his mind a giant roulette wheel with 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple. The size of the area corresponding to the 7 colors decreased successively, and the bronze pointer was facing the middle of the top of the wheel. Start the draw. The pointer spins quickly. Stop. The pointer stayed at the purple spot with the smallest area. Look. Alan was actually a little surprised after his heart jumped. The purple area is the smallest, and the reward must be the most generous. At least from this body, it is indeed a real European. A purple treasure chest popped out. Open. A line of gold text slowly appeared above. The constant ability is never forgotten. Alan asked the system in surprise, is it remembered what I saw? The current state of the host can only bear elementary memorability. It allows you to remember any text you have read. Is it just for words? Including hieroglyphs. As long as it meets the basic standards of text, there is no problem. This is a very practical ability for Alan, who is about to go to Hogwarts to go to school. Alan knows very well how much time this can save him in the learning process and can make him ahead of others in the beginning. The little wizard and well ahead of Neville Longbottom. Maybe we paid too little attention to you, and I didn't even know that my son is much better than we know. Father Owen held Alan's hand with a look of self-blame. Dad, I actually like reading books, because my memory is very good. I read the written text several times and I can remember it completely. Although you may not find it, I actually occasionally peek at the textbooks of my brother and sister. Alan followed his father's wrong memories and said his explanation for a long time. What? You peeked at my textbook? Daisy realized she was yelling after she yelled. She was a little worried that her second-degree graffiti had been seen by her younger brother. Wow, that's incredible. Emily ran back to the room happily, and ran out again with a punk. Ellen, you try this book and prove it to them. The petite Emily carried a book with difficulty, although in fact this book is not thicker than the others. The Story of Poetry Wang Beta. Alan, who had heard of this storybook, opened the cover with great interest. Just the legend of the 3 brothers. Emily turned the book to a story she didn't understand yet, because she had asked Alan to read a lot of stories like The Fountain of Good Luck to her. Time again. Alan scanned the story quickly, feeling the words as if they were scanned into his mind. After reading it only once, Alan was about to return the storybook to Emily, but before the younger sister could take it, he realized that it was a test and then handed the book to the older sister Daisy, and then I began to recite, Once upon a time, there were 3 brothers on a secluded road. It was almost dusk, and they walked and came to a river. The water was too deep to be waded, and it was too dangerous to swim there. However, the 3 brothers are proficient in magic. With a wave of their magic wand, a bridge appeared on the unpredictable water. When they walked to the middle of the bridge, a hooded figure blocked their way. Alan's relatives were stunned. From Daisy's excited and joyful expressions, it can be seen that although there are not many words in this collection of stories, Alan must be completely back to it. Up. It never occurred to me that the most potential person in the family is Alan, who usually has no sense of existence. The 3rd child lived until he was very old, and finally took off the invisibility cloak and gave it to his son, and then greeted the of death like an old friend meeting, and as an equal, happily joined him and left the world. Alan finished the story smoothly, and the memory merged with the deity made him look at his excited mother Morgan Le Fay. Mom, I'm thirsty. Oh, of course. Oh, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com dear, you have said so long. Morgan Le Fay waved his magic wand, the kettle flew into the sink automatically, and the clear spring from the water pipe gurgled into the kettle and burned. The kettle flew to the stove automatically, and the raging flames automatically burned under the stove. No matter how excited he is, he can skillfully use his magic wand to cast a silent spell, especially on these housework magics. Praise Merlin, Ellen, you are so proud of your mother. Morgan Le Fay touched Ellen affectionately, messed up his hair, and carefully combed him again. It's too slow, Ellen, you go get a few bottles of pumpkin juice for yourself, don't drink too much and your stomach is broken. Okay, Mom, I'll get a bottle for Emily, too. Alan jumped off the chair, and amusedly recalled the mother in front of him. He and Emily would not be allowed to be the youngest before. The act of a child drinking a drink before meals. It's so late, you must be hungry. Daisy, come and help. I think we should make it richer and make a beef kidney pie, haggis pudding. Morgan Le Fay walked to the kitchen and dragged away after Alan recites it. Daisy looks relish because of the storybook in her hand. And Owen and his second son, Ren, have surrounded the flying broomstick Neptune and talked about the maintenance of the flying broomstick. Which pure-blood wizard can refuse the charm of the top flying broomstick? Even Alan, who has incorporated memories, is passionate about this sport. Especially after personally trying the comfort of the excellent cushion spell enchanted on this broomstick. The little sister Emily, who had a good impression on a bottle of pumpkin juice, still surrounded Ellen and asked about this. She thought her brother was more magical than magic. Eating and drinking, lying in bed, before falling asleep, Alan couldn't help but think, it's a beautiful day. Besides, it's great that my sister is closest to me. Chapter 6, Items in the storage compartment, modified, typos have been corrected. At the dinner table the next day, Alan saw his eldest brother Albert. After asking each other good morning, Albert, who was a member of the Quidditch school team at the school, took the lead to ask, Alan, I heard that you won a handful of Neptune? Can I use it for a test flight later? Of course, no problem, Albert. Alan performed really well. This morning's Daily Prophet also reported Alan's winning process. It's really amazing. Irving played the newspaper in his hand and pointed to the actually small area. Fortunately, a photo was added to enhance its presence. Father, show me. Lun took the words and reached out to his father's newspaper. I want it, and I want it too. Emily has turned into her brother's little girl, rushing to her father's side, vying to see it too. Emily, do you understand? Lun teased his sister badly. I don't understand, but there is a picture of Alan on it. Emily replied confidently. Owen simply handed the newspaper to Lun and asked him to read it to his sister. It described how he won the prize and attached a large photo. In the photo, Alan was holding Neptune smiling, and the freckles on Ron's face beside him were clearly identifiable. It's dinner, it's dinner. Mrs. Harris directed the breakfast to everyone in a very good mood. Roasted tomatoes, soybeans and tomato sauce, ham and bacon omelette, oatmeal. Mom, you also made some Bavarian white sausage with sauerkraut, it is very hearty. Little sister Emily sighed contentedly. Alan viciously took a bite of white sausage with a fork with sauerkraut, which at least made him feel better than the local British dishes, but he couldn't help being full of despair about his future diet. After eating breakfast, Alan returned to his room with the excuse of doing homework, locked the door and opened the storage space. The storage space is displayed in front of Alan, and there are now 4 items in it. A scroll of sheepskin tied with a blue rope, a wizard's robe, 2 books. Sheepskin scroll. Alan already knew that it was Study Tyrant Halo, so Alan chose to take out the wizard robe. There is no doubt that this is a gorgeous wizard robe. The black velvet fabric is very smooth, and the mysterious black light is looming. It is inlaid with 3-finger-wide dark red trim, and it is sealed with ancient runes that Alan can't understand. What is the function of this robe? Just thought of this, the function introduction appeared under the storage compartment corresponding to the robe. Meow meow wizard robe. As soon as he saw the name, Alan couldn't help but complain. This is really a cute name, and there is a risk of being sent a lawyer's letter. Meow Meow Wizard Robe can automatically adjust a certain size, can be adjusted from medium-sized human-like objects to small or large-scale human-like objects. Become any clothing you want, with automatic decontamination magic to clean up anew. Stealth magic, you can use the phantom spell 3 times a day. Each time the spell is not automatically cancelled or cancelled by the anti-curse, it can last for half an hour. The number of uses will be restored once every 8 hours. Just like the skins of the horned beast and the lion body and helicopter, it has good resistance to ordinary spells. For the sake of safety, Alan immediately took off all his clothes and put on this wizard robe. The smooth touch comforted the skin, and it was so light as if he didn't have any strands on his body, and the empty state of his lower body made him a little uncomfortable. Alan thought for a while, and turned the Meow Meow Wizard's robe into the appearance of the clothes he just wore. He poured a cup of black tea on his body. The water stains were very clear. The robe dripped down wet, but the magical thing was that his body was a little wet. There is no discomfort at all, there is a film that isolates the water vapor. This is the same function as Daisy's most expensive robes purchased at Mrs. Morgan's robe shop, which are fixed with multiple spells. The older sister Daisy's style is a little careless, and she often uses them when making potions. They are sprinkled on clothes, so the thermostat function, which is preferred by most other wizards, is not as important as this ability. You must know that some magical things are not so easy to clean up. The thought of cleaning up a new one turned, and the robe that had just been drenched dry instantly, and there were no water stains. The whole clothes became clean and tidy, as if the collar of an ironed shirt stood upright on the neck, and the clothes were worn properly. Alan chose the encyclopedia. This book is very thick. The vermilion cover is decorated with a compass-like ornament. This is a code disc. You can set a 7-digit code. Alan thought of the number 7 in Harry. There is a special existence in the world of Porter, so I set it to 77777777. Open the cover, and the first one that emerges first is a general introduction to spells. A row of pale yellow parchment paper is written on a row of silver letters that cannot see the region automatically changed to modern English spelling. Amulet refers to a magical act that mobilizes the magical power of the magical world to achieve an effect that ordinary people cannot achieve, such as floating objects, making fire out of thin air, or stunning a person. Charms are usually done through spells. The use of spells usually produces physical phenomena such as light emission, so they can usually be dodged, staggered, or blocked by objects, including another spell. The act of using spells is often called casting or applying. Generally, the successful casting of a spell requires 3 conditions: wand swing, spell and concentration. If you don't wave the wand in the correct way, recite an incorrect spell, or focus your mind during the spell will fail or be counterproductive. It needs to be pointed out that through silent and wandless spells can be executed without chanting the spell or using a wand, which is more difficult than chanting a spell and using a wand. Alan knew that these methods were not taught to users in the school at the beginning, but until the students reached a certain level. For example, when they were in 6th grade at Hogwarts, they would teach the silent curse. Famous silent spell users include Albus Dumbledore, Mysterious Man, and Severus Snape. They also use wandless magic, and the power and effect will not be weakened by this, but generally slightly talented wizards can only use these advanced techniques to cast some simple spells. Most of the spells in the British wizarding world are derived from Latin, but there are also spells derived from English. Visually speaking, the difference between transfiguration and spellology is similar to the difference between form and function, or between matter and energy. The former focuses on the what of the object, its form metamorphology, and the latter focuses on the what of the object, its function spellology. In the process of casting a spell, it is usually accompanied by the generation of light, shooting from the tip of the wand to the target. For example, if you faint, it will emit a red light, and Avidiso will emit a green light. Of course, there are some spells that have no visible intermediate effects, such as flying and silent. Some people will make a noise when casting spells, but this is usually the characteristic of lower-level people. This reminds Alan of the original plot that Harry Potter will make ping-pong and smoke when he casts the spell. Masterpiece. This is obviously not a master's style. Normally, the casting of spells has a certain time effect. This means that the effects of magic will disappear after a certain period of time. For example, except that your weapon only has an effect at the moment it is cast, while fainting and all petrification will last a long time. Anti-curses can also end certain spells. In addition, when the caster dies, most of the effects of spells will disappear, except for some constant magic that is cast in a special way, just like those magic products cast or built by the founders in Hogwarts Castle. At the end of this preface, it is especially admonished that although wizards can invent new spells, this is a hidden difficulty and danger. Alan knew that Severus Snape invented it during Hogwarts as a student. Several spells, but Luna's mother, Pandora Lovegood, once died because of a big mistake in the process of magic experiments, so he was not so arrogant that he wanted to learn to create without learning to walk in a short time. The new spell, even if you want to do this, you have to wait for the foundation to be firmly established before it will happen. After, Talisman Encyclopedia entered the main topic, listing the general classification of talisman. And it should be noted that the degree of independence between categories is still unknown. In other words, under normal circumstances, a spell can only belong to one category, but there may also be specific spells that can belong to different categories at the same time. For example, petrification is the most advanced type of black magic, but it is also a type of polymorphism. Fierce fire is both a curse and a curse. Many healing spells can be regarded as both spells and polymorphs. The catalog is divided into transfiguration, curses, evil curses, poison curses, curses, anti-curses and healing spells. The defining function of transfiguration is to change the shape or appearance of an object. This type of spell can be subdivided into real transfiguration spells and summoning spells. The former is the existence of the object being changed, and the latter is the desired object being transformed out of thin air. Example, Animagus, refers to a wizard who can become a certain animal while retaining his own reason and magical power. The defining function of mantra is to change the original properties of the object, that is, its behavior and ability. When applied by an experienced caster, spells usually have a longer lasting effect. Example, except for your weapon the disarming spell, the reason for being classified into this category is that this spell separates the object, opponent, from the wand, changing their attributes from armed to disarmed. The defining function of evil spells is slight black magic. The effects of spells are usually annoying but interesting, usually for the purpose of teasing and causing slight inconvenience to the target. In addition, some evil spells can only maintain their effect by gazing at the focus. Example, there are many obstacles. Obstacle curse, which hinders the movement of the object to a certain extent. The defining function of poison curse is to always have a negative effect on the object, and it has more of the same connotation as black magic than evil curse. The main purpose is to bring inconvenience to the target. Example, Grin Hula La, a poisonous spell that causes people to laugh continuously. The defining function of curse is the worst type of black magic, intended to exert a strong negative influence on the subject. Avidiso, also known as death curse or killing curse, to kill the victim. The definition function of anti-curse suppresses the effect of another spell. Anti-curse is a mysterious type of spell, without much explanation. There are currently 6 known types: evil curse, cracking curse, curse cracking curse, curse cracking curse, reduction technique, anti-evil curse, and other anti-curses. Although the nomenclature is very complicated, their common feature is to inhibit the other spell. Example, all mantras end, mantra stops, an anti-mantra widely applicable to ordinary spells. The defining function of healing spells is to restore or improve the health of living subjects. Example, healing as usual, healing minor injuries. After reading the classification of spells, Alan was a little puzzled. According to his previous understanding, the only magic school in the world was Durmstrang, who was tolerant of black magic and taught them in the name, but now it looks like everything is petrified. It is also planned as a curse and black magic. Why can students at Hogwarts learn it? And the normal way of this petrified spell can be found in Wendick Winredian's curse and anti-curse. So Durmstrang's black magic refers to those more harmful magic, and Hogwarts is more tolerant of these black magic that is not strong and does not cause serious consequences. Author's note: after copying this book review by the author, I went to the official website and wiki to find additional information. I found that J.K. Rowling actually defined all the petrochemicals that Hermione used on Neville in the first grade as a curse. Confused? Clicked the spell classification, and then chose a spell at random. The above shows, commonly used lock opening spell Arajo cave opening. There are the main points of the spell. On the next page, there is a long-haired woman in a long robe that seems to be composed of shadows, over and over again, tirelessly demonstrating the waving movements of a magic wand, touching her with her hand, and actually sending out the pronunciation of the spell is improved, so that the viewer can master the pronunciation of the spell. Although this woman made up of shadows feels a bit weird, this feature is really practical. Alan pressed the surprise in his heart and opened the book spell application strategy he got yesterday. The dark blue leather cover is also transformed into modern English silver text, and the catalog marks the page positions of various simple spells. The interesting thing is that the page number is not fixed, and a new spell will occasionally pop up. The introduction contains information about the book and the author of the spell. Based on the information he saw in the newspaper a few days ago and the last few spells in the catalog, Alan guessed that someone might have published a new spell book, and this book would be automatically entered. Alan found the magic spell that he just found on the wiki, commonly used lock opening spell Arajo cave open. Introduction: there are many ways in the wizarding world to let you pass through a locked door, see fire curse, mining curse, and smash curse, but if you want to be unobtrusive, the unlocking curse will be your best friend. It is also known as the Friend of Thieves, a spell that can open doors and windows that are locked and not protected by magic. This spell can also be used to open a door locked by a locking spell. History: the unlocking curse first appeared in Africa, but it is not clear who invented it in the first place. This spell was brought to England by Elton Esric in the 17th century, and then spread throughout the world. Esric began to use this new spell to do evil in London. Whether it's a muggle house or a wizard's house, he has stolen everything. It wasn't until the Londoner Bragg Attenborough invented a new member of the anti-locking curse, the anti-Arajo cave opening curse. Before Arajo cave open, the most popular unlocking spell was open door opening. This spell can break the door lock, but sometimes it leaves a smoking hole in the keyhole. Earlier there was the open sesame, which pulled the door directly from the hinge and chopped it into firewood. All these spells are very rough, not as subtle as Arajo cave open. This spell is included in several books, including Standard Spell, Elementary. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry will teach this spell in the first grade. Is also marked in the form of text below the use of the spell, the waving of the wand, and related anti-curses. Finally, an example was given, telling readers in the form of cases recorded in the history of magic books, on what occasions someone used this spell at UU reading www.uugonshu.com. While reading the case, Alan had a deeper understanding of the magic world. Is not only spells, but also social customs and customs. In this way, for the rest of the holiday, Alan was reading these two books eagerly. The words have been firmly in Alan's mind, but those audio-visual materials, Alan still needs to continue to digest and understand. The only thing he feels a bit pity is that these two books are more inclined to the application level and do not have any specific research and development theoretical knowledge. Ellen, can you dictate some words for me? Muggle school is about to open, and I won't see you for most of the day. Emily knocked on Alan's door. Come in, Emily. As an excellent teacher, Alan is also happy to tutor Emily, who is very close to him. After dictating the words, Alan tried hard to teach Emily some associative memory. Whether she could understand or not, she instilled some Muggle logical thinking concepts and trained the little guy's memory ability. The children of the Blood Wizards almost all receive basic education at home, which makes it more difficult for them to learn the texts theoretically in the early stage of enrollment compared to the Muggle and Half-Blood Wizards. Sending the reluctant sister back to the room, Alan also has to prepare for the start of Muggle school. First of all, homework. After reading the books required for homework, Alan took a bit of time to read all the textbooks again. It is really easy to complete all the homework against the homework register, especially for the difficulty of the English primary school textbooks. Say, it should be a simple thing to be a schoolmaster among this group of students. Chapter 7, Harry Potter, corrected, typos corrected. The vacation seemed to be fleeting, and Alan spent the rest of the time immersed in the study of magic books, and time quickly slipped away. Looking at the performance of the first-year Little Wizards in the original plot, Alan estimated that his theoretical knowledge of magic spells should far surpass almost all of them, and it is estimated that only Miss Know-How is an exception. However, he has not yet been able to purchase his own magic wand. The law stipulates that the little wizard cannot cast spells at will, and will be found by Zongzi. Although this rule is basically a fiction for a pure-blooded family with adult wizards around. Alan believes that this rule actually allows children of the wizard family to have more time to practice spells than children born from Muggles. Silent spell casting and wandless spell casting are too difficult for the first-year students. They are far from being able to be mastered by a little wizard like him who has never even held a wand. Obviously, he does not currently have the skills like Voldemort and Bellatrix, like the unborn illegitimate daughter Delphi Riddle, who was born with the ability to cast spells accurately without a wand. The girl nicknamed the Augurette at the Battle of Hogwarts. She was born in Malfoy Manor in March 1998. She did not go to school at Hogwarts because of her illness. However, the blood inherited from Voldemort made her strong in spells. In the one-on-one situation, she was 10 years older. Harry Potter, who had been an Auror at a few years old, was not her opponent at all. In addition, she is also a snake-like voice, and can fly in the sky without tools like Voldemort. Ellen, hurry up, come down for breakfast, don't be late. Interrupted by her mother's call, Alan quickly installed the textbooks, adjusted her clothes from underwear to the uniforms of the public school in Xiaowijin district, and then cleaned it up. Alan quickly sorted herself and ran off. Stairs. Finished a glass of milk. In the mist, Alan took a slice of bread, carrying a school bag and preparing to go out, hoping to collide with a transfer student with blue hair albino. Wait, Alan, I will leave with you today. Albert appeared and stopped Alan. Alan took the slice of bread back in his hand and raised his eyebrows. Hey, why didn't my father send me today? Father has something to do, I'll send it today. With a mysterious smile, Albert grabbed Alan's arm, and for a moment, Alan felt that his arm was about to be thrown away from his brother's. But then the opponent grasped more firmly. He found that the surroundings became colorful, and he felt the strong squeezing from all directions, and he couldn't breathe at all. His chest seemed to be tightened by several iron hoops. Alan felt that his eyeballs were squeezed back into his head, and his eardrums were pressed into the depths of his head. Then he gulped in the cold fresh air in the morning and opened his tearful eyes. A very narrow rubber tube squeezed out. Sorry, Ellen, at least it's more convenient, isn't it? Albert shrugged and let go of his brother. Albert, you bastard! I'm not used to appearing with my followers yet. Alan, panting heavily to resist the dizziness, found himself led by his brother to a remote part of his school using apparition. If you want to play Quidditch in the future, trying to adapt to it will also be helpful for you to fly with a broom. Then I have to leave a bit beforehand. Don't worry about it, it's too early for your class time. You should recover for a while. Albert comforted his brother perfunctorily, then turned around and drove away. After regaining his consciousness, he realized that the slices of bread he had just held in his hand had been scattered and scattered. Alan realized with a sense of frustration that he was going to be hungry in the morning. Just then, Potter must have hid in the toilet. Go to 2 people and find him. Let him try our new gloves. 4 or 5 boys with strong builds ran away from Alan, exuding the smell of sweat and the peculiar body odor of adolescent boys. Suddenly ran back again. Yet, why are you standing stupidly here? This is the brown-haired Peel, a close friend of Harry Potter's cousin Dolly Dursley. Oh, I'm watching a few fat pigs running in a race. Alan shrugged, put his hands in the pockets of the school uniform, and hit back easily. Where are the pigs? Peel and Dudley looked around, then suddenly realized, boy, you are playing tricks on me. Harris, you are not looking to beat. Dudley held out his hand with a new boxing gloves, to Alan wickedly gestures. Brother D, Bigd, try your new gloves, you will be able to beat him like a pig yelling. Moken said, and the others laughed wildly. I think you definitely don't want to enter the office on the first day of school. A serious female voice sounded behind Dudley. Oh, Mrs. Kelly, let's go in now. Students at this age still love and fear the teacher, especially such a serious teacher. Ms. Kelly is wearing a woolen long skirt and a black wool trench coat. The crisp wool shows the owner's sophistication and meticulousness. The gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of the nose make Mrs. Kelly more dignified. Ellen, what are you doing in a daze? Still not keeping up? Mrs. Kelly stared at Ellen seriously. Alan quickly followed Dudley and his party. It is undeniable that facing the teacher's stern gaze, even though he was a teacher, the memory of Alan in his mind still makes him feel uncomfortable. This is natural suppression. The students are afraid of the teacher, just like the name is not Jerry. The mouse is afraid of the cat. Thinking wildly, Alan entered the classroom. This classroom is completely different from Ellen's previous school. The green walls are covered with colorful drawing paper, which is the work of students, and the purple bulletin board contains various information such as roster and class schedule. There are various books scattered around the classroom. Some are neatly placed, and some are placed at random with their pages turned up. These books are obviously left to the students to read. Here, Ellen. Some thin boys waved to Ellen. This was Floyd Brown. Alan said that the friends he met in Muggle school were also his desk mates. Alan, Dursley bought new gloves, and they are going to bully poor Potter. Although Potter is a weird person, Dursley and the others are really too much. By the way, I received a new one at Christmas. As a gift, how about playing a few basketballs between classes? Even if Alan is a good listener, his divergent thinking makes him question his ability to make friends. Why are my friends all in this style? Do I have an appealing chat? What about physique? Amidst Fraig's constant chatter, a thin boy in an obviously unfit pullover sweater walked into the classroom. A thin face with a look of malnutrition, dark hair, and emerald green eyes, wearing a pair of round frame glasses glued together with a lot of scotch tape, messy black hair even blocking the forehead lightning imprint. By virtue of these typical appearance features, Alan can easily recognize his identity. In fact, the hair that seems to be stuttered forever is also one of the characteristics of the Porter family. The grandfather of the boy who survived the catastrophe, Fremont Porter, even invented the quick smoothing hair lotion. Wealthily, the wealth of the Potter family quadrupled. After retiring, he sold the company with a huge profit. Perhaps Harry's father James's rival, Severus Snape's greasy hair, is more or less unwilling to use the Potter's house. The product is also related. It's really embarrassing. Although he was forcibly sent by his father Owen to have a relationship with the boy who survived the catastrophe, seeing his appearance at this time, Alan couldn't help thinking of his happy family life these days. There was a hint of pity in his heart. Perhaps it was a deliberate arrangement, and Potter's seat was in front of Alan. Potter, how did you get rid of Dursley and the others? Fraig asked inquiring. Oh, I'm just used to it, and I know how to get rid of them. Harry Potter has learned how to better get out of trouble during the long-term bullying by Dolly. Potter, Come with us when get out of class is over, lest Dursley trouble you." Alan saw Harry's troubles at a glance. Alan planned to take the initiative to contact Harry by using this matter, and it would be counted as completing his father's work. Anyway, the purpose of Father Irving is similar to that of Lucius Malfoy in the original book, just let his son make friends with the legendary savior in advance. As for Hogwarts, it depends on your wishes and specific circumstances. Thank you. Harry did not hesitate, and immediately agreed. No one in the school wanted to be a good friend of the weird Harry, so Harry would naturally seize this opportunity. Suddenly the classroom became quiet. "I'm afraid the air suddenly becomes quiet is very reasonable." It was Mrs. Kelly who came in. She stood on the podium, scanned the classroom with her sharp eyes, and all the classmates became quiet. This is the charm of an experienced class teacher or deterrence. The new semester has begun. First of all, I want to talk about what your school uniforms look like. Mr. Dudley Dursley, put on your coat and put your boxing gloves in the desk. The big Dudley puts on his gloves at a speed completely different from his physique. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Put on your clothes and sit down. Miss Nam Yang, take off the big red flower on your head. Roger, tuck your underwear into your pants. Alan saw Harry in front of him desperately smoothing his stubborn hair. It was destined to be futile. Among a group of students who were ashamed as quail, Mrs. Carey saw Ellen at a glance, and a glimmer of appreciation and relief flashed from her stale expression just now. Ellen secretly used the function of the new wizard robe to give herself extra clean and new, which is particularly useful for this kind of occasion. "Mr. Harris, please stand up," Mrs. Kelly called. Alan responded. "Young gentleman, please take a look at Mr. Harris, this is a model of student dress. Look at him, then look at you. Still not tidying up?" In Mrs. Kelly's stern voice, Alan said. "I think I can hear the other person's approval." Potter looked at Ellen with some envy. His soft light blonde hair was obediently attached to his scalp. The light blue school uniform was as neat as a new one. It seemed that there was not even a wrinkle, and he looked refreshed. "It's cool, it makes Alan look like the top students in private colleges with wealthy people." This also made Harry even less confident and embarrassed, who didn't know how much Jin Jialong was in the Potter's vault. After Mrs. Kelly talked about a lot of precautions in school, the students were obviously more listless. "Next, I want to introduce the new science teacher to everyone." Mrs. Kelly saw the state of the students, so she directly stated the focus of today. The curiosity of the classmates was mobilized as she wished. Chapter 8, New Teacher, Modified, Typos have been corrected. Along with the expectation of the students, a figure familiar to Alan walked in. It was Albert. Dumbledore has arranged many guards around Harry Potter, such as Harry's neighbor Mrs. Fig. Although she is a dumb gun and does not have the ability to cast spells, she does not know how to obtain Harry's trust of annoying Aunt Petunia. When something happens at home, such as when the family of 3 needs to travel and play, if the time is too long, Aunt Petunia will occasionally foster Harry at Mrs. Fig's house. It seems that Albert belonged to the Ministry of Magic and belonged to Harry's safety protection when he was in school. It was just a pure-blood wizard who came to teach science. Is he competent? "Hello classmates, I am your new teacher Albert Harris." Albert, pretending to be a teacher, wrote his name on the blackboard in a decent way. "Perhaps you think that science has nothing to do with your daily life, and that it is a particularly serious, boring, and dispensable subject. I want to tell you that it is wrong." Albert waved the pointer with his left hand, and his right hand appeared. An empty cup. With all eyes in sight, the cup was filled with pure water out of thin air. Albert flicked his hand, and another cup of pure water appeared on the right side of his hand as if it had been copied. "Okay, now it's 2 glasses of pure water. Can you see it clearly?" The students were already dumbfounded and nodded one after another. "Now, I want to change 1 cup of pure water." Which cup do you want to change? Albert blinked mischievously. The classmates yelled and pointed at the 2 glasses of water. They made a pattern with their hands. The transparent pure water on the right turned into a yellow liquid at a speed visible to the naked eye. The new teacher can actually do magic. This is so cool. What is in that cup? Is it a drink? No, I think it's oil. It's not pee. I took a pee in the pool that day, because it was too yellow and I was found. The students who were mobilized in the atmosphere were chattering, guessing the intention of the new teacher. SHHH. This is just the beginning. Albert shook his right hand, and a card appeared in his hand. The students below the stage opened their eyes wide, for fear of missing the wonderful moment. Then Albert took the credit card and covered the oil cup and buckled it upside down on the top of the water. Then he pretended to take the pointer a little bit, and slowly moved the card out of a small slit. A miracle happened, and the tiny bubbles undulated. The denser water below rises little by little, but the less dense oil settles little by little, until the oil above completely turns into water, and the water below turns into oil. This unscientific. It's amazing, I don't know how it works. I really want to learn. Cheers and discussions came one after another. Even the students from the class next door couldn't help but come out to take a look. Okay, please be quiet. Now who can tell me, apart from my magic tricks, what is the principle of this? Teacher Albert pressed his hands down, and the students were completely subdued by his magical methods. Calm down. How noisy the classroom was just now, how quiet it is now, everyone thought it was amazing, but at this time, this phenomenon contrary to common sense caused them to lower their heads unconsciously, avoiding eye contact with the teacher. Does anyone know? Teacher Albert's expression seemed a little disappointed, and then he clapped his hands to attract the attention of others, but don't worry, as long as I'm still in this school, you can figure it out sooner or later. I believe you a ghost, you were badly bad by Big Brother. Alan muttered, what kind of magic trick is to use a magic wand disguised as a pointer to cast a spell silently? Albert actually ignored the prohibition of being in front of muggles. Is it because you are a member of the Ministry of Magic? You will be out of school when Harry goes to Hogwarts. What can my muggle classmates understand? After class, some little girls walked out of the classroom with Albert. A boy couldn't help showing off like the new science teacher at the same table how the experiments and magic tricks were just now. His desk mate looked at him. I looked at him with a mentally retarded look. You idiot, I was also in this classroom and took his class. Harris, the new teacher's surname is Harris. Harry couldn't help asking Alan after class. Alan nodded and couldn't help but think of his own name again. Well, he is actually my elder brother. Speaking of this, my father didn't know why he didn't turn over a few more pages when he named us. Except for my eldest sister and second elder brother who are named by my mother, my elder brother and myself are all names that start with A. He found on the first few pages. My mother complained about this for a long time, and forced him after having a younger sister. Let him go over the first few pages, otherwise I heard that she would be called Alice. Don't sit down, let's go out to play ball. Frege enthusiastically invited. He had been thinking about it before he took this class. On the playground, the 3 people who were playing shooting were surrounded by a few big men. Look, what did I see? The smelly fish and shrimps are all together. After that, they also took the basketball in Fletcher's hands. Robbed it. It's really lingering, and Dudley and the others. Dudley, I'm not afraid of you. Fletcher yelled at Dudley angrily when he saw the basketball being stolen. Haha, Harry will be my first sandbag, and now the second and third sandbags are delivered. Dudley squeezed his small evil eyes and fisted in excitement. Alan encountered campus bullying as a student for the first time since his second life, but his previous teacher status gave him a sense of unreality and stopped the idea of reprimanding them. However, in addition to using the cleaning spell and phantom spell that comes with the equipment, Alan cannot rely on casting methods to protect himself without a wand, and he is a kind of minor casting and exposing magic in front of muggles. Illegal behavior. Emergency mission: as long as you don't get caught by Dudley Dursley, you can get McLean exercise as a reward to help wizards improve their physical fitness and increase muscle control. Obviously, Harry Potter, who is accustomed to bullying, is better at dealing with this kind of situation where the enemy is strong and we are weak. Harry and Floyd Brown looked at each other and froze. Alan because of the sudden task of the system. Run! Harry yelled. Escape is commonplace for Harry. The skinny FLYG slid left and right without leaving his hands. He had just received the task and had sufficient nutrition to grow up. The physically developed Alan was suddenly in the process of escaping. Standing still, he knocked the nearest pursuer on the bridge of the nose with a punch and knocked him to the ground before running to the teacher's office again. Dudley, who is too strong but not agile, screamed annoyedly because their downed companion rushed and screamed, causing countless complaints wherever they went. If I read it right, are you fighting? Albert's voice: I am safe. Alan panted and hid behind Albert. Moken's laughter froze before it stopped. Dudley, for you push me, I hit you, dare not run away, let alone step forward. Mr. Albert, as you can see, Dudley Dursley relied on their being so big, they bullied me, Harry and FLYG, and wanted to turn us into their sandbags. We don't want to be beaten by fat. I can only run around. Alan immediately verbally described the cause and effect clearly, trying to characterize the incident. My brother and his protector were bullied by a few muggle kids under his nose. Albert suppressed the anger in his heart, and asked in a deep voice, is it what Mr. Harris said? Harry and Frigg nodded desperately, as if this would prove the reliability of Alan's words. Dolly's 4-person period AI, there is nothing that can explain it. Dudley put his hands behind him, refusing to let Albert discover his new boxing gloves. Mr. Dursley, right? What's your hand? How could Albert fail to detect Dudley's small movements? Nothing. Dudley hid even tighter. Albert pursed his lips and waved the pointer with his left hand on his back. Dudley seemed to be pushed vigorously and staggered a few steps. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com supported the wall with his hands to avoid falling. Who is pushing me? Dudley turned his head and shouted. Moken and Peel behind him looked at him like a ghost. In their eyes, Dudley took a few steps forward by himself, as if drunk. It turns out to be boxing gloves. It seems that Mr. Dursley has his own hobbies, which is good, but your level is not very good. It is not very good to take your classmates if you can't hit a sandbag. I'll teach you. Albert didn't ask for Dudley's consent at all, grabbed Dudley's fat hands, took off his boxing gloves, and barely stuffed his own hands in. Concentrate, look good. Albert didn't give Dudley any time to react, and quickly punched out. Dudley was scared and motionless, because Teacher Albert used him as a reference. His left fist shot from his left ear, and his right fist was blowing wind in his right ear. He could hardly see how Albert came out. There was only a shadow of the fist in front of him. Time seems to have passed for a long time, but it was actually very fast. As Albert stopped shooting, Dudley's feet softened and fell to the ground. Don't let me see you bullying your classmates in the future. If you want to sue the parents, please go and sue. Albert took off his gloves, tucked them back into Dudley's arms, patted his palms soiled by Dolly's sweat in disgust, turned and left. Amidst the laughter of the classmates, the four of Dudley left in a dingy manner, without even letting out a word of cruelty. Wow, Ellen, your brother is so cool. Frigg couldn't wait to admire. Harry. Ellen, it would be nice if I had your brother's skill. If that's the case, if he uses me as a sandbag, I'll hit it back fiercely. Harry looked envied. The conditions of the assault mission are completed. Congratulations to the host. You have been rewarded with a copy of McLean Body Refining. Please keep working hard. Chapter 12, Rescue Harry Potter, Modified, Typo corrected. In the early morning, a drop of dew fell from the young leaves, throwing out 10,000 rays of golden light. Alan got up and closed his posture and completed the third movement of the exercise technique. Finally practicing the third action is considered to have reached the initial stage. I don't know what kind of surprise it will bring me. Alan was full of expectations. Alan's thoughts shifted to a year and a half ago. After getting the body exercises, Alan spent the whole afternoon immersed in books, chewing the words that appeared in each book, and tracing the book in his mind thousands of times. Pictures, to demonstrate specific actions in your mind. Fortunately, there were no major courses in the afternoon class, which made Alan pass it smoothly. For the past year and a half, in the second class every day, Alan has been tutoring Harry and Fryg's homework. While their grades have improved by leaps and bounds, their friendship has also been repeated again and again by Dolly Disley and others. The provocation is increasing day by day. Although Mrs. Morgan Le Fay Harris didn't care about the Muggle school's test scores, she learned that her son's final exam scores had achieved A+, the best grade of Muggle's scoring standard for all his tasks, and she also learned extra. After playing the piano, he still gave his son a lot of Jinjialong as a reward. In order to cope with the Sorting Hat and Dumbledore's possible spiritual exploration, Alan spent most of his energy on occlumency. He still couldn't keep it like a master like Snape. Operation, more than a year of hard work can only barely maintain it for a short period of time. Of course, compared to the boring occlumency, the thing that makes Alan most happy and interested is nothing more than the study of spells and the practice of McLean fitness. At present, in addition to making his body stronger and agile, the most important function of the basic physical exercises is that every time a certain progress is completed, Alan can gradually and more accurately control the muscles in a region of the body. Through the process of learning piano after experimenting with his own fingers in the middle, Alan needs to swing a precise trajectory when using the wand in the future, and when handling those medicinal materials when making potions, he should no longer have to worry about failing due to shaking hands. Went to lie down in the toilet again and proved that he didn't need to help when peeing. Alan returned to the room, showered and changed clothes, and went downstairs. Except for Daisy, the family hadn't gotten up yet. Thoughtfully cooked a pot of steaming, milky breakfast tea for the family, and Alan brought it to Daisy's table. "Daisy, I made an appointment with Frog today to find Harry, and you can help me talk to my mother." "No problem, so behave today? Is the pocket money not enough? I happen to still have a few Muggle coins, and it's useless to keep them, you can take them." The fragrant milk tea made Daisy feel very good. She got up and went back to her room and took out a few pounds. She couldn't help but put it in Ellen. In the scent of milk tea, Daisy did not forget to tell her brother, "Remember to come back before dinner." Alan came to the gate of Frig's appointment. As soon as he arrived, he heard Frig yelling, "Alan, I'm here." In front of a fish and chip shop in front of the school, Frig was holding a bag in one hand. Fried fish, while beckoning to Alan happily. Fletcher, who graduated from elementary school with honors, received a large amount of pocket money rewarded by his parents. It seems that it will take some time before they are spent. The two first went to London's largest and oldest toy store, Hamres Toy Store, to buy a birthday gift for Harry, and then took the bus to Privet Road in the Little Hwigan district where Harry Potter lived. Number 4 Privender Road, this is it. Frigger, who was walking in front, looked at the street sign and turned to Alan. Alan was a little surprised to notice that he was looking at a cat crouching on the wall, and with some guilty conscience, he sighed with relief. There is no pattern of glasses around the cat's eyes, it should be just an ordinary cat. Professor McGonagall, the vice president of Hogwarts, will not be at the door of Muggle's house, even if it's Harry Potter's foster home. Flagg has rang the doorbell. A thick man's voice came from inside. "Dolly, go open the door. Send that weird guy, I want to watch a cartoon." Dudley's voice was very impatient. "Smelly boy." Immediately afterwards, there was the sound of Chuckle footsteps, and a middle-aged blond man so fat with a double chin opened the door. He looked very greasy and asked roughly, "Boy, who are you looking for?" "Hello sir, we are Harry Potter's classmates, my name is Frag Brown, is Harry there?" Frag asked politely. "Harry? There is no Harry Potter here." Vernon Dursley looked impatient, and said that he was about to close the door forcefully. Alan stepped forward and withstood the door. "If I'm right, you must be Mr. Dursley? Is Dudley here?" "I'm Alan Harris, and we are also Dudley's classmates. Today I want to find them out and play, and hope to get your permission." "You're Alan Harris? That's number one in the whole year. Your classmate Alan Harris is looking for you." Mr. Dursley glanced at Alan suspiciously, then shouted at the room. "2. Come in, please." Vernon Dursley stepped away. Even Vernon, who hates reading cultural people, is willing to let his son interact with the first grader. "Harris, Brown, you." "Yes, Dudley, let's talk to you about boxing experience." Before the Dudley could finish speaking, Alan stepped forward, put his arm around Dudley's shoulder, and walked into the living room without letting him break free. "Go." The living room is very clean and tidy. The boy in the picture on the mantelpiece is strong. He is either riding a bicycle or standing by the flower bed of the exhibition, or playing video games with his father and kissing and hugging his mother. There is no sign of another boy living in the same house in these photos. Although Harry did indeed live here, Alan looked at the cupboard without a trace. He knew that Harry was there at the moment. Boom boom. Harry knocked desperately in the cupboard. "Alan, Flegg, I'm here." Harry wanted to attract the attention of his friends. "It's Harry's voice?" "Mr. Dursley, you're not imprisoning Harry illegally, are you?" Alan gave Mr. Dursley a squint and said deliberately. "Yeah, we haven't seen Harry for a long time, he even missed the final exam." Fletcher also heard the voice, very worried about Harry. "Of course not." "Why? We worked so hard to bring him up, oh, damn." Mr. Dursley was embarrassed. Just now he wanted to lie that Harry was not just letting them and himself children playing. Alan was not interested in listening to Vernon Dursley's explanation, and directly reached out his hand to forcibly unplug the cabinet and opened the door. Before Dursley locked the door again, Harry had already emerged from the cabinet. Behind Harry, the cupboard door was weakly open, and the black cupboard was like an open mouth, devouring Harry's supposedly bright and happy childhood. Alan had only obeyed his father's will and deliberately made Harry Potter good, but he did not expect that the actual situation of Harry being abused was much more serious than the situation described in the novel in memory. No wonder Harry is so thin and always wears big old clothes. The abuse Harry endures is much worse than Alan can see. It is in stark contrast to Dudley, who has his own parents beside him. Harry can trample on anyone in this house. Harry didn't grow up to be another Dark Lord, but he was still so upright, brave, and pure, thanks to Mrs. Kelly's patient teaching and inheritance from his mother Lily justice and kindness in his nature. In fact, for Petunia Evans Dursley, who has not seen it now, knowing how powerful the mysterious man and his men are, she is willing to let her family risk her life to take in her sister's orphans. When her husband was annoyed, he persuaded him, and even argued with Dumbledore when Harry was 17. From this perspective, Alan felt that although she was not a good elder, she was not too much bad. But I have to say that this made Alan think that Dumbledore, who knew Harry's situation but did nothing, was really an old bastard, even if Harry had to live in this family because of the ancient magic, but Dumbledore could. A slight intervention to threaten the Dursleys, or to have Hagrid take Harry to use the Potter's Jinjialong in Gringotts to exchange some pounds as compensation for adopting him, can make Harry have a happier life. His childhood, but Dumbledore was unwilling to do such a small thing and spent his time and energy on observing his suffering. Alan couldn't help thinking that Dumbledore was just to give Harry an unfortunate childhood so that when he went to the wizarding world, he could show his care for him and get Harry's goodwill for him. In addition, looking forward to and in the name of a test, designing and arranging a child to commit multiple risks to help him grow up, in the hope that he can save the world in the future. This behavior itself is against being the most powerful white wizard and Hogwarts principal. According to Dumbledore, it was serious irresponsibility. Author's note: the short article on the official website Pottermore admits that Dumbledore is not responsible for this behavior. But when he used to read books and contact Harry with the purpose of completing tasks, Alan could still stand by and express his understanding to Dursley, but now that he was so abused with his own eyes, Alan still felt a little outraged. "Mr. Dursley, I suspect that you have kept Harry in the dark cabinet for a long time. I have reason to believe that Harry was illegally imprisoned and abused by you some time ago. Frege and I have seen it with my own eyes. You read www.uuganshu.com is a personal testimony. If you can't improve Harry's situation, I need to seek legal aid for Harry." To suppress the anger, Alan issued a warning to Mr. Dursley to try to improve Harry's situation. "Yes, my sister is a lawyer. If Harry needs it, our family will be obliged to help him." Fletcher did not show any weakness. Harry looked at his friend gratefully. In the dark and helpless, it was Alan and Frege who brought light to him and made him still feel love and hope. Okay, Harry, I wanted to take you to the amusement park, now I invite you to take your friends out of my house. It can be seen that Vernon Dursley is not, I believe, too much about the threats of these children, but I am still a little guilty and angry." Alan, Harry, and Flyg looked at each other, and didn't say anything to irritate each other. After all, Harry would stay at Dursley's house until he was 17 years old, the adult age recognized by the wizarding world. "It's so kind of you guys. Last time Dudley had his birthday, I actually released a python in the zoo. Dursley had never made such a big fire before, so he locked me up." Harry replied freely. The bird in the cage tells his two friends about his previous adventure. "Harry, don't hurry. The postman seems to have come to your house. I sent you a birthday card." Seeing the postman coming by on a motorcycle in the distance, Alan remembered the plot and stopped. "Harry sharing fried fish with Flyg. You sent me a greeting card." Harry stopped his movements and looked at Ellen with a shocked look. "You know, at this age, no one has ever written a letter to Harry." Alan was also surprised at Harry's excitement. He just sent a card at random to Perfunctory. Chapter 13, Letter from Hogwarts, modified, typo corrected. Not to mention how Alan and the three ran wild in the block, and how they celebrated Harry's birthday, when Alan said goodbye to them and opened the door. "Alan, congratulations!" He was greeted by sprayed ribbons. The room was decorated in colorful colors. The fireworks sprayed from the wand and the continuous spray of colored foam enriched the originally relatively monotonous room. Alan's family members greeted Alan with big smiles behind the door, and Mrs. Harris and Daisy walked out of the kitchen pushing a huge cake. This situation and this scene made Alan feel extremely warm and happy. His eyes seemed to be soaked by joy, reflecting this happy scene. He was fortunate to be the wizarding family where the family loves each other, instead of directly crossing into Harry Potter. Emily trot over to take Ellen's bag and put it away. Father Owen came over and handed Ellen a letter. The envelope was made of heavy parchment paper and the address was written in emerald green ink without stickers. Stamp. Alan turned the envelope over and saw that there was a wax seal and a shield coat of arms. The coat of arms consisted of the initial letter H that symbolized the 4 colleges, including a lion, a badger, an eagle, and a snake surrounding Hogwarts. The 2 ribbons with the school name and school motto encircling the shield are the decorative parts. Congratulations, Alan, you have received the admission notice from Hogwarts. Take it apart and take a look. Morgan Le Fay turned around and made a mark on the calendar on July 31st, thanking another child successfully received the admission notice from Hogwarts. The letter informed the little wizard of the things and precautions to bring to school. Alan handed the letter to his mother after reading it. Although everyone had read this letter many times, they couldn't help but pass it on to each other. His father Owen finally took it and said that he would like to plasticize the letter as always. The land is kept in the family. The family sat happily at the dining table, eating roast beef and apple pudding elaborately made by Mrs. Harris and Daisy, while talking about all sorts of funny stories about Hogwarts. The adults apparently used a variety of information about the sorting. The horror story scares Alan. I don't know which college, Alan, you will enter. Emily snuggled next to her brother, obviously knowing that her brother is about to start school, and that it is Hogwarts who needs to live on campus. She felt a little reluctant. No matter which college is worthy of your heart, study hard. You don't have to know which college you are assigned to, you only have the advantages of that college. I was reluctantly assigned to Slytherin, who is known for his ambition and desire for power. Now it's not the same as having the bravery and fearlessness of Gryffindor, the perseverance and honesty of Hufflepuff, and the wisdom and erudition of Ravenclaw. Listening to his father Owen's bragging, Alan's nervousness about the sorting house has disappeared a lot. But how do you judge which college you can be assigned to? The stories you just told about the branch are contradictory. Little sister Emily was a little scared at first, but later they heard more and more outrageous. They are scaring people. All the people who came to the house looked at her with a smile. Morgan Le Fay touched the soft light blonde hair of his little daughter and said, "You'll know then. Growing up has always been placed with special expectations and blessings." With the witness of the whole family, Alan, with expectations for the wizarding world, sent a reply to Hogwarts through the home owl Edward. "By the way, Ellen, send a letter to Harry. He doesn't even know you are a wizard." Father Owen then exhorted, "Don't waste our previous efforts because of the negligence of this small place." At the same time, Harry also received a birthday cake from Hagrid. Knowing his own life experience, he wore Hagrid's coat and ate the deliciously grilled sausages. As if falling in a dream, he was a wizard. He is going to a top wizarding school, not a Stonewall Middle School. He can leave this depressing home. While full of joy www.novel.com, he thought of his friends Alan and Fletcher again. They are going to be separated from them. They are not in the same school, let alone in the same city. They will make new friends. Yes, Alan is so good, Flug is so cheerful, and they are luminous in the crowd, so cute. Harry couldn't help feeling sad when he thought of this. At this moment, the window of this dilapidated hut standing on the reef made a boom-boom sound. Harry looked at it and it was an owl. After the bombing of magic letters during the day, Harry knew that this animal was the lovely messenger. He rolled over and ran over and opened the window with a hand stretched out. A strong sea breeze immediately blew on his face. The owl was staggered by the strong wind, but still struggled stubbornly and flew to the broken sofa armrest. Tilted his head and looked at Harry, as if asking why Harry didn't come to open the letter. "This is a very strong owl. It is wet all over." It is not difficult to imagine how many winds and waves it fought when sending letters in such bad weather. Although it was exhausted, it still straightened up stubbornly before completing its mission, staring sharply at Harry. "Go and untie the letter on his lap. It's really not easy to fly over in this weather." What a loyal messenger! Hagrid obviously liked this owl, and he urged Harry to open the letter quickly. Some sausages were chopped up and ready to be fed. Hagrid is used to carrying all kinds of things that are convenient for him to feed animals at all times. Harry quickly walked over, and the owl stretched out its left leg, with a small roll of parchment tied with a red cloth rope. The magical thing is that in such wind and rain, the rope and parchment were very dry and there was not a trace. Watermarks. Who in the magic world will send letters to yourself? Chapter 14, Magic Wand, Modified, Typos have been corrected. Harry took apart the red cloth rope, unfolded the parchment, and saw it said, "Dear Harry," the author shouted after reading the chapter, "it's just that the letter format is not based. The protagonist of this book is not based. Not based. See the word as face. You must have got a surprise tonight, right? The first time I saw you in school, I recognized you as a famous Harry Potter in the wizarding world. Children in the wizarding world all grew up listening to your name, and I am no exception. But at the request of the Ministry of Magic and Headmaster Hogwarts, please forgive me for not telling you in advance that I am from a wizarding family. I hope that our friendship will not be affected by my kind concealment. I have also received the admission letter from Hogwarts. We need to go to Diagon Alley to buy the items on the list. Tomorrow I will go to Diagon Alley. If you need to go with us, you can ask my Edward the Owl to bring me a letter back. If you are not free tomorrow, please tell me when you go to Diagon Alley, and I will go on that day. Your loyal friend, the author's cry after reading the chapter, just according to Irving's request, not kneeling and licking. The protagonist of this book does not kneel and lick. No kneel and lick, Alan. Harry's feelings were complicated at this moment. On the one hand, he was pleasantly surprised that he could continue to study at the same school as Alan. On the other hand, he was saddened by the fact that a good friend who regarded him as a sibling concealed such a big secret. But Harry had already learned some common sense from Hagrid. In addition, as Alan said, whether people really interact with people can be felt, and Harry is more sensitive. Harry asked Hagrid to borrow a pen and wrote directly behind the parchment. Dear Alan, I am very happy to continue studying at the same school with you. Our friendship will not change. Hagrid, the keykeeper at Hogwarts, will send me to Diagon Alley tomorrow to buy items. We will meet tomorrow and we will talk in detail. Your best friend, Harry. Harry, who finished writing the letter, found that Hagrid had taken care of the owl very dry and was feeding it sausage meat mixed with extra corn kernels. I am very good at caring for animals. Many Hogwarts animals are kept by me. Dumbledore trusts me very much. He found Harry looking over. Although Hagrid was pretending to be calm, his expression could not stop proud. The color betrayed him. Harry walked over and stretched out the parchment. Edward the Owl immediately stretched out his left leg and motioned for Harry to tie the letter. Hagrid opened the window, and the waves were calm, and there were even a few stars looming in the sky. Edward fluttered his wings and, with Harry's joy, spread his wings into the night. The next day, Morgan Le Fay deliberately got up early to prepare breakfast and urged his family to get up. Hurry up, run, Daisy, there are a lot of things to buy today. For shopping, like the female muggles, witches are always very active. In this regard, the wizarding world and the muggle world are common. After eating breakfast at the urging of her mother, she once again went to Gringotts, Diagon Alley through the door key she applied for in advance. After taking out the gold coins, Mrs. Harris assigned a task to the older children. Lorne, you go buy everything. Daisy and your father go to buy books and crucibles. Ellen, I will take you to buy the wand first, and then everyone will gather at Madame Morkan's robe specialty store. Madame Morkan is the best. School uniforms must be bought. More decent. Went straight to Ollivander. Alan had reason to suspect that Mrs. Harris was trying to save time so that she could choose a little longer at Mrs. Morkan's shop. Garrick Ollivander's wand shop is small and broken. The golden sign on the door has been peeled off, and it says, Ollivander, a well-made wand since 382 BC. In the dusty shop window, a magic wand stood alone on the faded purple cushion. When they entered the shop, there was a ringing ring from somewhere behind the shop. The shop is very small, there is nothing but a bench. Thousands of narrow and long boxes almost piled up to the top of the ceiling. These should all be magic wands. Because it is still early, although it is still in the beginning of the school season, there are obviously no other customers in the shop. The shop is very quiet, and Alan can't help but relax his breath. Good morning, you are the first guests to come to the store today. I am Garrick Ollivander. A soft voice said. An old man suddenly slid out from behind a counter. In front of Alan, he looked at Alan with his big, light-colored eyes. He seemed very happy. It seems that I can see Alan's puzzlement. In most cases, people tend to go to other stores first, and then choose the magic wand. It's really weird. I can't understand their thoughts. For the wizard, the magic wand is the most important partner. Ollivander complained. Dark purple-brown walnut, 10¼ inches long, is a particularly beautiful wand, and a good wand for casting spells. I remember correctly, Mrs. Harris, long time no see. Ollivander suddenly turned to Mrs. Harris and asked. Oh, of course. Your memory is still that good. Although she has answered the same question 3 times, Mrs. Harris is willing to cooperate with Ollivander to show respect for the master wand maker. Remember, wax it often. Ollivander's eyes suddenly sharpened. Of course, I love it very much. This is my youngest son Alan. Today I took him to choose the wand. Mrs. Harris pushed Alan forward and quickly diverted Ollivander's attention. Oh, yes, Mr. Harris, let me see. He took out a long tape measure with silver graduations from his pocket. Which arm do you use to make the wand? I am used to using my right hand. Alan said, Excuse me, Mr. Ollivander, does your last name mean that the ancestors of your family used an olive wood wand? Ollivander sounds like it. It's kind of like an olive tree, wand, magic wand, ... Ah, keen little wizard, you may be assigned to our Ravenclaw, but please raise your arms. Okay. Fortunately, the tape measure is operated automatically, and you don't need to be assigned to Ollivander. Man stroking. The ruler starts from the shoulder to the fingertip, then from the wrist to the elbow, shoulder to the floor, knee to the armpit, and finally the head circumference is measured. Although Alan didn't know how useful this measurement of his choice of magic wands during the rapid growth of his body could be, he still cooperates very well. Maybe this can narrow Ollivander's recommended range a bit? Alan is ready for a protracted battle. In his impression, he would be particularly picky when choosing a wand as the protagonist. Ollivander shuttled between the shelves, busy selecting some long boxes and moving them down, and the tape fell to the ground and rolled into a ball. Then Alan, try this one. Made of beechwood and snake nerves. 9 inches long. The beech wand can show its subtle and artistic skills, and this is how it can create other woods. The reason for the shining reputation of the competition, but the beech wand will be very weak against people who are narrow-minded and do not understand tolerance. You can give it a try. Alan waved it in his hand, and there was an explosion. Looking at the broken shop window, Alan thought to himself, fortunately, I don't seem to be a narrow-minded, forgiving person. Ollivander nodded in satisfaction, good luck, just this one, 9 jinjia long. Wait. Mr. Ollivander, can I try again? I don't think it's completely easy. Alan was shocked to find that he was judged to be suitable by the opponent the first one. He was unwilling to choose a wand. It's over as simple as that, so I want to make it more ritual, otherwise Alan feels a little sorry for himself. Hey? Why? Well. Since you insist. But okay, do you want to know more about the magic wand? Then you can try this one again. Applewood with unicorn hair. Made of applewood there are not many magic wands. They are powerful, especially suitable for those who have lofty ideals and pursuits. Applewood is not suitable for black magic. It is said that the holder of the applewood wand will be loved by people and will have a long life. I find that the guests who are suitable for applewood are always very charming. Although Ollivander did not understand Alan's thoughts, he was obviously more detailed when experimenting with Alan's wand than other little wizards. He paused and handed the wand to Alan, and began to introduce the core of the wand. Unicorn hair is the most compatible when casting magic, and he is the least susceptible to fluctuations and obstacles from other magic. Unicorn hair is used as wands with a core are the least suitable for black magic. They are the most loyal of all wands. And they usually maintain a strong connection with their first owner, whether he or she is a skilled wizard or not. Although a unicorn, the wands made of animal hair have a small disadvantage. They can't be used to make very powerful wands, so I used a powerful apple wood as a compensation. In addition, if they are used improperly, they will have serious depression, which means unicorn hair will die faster, so that the core needs to be replaced. As soon as Alan's finger touched the wand, Ollivander took it back. No, don't touch it, it's not this one. Then he glanced at Alan with a strange look. Alan was a little uncomfortable by this look, and thought to himself, is this guy trying to imply that I will become a dark wizard? Ollivander asked Alan to try one after another. This time the wand core selection is obviously biased towards black magic or wands that can cast powerful spells, but Alan can use them smoothly and make trouble. There is no small movement, but it seems that there is no magic wand that can fit perfectly, or that Ollivander thinks it fits perfectly. At first, Ollivander, who was a little excited about Alan's performance, already had sweat on his forehead. Mr. Harris, I really don't know whether to say you are too picky or not to refuse, but at least as necessary. At that time, you can temporarily use someone else's wand to make an emergency without worrying that the power of the spell will weaken or even fail to release the spell. He thought, and went back to the back hall to hold out a box wrapped in silky silk. Alan is very satisfied with his talent. In fact, he can't understand why some little wizards are proud of their ability to picky wands. If they have to rely on his own wand to perform magic well, then this is not a limitation. Become a kind of ostentatious capital? Try this magic wand, mahogany and phoenix feathers. Ollivander carefully took out this wand that exudes a purplish red luster and is made of rhino horn. Alan held the magic wand in his hand, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. The magic wand seemed to have become a part of his body. Alan's thoughts turned. Reading www. The top of ukansha.com's wand burst into flames, seeming to cheer for the encounter with Alan. Mahogany is suitable for deformation, strong and durable, and extremely protective. Phoenix feathers are the rarest kind of wand core. Phoenix feather wands can perform magic in the widest range, although they may be better than unicorn hair and dragons. It takes a long time for the heart tendon to embody this characteristic. It has the strongest initiative in all the cores, and sometimes even shows its own will. Although this characteristic is not liked by many wizards. When a phoenix feather wands meet potential owners, they are always picky. That's because the phoenix, the producer of phoenix feathers, is the most independent and isolated creature in the world. Wands made of phoenix feathers are the most difficult to domesticate. It is difficult to make it fit with their own personality, and their allegiance is usually difficult to win. Ollivander stared at Alan with pale eyes, very surprised. While matching the wand maintenance equipment for Alan, Ollivander couldn't help turning his head to look at Alan. It's amazing, you will definitely have a great achievement. The wood of this wand comes from German hemp in the early 20th century. The royal family of Melon, it has been here for almost a century since it found the right core and made it. You are the first to use this magic wand so handily. After maintaining the necessary polite response, Alan secretly decided not to come to this store if it was unnecessary. I heard that Ollivander's children are dead, so enthusiasm for him shouldn't it be that I want to be him in the future. The apprentice can be the heir. Paid Mr. Ollivander 13 jinjialong to buy the magic wands. Mr. Ollivander bowed and sent them out of the shop. Reminder of the system: do you want to make a unique and growable wand by yourself? As long as you complete a limited time emergency task, you can have the alchemy manual of the ancient alchemist Geber. Chapter 15, Bojan Box Store, modified, typos have been corrected. The growthable wand? What task does it need to complete? Even if it is estimated that he is really going to become a wand master, Alan is really looking forward to it. The rewards of the system are really good things. Task content: relieve the curse on the reptilians and gain the gratitude of the reptilians. Due to the increased difficulty of the task, the host can use the magic wand. The system can temporarily provide map navigation services through the mysterious eye magic, so that the host can find the reptilians. There are still 15 hours before the deadline for the task, please come on. As soon as the system's voice fell, the smoke made up of shining golden phosphorus powder turned into a map in front of Alan, and the people who did not respond to it obviously couldn't see it. The crow-shaped icon represents the location of Alan at the moment. Alan's eyes moved up on the map, and he found a lizard-like figure flickering slightly. What is even more strange is that the icon is moving quickly on the map. Alan, don't be in a daze, move faster, now we are going to Mrs. Morgan's to choose some clothes for you, it has been a long time. Alan's mother Morgan Le Fay urged. Being half pulled away from Ollivander by her mother, Mrs. Harris couldn't wait to take Alan and walked quickly to Mrs. Morgan's various gown shops. There were advertisements on the wall windows, and the seasonal clothing was 50% off. And all robes are self-ironing and self-repairing. When she walked into the store, Mrs. Morgan was greeted. She was a short squat witch, dressed in purple, with a friendly smile. Good morning, meet again, dear Morgan Le Fay, what can I do? Help you. Mrs. Morgan, please make 2 Hogwarts uniforms for my little son Alan first. Please use better materials. Please make it a constant temperature type. Morgan Le Fay I pointed and looked like wandering around the world. Alan actually started map research. Morgan Le Fay, your youngest son has reached the age of school? Time flies, isn't it? Before Alan could speak, she continued, don't worry, I'm always Hogwarts. Here is the best choice for students to buy uniforms. Extra thermostats. So Alan's witchcraft talent is very good? I rarely see you spoiling children so much. Alan failed to see any beauty from the uniform black Hogwarts-style wizard robes. These robes with similar shapes and small differences are far inferior to those in the robes of the grown-up wizards district with decorative, slim, loose casual, and extended versions. It looks diverse, and after all, he already has a great wizard robe, a wonderful wizard robe that can be invisible, defend against evil spells, and change appearance. Mrs. Morgan asked Alan to stand on a footstool, put a black robe on him, and pinned him to the length that suits him with a magic pin. After measuring the size, Mrs. Morgan took out a robe, waved her magic wand and threaded needles, threads, and scissors were constantly interspersed on the robe, changing the width of the robe. Looking at the shop owner who turned into a rigorous expression from his lazy attitude just now, Alan recalled the coincidence he knew during the Muggle school reading task. Apart from being somewhat cat-like, his name, Malkin, seemed to imply something. The meaning of black magic seems to come from the Grimalkin, of the 3 witches in Macbeth by the British dramatist and poet William Shakespeare during the Muggle Renaissance. However, the word also has mop. The meaning of a sloppy woman is very ironic to a witch who has the ability to open a clothing store in Diagon Alley. Alan's mother Morgan Le Fay has already selected the wizard costumes she wants to buy in the ladies section. This is the main reason she is so anxious to come here. Mother, I made an appointment with Harry to buy things together. It's okay now, can I go find him? Alan said while his mother was not paying attention to him. It's not good to be too young. The movement is not so free. Morgan Le Fay, your son's kid is Harry? It won't be Harry Potter, is it? After all, he is also about to go to school. Mrs. Morgan said with a smile. But I don't think that Alan wants to see the famous Harry Potter, but as long as the little wizards enrolled in Hogwarts are not too poor in their families, most of them will choose to buy robes from her. Seeing him, after all, the Potter family's legacy to the undead boy should be quite a lot. Go, it will take a lot of time for the robe to have a constant temperature function, but you have to remember to rush back to the Broken Cauldron bar before dark. I don't have time to cook today. We will go home after dinner there. Harris the wife deliberately ignored Mrs. Morgan's question, but took out 5 gold gallons and stuffed a handful of silver gnats into Alan's bag. Of course Alan didn't really go to Harry, after all, time is limited and he still has too many secrets he can't share with Harry. Reminder, if you want to remove the curse on the reptilian, please go to Knockdown Alley and find the magic ball of the goddess of luck fowls. Who is the goddess of luck fowls? Is there a legend of gods in the Harry Potter world besides death? Alan was very puzzled, but time was urgent. He finally planned to wait until Hogwarts had a chance to look up magic. She said again. He immediately got up and walked along the map to Knockdown Alley. Before entering the alley, Alan turned his robe into a hood and a mask in a dead end next to a shop to cover his face, and then turned on the magic spell function of the wizard robe. The body spell is invalid. As long as the opponent is not caught, it should be difficult to find out his identity. Knockdown Alley is not a suitable place for little wizards who have not yet enrolled in school. It is a mixed bag of black wizards of different qualities. All kinds of incredible, terrifying and cruel dark magic items can be found here. In fact, even it is an adult wizard, if there is no certain self-protection ability, the raw material of those dark magic items may be the body of witch daredevil. Carefully passed by the old witch with the gurgling, strangely colored, unknown potion, over the stout witch with a large scar on his face, and through the dark and narrow alleys. Alan followed the map and came to a shop window full of. In front of the dusty shop, a dark red plaque like bloodstains hung on the eaves. Book Store. With several large black characters twisted and arranged on the plaque. This is the largest shop in Knockdown Alley. It specializes in the sale of dark magic objects, some of which are very dangerous. The owner, Mr. Boken, also collects all kinds of strange and evil things. Many years ago, the mystery Tom Riddle even worked at Borgenbach, and thus had the opportunity to approach many objects with specific capabilities. With his identity as a clerk, he discovered that Hepzibah Smith has two priceless treasures, the gold cup of Herge Hufflepuff and the particularly precious locket that originally belonged to Salazar Slytherin. Tom murdered Smith and blamed the house elf Houchi, stole two treasures and resigned and disappeared. Alan, who had already come to the door, did not dare to walk in easily. Even the small supermarkets of Muggles have installed sensors at the entrances and exits. What's more, even the dark magic shops where Voldemort has worked in, Alan chose to quietly. After waiting for a while, his luck was good, and soon a tall and thin wizard with a skull mask appeared in the alley and walked towards the store. A few seconds later, Alan followed the masked wizard and walked into the shop. As they entered, the opened door touched the bell installed on it, and it sounded a pleasant ringtone that didn't match the store's temperament. Fortunately, I didn't break in, but I just installed a bell in such a backward way. Alan was even a little disappointed. He thought there would be some more magical prompts. The wizard quickly looked around the shop, then walked straight to the counter, rang the bell, and a hunched man appeared behind the counter, stroking his shiny hair back with his hands. "Welcome. What can I do for you?" Mr. Borkin's tone was as smooth as his hair. "I have a cursed necklace here that has taken the lives of 19 Muggles. Would you like to see it?" The voice of the masked male made it known as a disguise. Mr. Bojan heard the words and took out a pair of rust-colored leather gloves from under the counter and put them on his hands. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com took out 2 more silver tweezers, picked up both ends of the necklace, and placed them on a tray covered with red satin for careful observation. Afterwards, he took off his gloves and muttered to himself, "Now let me see your secret." He drew a magic wand from the sleeve of his robe and pointed at the necklace and said, "Hurry up. Every opal in the necklace is shining silver fluorescence." Mr. Borgen seemed to have a judgment, and said to the masked man, "The necklace cursed by Eris does have a life-threatening effect. I have to do other tests for specific power. 120 golden gallons, may I?" "Don't be kidding, Borgen, I know the market. The items cursed by Eris are very rare, and Muggle detection methods have no effect on it. 200 gallons. The masked man pointed out unceremoniously. Mr. Bojan's price-cutting behavior and showed that he knew the market. "You know, these dark demon items are now being investigated and dealt with very strictly." Seeing that it was not the magic ball that he was looking for, Alan didn't want to listen to their bargaining anymore. Instead, he started to inquire around. "This is a spacious and dimly lit shop. with hideous masks looking down on the wall, and various kinds on the counter. All kinds of human bones, rusty, tooth-like instruments hung from the ceiling. Alan looked at the counters one by one, and found 2 spherical objects, but none of the content displayed on the label was the magic ball that Alan was looking for, and the Swiba system did not give any hints to find it successfully. At this time, Mr. Bojan's transaction with the masked man was successful at the price of 170 gold gallons. After the masked man received the money, he waved his hand and rejected the other dark demon items promoted by Mr. Bojan and left quickly. Mr. Bojan then he was in a good mood, holding the tray with one hand and pushed open a concealed door on the right side of the lobby. The door looked like a black hole inside. Alan thought about it and immediately followed. Chapter 16, Snatch the Magic Ball, Modified, Typos have been modified. Got in the door, Alan was surprised to find that this was not a room, but a spiral staircase leading to the underground. The murals hanging on the walls on both sides of the corridor made various sounds, probably like groans of pain, wailing of horror, or the torment of hell, and the sharp sound of fingernails across the blackboard. The fusion of various sounds, combined with the dim, green, and faint light, is really frightening. Alan walked as lightly as possible, followed Mr. Bojan up the creaky old wooden stairs, and saw a thick vermilion wooden door. The hunched-back Mr. Bojan opened the door. Before Alan had time to observe carefully, he heard a click, the eyes were bright and everything was clearly visible. The white and miserable lights coldly scattered the whole room. This is a storage room without a window. In the direction facing the door, Alan saw all kinds of weird biological specimens, corpses, and biological organs immersed in unknown liquids. The storage grid on the left wall is full of storage grids spread all the way to the ceiling. Some large bronze boxes in the right corner are neatly stacked. Next to the box is a long silver table. On the mat in a glass box on the table, there is a withered hand, a stack of blood-stained cards and a sluggish glass eyeball. There are also some potions of different colors on the table. And glassware are placed on a wrought iron shelf. Glanced across the corner of the table, Alan's heart beat. A dark blue ball and a bunch of prophecy were randomly placed on the wooden shelf. The system sounded a reminder in his mind, and Alan knew that the ugly round ball was the magic ball of the goddess of luck falls he was looking for on this trip. After turning on the light, Mr. Bojan sat down at the long table, gently placed the tray on the table, opened the drawer, took out the gloves and put on them, and picked a bottle of purple potion on the shelf. It seemed to be careful study the power of the necklace. Just when Alan slowly stepped into the room to look for opportunities, a dazzling light flashed from Alan the moment he stepped into the room. Alan was discovered by the defensive device in this treasure room to get rid of the effect of the phantom spell on his body. His figure appeared in the storage room without any cover, and Mr. Bojan left at the moment the light was on. He drew out his wand and turned around and pointed at Alan to cast the spell. Intestinal curse. Intestinal curse. The curse that Mr. Bojan quickly issued was blocked by Alan with the child's short size and obstacles around him. The curse hit the shelf behind Alan, the bottles and jars were torn apart, and the liquid inside splashed everywhere, a skull fell to the ground, his mouth closed. Even if he is already prepared for the possibility of using the unforgivable curse by the other party, it is estimated that although Mr. Bojan did not want to use the unforgivable curse at the risk of being imprisoned in Azkaban for a lifetime, what he throws up is a certain meaning. With the more vicious curse magic, His Highness Alan, who was hiding behind the obstacle, couldn't help but unconsciously tighten the moon. This spell was invented by Urquhart Rahalo in the 16th century. Urquhart's portrait is currently hung in the De Llewellyn ward of St. Mungo's Magical Sick Hospital and was visited by Ellen, who had been to his mother's workplace. As far as I know, its exact effect Alan has not yet fully understood, but he generally knows that this spell can take out the intestines of a person from the body. It is not known from the top or the bottom. In order to avoid this curse, Alan, who squatted behind the obstacle, did not stand up rashly. Instead, he simply threw his hands and feet directly on the ground and threw towards Mr. Bojan, guarding against Mr. Borkin, who stood up and cast the spell. He was a little shocked at this unexpected attack method. He even thought that he was facing a werewolf or a vampire. The bite of a vampire is similar to that of a werewolf, but both are incurable. Author's note: the setting that vampire bites are incurable is from the official website WOMBAT test. To be careful, Mr. Borkin, who didn't want to take the risk of being infected, had to put down his wand and gave up the poisonous curse he was going to cast. He rolled around and avoided. And Alan, who knows that he is actually doing bad things in crime, doesn't want to hurt people. His target is not Mr. Borkin, but the magic ball on the table. I saw Alan grab the magic ball on the shelf and quickly rushed to the door. Go with. Legs are soft. The legs are dead. Mr. Borkin, who stabilized his figure, stretched out his wand and chased after him. He desperately fired the soft leg curse and the leg lock curse from the rear in order to restrain the opponent. But in the narrow revolving corridor, Alan relied on the physical advantage brought by McLean's physical exercises to be flexible like a monkey, jumping up and down to avoid the attack of the curse, but when he was about to escape the staircase, I didn't notice the vines suddenly escaping from the handrails of the stairs. Although I jumped in time and avoided the entanglement of the vines in the end, he was also hit by the coma curse silently cast by Mr. Borkin from the back. Fortunately, Alan's wizard robes bounced back Mr. Borkin's coma spell, which was not so powerful but easy to cast. As a result, Mr. Borkin was once again unexpectedly forced to stop and use armor protection. A short transparent shield was made and placed in front of him. At this moment, Alan, who had already run out of the stairwell, had the opportunity to use the time difference to activate the phantom curse of the Meow Meow wizard robe and escape. Quickly left Knockover Alley, and the dazzling sun shone on Alan again. www.novel.com, leaving the dark Diagon Alley behind him, gradually walking away. Fortunately, the victim who was considered innocent to bear the loss this time was Borgin, which made Alan not bear any psychological burden. The big deal is to do some less expensive business with him as compensation when he has the ability to protect himself. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic ball of Goddess of Luck Falls. The magic ball can remove certain kinds of negative effects and curses. There are still 13 hours and 43 minutes before the end of the mission. Time is running out. Alan checked the map in his mind and was surprised to find that the place where the reptilian was in the world of Muggles, and it was in downtown London Baker Street Station. Alan made a decisive decision. Took a taxi to the nearest subway station, and then went to Baker Street Station. There is a bronze nameplate the size of a poster, which reads, "This platform was part of the world's first subway in 1863. It is hereby certified." Generally speaking, there are advertisements on both sides of the London Underground platform, but Baker Street Station is different. Each platform has a space for posters above the seats. These posters vividly depict the scene when the platform was first opened in 1863, and it can be called a museum of the history of the London Underground. But Alan didn't have time to watch these posters, because he discovered that the icon that just showed the reptilians here quickly moved to other places. Alan is a bit at a loss. Should he keep chasing its trail? At a loss, Alan saw the subway map he had just received. In London, at every subway station, passengers can get a small subway map that is a little longer than the B5 paper for free. Compare with the person in his mind the trajectory of the reptilian's action. The trajectory of the reptilian actually coincides closely with the subway route. Do they still take the Muggle subway? Chapter 17, The Reptilian, Revised, Typos have been corrected. Alan held the subway map and repeatedly checked the trajectory of the reptilians. If nothing happens, I just have to wait here, and I can wait for the reptilian to deliver the door by himself. Alan judged. The next time Alan sat on the waiting bench, seemingly in a daze, but in fact, he was tracking the icon representing the reptilian on the map. The subway came and went, and the crowds hurried up and down. "Come on," Alan stood up and walked forward with a certain momentum. He boarded the subway with the crowd, the alarm bell rang, and the subway door slowly closed. At this moment, Alan saw all the scenes have changed, and this change shocked Alan. All people seem to have been frozen in time and space. The middle-aged man who talks wantonly has not put down his high hands, the arc of the beautiful girl who laughs has not changed at all, the young man with headphones has a cold face, but his body has nothing. Do not move. Even the armrests and seats have changed. The handrails at the top of the subway were replaced by pink fibrous objects. The seat is even more bizarre. The back of the chair is pale and looks like huge scales of fish. Each scaly seat turned into a pale scaly, like a monster standing. Compared with the lizard meaning in the name, they actually have a pale body like an eyeless giant worm, as well as a wide mouth and hands with claws. The part of the nose should have a pink color. Short tentacles. Some of the tentacles deformed and extended to the top and transformed into handrails. Author's note, using the image of the moon beast in the myth of Thulhu, the moon itself can be regarded as a related little foreshadowing. It's just that their lower body has turned into a chair cushion. The single-armed claws of the pale monster on the two sides stretched straight, turning into armrests at the two ends of the seat. Positioned people are sitting on these monsters, standing people holding their tentacles in their hands. Gases of various colors drill out from people's facial features and are sucked into the mouths of short pink tentacles. It seems that these are the samurai. What are these ghosts sucking? Alan looked at what was happening in front of him in horror. This scene exceeded his expectations. He had never seen such a weird before and after 2 lives. Scenes. The magic ball of falls that Alan carried with him relieved the negative mental state that had puzzled him, and successfully calmed him down. A crisp high five broke the silence in the subway. In an instant, all the reptilians' heads without eyes turned to the little wizard who had not yet enrolled in school. Alan's heart was hairy, and his back was straight. Settled down, Alan asked, hello, I am a wizard, can you understand what I said? The lizards are still staring at him. Could it be that I don't understand English? Alan could only slow down his movements to avoid misunderstandings, and slowly took out the fall's magic ball that remembered his hard work. I don't know if it is an illusion, Alan. I think the brightness in the eyes of the people staring at him is a bit scorching. Dear wizard, hello, please forgive us for being rude, we haven't communicated with humans for a long time. An old voice sounded in Alan's heart. This voice sounded obviously different from human voice, obviously with the rubbing sound of scales similar to that of a rattlesnake wagging its tail. Although it was not heard, Alan turned around as if he knew the location, one with a golden crown inlaid with red gems on his head, and the scales around his mouth had become pale blue and began to fall off a lot. The reptilian is leading a smaller reptilian in the carriage behind Alan. Different from their counterparts on the seat, the lower body of these 2 reptiles is still in the form of legs. Hello, we are the believers of the goddess of luck, Lucky Elf. My name is Fornus, the chief of our tribe. This is my grandson and my heir, Ford. The mouth is not moving. Fornus pointed to the little reptilian next to him, and said that Alan was sure that the voice he heard was from the other party's idea of projecting his own thoughts into his own heart. Chief Fornus, as the chief of the reptilian of the Lucky Elves. Alan had just spoken halfway before being interrupted by Fornus. Illards, do the outside world call us like that now? Who remembers the help and happiness that Lucky Elves bring to people? Fornus' voice was heavy and sorrowful. Chief Furnus, please forgive the rudeness caused by my ignorance. Alan realized that he had accidentally offended them, although he felt that the image of this creature in front of him was not at all helpful and happy to others. At the beginning, the goddess of luck Fowls and the goddess of doom Eris bet that the goddess of luck believed that human nature is inherently good, and the goddess of luck believes that human nature is inherently evil. They chose the good house favored by the goddess of luck as the object of the bet. As a result, the goddess of fortune won, so as believers of the goddess of luck, we are cursed forever, and the evil pets of the goddess of fortune can appear in the world in a big way. At this point, Fornis looked a little excited. However, Goddess of Luck left the oracle. When someone appears holding her magic ball, that is when our clan is liberated. Please help us complete the oracle and let us regain salvation. After speaking, Forns eagerly looked at the location of the magic ball carried by Alan with his eyeless head. Alan realized that this creature seemed to be able to see even with the best eyesight by projecting his own thoughts. Something that ordinary people can't see. In addition to the task itself, Alan also hopes to help these victims in the game of gods. What should I do? As long as you have the heart to save us sincerely, you can recite this spell to activate the magic ball. Fornis slid to Alan in an instant, and then slowly passed a roll of parchment. Alan took the parchment, and the symbols and texts on the paper that he did not recognize were rearranged and combined on the paper, and turned into a spell made up of English letters without knowing the specific meaning. Chief Fornis, before starting, please forgive me for taking the liberty to ask a question. Why are you called Lucky Elves? It's nothing, Mr. Wizard, except that we are the elves of the Goddess of Luck. We feed on the negative emotions that humans emit, and at the same time we can feed back to human happiness and happiness. Fornis stood tall, and then relaxed. It was a little frustrating after going down, but now we have to do the opposite in addition to satisfying our appetite. Chapter 18, The Gratitude of the Reptiles, modified, typo corrected. Closed his eyes and sorted out his mood. In order to complete the task, he made a sincere prayer. After Alan became familiar with the spell several times, he held the magic ball of the Goddess of Luck fowls in both hands and read it out loud. A wave of magic power emanated from Alan's body and channeled into the magic ball, as if it caused an avalanche. The magic power contained in the sphere itself seemed to be reactivated. I saw the magic ball with silver light, like the heart was beating and the light and dark alternated, and the pulsation of soft magic light gradually spread, and the reptiles who were exposed to the light broke free from the shackles and fell to the ground, happily stroking their hands and feet that regained their freedom before them. It is deformed and fixed and disguised as a seat. Let us help you. Fornis and Fuerte were also completely free. They and the Saurids surrounded Alan, kneeling and praying to Alan who was casting a spell. The power of the huge prayer belief made the light of the magic ball spread quickly, and the sound of chanting spells echoed throughout the subway, so solemn and solemn. The sacredness of this power filled Alan's heart with unspeakable tremors. As more and more reptilians were rescued and joined in to speed up the speed, when everyone was rescued, and everyone hadn't come to celebrate and cheer, the sudden change occurred and the walls of the subway suddenly appeared. With a large number of monsters, Alan seemed to be frozen in his whole body, feeling a deep chill. All the happiness and hope seemed to be far away from him, and he could only sink in endless pain and despair. Alan, who settled down a bit, found that they were still different from the Dementors seen in the movie in his memory. Although the whole body was soaked and rotted in water, they were not covered in rags. Black cloaks. Their cloaks are made of raven feathers. Although they all have crusted palms, the two palms of these Dementors are inlaid with a mirror-like thing. It's the Eris Dementor. Fornis reminded behind Alan, they are not willing to let us be regained freedom and let them lose their stable food source. The Patroness curse can deal with these monsters, but I still can't use such a difficult curse. Alan remembered the introduction of the Encyclopedia of Curse. He took out the wand he bought just now and held it in his hand. I could only try to use the Patroness charm like a can, but the tip of the wand did not respond. I need to think about some happy things, the warmth of 2 generations of family together, and the happy time spent with friends. Alan tried to recall the conditions for casting the spell. After successfully releasing a small amount of white mist, all sensations seemed to be lost in the bone-to-heart cold. And the Eris Dementors have already begun to attack the reptilians on the periphery, taking off their hoods. Let's do something we should have done? Suddenly, as if it were a signal of the holy light, the reptilian did not try to directly rescue the compatriots who were being sucked mouth to mouth by the Dementors, but continued to surround Alan and spontaneously pointed at the little man with pink antennae. Which, After chanting a spell that Alan could not understand at all, the whole carriage shook regularly with the rhythm of the spell. The unstoppable negative emotions in Alan's heart due to the Dementor were all absorbed by these tentacles. And the power feedback from it made him feel great joy in his heart. After realizing the help of the reptilians, Alan used the patron saint curse again, "Call the gods." The tip of the wand melted into a cloud of energy that could barely be seen as a giant silvery white bird. This group of energy keeps circling in the subway. Although the effect is different from the genuine patron saint curse that can exist for a long time, this energy is constantly dissipating during the flight, but there are fewer and fewer Dementors in the subway. Fleeing like a tide, until finally all disappeared. The cheers resounded through the subway even stronger than before. "I'm beginning to understand what Chief Fornes means by the happiness you just said to bring people." When Alan used a spell that was far beyond his current ability, the people of the reptiles sucked away the negative emotions and took happiness. And happiness passed to him, allowing him to temporarily use this incomplete patron saint curse. If it weren't for you to know the curse of the patron saint's curse, our gathering so much joy and happiness would have no effect at all. We can only become food for these Dementors of Eris for so many years. Mr. Harris, you really are an oracle. The savior of our clan in China. After all the reptilians bowed to Alan under the leadership of Fornes. Alan nodded, but he was nervously trying to operate his not-so-skilled occlumency. "Hey? How did they know my name?" The reptilian chief seemed to see the doubts in Alan's heart. "So, Mr. Wizard, your name is indeed Alan Harris? The goddess is really omniscient and omnipotent. The ancient prophecy mentioned it accurately. Congratulations to the host for successfully gaining the gratitude of the reptilians." The system prompt sounded at the right time, but Alan had no intention of checking it in detail. The task is, strictly speaking, there is the last step to get the lucky elves out of the subway and completely regain their freedom. The lucky elves spontaneously combined into a figure of leaves, and chanted a spell that Alan could not understand. The entire carriage vibrated regularly with the rhythm of the spell. Ford extended his arm to Alan. Motioning for Alan to hold it, Alan, who has experience in teleporting, quickly grabbed Fuerte's disgusting paw full of clammy slime. In an instant, everyone in the entire carriage teleported upwards after a feeling of weightlessness and dizziness. Although they could not really see the dazzling sunlight, the warm feeling still aroused the cheers of the people in the reptile. Freed from the shackles of the lizard subway and the shackles of the confusing and curse, the Muggle crowd in the subway returned to the hustle and bustle. They did not discover what happened during this period of stolen time after being sedated just now. Finally, on a quiet lawn, Alan and the others suddenly appeared here out of thin air. "Mr. Harris, thank you for your help to our lucky elves. You will always be our good friend." The little Fuerte seemed at a loss for the regained freedom. "This is the feeling of freedom. This is the potion we got from Goddess of Luck to increase the magical potential of the wizard. We have kept it from being taken away by others. It has a faster effect than the magic potion www.novel.com. Mainly it greatly increases your magic growth potential. Goddess of Luck tells us that after the oracle person completes his task, she will give this thing to him." Fornes did not know where to take out a bottle of potion to Alan. Passed it over. "Okay, I accept it, thank you." Alan took it directly without pretending. He didn't want to pretend to be noble in the face of such a good thing. "Friends, it's late, I have to go." Looking at the sky, Alan hurriedly left. "I don't know where Mr. Harris are you going?" "Let us take you there," Fuerte asked. "I am sorry, Mr. Harris probably hasn't learned how to apparate. I need to go to Diagon Alley." Alan looked around the deserted surroundings and didn't mean to reject Folt's kindness at all. Chief Fornes interjected and said to Fordell, "Fordell, you take the people to rest, let me send our benefactor over." Fornes kept grabbing Alan's arm with his paws, and after another brief but strong sense of tearing and dizziness, they appeared at the door of the Broken Cauldron bar. Fornes once again bowed to Alan and said goodbye, then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Alan walked into the Broken Cauldron easily. Alan walked around in the Broken Cauldron bar, and his mother hadn't arrived yet. For women, one accessory can be discussed for a long time, not to mention that they would try a few more pieces even if they didn't buy it. How effective is it on yourself? Not bad. I still have some time. I'd better contact Harry. After all, it's not good to miss an appointment. Alan walked quickly to the owl contact station and wanted to hire a qualified owl to contact Harry. I don't know if Harry left Diagon Alley. Alan tied the written parchment to the owl's leg. Chapter 19, Preparation before semester, corrected, typos have been corrected. Quickly rushed back to the Broken Cauldron bar. Before I finished drinking the raw gills juice, Harry's reply arrived. The letter was short, just a few words. I and Hagrid are rushing to the Broken Cauldron bar. Now, Alan can eat more comfortably. He ordered some snacks. Knowing that Hagrid is coming, Alan ordered a lot of extra portions. He asked Tom for a more regular drink, pumpkin juice, waiting for them to arrive. This drink is made by smashing pumpkin, green apple, and almonds into juice, then pour cinnamon and pumpkin pie spices into pumpkin puree and stir until the spices it is completely blended in the juice, adding water and stirring. It tastes better than Luna Lovegood's favorite raw gills juice in the memory I tried just now. Ellen, I am here. Harry waved at Ellen excitedly. Next to him stood a burly giant whose face was almost completely covered by unkempt long hair and thick tangled beard, but you can still see his black beetle-like eyes gleaming under the hair. The two of them were carrying packages of different sizes and shapes, and Harry was holding a sleeping snowy owl in his arms. Fortunately, there are almost no Muggle-born freshmen in Broke Cauldron now, otherwise such a big giant must be very eye-catching. Alan, this is Rube Hagrid, the keykeeper and hunting ground guard at Hogwarts. Harry happily introduced Hagrid to his friends. Hagrid, this is Alan Harris, one of my best friends. It could be seen that Harry was a lot more lively when he met familiar people in a strange environment. Nice to meet you, Hagrid. Alan stretched out his hand like an adult. Hagrid blinked, put the things on the table, rubbed his hand on his oversized moleskin jacket, and carefully grasped Alan's hand. It's nice to meet you, A.I. Lun. The bar owner Tom brought up the meal Alan had just ordered, and Alan ordered Hagrid a glass of fish-flavored green beer that his father had drunk. With good food, the atmosphere is really different. The three of them feasted and feasted. After a busy day, everyone was hungry. Alan, everyone thinks I am special. Harry put down his fork and at the same time relieved the burden in his heart. The people at the Broken Cauldron bar, Professor Quirrell and Mr. Ollivander, but I don't know anything about magic. They don't know anything about magic. How can I expect me to accomplish great things? I have a reputation, but I don't even remember the things that made me famous. Sorry, I mean, on the night my parents died, I didn't even know what happened. Before Alan could speak, Hagrid touched Harry's head. His shaggy beard and expression under his eyebrows looked a little guilty. Don't think about these things, Harry. You'll learn it soon. Now, Hogwarts, most people start learning from scratch. You will learn very well. Be cheered up. You will be very happy at Hogwarts, like me, to be honest. It was and is very happy. Harry, most of the students living in the wizarding family don't know much better than you. Trust me, you will be very good. Alan nodded, agreeing with Hagrid's words, and then winked at Harry. I think almost everyone shouldn't remember what they were in the baby. But you are from a family of wizards. You are so good. You can learn everything very fast. Compared with you, I'm really too bad. Harry didn't get comfort. Think about it, if the little wizards were all Ellen with this kind of existence, he would definitely be the last one, and then the school might think it was a mistake and let him drop out. Alan looked at Harry's frowning brows as he talked and said, with the snow owl that Hagrid gave you, you can write to me often this holiday season, and I will write the magic you want to know. Everything in the world tells you. In addition, you can also preview your homework in advance. In fact, many Muggle-born wizards usually perform better than some pure-blood at the beginning of school, especially in academics, because they usually preview the textbooks in advance, and the advantage of pure blood is that apart from a few families that preserve the family heritage, otherwise it's just more knowledge. If you want, my father will let me invite you to my home before school starts. Be a guest, and then we can go to school together. Alan's strategy of changing the subject was very successful, and Harry really cheered up. Great, so I can leave my uncle's house sooner. After enjoying the food, Hagrid, who was a little embarrassed when he was invited by the child, said he wanted to Harry back, while Alan continued to wait for his family at the Broken Cauldron bar. Harry seemed a lot relaxed when he said goodbye. Finally, after returning to the family with big bags and small bags, Alan and the others returned home and organized their belongings. Alan returned to the bedroom with his belongings. Now he has enough personal time to check the task rewards. The magic ball of the Goddess of Luck falls quietly in the storage space of the system, exuding a warm glow. With it, Alan will gain a great defensive advantage when facing negative magic effects such as curses. There is also the alchemy experience of the ancient alchemist Jebber. Thick piles of parchment were neatly stacked in a storage space, and Alan summoned the top one, filled with the vicissitudes of history. I read a few preliminarily, but the seemingly concise text contains not simple content, including the principles and techniques for making magical objects, spells, and a list of required materials. Alan put down Jebber's experience. This is definitely not something that can be easily studied and thoroughly understood, not to mention the principle, that is, those strange medicinal materials such as fascicles and alder require a lot of time and luck to obtain. Looking at the potion for increasing magical potential again, Alan thought of Gettiler Grindelwald, Albus Dumbledore, and the mysterious man who are obviously much more powerful than ordinary wizards. School is about to start. Now, the imminent thing is to strengthen the practice of occlumency. Not only that, but also take this bottle of medicine. Only in this way can you ensure that your origin will never be known. Thinking of this, Alan pulled out the Encyclopedia of Curse and carefully figured it out. Occlumency is a kind of magical art that resists the infiltration of external spirits. It can close the brain to resist magical invasion and influence. The opposite of magic is the idea of contemplation. People who are proficient in occlumency are known as occlumens. They can not only resist the attacks of the occultation mind, but also convince the performers of the Occidental mind that seeing the illusion created in their minds as their true thoughts to achieve deception. The opponent's purpose. Alan knew that Severus Snape, a potions professor at Hogwarts, was an accomplished occultist because he could be under the nose of a mysterious person if that socket counts as a nose acting as a spy among the Death Eaters. The mysterious man is a skilled dementor, and has good reason to doubt Snape's loyalty. Dumbledore is also proficient in occlumency, and he can teach Harry if he wants to. But Harry had only learned a few basic theories, and he hadn't made much progress in resisting the inquiry of Sanctuary. However, even if it is practiced, it is estimated that the connection between Harry and the mysterious person will make occlumency ineffective, because Voldemort is bounced by the ancient protection spell cast by Harry's mother Lily at the cost of life, by Voldemort himself when the killing curse was cast. It unconsciously transferred part of the soul to Harry, making Harry a special Horcrux, and the connection between them directly affected the soul. Chapter 20, Invite Harry to be a guest, modified, typo corrected. Time passed in Alan's hard work. During this period, Alan carefully studied occlumency. Although there was no partner for training, he was able to concentrate on practicing every day. Alan, who took the potion for increasing magic potential, had an incredible increase in magic power, and there was no danger of magic riots. Alan could feel that the magic power in his body was accumulating day by day at a much faster rate than before. Alan's McLean exercises after long-term training, his wrist can rotate freely, his fingers are flexible and soft beyond imagination, each finger can complete its own movement without the slightest confusion. For the wizard, this means that Alan has greatly improved the success rate of both the subtle wands required to cast different spells or the potion. Of course, the combination of work and rest is very important. It is wonderful to enjoy the wonderful world occasionally while working hard. When his father came back and offered to invite Harry Potter to be a guest at home, Alan finally agreed to spare time to accompany this friend who grew up in the Muggle world. In order to welcome Harry, Mrs. Harris even came to a thorough cleaning. When he heard that Harry had been abused at his aunt's house and even had no food, Mrs. Harris immediately appointed her eldest daughter Daisy to buy a lot of ingredients. This child is really not easy. Everyone only remembers that he defeated the big demon, but it must be uncomfortable to be sent under the fence. As a mother, Mrs. Harris can be said to really love Harry the most in this family. Potter's people. Owen Harris saw that his wife's reaction was a bit fierce, so he followed her and said, "Dumbledore did something a bit unnatural, although I probably understand that he arranged for Harry Potter to stay away from the magic world. The reason, but I don't know why it is necessary to arrange for Harry to live in the house of Aunt Harry, who both hate each other, but even for any reason, he must live there. As the most powerful white wizard in the world, as long as he was a little bit willing to threaten or give the money-loving Muggle family a little financial aid. I believe Harry can live better." To be honest, before meeting Harry, I even wondered if Dumbledore was right. I want to train Harry to be a dark wizard. To be honest, it is a miracle that Harry, the child's character, is not distorted in such an environment. Due to a series of disturbances caused by the admission letter, the relationship between Harry and his aunt's family has dropped to a freezing point. His aunt's family has now completely ignored Harry's existence. Coupled with Harry's curiosity about the wizarding world, apart from communicating with Alan from time to time, Harry spends most of the time in the room studying his school textbooks. With no other way to relieve boredom, he has become much more diligent than he was at Muggle school. At this time, while Harry was reading the book seriously, a mighty and strong owl flew in from the window. Harry got up from the bed and quickly ran to the table. Edward the owl had already stretched out his left leg proudly. Harry unrolled the parchment and saw it read, "Dear Harry, at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, I will pick you up to my house in the future, and everyone in the family is eagerly looking forward to your arrival. Alan Harris." Harry immediately sat down at the table, dipped in ink, and replied to Alan. He had been expecting someone to save him from this cage, even temporarily. Early the next morning, Harry tried to tidy up his few personal belongings. He didn't know how Alan would come to pick him up, but he just hoped they could show up in a more normal way, such as taking a public bus. The hands walked minute by minute, and Harry couldn't help holding Alan's letter tightly. Uncle Vernon tightened his tie, took a picture in the mirror, and glanced at Harry. "Boy, you're sure 10 o'clock Zhong someone will come to pick you up?" Before Harry could respond, he seemed to regret asking these words again, and said quickly, "We are going to Aunt Feng Ji's house, and hope your weird friends will arrive on time." Harry wanted to argue that Alan is not a weirdo. "You are." But for freedom at his fingertips, Harry endured it. The pointer finally pointed to 10, and the doorbell rang at the same time. Without waiting for Uncle Vernon to speak, Harry rushed to the door in 2 steps and opened the door. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Alan and his father Owen appeared at the door. Mr. Owen Harris stood outside the door with 2 boxes of light-packed black tea, emphasizing his expensive value, nodding politely at Uncle Vernon. Uncle Vernon narrowed his eyes, looked up and down Mr. Harris, and instantly burst into an enthusiastic smile. It's not hard to guess the reason. The Mercedes logo behind Mr. Owen Harris is shining in the sun. No matter how harsh people are, no one can fault Mr. Harris's decent dress, although in fact, I don't know if it's luck. Great! The father and son discovered that it was leaking oil not long after the car was driven out. Fortunately, Owen got off the car and sat on the hood to repair and clean the car as it was before. Received a satisfying gift. Uncle Vernon warmly invited Mr. Harris in. Alan blinked at Harry. After so many contacts, Alan of course knew the character of Uncle Vernon. It's no surprise that you respect Louis first and then others, as most people do. Alan definitely didn't want his father to be scorned. Of course, Irving, who was originally meant to spread the favor of the boy who died in disaster, would not embarrass Harry. Harry and Alan ran upstairs with a thud, and then ran down again with a thud, as fast as a tornado. Harry hugged Hedwig's cage, and the other suitcases, Alan, were rounded up by himself, and Harry was dumbfounded by the strength. Alan can't be unhappy, the Muggle Q&A that he popularized with Mr. Harris is unlikely to last long. Uncle Vernon kept beckoning when Alan and their car were gone. No wonder Alan is so good, growing up in an elite family, he is bound to succeed. Vernon firmly believes that Alan's father who spoke so well cannot be a wizard, and should have only unfortunately gave birth to a strange son. Chapter 21-9 Platform, modified, typos have been revised. Returned the rental car, the group came to a secluded corner, and then Owen and Albert took a child by the arm and operated. Harry felt this distorted pulling sensation for the first time, and soon a small house with red bricks and white windows appeared in Harry's eyes. The yard is shaded by trees, and several huge crosswoods have been sawn into several sections and scattered in the garden. They are probably used by the Allen family as seats with moisture and insect protection. There is also a simple swing, which is fixed between two big trees. The swing frame is surrounded by green vines and beautiful flowers. The whole yard is quaint, natural, and full of life. Harry fell in love with it at first sight. There is a sense of freedom and unrestrainedness. Except for some nettles somehow planted in the garden, Harry was overthrown by Dolly before. In this plant, there is a deep memory of this kind of thing that can cause a burning tingling sensation. Morgan Le Fay took a leave of absence today to welcome Harry's arrival. The youngest daughter Emily hid behind her mother and probed her head. Alan was relieved to find that her sister was just curious about the boy who survived the catastrophe, instead of flushing like the one from the Weasleys. As soon as she saw Harry's thin figure, Mrs. Harris couldn't help but gave Harry a big hug. "Harry, welcome." Ren stretched out his hand seriously beside him and shook Harry seriously. The warm welcome was not over yet. The eldest sister Daisy brought out milky black tea, and Mrs. Harris commanded a plate of Sunday barbecue to fly in front of Harry. After a full meal, Harry followed Alan to the guest room. The bed in the room looked like the trunk and branches of the tree grew crookedly while the tree was alive, but it looked strangely harmonious, with the thick bed above it. The cushion and quilt must be very soft and comfortable without trying. Although Harry seemed to hear that a soft bed was not good for the spine when he was watching TV in his aunt's house, he was obviously not dissatisfied at all at this time. This was the first time Harry had a real in the sense of own room. Facing the window is a huge desk. On the desk are some books, ink, and a pile of parchment. Next, Alan helped Harry put things in order. Harry, who was lying in bed at night, felt that he was not drowsy. Is this what a normal family should look like? It's a happy family. The rest of the day was calm, but every day was full of fun for Harry. He likes to get up early and watch Alan's mother command all kinds of magic kitchen utensils to fly around and cook delicious dishes. Compared with his aunt's family, Harry likes the Harris family so much. The gentle Mr. Owen, the meticulous Mrs. Morgan Le Fay, the beauty-loving eldest sister Daisy, the serious Wren, likes to let himself tell Muggle fairy tales. Emily, let alone the teacher Albert, whom he admired a long time ago. Happy time always flies, even if Harry doesn't let go of the happiest time he has ever had, the time for the start of school is still as expected. On this morning that made Harry a little sad, the family packed up all the luggage they were going to take away early. Irving used his position to borrow one of the two magic cars left in the Ministry of Magic. Harry stared dumbfounded as Mr. Harris was stuffing piles of luggage one by one. It is a small car, but the interior space is far more spacious than Harry imagined. They arrived at King's Cross Station at 10:30. Harry looked around for a long time while Mr. Harris and the others were unloading their luggage. He really could not find platform 9. Harry searched carefully for a long time, and it was true. On one platform was hanging a large 9-word plastic card, and the other platform was hung with a large 10-word plastic card, and there was nothing in between. Are you looking for platform 9? Alan carried 2 large suitcases and a huge backpack on his back. Although Alan's strength is much greater than that of his peers, the burden is too much to affect his actions, and the backpack exceeds his 2 heads. Almost as soon as Alan picked up his backpack, Alan decided that after arriving at school, they would be officially allowed to use their wands as soon as they were officially allowed to use their wands. www.novel.com, they would begin to study the innocent stretching mantra. It must look silly. Harry nodded. I can't find platform 9. Don't worry, Alan said. You just have to walk straight to the 3rd pillar between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop, don't be afraid, and rush straight in, it's very important. If it's in your heart when you're nervous, just sprint. Let's go. I'll go first, you can follow me. How to get to the platform, Alan has heard Len say countless times, and now he can't help but think of his parents, James Potter and Lily Potter, because he saw Harry Potter. They were killed by Voldemort on October 31, 1981, and this year, many of their students received their admission letter on July 31, 1991, a difference of 117 months. If you divide them by if 12 is converted into an adult, it happens that the platforms they are going to enter are all 9. While thinking about Alan, he pushed the suitcase and rushed towards the brick pillar. He didn't intend to tell Harry this information now, and in Harry's eyes, Alan seemed to be suicidal. But nothing Harry was worried about happened. In a blink of an eye, Alan disappeared. Harry pushed his glasses, made up his mind, and ran in Alan's direction. When Alan crossed the wall, a crimson steam locomotive stopped by the platform crowded with passengers. The sign on the train says, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Alan looked back and found that the place where the ticket gate was originally turned into a wrought iron archway, and it said, Platform 9? After a while, Harry also came to him with a look of shock. Chapter 22, Friends, Modified, Typos have been corrected. What is the experience of riding a train full of students? Alan has only one thought, it's too noisy. The sound of saying goodbye to my parents, the sound of playing with friends, the sound of rushing to put my luggage. Ellen, Harry. A voice that made them feel extremely surprised sounded from behind them, although the loud voice also made it even louder. Is Frag brown? Fryg. Harry waved his hand happily. Please let me, thank you. Flag dragged the box through the crowd. Unexpectedly, we all received the admission notice from Hogwarts. My parents and I thought it was a bad guy's prank when traveling in France. It was Mrs. Rolanda Hooch who came to inform in person, and my parents believed. Oh, you probably don't know yet, Mrs. Hogwarts is a flying teacher at Hogwarts, so cool. Flegger still looked more verbose as always. Great, I didn't expect you to be a wizard too. Uncle Vernon simply tried every means to prevent me from getting the letter. Fortunately, Hagrid came to pick me up. Harry discovered that he could be with his Muggle school friend. They reunited and were very excited too, and the tension on the strange world was relieved. Why don't we go find an empty box and sit down first? Alan motioned to 2 friends to look at the big box he was carrying, otherwise, we might have to sit separately later. In this way, the 3 people walked until the second half of the train to find a box. Several people helped each other set up their luggage, and Frag couldn't help asking, when did you know that you were a wizard? When my parents saw Madame Hooch, they thought she was a liar until Madame Hooch was riding. The broom pulled my mother into the air and flew around. My hair changed when my mother landed. My father looked around to see if there were any devices before they believed that I was a wizard. After accepting, they felt that it was a surprise that there was a wizard in the family. My sister is very envious. She thinks being a wizard is much cooler than being a lawyer. It was only during the summer vacation that I knew I was a wizard, but Alan grew up in a wizard's family. It seems that according to the wizarding world, he is pure blood. Harry and Frigg shared the happy life at Alan's house. Wow, Ellen, it's so cool, can I also visit your house next summer? Flug envied Harry's visit to the real wizarding family. Mrs. Hooch won't let us tell others. Said it violated some secrecy laws of the wizarding world. Of course there is no problem. Alan agreed perfunctorily. In fact, he thinks that after arriving at the branch of the school, if they are not in the same college, the relationship may become weaker. After all, unlike the Muggle school, there is not only a common enemy in the same class, Dudley Dursley. Next, Frigg talked about his experience in France. My favorite food is flame mussels. Fresh mussels are placed on a wooden pallet with 4 nails in the center, surrounding the nails. Arrange the mussels orderly into concentric circles that gradually spread outward, next to each other like an old domino. Then cover the mussels with pine needles. The pine needles are combustible, and the burning pine needles give the mussels a unique pine wood aroma and unique smoky smell. When it burns out, remove the pine needles' ashes covering the surface of the cooked mussels, and put some butter to enjoy. Alan thinks that Frigg's talent is particularly suitable for the description of food. After being devastated by British food occasionally mixed with German food for nearly a year, he now feels very yearning to hear these descriptions. Harry wrote on his face naked, he could only use their leftovers at his aunt's house, and only recently did he really satisfy his appetite for a while at Alan's house. While talking, Frigg himself was hungry. At this time it was noon, the 3 people looked at each other, and the topic could not go on. I'm hungry. Frank Flegger called hungry first. Me too. Harry covered his stomach miserably. Although Mrs. Harris gave him 3 meals in the morning, as a boy who was about to enter puberty, he still felt empty in his stomach. I'll go out and see, there should be snacks on the train. Alan stood up, this is hard work. As soon as he opened the door, Alan was hit by a tall and thin boy with red hair. Ron. Alan quickly straightened Ron. Ron spoke before he stood up completely, Alan, great, I'm looking for you. You know what, I heard my father say that Harry Potter is on this train, I wish I could see you to him. You come in first. Alan stepped aside, and deliberately placed Ron next to Frigg. He thought the two could talk together. 2 equally talkative people, with the same red hair, just one tall and the other short. At this time, the scene of the 2 smirking at each other was full of joy in Alan's eyes. Ron, you are Floyd Brown by your side, and you will become very good friends. By my side is Harry Potter you just chanted. Alan introduced Ron to 2 friends. Hello, Frigg. This is Ron Weasley. Even though his face was flushed with his own words just now, Ron finally reached out his hand pretending to be calm, and made an artificial introduction like an adult. Yourself. When they meet, they are like old friends for many years. Perhaps having the same hair color helps deepen emotions? Alan is not so sure. Are you really Harry Potter? Then take it seriously, you know. Ron pointed to Harry's forehead. Harry schemed a lock of hair off his forehead skillfully, revealing a lightning-shaped scar helplessly. Ron's eyes widened, this is what the mysterious man did. Yes, said Harry, but I don't remember any more. Don't remember at all? Ron asked eagerly. I only remember a lot of green lights, and nothing else. Alan shrugged, you can remember that green light is already amazing. I can't remember when I was a baby. Ron sat there and stared at Harry for a long time. He seemed to realize what he was doing, so he quickly turned his eyes out of the window. What are you talking about? What happened to Harry's scar? Freak's curiosity was completely adjusted, but he had no intention of reading the textbooks in advance during the holidays, so he was not the identity of the boy who survived the disaster. Clear. Aren't you hungry? Alan interrupted, not wanting Harry to recall any more. "When I just came over, I saw food sellers pushing cars one by one, so I should come here soon," Ron said honestly. "That's great." As he said, there was a loud noise from the aisle. A woman with a lovely smile and dimples pushed open the compartment door and asked, "My dear, would you like something?" Alan stood up immediately, and Ron's ears were red again, muttering that he was carrying a sandwich. Harry immediately jumped up when he saw this, and www.yuyugonshu.com came to the aisle and stopped Alan's hand that was making money. "Alan, I have eaten a lot of things from you and Freg before, how about changing me this time?" Afraid that Alan would not believe it, he quickly added, "My parents left a large for me in Gringotts Pen gold." As he said, Harry took out a lot of gold and silver coins from his pocket. When he was at Disley's, he never had a cent of pocket money to buy sugar. "Thank you, then." Alan blinked and stopped paying for the money. Although his family is not considered poor and pure blood, it is far less rich than the mixed blood Potter family and can save a little pocket money. It's always good, although he can't actually go shopping in Hogsmeade now. On the cart there are BB Duo beans, super bubble gum, chocolate frog, pumpkin pie, pot cake, licorice wand, and some weird foods that Harry has never seen before. As long as he can get it, Harry did the same. He bought some of each and paid the saleswoman 11 silver sykes and 7 bronze nats. Ron watched directly as Harry and Alan carried the food they bought into the compartment, and they all fell into the empty seat. "Fryg blames your description, I'm starving," Harry said, taking a bite of the pumpkin pie. "I brought sandwiches." The red on Ron's ears now spread down to his neck, and he took out a bulging paper box and opened it, which contained 4 sandwiches. He took out a piece and said, "She never remembers that I don't like canned corned beef." Harry was keenly aware of Ron's embarrassment, and walked over to take one and ate a few bites. "I really like it. Try it now, my sister said that her favorite thing to eat on the train is this." Alan also casually threw a pot-shaped cake to Frigga and Ron. Chapter 23, arrived at Hogwarts, corrected, typos corrected. The fields that drove past the window of the car looked even more deserted, and a neat farmland had disappeared. What followed was a forest, a winding river and dark green hills. It was not until the sky was completely dimmed that Ron and Frigga stopped talking about the topic of which Quidditch and football are better or worse. When both sides lacked understanding of the other sport in the mouth, they discussed quite a bit like a chicken and a duck. In this regard, Harry is definitely a good listener. As long as you ignore his hand that keeps playing with the chocolate frog cards, he doesn't know whether to say good or bad luck, and he has already drawn a few. Dumbledore. Hurry up and change into the robe. I asked an experienced senior, and he will be there soon. Alan pushed the door of the car, urging the few people who saw it right away. Just now, I really couldn't stand the power of the two chattering together. Coupled with the curiosity about the train, Alan went out for a stroll. During this period, he ran into Hermione, who was helping Neville to find a toad. This little girl with a hairy head just entered the magic world and didn't know the strength of other people. She was a little inferior and protected with unpleasant arrogance. "Yourself." Alan used the flying curse to find its toad for Neville, at least in the first grade. He has no idea about the future Miss Know-How and desires too much communication. Now everyone is too young. If you change to a previous life, don't just put it into action. Even if you write something ambiguous on the novel website, you may be blocked. Anyway, even if everyone is older in the future, if you are thinking about it, you can be in the 3rd grade when the opponent is most vulnerable. Action. Ellen, you're back. It's a pity that you were not here just now, and we had a fight with Malfoy. If you were there, we would definitely be able to beat them up. Ron complained. Knowing that Alan is clearly beyond the body of his age, Harry and Freg deeply agreed. Alan is not commenting on this. If Malfoy really provokes him, he doesn't mind teaching the ignorant teenagers. For the first-year students who don't know any spells, even if they don't use them, they just use them. Fists are enough. Several people quickly took off their coats and put on black robes. Ron's old robe is a bit shorter, and his leather shoes are exposed underneath. It seems that Ron's brother was not as tall as Ron in his first grade. Although Ron himself seemed very embarrassed, Alan felt that such a robe was pretty good, at least it was easy to move, and when he opened his legs, he didn't have to worry about stepping on the corner of the robe and falling. The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage in the car and we will send it to the school for you. The announcer's voice echoed on the train. We're almost here, the magical world. I'm a little nervous. Flug said dryly, completely losing the spirit of buoyancy and excitement when discussing food. He was not the only one nervous. Harry was clutching his stomach with a very uncomfortable look. Even the face under the freckles of Ron, who was born with pure blood, turned pale. He remembered his twin brother gave him the horror information describing how to sort the hospital. Alan stuffed the remaining candies into Harry's pockets, squeezed the clothes off into the suitcase, put it aside, and rushed forward with the flow of people in the aisle. The train slowed down and finally stopped. The passengers pushed and shoved, rushing to the door, and descending to a dark and small platform. The chill in the night shivered Harry, who was next to Alan. Then a light swayed above the students, and Alan heard a rough voice yelling, "First graders! First graders, come here! Harry, come here, how are you?" Above a crowd of thousands of people, Hagrid's bearded face was smiling, and he looked dull, but obviously some little wizards who were not familiar with him didn't think so. They were afraid of him. That abnormally big size. "Come on, come with me, there are other first-year students, Hogwarts Keykeeper, Hunting Ground Watch, hey, boy. Beware of your feet. Okay, first-year students come with me." The freshman followed Hagrid and stumbling, seeming to walk down a steep and narrow path. Alan has adapted well, and has spare time to help people around him. At this time, Ron's slightly shorter robe has an obvious advantage. Seeing that he walks faster and easier than others, Alan thought wildly. The road is dark on both sides, everyone is silent, it is very horror movie atmosphere. Turning this turn, you will soon see Hogwarts for the first time. Hagrid shouted back. Then there was a burst of loud "Oh!" A black lake suddenly spread out at the end of the narrow path. On the high hillside on the other side of the lake stands a towering castle. The top of the castle is lined with spires, and windows are gleaming under the stars. Each boat can't exceed 4 people. Hagrid said loudly, pointing to a group of small boats moored on the shore. Alan just knew the meaning of such a number of people, and it just made the little wizards experience Hogwarts. The feelings of the 4 founders when it was founded. But because of the fast speed, Ron, who arrived early, was taken on the boat by others, and Alan took the other one quickly. Harry and Flitch helped each other and climbed onto the boat. Neville watched just now. Alan, who had helped him, heaved a sigh of relief and climbed up. "Are you all on the boat?" Hagrid yelled. He himself had to take a boat by himself to fit himself in. "Well, go ahead." A group of small boats immediately passed the mirror-like lake and sailed forward. Everyone was silent, staring at the huge castle high into the sky. When they approached the cliff where the castle was, the castle seemed to rise above their heads. "Head down!" Hagrid yelled as the first boats approached the cliff. Everyone bowed their heads, and the boat carried them through the ivy tents covering the front of the cliff to the secret open entrance. The little wizards found that only Hagrid himself really needed to bow his head. They seemed to come to the castle underground along a dark tunnel, and finally reached a place similar to an underground dock, and then climbed onto a ground of gravel and small pebbles. Then Hagrid knocked on the door of the castle with a huge fist. A tall black-haired witch in an emerald green robe stood in front of the door. Professor McGonagall with a solemn expression led the freshmen to the other side of the castle hall. In a very small room, Professor McGonagall introduced the 4 colleges in Hogwarts and notified the sorting ceremony to be held shortly. Harry judged from the appearance requirements of the little wizards when she met, she must be difficult to deal with. It can be seen that the little wizards are very nervous. The little wizards from the Muggle world are confused and don't know what challenges they will face. The new students from the wizards' families seem to have not received real information from their relatives at home. Rumors spread. Adults don't seem to want to destroy this kind of mental journey, which is also a rare growth experience. How can they accurately assign us to which college? Harry asked. Flake also wanted to know the answer, turning his head to look at Alan instead of Ron, who was said to be from a family of pure-blood wizards but was not very reliable. Don't worry, we won't let us drop out. Alan comforted with some empty words, and he did not intend to break this tradition, only he knew that watching others so nervous is actually quite fun. Probably through a test. Fred said it hurt us a lot, but I think he was joking. Ron looked horrified. www.novel.com. Alan didn't do it next. Too much explanation. He thinks they will know it in a while anyway. It is not difficult for them. What he finds difficult is to face the hat that can see through people's thinking and potential. I don't know if it will see through own secrets. For this reason, he has been focusing on practicing occlumency for the past 2 years. Even if he learns this skill in the first grade, it will attract Dumbledore's attention from another angle. It is better than crossing in the system known to him. After all, the magic world is not I lack genius, and I don't like Gryffindor anyway. I just need to judge according to the specific circumstances and see if I can deliberately stay away from Harry and his party. A master of occlumency can allow people to see only the parts he wants to see. At this point, Alan also needs to consider what can be seen by the Academy hat. If he wants to achieve this level, he's still slightly reluctant. Just as Alan was immersed in his thoughts, Harry suddenly jumped up next to him, and several people screamed loudly behind him. It turned out that the ghosts in the school came out to scare the freshmen. 20 ghosts suddenly appeared on the wall behind them. These pearly white, translucent ghosts glided across the room, whispering to each other, pretending to pay little attention to the appearance of these freshmen. As the students screamed, these ghosts floated through the wall after they introduced themselves or just showed their faces. Professor McGonagall was deliberately waiting for the ghosts to complete their tasks, and just returned after they left. She first calmed the frightened students. Now, in a single row, Professor McGonagall said to the first-year freshmen, "Follow me. The branching ceremony is about to begin." Chapter 24, Sorting Hat, Modified, Typos have been revised. A group of nervous little wizards followed Professor McGonagall's steps into the hall one by one. This is really a magical and magnificent place. Classmates in other grades of the college are already sitting around 4 long tables. Candles are arranged neatly above the table and floating in the air to illuminate the dining room. Alan has been worried about whether it will be burned by the dripping wax and slightly raised his head to pay attention to the movement above his head. But obviously he was overconcerned, not a drop of wax dripped. The students in other grades of the college are already sitting on 4 outrageously looking wooden tables with glittering gold plates and goblets. There is another long table on the top table of the dining room, which is the teachers' seats. The most surprising and magical thing is the roof. I saw the velvety black ceiling glittering with stars, which looked exactly like the quiet night sky. The ghosts were also mixed in with the students, shining dimly, and Harry heard them. A little girl with shaggy hair and big front teeth not far from her side said domineeringly to her companion, "Spells were cast here, and it looks like the sky outside. I was in Hogwarts, a school history. I have read about it." Professor McGonagall gently put a 4-legged stool in front of the freshman, and then put a top wizard hat on the stool. The hat was patched, worn out, and very dirty. Suddenly the hat began to sing a song, and all the freshmen were shocked. After the magic hat sang the song, there was thunderous applause in the audience. The magic hat bowed to the 4 dining tables one by one, and then stood still. Then, Professor Gang McGonagall took a roll of parchment and clicked on a name, and the corresponding child was placed on the four-corner stool. The hat quickly or slowly called out the college they were assigned to. The long table in the auditorium occasionally applause broke out, and the original uniform and robe of the little wizard who was successfully sorted out instantly showed some of the academy colors and decorations of his academy. Author's note: the color change here uses the setting of the official mobile game Hogwarts Mystery, which I personally think is more magical. And Alan deliberately lost his mind before the start of the sorting, avoiding the name of the ruddy-faced girl with 2 golden braids who was assigned to Hufflepuff when she heard the sorting first place. Flug Brown was also assigned to Gryffindor, which did not surprise Alan. Flug may not be smart enough, but he has never lacked courage and justice. Alan Harris. Not long after Hermione Granger was assigned to Gryffindor, Alan walked calmly to the four-corner stool, hoping he could fool the self-proclaimed thinking hat. When the dirty hat was buttoned on Alan's soft light blonde hair, Alan held the hat a little uncomfortably, trying to keep the dirty hat away from the skin on his face. Well, very talented. I felt the magical power sprayed out. This is very rare for a little wizard of your age. You are calm and not impetuous. You are not in a hurry to know the college you are about to be assigned, nor I am eager to express my opinion. Which college should I assign you to? Wait. You learned the brain before you enrolled. Hey, no. You are passionate about the accumulation of knowledge, the pursuit of wisdom, and the desire to explore the unknown. The world is wandering in the ocean of knowledge. Then you should be assigned to Ravenclaw. There were some polite applause in the auditorium, but the few senior sisters on Ravenclaw applauded very sincerely. At least there was a handsome boy in their fascinating college. Reluctantly, Alan, who was barely able to see what he wanted to reveal, looked a little pale, and when he walked to the long table belonging to his academy a little bit weakly, he was relieved that he successfully lied to the sorting hat and did not let the sorting hat detect him. The secret of rebirth, but he was worried that the sorting hat's suspicion of his occlumency would draw Dumbledore's attention. Although this old bee had a good purpose, he would use them regardless of the feelings of others. Until Harry Potter's name rang in the auditorium. Are whispering everywhere, crowded, wanting to see the undead boy who defeated the mysterious man in the legend. Harry looked very nervous at this time. He closed his eyes and sat on the stool with his hands clasped tightly on the edge of the stool. His mouth was still babbling. He stayed on the stool for a long time before the hat yelled. Gryffindor. We got Potter. We got Potter. The cheers on the long Gryffindor table resounded throughout the auditorium, and they all shook hands with Harry and were proud of it. When Ron was becoming the penultimate person, he was also assigned to Gryffindor. His brothers were particularly happy to applaud wildly, which eased his blue complexion. Alan looked at the long table next door. Harry and Floyd were looking at him with regret. Alan thought it would be okay. Although he followed his father's instructions and contacted Harry in advance, as long as he was not excessive in school, contacting him is just such a normal communication, as long as you don't let Dumbledore feel that he will have too much influence on that prophecy. If you want to come to the world's greatest white wizard, you will not interfere too much or personally in your future. Just make choices for yourself. After all, when he arrived at Hogwarts and came to the magical world, Alan planned to live his own life instead of being influenced by the so-called protagonist. He didn't mean to hide in the classroom. Only by acting well can he gain more advantages than others. Teachers always like to give the green light to top students, don't they? Do you know Harry Potter over there? A lazy voice suddenly sounded around him. Yes. Alan didn't explain too much, retracted the gaze that Harry and the others met, and turned to look over. The owner of S voice is a teenager with brown hair, fair skin, and a few mischievous freckles on both sides of his cheeks, and thick dark circles under his eyes. Did you not sleep last night? It is indeed strange that such thick dark circles appear on the energetic young man. Alan asked unconsciously. Yes, I always don't get enough sleep. The boy's brown eyes were full of exhaustion, and they were also full of sincerity. My name is Alan Harris, I am glad to meet you. Alan stretched out his hand. My name is Edward, Edward Fox. Edward seemed to be in need of a bed, and his voice was erratic. At this time, Albus Dumbledore stood up. He looked at the students with a smile on his face and stretched out his arms to them. It seemed that there was nothing that made him happier than seeing them all together. Welcome, he said, welcome everyone to Hogwarts to start the new school year. Before the banquet, I want to say a few words. That is, idiot. Crying nose. Residual. Twist. Thank you everyone. Sit down again. Everyone applauded and cheered. Unlike the whispers of other colleges, some Ravenclaw students who know a little Latin are explaining the meaning to others. May Merlin bless you. But the prefect Pinello Crivat obviously disagrees. Idiot, we Ravenclaw wizards and wizards are usually the smartest. As students of Rowena, we think that there are no students who have entered Ravenclaw. They are all stupid fools. Crying nose. The term crying nose is also usually used to refer to fat. Unfriendly children use this term to insult and despise the fatter and poorer peers. Most of the Gryffindor students think I am brave and think that students from other colleges are not as brave as they are. Residue. This term also refers to the scraps of cloth, and the area is small, and can no longer be used to make useful objects. Slytherin students are pure blood supporters, value integrity and unity. The students of other colleges are not pure wizards in the eyes of Slytherins, they are useless scraps. Twist. Hufflepuff students are not in touch with the first three. There are a lot of little wizards who are not smart or brave and are born with mixed blood and muggles, but they can always screw everyone together. After hearing Pinello's explanation, Alan couldn't help but look at this pretty-looking senior sister a few more times. Based on her analysis, Alan thought, Dumbledore's intention is to remind students of different colleges to avoid prejudice and unite, but the old bee didn't do this by himself. Fortunately, I was not assigned to Slytherin. At this time, Alan noticed that Edward's eyes suddenly widened. It turned out that the long table in front of them was full of food. Roast beef, grilled chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steaks, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, potato chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea sprouts, carrots, gravy, tomato sauce, and for some strange reason, there are mint hard candies. A large number of delicious food suddenly enlivened the atmosphere, and everyone looked forward to it, and it was very pleasant. Perhaps the relaxation after tension will increase appetite, and the students' appetite seems to be good, but Alan lamented in his heart, it seems that even German food is not easy to eat now. Finally, when the dessert pudding disappeared, Professor Dumbledore stood up again. The restaurant is also quiet again. Oh, now everyone is full and drunk. I want to say a few more words to you. At the beginning of the semester, I want to make a few points for everyone to pay attention to. Attention first-year students, the woods on campus are forbidden to students. Some of our old classmates should also remember this. Dumbledore swept his shining gaze toward the Weasley twin brother. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the administrator, wants me to remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors between classes. The review of Quidditch players will be held in the second week of the semester. Anyone who is interested in joining the college team, please contact Mrs. Hooch. Finally, I must tell everyone that anyone who does not want to suffer an accident or die in pain, please do not enter the corridor on the right on the third floor. There was laughter from the silent hall. Among them was Harry's laughter. The little wizards thought their headmaster was joking with them, and then they realized that most of the people around were not laughing. Now, before everyone goes to bed, let us sing the school song together. Dumbledore said aloud, and the expressions of all the teachers and most of the old students seemed to be more rigid. Dumbledore flicked his wand, and a long golden ribbon flew out of the wand, twisting and winding lines of text like a snake over the high dining table. Everyone chooses the tune they like. Dumbledore said, "Get ready, sing." Finally, after the twins, who had just been watched by Dumbledore, used the funeral march tune to bring the already chaotic tune even further. Everyone finally finished singing the school song and left the auditorium in line. I hope that Ravenclaw's dormitory will be very comfortable. Alan, who is a little dissatisfied with the food and school song, puts his hope on the accommodation conditions. Chapter 25, Save People, revised, typos have been corrected. Led by female prefect Penelope Crivart, Ravenclaw's little wizards filed out. Alan noticed that another male prefect took a look at Penelope, who was pulling away. Mixed into the senior student team, very witty and non-existent, and left by himself. Be careful of the spiraling stairs. Don't go in the wrong direction. It's best not to go too far. That way you may not only be late but also get injured. Clivat waited for a few seconds to remember when he spoke again. The ever-changing staircase at Hogwarts was also designed by one of the founders of the Academy, Rowena Ravenclaw. Our common room and dormitory are on the west side of the castle. There is still some way to go. Be careful. You really have to be very careful. Some of the stairs in the castle were big and wide, some were narrow and small, and shaky. What? A scream stopped the students from moving forward. Alan looked back and saw the last student assigned to Ravenclaw by the Sorting Hat, and Lisa Dupin, who was also at the back, was desperately clutching the edge of the stairs with both hands. Oh, this stairs, I forgot to say, the steps under her feet will suddenly disappear. You remember to jump over in the future, but so stupid, how she was assigned to Ravenclaw. I have warned you not to too much leaning on the side. Every year I feel a little dull and have to go to Pomfrey for one night. Penelope complained and annoyed and rolled up the wizard's robe, while pushing away the little wizards who followed him. Going to save people personally. But the little witch estimated that she was usually too quiet, and her body was worse than most of her peers. She almost couldn't hold on anymore. The little wizards around her began to want to hold her, but she was a step late and didn't support her. In seconds, she fell down. She was not a Gryffindor lion keen on adventurous after all, and it is estimated that many of those pitiful little wizards can get up with their own arms. At this critical moment, only a slightly immature male voice can be heard from the crowd, Yugadam Leviosa. The little witch immediately floated in the air, and saw a vigorous figure in 3 steps and 2 steps, jumping to the bottom of the stairs. The little witch's floating curse was lifted, and it happened to be caught firmly by this agile man. Wow, did you see it? Did you see it? He would use a spell. He is very good, he moves very fast. The reaction is so fast, Prefect Penelope hasn't squeezed over yet. Yeah yet. The admiration rang out, and the little wizards, especially the little witches, looked at Ellen with admiration. Compared with most of them who couldn't even release a small spell, Ellen not only successfully cast the spell, the magic power is enough to support a little girl to float for so long. The most important thing is that he is considered the best in this group of little witches in terms of appearance. The little witches are not as mature as the witches at this age, and their happiness is simple. After seeing a companion using the magic spell to save someone so exciting, he kept making excitement and applause. Hat! Look what I saw! A little wizard who just entered school can use spells so skillfully, and can still have such magical power to catch someone of his age. Flitwick, if I were you, I must check it out. A strange sound of yin and yang sounded, and a bat-like figure floated out of the shadows. The greasy-haired Snape raised an eyebrow and stared at Alan, and said in a sarcastic tone, "It is worthy of being famous and famous." The boy who lived in distress became good friends before entering school and went to the Muggle world to go to school as a pure-blooded wizard. Professor Snape, I am the Dean of Ravenclaw. The wizards of our academy have always been known for their wisdom and knowledge. The emergence of geniuses like Alan is a great thing for Hogwarts. Moreover, Ravenclaw is very. Save Lisa Dupin's clever performance for you. Professor Flitwick, who is short and has a shrill voice, has a strong aura. This is a particularly reliable dean. Not only can he protect his students, but he can also remember his students' names in such a short period of time. It's really amazing! Alan exclaimed in his heart, but his actions in the Muggle world are really amazing. Still being watched. The female prefect Pinello, who received her dean, Professor Flitwick, said, "Watch your feet, please continue to follow me." "Harris, thank you for saving me." Lisa Dupin's footsteps were still obviously trembling, she was frightened, but she insisted on thanking Alan first. "You're welcome, at least we can remember to jump over the next time we walk this step." Alan then saw her face clearly, and gave up the idea that her act was a hero to save the beauty, but finally did it. After a good thing, he also made the dean of his college feel good about him. During the conversation, they climbed the tall tower and came to the entrance of the common room. The entrance is at the top of the Ravenclaw Tower, and at a glance you can see an old, smooth wooden board with a huge eagle-shaped bronze knocker. Pinello tapped on the door knocker 3 times, and the door knocker made a mysterious and magnetic sound. "If you want your dream to come true, what do you do first? Wake up." Pinello's mind turned quickly. Other colleges have fixed passwords. We don't have them. As long as you can answer the questions about the enchanted door knocker. In fact, these questions are not only fixed. The standard answer, as long as there is a reason to persuade it, you can come in. Don't worry, it never asks those rigid arithmetic questions, but they are somewhat philosophical, but there is no need to worry about safety, because there are nearly 1 in the millennium, apart from us Ravenclaw ourselves. No outsider can pass this simple barrier. Author's note: no outsider has entered the official website Pottermore for nearly 1,000 years. The statement in the article: Welcome Address of Prefect Ravenclaw. Alan thinks that the common room is very interesting, but the dormitory is better to be safer. But if there is no outsider in for 1,000 years, or whether it is the eagle ring itself that has the ability to distinguish the visitors, please pull when Claw's own standards are low enough, and if you encounter outsiders, the problem is very difficult. Don't be afraid of eagle ring's questions. We Ravenclaw are good at learning. You will soon learn to enjoy the challenge of eagle ring setting. A dozen or 20 students of different grades try to answer the day's questions together. This is not uncommon. This is also a good opportunity for you to meet other students in other grades. But when you forget the books or Quidditch sports where you will use that day, because you need to rush in and out, you may find this challenge a bit annoying. Therefore, I suggest that you check your school bag again and again before leaving Ravenclaw Tower. The female prefect opened the door and signaled the little wizards to enter. Our people are very self-conscious. People from other academies will even call us weird, but geniuses are usually at a different pace from ordinary people. Unlike other colleges, we think you can wear any clothes you like, believe in anything you want, and say whatever you like. We won't people who dislike alternatives. On the contrary, we appreciate alternatives. Alan couldn't help thinking of the crazy girl who won't enroll until next year. In the 4 colleges that are the most tolerant of aliens, she will be rejected by other Ravenclaws because of her weirdness. That's weird. How far? Walked into the door of the common room. It was a large round room with elegant arched windows on the wall, with blue and bronze silk hanging. Through the windows, you could see the beautiful scenery outside. The ceiling is a dome, decorated with stars, and the dark blue carpet below is also decorated with stars, which is profound and mysterious. There are large tables and chairs and rows of bookshelves in the room. In the niche opposite the door, there is a bust of white marble of a beautiful and intelligent woman, Rowena Ravenclaw. A door beside the statue leads to the dormitory above. Through the arched windows of the circular common room, you can see the Hogwarts campus, the Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, the Quidditch Stadium, and the greenhouse. Other colleges are not lucky enough to enjoy this view. Pinello said after that, I will give a general introduction to the lounge. In particular, I explained the different positions of the male and female dormitories and the consequences of boys incorrectly entering the girls' dormitory. Finally, Pinello returned to the center of the common room. Speaking of weirdness, you will like our dean, Professor Felius Flitwick. People often underestimate him because he is really short and has a sharp voice, but he is the best in the world. Yes, the most knowledgeable curse professor. Many of us also think he has fairy blood, but please don't ask him rudely. His office door is always open to any problematic Ravenclaw. If you are unhappy, he will release those delicious pocket cakes hidden in the desk drawer tin and let them dance in front of you. In fact, you can pretend to be unhappy, so that you can see the cakes dancing cowboy. It's really worth a try. Ravenclaw has a glorious history. Most of the great wizard inventors and innovators came from our academy, including Popichua Vancourt, the inventor of the moonshot, Levine de Montmorency, who invented many kinds of love, the great pharmacist of potions, Ignatia Wildsmith, the inventor of fluid powder. There are also famous ministers of magic from Ravenclaw, including Millicent Bagno, UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Harry Potter was on duty the night he escaped from the curse of the Dark Lord. He used his own words to defend the celebration of the British wizards. I insist that the celebration is our inalienable power. There is Minister Loken MacLeod. He is a very smart wizard, but he prefers to draw smoke from the tip of his wand to communicate with people. Of course, I said earlier that we produce weird people. In fact, we also contributed to the magic world. Uric, the weird man who wears jellyfish as a hat. He is a classic punchline in many wizard jokes. I think that's all. Oh, yes, the ghost of our college is Ms. Grey. Others think she never talks, but she will occasionally talk to us Ravenclaw. She is the daughter of Ms. Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of Hogwarts. She is a very beautiful lady. It is said that she has something to do with the Blood Man Barrow. Of course we never ask her. She is especially useful when you are lost or cannot find something. Finally, I will say it again, congratulations on being a member of the smartest, quickest, and most interesting Hogwarts. The female prefect was like an endorsement of a task. After finishing the introduction, it sounded a little like memorizing lines. She waved and turned around and got into the girls' dormitory, leaving the first-year freshmen to let them allocate the dormitory. Alan randomly found a bed that belonged to him, but then he was actually assigned to the same dormitory with Edward Fox, whom he had just talked about. Edward was also surprised, but he was too sleepy. Good night. Soon I fell asleep. This is not surprising, their four-legged bed is covered with sky blue silk quilt, which looks very comfortable. Alan quickly finished washing in the bathroom, threw himself completely onto the bed, sank into the soft bed, closed his eyes, and the sound of the wind blowing in front of the window made him feel very comfortable. Chapter 26, House of Requirement, revised, typos have been revised. Early the next morning, Alan, half opened his eyes, hardly wanted to get up. Ravenclaw's bedroom was so comfortable. In the end, the long-held habit still made Alan get up reluctantly. He suddenly found a letter on the bedside. Quickly take apart, it turned out to be the first-year curriculum. This letter could appear on the head of his bed unconsciously. Alan felt that maybe the bed is too comfortable and it's not a good thing. Turning his head, Alan glanced at Edward, who was still asleep, and gently opened the letter paper. This semester has set up a total of 8 courses, including astronomy, herbalism, and magic spells. Basically, 1 class in the morning and 2 classes in the afternoon. Only astronomy has classes in the evening, other classes are in the day. The course time is about 2 hours and 1 class. It's different from what I remember. For some reason, although most of Ravenclaw's courses are still conducted with Hufflepuff, the individual courses have become Fender together. Very well, there is no class on Friday afternoon, and 2 consecutive days off on Saturday and Sunday. You can do your own things during these hours. Alan feels satisfied with the course settings, especially the first class in September. Starting at o'clock, in addition to having enough time to practice physical exercises, he also had plenty of time to take a shower, and then to enjoy a slightly rushed breakfast. Then, what urgently needs to be solved at the moment is to find a place that is convenient for oneself to practice the wizard's physical exercises. If it is not for some actions that will make him feel a little ashamed, then it shouldn't be so troublesome. Alan put on his clothes lightly, ran to the bathroom to clean it, and left the Ravenclaw Tower. In order to avoid the troublesome Eagle Ring questions when he came back, he also brought all the textbooks needed for today's course. Alan remembers that there is a responsive house in Hogwarts Castle, also known as the Come and Go House. According to legend, it is sometimes absent. One can only enter when a person really needs it. When it appears, it is always arranged. It just fits the needs of the seeker. At the same time, the responsive house and the people in it cannot be displayed on the live point map. The name of the person who enters will disappear directly on the map. If you can find it, you will have a relatively private room, so you don't need to go too far. Worry about the look of others' inquiry. Just do it. Reconfirming that Edward is asleep again, Alan checked that there is nothing left behind in his carrying items, and then walked behind Edward, who was lying on his side, and activated the magic spell function of the wizard robe. This is to avoid trouble. After all, it is less than 6 o'clock. In order to avoid meeting Filch and ghosts, although it is no longer a curfew time, it will inevitably be a waste of time to explain when being seen, and it is easy to attract others' attention. Then, with his own memory, Alan came to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle to look for the tapestry of Trollwood Bong Das Silly Barnabas, and the House of Requirement is opposite it. More than 10 minutes later, Alan successfully discovered it, and when he explored it around, he found that he didn't even notice himself in the portrait. The invisible wizard held his breath, his brain emptied, just thinking, I need a place to exercise. Then, Alan walked 3 times between the wall in front of the tapestry, and a very smooth door suddenly appeared in front of Alan. Alan quickly opened the door, stepped into it, and looked out through the gap after closing the door. Alan judged that the interior space in this responsive room was not on the same plane as Hogwarts. It seems that a suitable room is temporarily connected to Hogwarts based on the user's request. The spatial knowledge involved is far beyond what Alan can understand now. He can only judge the principles, and the spaces expanded by the non-marking curse that their modern wizards love to use are completely different. Looking around calmly, Alan found that this is a gym similar to a wizard style. This is a very spacious house. Unfortunately, the equipment inside looks strangely shaped, and some of them should be medieval. The style is shabby and old, and even Alan found a crucible in it with a few large stones and withered blood stains that have turned black. This is a kind of game equipment called the head crucible, which originated from Scotland. Is also considered to be the most dangerous of all broomstick sports. According to an 11th century poem, it is very common that only 2 of 12 wizards can survive. It is said that Godric Gryffindor himself once won this kind of competition at a carnival. Because it was too dangerous, it was designated as an illegal sport in 1762, but today, there are still wizards playing this sport illegally. Fortunately, there is Quidditch now. The wizards, except for a few, died. No need to use them. There is even a bathroom in the room, which is the most practical function for Alan, which is convenient for cleaning and hygiene after exercising. After exercise and washing, I feel refreshed. Waiting for the holidays, if there is a shortage of pocket money, I will find something to sell in the hidden room. I can't understand that some wizards have found this room, but because of lack of money, they would rather go outside for more dangerous things. Crime. Obviously, you only need to sell a few things that no one wants, and be careful not to be too exaggerated and eye-catching. After talking to himself, Alan looked at the time and got through the door. Go out. It's not easy to go here and the common rooms of the 4 colleges, so I'm not afraid of being seen. When I came to the restaurant, there were already many people eating. It seemed that everyone was very positive about the first day of class. Ellen, come here, there is nothing next to me. Flake Brown was still so reckless. Alan smiled and pointed to the Ravenclaw logo on his robe, shrugged helplessly and rejected Frag, and walked to the long table belonging to the Ravenclaws themselves. Flake also suddenly realized his mistake, scratched his head, and sat down. The first class is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. We have to be faster and we must not be late. When it came to this, Alan had already swallowed a piece of butter scrambled eggs and had a bowl of cereal. He looked around and found that he seemed to have forgotten something. Edward? He hasn't come to eat breakfast yet, this guy hasn't gotten up yet. Alan hurriedly grabbed a few Danish rolls wrapped in paper, took a sip of pumpkin juice, and ran to Ravenclaw. I complained in my heart that I still have to run back, after all, I still have to get along as a roommate for 7 years. This relationship still needs to be maintained. Running to the tower in a hurry, a sleepy little witch who happened to be a little harder than Edward walked out of the common room yawning, and sighed in a secret. Lucky Alan didn't even need to answer the question, so she took the opportunity to enter. In the lounge, he ran back to the dormitory smoothly. Edward was still asleep. Wake up, Edward, I'm almost late. Alan found it useless, and finally had to use a clear spring-like water to make his roommate's face full. Oh, Alan, good morning. Edward woke up still lazily, not caring that his face was still wet. Alan didn't know what could make him cheer up. When the two finally arrived at the transformation classroom, they found that they were not too late, but many students in the classroom had already sat down. They were talking and laughing, no one paid attention to the flower on the podium. Tabby Cat. Alan, let's sit in the back, so the chances of being named by the professor will be less. Oh, why are you kicking me? Edward was kicked by Alan as soon as he proposed, and then Alan noticed the podium. The cat glanced at Edward. With a turn of his eyes, Alan walked over and saluted the cat, then took Edward and sat quietly behind him. Edward wondered why Alan had to salute a cat, and then finally realized his roommate's unusually quiet reaction. He glanced at the cat on the podium again and asked, "Is there a problem with that cat?" "It's Professor McGonagall. There are only 7 animagus registered in the 20th century. She is one of them. You can see that the pattern of her eyes is exactly the same as Professor McGonagall's glasses." Alan replied softly. He felt his own the little friend is at least a smart person. Edward heard the words and immediately sat down with breathlessness. Although a little annoyed that his suggestion was heard by the professor just now, he looked at the little wizards who showed their talents for mischief, and mischief because there was no teacher present, he showed a look of gloat. Alan noticed that, unlike what she remembered, Hermione even wanted to stroke the cat's head after coming in this time, but Professor McGonagall, who was turned into a cat when she stretched out her hand, swiftly avoided. Poor cat lover little girl. Alan couldn't help feeling pity, but decided to wait and observe the changes in Miss Master's expression. Harry, great! Fortunately, Professor McGonagall hasn't arrived yet. Ron rushed into the professor and shouted happily. Fryg and Harry looked at each other, smiled fortunately and breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the tabby cat on the podium jumped off the podium, and when it jumped off, it turned into a tall, serious woman. Professor McGonagall! Ron was shocked, and he leaned back in awe. That was too good just now. Professor McGonagall, good morning. Mr. Weasley, Mr. Potter, Mr. Brown, you are late, and 5 points are deducted for each of you. Also thank you for your evaluation, Mr. Weasley. If I take you or Mr. Potter might be more useful to turn into a pocket watch. So maybe the 3 of you can still have one of you on time. Gryffindor's Dean and Professor of Transformation, Minerva McGonagall, used the serious eyes behind the glasses staring at the little wizard. Is really terrible, so many points were deducted on the first day of school. We are lost. Harry tried to explain. The map is a good thing. McGonagall shook his head in disapproval of Harry's defense. I think you don't need a map to find your seats in this classroom. The 3 of them obediently obeyed Professor McGonagall's instructions and sat down obediently. Professor McGonagall obviously let go of poor Hermione Granger. She was still stunned, the pair of big teeth in her slightly open mouth looming. Is really terrible, so many points were deducted on the first day of school. Get back to your seat. The three of them obeyed Professor McGonagall's instructions dingily and sat down obediently. Mr. Harris, excellent observation ability. It seems that you have previewed many courses. You are the only student who recognizes my true identity among freshmen this year. Therefore, Ravenclaw adds 5 points. Professor G.E. nodded to Alan, and then dragged his checked robe to the center of the podium. www.novel.com Transfiguration is the most complicated and dangerous spell in your Hogwarts course. Anyone who once when I was naughty in my class, I invited him out and never allowed him to come in again. I warned you. Then, she turned her desk into a pig, and then changed it back. The students were all attracted and wanted to start learning right away, but they soon understood that it would take a long time to turn furniture into animals. After they jotted down a lot of complicated and difficult notes, she gave each of them a match and began to let them try to become a needle. Alan, who had already previewed before enrolling in school, completed the task almost instantly. Unlike the Muggle-born little wizards, as long as there are adult wizards present, Zongxi is for the children of pure-blood wizard families. As long as they have the heart, it's not a big problem. It's not bad. Few little wizards can achieve this level in the first class, so Ravenclaw adds another 5 points. Professor McGonagall was a little surprised. He successfully completed the challenge in the first class. Wizards are not too rare in her educational career, but even if she has practiced at home, it is a rare thing to be so proficient and easy to try in class for the first time. Mr. Harris, it's better to leave it to you. Let me show you. The freshmen from the 4 colleges stared at Alan with piercing eyes. Alan was calm and composed, thinking that at the beginning, as a teacher, he had to face the students every day except for the holidays. By the end of Get Out of Class, apart from Ellen, only a few of Ravenclaw's pure blood and Gryffindor's Hermione Granger managed to make some changes to the match. Is not just a metamorphosis class. In almost all courses, Alan can score for Ravenclaw, and he is quickly known to the freshmen at Hogwarts. Chapter 27, Swiba Alan, revised, typos have been corrected. After a short lunch break, Alan and the others stepped onto the 4th floor. The curse classroom was in the corridor on the left-hand side of the 4th floor. Not surprisingly, they saw the school administrator Filch and his cat, Mrs. Loris. Because the corridor on the right on the 4th floor is a restricted area, Dumbledore mentioned at the opening banquet, I must tell everyone that anyone who does not want to suffer accidents and die in pain, please do not enter the corridor on the right on the 4th floor. No one wants to be confined. They all turn left obediently, waiting for Professor Flitwick to teach. The Dean of Ravenclaw and the Professor of the Hogwarts Curse, Felius Flivy, was surprisingly short in stature. He had to stand on a stack of books during class to reach the desk. He took out the roster and called him. When he read Harry's name, he screamed with excitement and fell to the ground and disappeared. Alan didn't think there was anything to ridicule about. He thought that Professor Flitwick was so excited, definitely not like the other little wizards watching Harry in the school, because Harry Potter had defeated Voldemort in name, or because he is the star of Savior and other reasons. Professor Flitwick has studied curses for so many years, and Harry is the only one known to have survived the unforgivable curse, the Avitiso curse cast by Voldemort himself. Such a killing by a powerful wizard, the curse failed on Harry and even bounced back to the person who cast it. This phenomenon was the cause of Professor Flitwick's gaffe. This is completely different from the case of a life-killing spell cast by a little wizard who is not strong enough in magic power and will. Although Alan already owns the Encyclopedia of Encyclopedia, he still listened very carefully to Professor Flitwick's explanation, made notes, a spell, and it's important to understand how to read the syllables and how to swing the wand. Principle, it's even more fascinating if it is said that successfully casting a spell is just a worker who builds a house according to existing theoretical methods. Alan, as a Ravenclaw, wants to explore and study, yes, the principles and theories used by the wizard who invented this curse are the path that the scientists of the magical world should take. The curse class should be regarded as Alan's best subject right now, and he is still the fastest and best completed one. Alan adds 10 points, for your precise spelling. Professor Flitwick looked at Alan, his expression was incredibly kind. Ravenclaw, who liked to pay attention to his own affairs and personal achievements, did not express his desires by Slater. Lynn and Gryffindor have been suppressing for too long, and this time Alan's excellence and performance far surpassed the rest of the little wizards, which made the Ravenclaw dean couldn't help but seize the opportunity. My academy added a few extra points. In the following herbal medicine class, Alan relied on his memorable ability to recite the textbooks, and perfectly answered the questions raised by Professor Sprout, and won another 5 points for Ravenclaw. In this regard, Ravenclaw's classmates adapted quickly and were proud of it. They quietly gave Alan several similar nicknames such as Point Controller and Point Controller. Alan's subsequent performance also proved these titles. He is absolutely well-deserved, thanks to the powerful magic power compared with his peers and the experience of contacting and practicing magic a year in advance. But even in flight lessons, Alan was the best one among Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff's first-year wizards. His brother and sister were both members of the school team when they were in school. The Harris family is in this regard. The talent is pretty good. Although Alan felt that flying in the sky on a broomstick was not as comfortable as flying in an airplane in his previous life, but in 1820, the cushion curse invented by Eliosmes pushed a big step forward to make a more comfortable broomstick. At least let them do this. Men will not feel too uncomfortable to sit up and take off at any time. You can do whatever you want to sprint and hover. This kind of excitement cannot be experienced by flying. And even in the scariest potions class in the rumors of the little wizards, Alan, who did not have the aggressive attitude of Miss Know-It-All, could make Slytherin Dean and Potions Professor, Severus Snape, to answer. Impeccable. This also made this greasy old bat who knew that Alan and Harry had friendship before, and his hostile attitude towards Alan had dropped a lot. When making potions, Alan, who has McLean's physical exercises to control his muscles, precise technique is beyond the reach of other students. However, he completed the task completely according to the content of the textbook, and Professor Snape occasionally revealed the unique technique. Let Alan know that he still has a long way to go in potions class. Harris, it took so long for your hemostatic ointment to be completed. When you finish it later, I am afraid that the wound will heal on its own. Putting some mint will help improve the comfort of the ointment, and the smell will become more suitable for you. These hypocritical pet children are more receptive. Use the handle of your silver knife to press, and it will be easier to get juice. Professor Snape sternly trained Alan, the first to complete the hemostatic ointment, to be decent. Why doesn't Snape think about who will make ointment if he is injured? Are they all spares? Okay. Edward couldn't help but mutter, out of breath. Edward, it's Professor Snape. He is teaching some skills that we can't learn in textbooks. Alan helped Edward cut the medicine. You did so well, he didn't give you a point. Edward was still angrily. Look, I'll do what he said. Isn't your ointment of better quality? Alan threw the cut medicinal materials into the cauldron, and the ointment instantly turned blue-green with a fragrance of mint. This shows that I do have areas for improvement. I can teach the skills conscientiously. It seems that Professor Snape is a real potion master. These methods of his should have never been published, but he is willing to teach us. Worthy of our respect. Alan looked at Edward, who was dumbfounded, and explained in a soft voice, in addition to the unpleasant start of school, perhaps it was a benefit of good grades. Although Snape is still not forgiving, he is still very honest. He unconsciously taught some of his unique potions while teaching. I am glad to see that the host is not proud. The time-limited mission is limited to 3 months. The host must finish reading the library and remove all potions books outside the forbidden book area. After the mission is completed, a reward for the Master of Potions will be awarded. 3 months, it seems like a long time, but apart from eating, sleeping, and going to class, Alan feels that there is really not much time. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. However, if the potions master's experience can be obtained and understood thoroughly, then the door of potions will be opened to Alan. Fortunately, it is only required to read the contents of these books rather than truly understand them. Alan, what are you thinking about? Get out of class is over. Edward packed his things quickly and awakened Alan in thought, although you make sense, I still don't want to stay in this cold basement for a long time. Dinner is about to begin. I must sit next to the pudding tonight. I only ate 3 yuan yesterday. Edward's taste is somewhat similar to that of the crazy girl in the future, and Alan also quickened his pace immediately. Not only for appetite, but more importantly, you can go to the library to read books after you finish eating early. After eating dinner quickly, Alan was the first student to arrive at the library today, faster than Miss Know-It-All Hermione Granger. Mrs. Irma Pins, a Hogwarts book that is difficult to get along with by little wizards and is described as a totalitarian country rather than a place of study under her management. The administrator, the look in Alan's eyes at this time is far less terrifying than the rumors. As a well-known first-year freshman, the smart, talented and hard-working student is even more impressive. Of course, the most important thing is that this good student cherishes his books very much. Alan first completed the homework quickly, and then brought a large stack of potions books, using his memorable skills to quickly read them. It is not important to not understand, it is important to read it first. Less than half an hour later, the library soon swarmed into a large group of students busy with homework and searching for information. The secluded and quiet seat like Alan chose to be occupied early. Chapter 28, Midnight Duel, Modified, Typo Corrected. Alan, I know you are here. On this day, Fleg, Ron, and Harry came to the library together and found Alan. During this period, Alan's life rhythm became extremely regular, except for the classroom go up, go to the library, or go to the restaurant during meal time to find him. Alan put down the potions textbook in his hand and looked up at a few old friends he knew before entering school. Hey, you haven't come to me for a long time. We can't usually go to class together. Except for the transformation class, we never get together again. Our class always overlaps with the annoying Slytherin. Frege complained aggrievedly, the library is yours. I'm here, and I never saw you work so hard at Muggle school. We in Gryffindor guess that the domineering lady of know-how can often meet you. You guys' deeds are often passed into my ears. For example, Harry did a good thing today to help Longbottom win the memory ball from Malfoy. Alan described even if in the library, I also heard what the little wizards were talking about. Mrs. Pants had severely silenced them many times for this. Yet, you don't know how great Harry was today. He swooped down from a height of more than 50 feet and caught Neville's memory ball. Fletcher was excited, as if he was holding the memory ball. Myself. Speaking of Neville, the memory ball glows as soon as he receives it. What has he forgotten? Alan has been wondering why the fat boy's memory ball glows. He forgot to wear Hogwarts' magic robe. Ron shrugged, but his loud voice was too loud. Author's note: in the memory ball part of the movie, all students except Neville wear robes. Hey, be quiet. This is the library. Mrs. Pins, the librarian, waved a feather duster to warn Fleg. But Malfoy proposed a wizard duel to us. But Ellen, you know me. I don't know much about magic. Harry lowered his voice and asked Alan for help with embarrassment. The school habit made him unable to help telling Alan when something happened. Malfoy's assistant is Vincent Crabbe. I planned to become Harry's assistant with Flyg, but the two of them agreed that you have a better chance of winning as an assistant. Ron looked at HA with a little dissatisfaction. Lee took a look and added that he didn't have an opinion on Alan. He just thought that although Alan's grades were very good, it didn't mean how good his actual combat ability was, and Frege's magic talent was very poor. When it comes to practical extremes, he is always one of the backwards in the class, just like Neville. Malfoy wouldn't go to this ridiculous duel, he did it too, although it actually hurts the glory of pure blood. Thinking about this, Alan replied, have you never thought that Malfoy might not appear? Anyway, it's impossible for the wizard to escape the already initiated duel. What a shame! Ron said nonchalantly, he didn't think it was a problem, how could he beat Malfoy so happily? Alan had to admit that under normal circumstances, wizards would not evade duel. Although Malfoy succeeded in insulting Harry and the others, the average pureblood was worth it, but as a member of the ancient Holy 28 family, although most people don't take this kind of duel of first-year children's play too seriously, but if an adult wizard does this, his behavior will only humiliate his family. Ellen, you can be my assistant. Harry looked expectant. Well, as you wish, my friend. Alan feels bad and refuses it, otherwise such a good friend in the Muggle world asks you to be so deliberately alienated, but it will easily arouse others' suspicion, and by the way, you can also look at the legendary three-headed dog that loves music. We are set to win. Ron and Harry slapped each other excitedly. This time, both of them forgot to lower their voices. Get out! You all give me out, it's too noisy. Mrs. Pins trot over and chased them away angrily, waving her feather duster. Then Ellen, see you in the prize showroom at 11:30 in the evening. The three Harry jogged and quickly ran out of the library. Are you going to fight Malfoy and the others? Alan's roommate Edward walked out from the shadow of the bookshelf with a yawn. Don't worry, there will be no problem. Alan thought he would never be caught. This is, for a little wizard of our age, is it possible that a duel is spraying sparks at each other? Edward laughed as if he had figured out something. And if you get caught, your score will be deducted, and you can get it back in a few days. If this episode were not counted, Alan's day would be very complete. He successfully watched 1,000 Wonders of Herbs and Mushrooms and felt as if he was full and very satisfied. At 11:30 in the evening, it was the curfew time. Alan got up from the bed, and Edward was already asleep. After using the phantom spell that comes with the wizard robe once, Alan quickly went to the prize showroom on the 4th floor. The prizes showroom stores all the honors that teachers and students have won in the past. Prizes, statues, trophies, plates, shields and medals are displayed in the crystal display cabinet. There is also a list of all the chairpersons of the male and female student union. Alan hid behind a huge showcase and waited for a while before seeing Harry and the others. Why are you so late? Are you looking forward to the duel tonight? Alan looked at the head with this thick hair behind them and asked deliberately, Hey, there is one more person. Well, Ellen, her name is Hermione Granger, she must follow, we can't help it. Ron complained to Ellen angrily. You are against the school rules by doing this, I must. Hermione looked furious now, Mr. Harris didn't expect you to be fooling around with them. Calm down, Miss Granger, you're breaking the school rules yourself now. Alan pointed out this fact calmly, and then saw with interest Hermione's shaggy hair shaking like anger. With Professor McGonagall's character, he won't listen to your excuses. That's because the fat lady at the door didn't know which portrait to drop by in the middle of the night. I can't go back. Mr. Harris, you have been praised by all the professors. As a top student, you won't think this is ridiculous, isn't the duel right? Hermione tried hard to win Alan's approval. We should stop them together. Yes, it is indeed a ridiculous duel, but as a wizard, since we have agreed to the duel, we should fulfill our promise. This is a matter of dignity. If anyone violates it, it will be looked down upon. Alan raised Hermione, stopped her hand and wanted to say something, turned her head and asked Harry, Well, Harry, what time do you and Malfoy have agreed upon? Since you have been late for a while, he hasn't been there yet. Have you considered the situation where I told you this afternoon that he might not come over? It's past 12 midnight, Malfoy and the others have arrived. They won't be caught by Filch, will they? Harry looked at the mechanical watch Frigg had given him, although it was more troublesome than using a battery. But at least within the range of Hogwarts that can damage electronic products, such items can be used normally. Malfoy may not be caught, but Crabbe doesn't have to be, you see his figure. Ron's mouth narrowed, he still didn't realize that Malfoy was a pure-blooded wizard after starting a duel. Will actively break his promise. Under the moonlight, the crystal glass cabinets displaying prizes are shining. In the darkness, trophies, shields, medals and statues were shining silver and gold. 5 people moved forward against the wall, staring at the doors at both ends of the room. Harry took out his wand to prevent Malfoy from suddenly charging come in and fight him. Time passed by every minute. Maybe he was afraid to come. Ron whispered impatiently. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. At this time, a voice came from the next room, which made Freak jump up directly, and the others raised their wands. As soon as Harry raised his wand, he heard, which corner of these little boys might be hiding. The administrator of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Argus Filch, is talking to his cat, Mrs. Loris. With a frightened face, Harry madly waved his wand silently at the other 4 people, asking them to follow him as soon as possible. They walked silently to the door away from Filch's voice, and soon they heard Filch. Walked into the prize showroom. They're somewhere here, they heard the administrator mutter in a low voice, probably hid. Go here, Harry silently motioned to everyone with his eyes and fingers. Miss Know-It-All Hermione was obviously frightened at this time. She nodded instinctively without speaking, and then followed everyone quietly along the side of the prize showroom. Walking along a corridor full of armor, she could hear Filch getting closer and closer to them. Kong, bang! Frigg accidentally touched a piece of armor, and the sound of the armor rolling down was particularly harsh in the silent night. Run! Alan took the lead and ran wildly, and the 5 immediately ran down the corridor at full speed. Did not dare to look back to see if Filch had followed. They ran around the doorposts, ran through corridors after corridors, and finally they came out near the classroom where they were attending the spell class. I told you guys, Hermione gasped, grabbing the seam on her chest, I told you. Alan glanced at it for a while and then ignored the people who complained to each other, because the LUA forbidden area with a little blood from the 3-headed dog was on this floor. Chapter 29, 3 Dogs, Modified, Typos have been revised. Where did we go? Frigg asked in horror, bending over and panting. 4th floor, near the curse classroom. Alan replied calmly. Although he is also running wild, his physical fitness is much better than that of his peers, and he can continue to cast the magic spell in the wizard robe. Under the circumstances, he does not worry that he will be caught. I think we have thrown him off. Harry gasped. He leaned against the cold wall, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Malfoy lied to you. Hermione said to Harry, you understand, don't you? Mr. Harris warned you too. Although I don't understand why he would be willing to mess with you. Malfoy doesn't plan to go there and you meet. Filch knew someone was going to the prize showroom, and Malfoy must have revealed the news to him. Ron also had to admit that Hermione was right, but other than that, he didn't want to talk to Miss Knower about anything like Harry. Despicable Malfoy, I'm going to make him look good tomorrow. Floyd's face flushed red. Even Dudley Dursley has some physical advantages, and Draco Malfoy's despicable. The method is too pediatric. A few first-year freshmen dare to wander around in the middle of the night. Tisk, tusk, tusk, naughty, naughty, you will be caught. Pippi screamed happily and giggled. This clown-like thing with a wide face, big mouth, and round eyes, dressed in brightly colored clothes, a tie, a top hat, and slippers with long slits showing toes is Hogwarts. The naughty mischief of the magic school, his appearance reflects his nature. Those who know him will agree, it is a seamless blend of humor and malice. Mischief usually does not have a physical form, but Hogwarts is an exception. He has existed since the beginning of his establishment. He likes to create pranks and chaos. He has always let the school and the teachers and students, especially the administrators. Gus Filch has a headache, because the only people who can control him are the Barrow and Albus Dumbledore. Come on, don't waste your time. Alan stopped Hermione, who wanted to ask for affection, grabbed her and ran forward. Students don't sleep. Seeing that the little wizards ran away, Pippi immediately yelled and reported to Filch, the administrator he usually hates, "Students don't sleep," in the corridor of the spell class. The little wizards seemed to hear Filch's footsteps, and ignoring their steps, they fled forward desperately to the end of the corridor. "The door is locked." Ron whimpered desperately, and Frigg pushed the door desperately, expecting it to be slammed open with great force. "Get out of the way." Hermione revealed the qualities of the owner of the Dragonheart Wand core wand she used, and shook off Alan's hand cleanly, and yelled at Frigg to frighten him. Alan, who was actually preparing to cast the lock curse, was inadvertently dumped and staggered. Miss Know-It-All took out her magic wand, knocked on the door lock, and whispered, "A Laho cave is open." The lock clicked, and the door suddenly opened. The little wizards rushed in, closed the door quickly, put their ears on it, and listened to the movement behind the door, but they did not notice that Alan's mind was no longer on Filch. Up. Pippi is worthy of being an excellent mischief who never does business. At this time, he who really met with the school administrator ignored Filch's request, forgot the group of students just now, and started to use his own advantages. Pushed to those armors, and floated on the head of the old dumb gun, throwing a spider that he had caught from nowhere. Filch was so angry that he stomped his feet, and finally he cursed helplessly while leading his cat to escape. And Pippi more excitedly chased him and continued to throw all kinds of trash at him. "We should be safe." Harry took a long sigh, slipped from the door, and sat down. "No. We don't." Freak's teeth slammed lightly and quickly, shaking all over, habitually pulling Alan's sleeves. "Hey!" Hermione let out a thin, short, but not loud scream. People often can't make a sound when they are in extreme fear. The three-headed dog Lua, with the blood of creatures, just appeared in front of them. They were facing a monster-like dog, which was so large that it filled everything from the ceiling to the floor. It has 3 heads, 3 pairs of fierce eyes turning steadily, 3 noses twitching and trembling in their direction, and 3 drooling mouths, which resemble sticky ropes. From a yellowed dog the tooth hangs down. It stood there motionless, all 6 eyes fixed on them. This kind of thing is generally used by wizards to guard important things. Alan knew that as long as there is music, this ferocious monster can fall asleep. Although the blood on this 3-headed dog is already very thin, he felt a considerable degree of deterrence and a faint smell of sulfur. Under the 3-headed dog is the wooden board leading to the Philosopher's Stone, but Alan believes that this is a test that Dumbledore deliberately gave Harry, otherwise Dumbledore would only have to discuss directly with his real owner, Nicola May. Just destroy the Philosopher's Stone directly, why bother to protect it? And in the original plot, after Voldemort's failure, Harry Potter destroyed the Philosopher's Stone in such a short time before he woke up. This is enough to show that they had already dealt with it. After discussing it, Nicola May himself has just enough elixir for him and his wife to take care of things properly. Alan does not intend to disrupt Dumbledore's arrangement. He does not have the strength to challenge them, and it is unnecessary. Although he had a main story with Harry, who had not seen him for a long time, tonight, the number of participants was more than in the original book. Besides, Alan also felt that it would be too conspicuous if he completely separated from Harry. After all, the old bee already knew his relationship with Harry in the Muggle world. Just like now, it's okay to participate appropriately with your own mood, otherwise it will be too deliberate and it will give people a ghost. Father really caused trouble for himself. Alan shook his head slightly to stop the complaining in his heart. With a click, Hermione turned the doorknob and opened the door. Several people quickly fled here. Fortunately, the 3-headed dog was chained and could only growl frantically behind them. The 4 of Harry galloped desperately, and they ran to the portrait of the fat lady on the 8th floor before stopping. "Where's Ellen? Did you see Ellen's trail?" Harry suddenly asked when he arrived at the Gryffindor common room. Several people looked at each other and couldn't tell when Alan left. "Don't worry, I'm sure he will be there when I leave the 4th floor. With his skill, he will never be caught." Fletcher caught Harry, who was about to turn back and look for him. Alan, who had already cast the phantom spell and left, knew that they had no more twists and turns tonight, and they had seen the mighty three-headed dog. He suddenly became interested in magical creatures. After completing the task set by the system, please do well. Learn about these weird creatures. Returning to Ravenclaw Tower smoothly, Alan also saw Filch, who had escaped Pippi's entanglement and was walking around for inspections. Damn, there was an advance informer of a Slytherin student who could not catch it. "Potter, Pepette, there's so much to clean up. So much armor to be restored. Let's go, Mrs. Loris, let's go back and get some tools and clean it for you by the way." Looking at the old dumb cannon's rickety back and his dirty cat, and thinking of using muggle tools to clean in a magic castle, Alan couldn't help feeling that he was a bit pitiful. A person who longs for magic is a natural dumb gun. This is indeed sad. Perhaps he would be happier without knowing anything. Harry's Aunt Petunia also became jealous of Lily because she knew the magic but couldn't have it. There must be a fundamental reason for the distortion of human nature. Argus Filch's harshness to the little wizards is nothing more than jealousy, but he has never dared to do so to the professors. Once he meets a professor, he will shrink. For example, when Professor McGonagall scolded him for idiot, he closed his mouth and dared not say another word. The irony is that the name of the administrator Argus means the gatekeeper from the goddess Hera in Greek mythology. He is a giant with 100 eyes and can monitor all directions. Thinking of this, Alan walked back to the prize showroom. Restore as before. The whirlwind swept away. Clean up www.novel.com. The magic wand continuously emits a gentle light, the armor scattered around instantly returns to its original position, and the broken spear recombines, and there is no trace of the broken spear, the dry and hard stains. The was blown together and piled into a ball. "It's perfect, child, not just your magic, but also your conduct." An old voice came from behind Alan. Alan was frightened by the voice suddenly behind him, and then hurriedly started a clemency, secretly slandering in his heart, "You know you will not let Harry wander around in the castle, everything is under your control, right, Dumbledore?" "Good evening, Principal Dumbledore." Alan greeted generously without the slightest apparent cramp of being caught. "Good evening, child. If I hadn't learned of your naughty behavior tonight from the portrait, I would have missed the legendary wizard robe that was popular thousands of years ago. Dumbledore helped ban you." Shaped glasses, sharp and bright blue eyes behind the glasses, very penetrating. "Yes, Professor, it's really amazing, it's my baby." Alan didn't hide it. Invisible clothes are not too rare in the magic world, as long as they are willing to spend money to woven invisible beast fur. It's hard to buy though, unlike Harry's creation that belongs to the Reaper. Over time, the invisibility cloak woven with invisible beast hair will eventually lose its effect and become invisible. But it seems that Deng Bulletin Lido knows the origin of the robe. In my opinion, your behavior is even more impressive. It is a rare quality to help the weak without losing compassion. There is no doubt that Professor Dumbledore is a unique talent, excellent insight, and wise. Of people, he saw Alan's motives. Chapter 30, Ghosts and Statues, revised, typos have been corrected. Thank you for your compliment. Actually, it is not worth mentioning. It is just to make up for my own fault. I just want Mr. Filch's workload to not increase in vain because of our faults. Alan remained humble and vigilant. He thought Dumbledore's tone was a bit bad. A kind heart is precious, coupled with enough sense of responsibility, this quality is really shining. Mr. Harris, such a lively night, I believe you must be exhausted, hurry back to your Ravenclaw, go to the comfortable bed in the tower, good dreams, and good night. Dumbledore didn't punish him for breaking the rules of the night tour, but when I thought about Alan, he took it for granted. Dumbledore has always admired the wizards with Gryffindor's bravery and adventurous spirit. Moreover, although Alan is not afraid of punishment, he can a little less twists and turns is the best. Alan bowed and said goodbye to his principal, turned and left. Back to Ravenclaw Tower again, still facing the question of magic door knocker, you just call it by its name and it will be destroyed. What is it? It was late at night, and Alan felt very tired. After thinking about it, he still gave the answer impatiently, silence. The door opened silently, and the little Ravenclaw stepped in immediately. Was about to go back to the dormitory, Alan suddenly stopped. He felt as if someone was staring at him, looking around, no one, not even a ghost. Knowing that he did not feel wrong, Alan was not eager to go back to his dormitory. His brother Albert often said at home, "Be vigilant at all times." This sentence is not Albert's original, but a senior in his Auror office mantra. At this moment, Alan felt that it made sense, so he drew out his wand. Fortunately, the magic long candles in the Ravenclaw common room are not extinguished all night for the convenience of students who like to read, so Alan can see the surrounding situation very clearly. The blue curtains were blowing in the wind, but obviously, there was no one behind. The star-studded ceiling and carpet were clear at a glance, and there was no one. Alan let his gaze go around the rows of bookshelves gently, scanning all the wide seat. There is no trace of anyone. The quiet night is accompanied by the calls of unknown insects outside the window. The cool breeze should have been a comfortable and beautiful feeling, but Alan is indeed a cold hare. This feeling of being stared at has not disappeared. All the places have been checked, so only Alan walked quickly to the niche opposite the door and carefully observed the white marble bust of Rowena Ravenclaw. This is a particularly beautiful face. Her features are three-dimensional, like a knife and axe. Her closed lips, half-squinted eyes, and frowning brows all revealed that she was not only beautiful, but also a very stern person. But Alan looked at the statue's face and suddenly felt something inexplicable. After realizing that something was wrong, he shook his head, then started a clemency, and observed again. One hand of the statue held a magic wand around his chest and placed it above the heart on the left. The other hand seemed to fall naturally, and the palm of his hand made an inviting and explanatory action. The whole statue looks like it is urging students to learn the mystery of magic, and it is like explaining the knowledge of magic spells, and it is more like analyzing a philosophy of life with earnest words. The most interesting thing is that no matter where you are, Rowena Ravenclaw's insightful eyes seem to be staring at you. Alan could not find anything abnormal from the statue, but with his keen five senses, he confirmed that this feeling of being observed came from the statue. "I know you are hidden in the statue, come out." Alan pointed his wand at the statue of the founder of his academy. "If I don't come out again, I'll smash the statue." Alan tapped the statue with his wand lightly. After a while, the top of his wand shimmered, battered. "Stop it, how dare you!" A very beautiful and tall female ghost floated out of the statue quickly. "Oh, it turned out to be you, Ms. Grey." Alan took back his wand with embarrassment. He found that he almost blew up her mother. Ms. Grey is the ghost of Ravenclaw's college. Like her mother, she is very tall and beautiful. She has long waterfall-like hair at the waist, wide robe and the floor, but she can't hide her beautiful body. Posture, but unlike her mother's majesty that showed enough wisdom as a confidence, she seemed too arrogant and defiant. "Alan Harris, I know you, we are the best student in Ravenclaw in the past few years, and many professors have admired you. But I know that you have to use the phantom spell to go out very early every day. The behavior is very strange. What are you hiding?" Ms. Grey clings to the statue, as if she has to hide in the first signs of something wrong. Her bad experience decades ago made her full of students who had this behavior. "Be vigilant. It turns out that you saw me in the statue." "Dear lady, Everyone has a little secret, but my morning exercises are not a secret. I just get up early and go out for exercise. Invisibility is just to avoid trouble. The school's inspections are still very strict. Alan shrugged, and he has determined that Ms. Gray is not malicious if it is replaced by Pepe. He is much worse than Ms. Gray. But what I'm curious about is, how can you sit in the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of our academy? Alan hit the nail on the head and pointed out the crux of the problem, his eyes fixed on the wrong side. Looking at Ms. Gray, she did not miss the panic that flashed in her translucent eyes. Rowena Ravenclaw is my biological mother, and as her only descendant, of course I can put on her statue. Ms. Gray explained. Alan found the problem right away. According to Ms. Gray's usual personality, she might disdain to answer this kind of question, let alone panic explaining, and it's common for the people in the portrait to move around each other, but the ghost is in others. The statue of is very rare. The crying Myrtle can sit in the toilet, because the toilet has a pipe and there is space in it. Ghosts cannot be placed in entities. www.novel.com. For example, a wide wall, ghosts can let themselves go through, but cannot hide in the wall for a long time, so the statue must be empty. In just a few moments, Alan saw that Ms. Gray was lying. So why did she lie? What is she hiding? Extraordinary ingenuity is the greatest wealth of mankind. Your mother's beauty and wisdom coexist. As her only descendant, you are lucky to have such a great mother. Alan put on a social face and a gentle tone, and decided to go first. A few compliments after all, a senior has done this to her. She seems to be quite comfortable with this set, although it may not be so effective after being deceived again. Are you lucky? Boy, when you have experienced it a lot, you will know that extraordinary ingenuity may not be the greatest wealth, but it may also bring great disasters. Having a great mother with countless auras may be for each other. It's not a beautiful thing. Ms. Gray seemed to be touched by something sad, and her tone was very sad. You seem very sad. Alan tried to persuade. Look, I am a Ravenclaw through and through. If the descendants of the founder of the academy have anything to ask for, I will be happy to provide what I can. The help provided. Perhaps, after all, you are Ravenclaw, a student selected according to my mother's criteria. There was a teenager who was very similar to you, as good and personable, and he tried to persuade me in the same way, but he lied to me. Ms. Gray became angry, and the expression on her transparent face became a little distorted. Then what's his name? Which college is it a student? Alan tried to empathize, leading Ms. Gray to point out the difference between him and the mysterious man in college. Chapter 31, Ravenclaw and number 039, S. Crown, corrected, typo corrected. His name. Ms. Gray showed a look of fear. He gave himself a name that no one else would dare to call. There is his trophy in the prize showroom. It seems that Ms. Gray did not intend to say Tom Riddle's name, a name that the entire magical world did not dare to say. He once cast a spell on his own name. If anyone reads it out, he will know it. Even now it has disappeared for so long, but the impact is still imprinted in the magic world even for a ghost. But Alan felt that he was a bit wronged. Although they are indeed excellent, do you think I am very similar to him? But I did not lie to you. I don't know, he's flattering, he seems, knows how to sympathize. Ms. Gray closed her eyes, seeming to be reminiscing, and she seemed to regret. Did he take important things from you? Alan asked softly. It's really important, but it doesn't belong to me. Ms. Gray's voice was full of bitterness. If you can, please describe it carefully, maybe I can help you find it. Although Alan knows where the thing is, he really wants to help Ms. Gray, so he tries his best to change his tone. Sincere. Are you? Generations of students forced me to tell where it went, and no one can resist its appeal. Following Ms. Gray's gaze, Alan saw Rowena Ravenclaw's head. There was Ravenclaw's crown. Even though it was just a statue, the gorgeousness and exquisiteness of the crown could be seen. So what you are deceived is Ravenclaw's crown. No one can resist the temptation to increase wisdom, but the wise know that the real strength always comes from the person himself. Alan deliberately picked the facts, his tone was calm, but this hurts the daughter of one of the founders of Hogwarts. You don't know, this crown is more than just to increase people's ingenuity. More important is knowledge, it is the knowledge it contains. Ms. Grey seemed to be irritated, looking at Alan contemptuously, as if looking at an extremely ignorant people. When you can find Ravenclaw's crown, you come and talk to me again. Ms. Grey returned to her expressionless appearance, with a trace of contempt, and turned and melted into the statue of her mother. Crown? There seems to be a mystery. Alan smiled and shook his head, then turned back to the boys' dormitory. The next day, even though Alan slept very late last night, he still got up early and prepared for morning exercises. The more practice, the more agile and powerful he was growing. Alan was immersed in this increase in power. When eating breakfast in the lobby, when the owls crowded into the big dining room as usual, everyone's attention was attracted by the slender package carried by 6 long-eared owls. Owl flew to the long table in Gryffindor, and hit the hapless Neville at the end of the package, buried his head in the cereal, and finally stopped in front of Harry. Alan saw the unbearable joy on Harry's face from a distance, knowing that the boy who survived the catastrophe got his first flying broomstick Lightwheel 2000. But there is nothing to be jealous of, Alan himself owns the excellent Neptune. Quickly pour the bowl of cereal into his mouth. Alan is going to see Professor Flitwick, the Dean of Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick just gave Alan a note through the owl and asked him to go to him after breakfast. Felius Flivy's office. Alan, I am very happy to see another genius wizard born in our college. Your performance in all subjects is very good. Even Professor Snape has to admit this. But in addition to books and learning, life is there are many beautiful scenery and interesting things waiting for you to explore, try, and experience. I heard Mrs. Pin say that you spend almost all of your spare time in the library. I think that in the long run will be good for your health. It's no good. Professor Flitwick said earnestly, and released the famous and delicious pocket cakes that were passed down in the mouth of the students of the Eagle Academy for Alan to dance in front of Alan. Although he had just eaten breakfast, Alan took a bite of a cake. I have to say that Professor Flitwick is a responsible dean and a reliable teacher. He not only pays attention to the students' academic work, but also regarding the lives and thoughts of the students. Although it did not reach the attitude of Professor Pomona Sprout, the Dean of Hufflepuff College, who cared about the students of other colleges equally, it was already very rare. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. I will pay attention to adjusting the time in the future. But in fact, reading is a kind of enjoyment and pastime for me. Alan was moved by Professor Flitwick's concern and assured him. Oh, it's amazing. You are so young and so easy to learn, this may be the reason why you are far better than other little wizards. Students who like to read are always easy to get the preference of the teacher, at least at Ravenclaw College. Professor Flitwick took a bite of the cake himself, which made the atmosphere in his company easier, and then he continued to ask, "But are you interested in Quidditch?" Professor Flitwick asked. Quidditch? Professor, first-year freshmen are not allowed to bring flying broomsticks, nor can they participate in the Quidditch team. Alan looked at Professor Flitwick suspiciously. He had some guesses in his heart, but he was not sure about himself. Will you also get this privilege that is not too fair to other first-year students? Yes, the rules are true, but I just learned that Harry Potter of Gryffindor was specially recruited and became the youngest seeker in a century. According to Rolanda, he told me that you were in her. The talent shown in flying lessons is not worse than Mr. Porter. Reading www.uyugonshu.com. Your brother Albert was a great seeker when he was in school, and your sister Daisy was also an excellent chaser. So I think Ravenclaw can also recruit you as a seeker. We have not won the Quidditch Championship trophy for a long time, and I can hardly remember when the last time I won the championship. Your birthday is later than Mr. Porter, and you are younger than him. Professor Flitwick really wanted to recruit Alan into the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Recalling the feeling of flying in the sky on a broomstick during flight class, Alan agreed without hesitation. Besides, if you like Quidditch, it will give others a feeling that it won't be bad. Poor Tom Riddle was a student of Hogwarts because he didn't like brooms, but he was prejudiced, of course. Maybe those can't be regarded as prejudices. Professor Flitwick was very happy. Alan was so stable, much taller than other students, coupled with flexible skills, seemed to make it possible to win, but the noise outside the office caused the Eagle Academy health attention. This is not an old flying broomstick. This is Halo 2000. What do you think you have at home, Malfoy? Comet 260. Comets are very dazzling, but they are not in the same class as the light wheel. How do you know, Weasley, you can't even get half of a broomstick? I guess you and your brothers have to gather branch by branch. Is the voice of Ron and Malfoy, seemingly arguing about the flying broomstick. Professor Flitwick jumped off the chair and stepped his feet back on the ground. Then he ran out of the office and asked in a sharp voice, I hope I'm not arguing, kids. Chapter 32, Quidditch Training, Modified, Typo Corrected. Someone brought Potter a flying broomstick, Professor. Draco Malfoy said hastily. Yeah, it's like this. Professor Flitwick said, smiling at Harry. Professor McGonagall told me about the peculiarities of the situation. Mr. Potter, what model did you get? It's Hikari 2000, Professor. Ron still had the ruddy quarrel on his face, which made Professor Flitwick for a while that his complexion looked a bit like that which would explode if he learned any spell. Another Gryffindor. And Harry's attention was still on his enemy at this time. Seeing the horrified expression on Malfoy's face, he desperately restrained him from laughing. He deliberately added, I can get it, thanks to this Malfoy. Where's Mr. Fu? Alan couldn't help but laugh. Malfoy's expression at the moment is really wonderful, his face is unbelievable. Since you have no problem, go ahead. Professor Flitwick is very kind, smiling and turning his head to look at the new talented student in his college. Alan, come to the Quidditch training ground after school this afternoon, Leo J. Davis will wait for you there. Okay, Professor. Alan said goodbye to his dean. Harry and Ron, who had just left, did not go far. They were waving at him vigorously behind the pillar in front. Alan hurried to catch up, and Ron took a look of schadenfreude. Ellen, you just noticed that Malfoy's expression was not. He never expected that we were a blessing in disguise. Harry got a handful of Lightwheel 2000. And it's so cool to be an official member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Now I see how the Malfoy boy is embarrassed to brag about his flying talent. Awesome, I also have good news to tell you. Thanks to Harry, I am also a member of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Maybe we will have a chance to fight in the future. Alan is also very happy. If there is no savior to break the routine and let the school give the green light, it would not be as easy for him to participate in the competition in the first grade. It's not my blessing. If Malfoy hadn't thrown Neville's memory ball, I wouldn't have made it to the team. Harry laughed, and he took the opportunity to mock again. So you think this is a reward for violating the school rules? An angry voice came from behind them, and Hermione on the stairs walked the last few steps choppily, looking dissatisfied with the package in Harry's hand. Harry's tone became a little weaker. I thought you wouldn't speak to us anymore. I hope so, it's better not to say it now, Ron said. It makes us feel very comfortable. Hermione snorted and said no more. She strode away, her nose raised high. It's really inexplicable, where does her superiority come from? Harry scratched his head in confusion. Probably attributed to some jack-of-all-trades title. Oh, sorry, Alan, I didn't mean you. Ron looked at Alan apologetically. She is not as good as you, but she is much more arrogant than you. In the subsequent courses, Alan is still very calm, listening patiently and taking notes. Although he is also looking forward to the Quidditch training after class, he knows the importance of grasping the moment when the attention is focused. Time quickly slips away unknowingly. After class, Alan quickly packed his school bags, but instead of going to the library, he went straight to the Quidditch training ground. Anyway, it would be a matter of time to complete the task with the current progress. Roger Davis, the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, is already waiting for Alan on the court. His slender torso and sturdy limbs all show that he is an athlete. The soft sunlight passes through the trees. The green branches and leaves dappledly drew large or small gentle circles on the ground. "Hey, Mr. Alan Harris, here." Roger waved to Alan in the sun. Alan took 3 steps and took 2 steps, quickened his pace, and after he got closer, he briefly introduced each other. Ravenclaw's Quidditch captain bent over and opened a large wooden crate under his feet. All kinds of equipment needed for the game. "Mr. Harris, do you know Quidditch?" Roger asked. "I mean, it's not as much as a fan." "Of course, Davis, I have some understanding." Looking at Roger's distrustful eyes, Alan paused. "The red ball is a ghost ball. The chasers pass the ghost ball to each other and try to wear it. Passing the opponent's circle, each time you get 10 points, the goalkeeper is responsible for guarding the team's circle." Alan claimed to be too modest to know some things. As early as when he got Neptune, he had already understood the Quidditch rules very thoroughly. He also understood the purpose of each ball and some basic tactics. Introduced to his new captain once, although his influence on them still remains on the text. "It's really great, you deserve to be the controller of Ravenclaw. It seems that you are not just a fan, but you have some research on tactics." After talking, Roger threw a small wooden stick to Alan, and added a more Ravenclaw question, "Then do you know the history of Quidditch?" I don't know much about this." Alan was a little speechless. He thought that the next step should be the actual operation, and although he thought the history of magic was interesting, he had a mission. He didn't have the time to read such idle books. Quidditch is the first and so far the only broom sport that has been loved by wizards around the world. Of course, it is not the first broom sport. All other ancient broomstick sports, such as the bollard show in Germany, the fire barrel on stilts in Ireland, or the overhead crucible in Scotland, are only popular in some areas and do not have the appeal of Quidditch today. From this Quidditch the movement began, and it has been continuously developed for nearly 1,000 years. Seeing that Alan didn't know much about it, Roger happily took out a book from the box and gave it to Alan to read and understand the movement itself. Alan, who was a little confused by the Ravenclaw training method, "Aren't we going to test?" "Oh, that's not a hurry, it's okay to say it after you finish reading." Seeing Roger stopped and looked expectantly at the book in his hand, Alan sighed and looked at it cooperatively. He understands more or less why the Ravenclaw Quidditch team rarely wins the championship at Hogwarts. Author's note: anyway, it is now a free chapter. I take the opportunity to popularize Quidditch knowledge at the end of this article. Why is the golden snitch worth 150 points? These are all allusions, and I think it feels quite interesting. When Alan finished reading the book, Ravenclaw's Quidditch captain greeted Alan to ride his broom, and then Roger released a shiny black one and wandered desperately in the box. Ball. As soon as the ball was free, it quickly slammed into Alan's face. With a backhand, Alan waved the ball high and far, passing through the hoop standing high above the training ground. "Oh, what did I see? You used a wandering ball through the hoop, fast and..." "Oh." Before Roger finished speaking, the wandering ball slammed down at him from the sky. Roger desperately hugged the walking ball and put it back into the box. The walking ball twisted in the box reluctantly. Then Alan tried to cooperate with Roger to show some difficult game skills. Like the reverse pass and Rinsky's defensive feints, he then tried to get Alan to do some flying skills. Alan can be successful in every aspect. He has excellent reflexes, agile skills, and sharp. Roger was surprised and excited by his observation ability. If you are so good at goalkeeper, you are suitable for all positions. Roger exclaimed excitedly, Alan, you are omnipotent. I think we Ravenclaw are very hopeful of winning this year's Quebec Cup. Different from the flight class with squeezed hands and feet, Alan was also excited after letting go for a while. He enjoyed the feeling of controlling the audience and flying in the wind. Then what role can I play? I think you can act as a chaser first. We need the support of a strong player in scoring. As for the seeker, it can be seen that Roger is hesitating. He is weighing which position to put Alan on. Have more advantages. We also recruited a very talented seeker this year. She is very acute, so let her try first. Roger looked dazed, and Alan felt that the newly recruited seeker she must be a very beautiful and impressive girl. Alan then learned from Roger who the seeker was. It was a second-year Asian girl, Chu Zhang. In the following days, Alan was even busier. In addition to the wizard exercises and more arduous tasks he had to perform every morning, his remaining spare time still had to be spent in the library for a long time, and he had to deal with 3 times a week. Quidditch training. The following is related information about Quidditch. People who don't like it can skip it directly without affecting the reading of the next chapter. I think Quidditch is disliked and misunderstood by many people, so I will post a relatively complete information here to let everyone have an idea. Ancient broom game. Pillar play. This game originated in Germany. A wizard acts as a guard or goalkeeper, trying to protect an inflated dragon bladder. The rest of the athletes will fly to the bladder in turns, trying to pierce it with the sharpened broomstick. The first person to pierce the bladder is the winner. Stilt barrels. This Irish game requires the contestants to bring DOM or the ball one by one through a series of burning barrels supported on stilts and suspended high in the air. The player who succeeded in getting DOM through all the barrels at the fastest speed, if there is no fire on his body, is the winner. The Crucible overhead. This is an extremely violent and extremely dangerous game that originated in Scotland. Each contestant uses a belt to tie a crucible to his head. As soon as I heard the sound of horns or drums, as many as 100 large and small stones, large and small, that had been hanging 100 feet above the ground, began to smash against the ground. The contestants went up and down, using the crucible above their heads to catch the falling stones. The one who catches the most stones is the winner. Aerial collision. It is a very simple form of flying broomstick competition, the purpose of which is to shoot down other people from the broomstick. The last person to stay on the broom wins. Riding the broom backwards. The broom movement that started in Herefordshire, England. Athletes rode the broom backwards and hit the pig's bladder with the spiked end of the broom between a circle of hedges. The person who hits the bladder scores, and the person who reaches 50 points first wins. Quidditch development. The name of the Quidditch movement comes from the Quidditch marsh where it originated. A witch named Getty Kidder who lived near the swamp in the 11th century recorded what she had seen and heard in her diary. She described the development of the Quidditch game in the diary for several days, and mentioned how various elements of the game were introduced. Getty just complained about her troubles at the beginning, because a group of people riding broomsticks to play ball above the swamp, the ball fell into her vegetable field. She confiscated the ball and cast a poisonous curse on the person who asked her for it. On the second day, the people who played the ball did not give up, they made a new ball. They also started throwing the ball into the woods at the end of the swamp to score. This is the earliest prototype of the ghost flying ball and scoring ring. On the third day, the players brought 2 rocks and flew around in the sky, trying to knock them off the broom. This is the predecessor of the walk ball. She also mentioned that there is a big Scottish wizard present. He may be an athlete of the older broom game overhead crucible game, which also shows that there is a certain connection between the 2 flying broom games. The record of Quidditch during this period is quite limited. In the next century, no one mentioned the sport again until in the 12th century, a wizard named Goodwin Yen mentioned it again in a letter to his Norwegian cousin Olaf. Movement. At this time, the sport has been called Quidditch. There are special teams, and the positions of players and different have their special names. It can be found from Goodwin's letter that chasers were called catchers at the time, while walking were called bludder. Nyen's letter also reveals a new change in this movement. 3 wooden barrels placed on stilts are used as goals, replacing the original trees. As a modern sport, this is undoubtedly a huge improvement. It can be seen that the ghost that Nin played at that time is very similar to today's Quidditch. Golden Snitch. At this point, the only element that is still lacking in Quidditch is the Golden Snitch. The history of the emergence of the Golden Snitch may be the most interesting of all Quidditch balls. Its introduction is directly related to a game played in Kent in 1269. At that time, the name of the Quidditch sport became Quidditch. Quidditch. A century after Goodwin Yen wrote a letter to his cousin, the movement seemed to have gained more popularity and more people participated. However, this movement has changed very little during this period. In the game mentioned above, Babaroo Breg, then chairman of the Wizarding Council, came to watch the game. Because hunting the Golden Flying Man was very popular at the time, Breg brought a bird called the Golden Flying Man to the game. He told the players on the field that whoever catches the King Facia in the game can get 150 gallons. This amount of money may not seem to be a big deal now, but it was a large sum at the time. This is easy to say, but difficult to do. Jin Facia is small, fast, and can instantly change the direction of flight. This challenge allowed the wizard who caught Jin Facia to become famous. What happened next on the Quidditch court was predictable. The players completely forgot the game, everyone was catching King Pan, and the spectators were using evasion spells to force King Pan to return to the court. The witch Modesty Rabno, who also came to watch the game, showed mercy to the snitch. She saved the bird with a summoning spell and hid it in her robe. An angry Breg fined her 10 gallons for disrupting the game, but she had already released Jin Facia away. Mrs. Rabno's behavior saved the Jin Facia, but Jin Facia and Quidditch have been in contact since then. In every game, a King Pan was released, and each team has a player originally called a hunter and later a seeker to catch it. If a hunter can catch and kill King Pan, his team will be able to win 150 points to symbolize the 150 gallons that Breno promised. However, the popularity of Quidditch caused a sharp decline in the number of King Pan. By the middle of the 14th century, King Pan was finally declared a protected species by the Wizarding Council led by Elida Cragg. This means that King Pan can no longer be used in Quidditch competitions. In addition, Somerset County has also established the Modesty Rabno Flying Man Reserve to ensure the future living space of King Pan. However, there must be a substitute for King Pan in Quidditch matches. When most people are looking for another bird to replace King Pan, a metal craftsman from Godric Valley named Bowman Wright has came up with a different idea. He invented a fake golden snitch, which he called the Golden Snitch. His invention is very similar to the snitch you see on the Quidditch stadium today. It is a small golden ball with silver wings. Its size and weight are the same as those of a real King Pan, and it can fly as fast as a King Pan. Agile. In addition, the ball will not run outside the court, so spectators no longer need to use the evasion spell. After the snitch was approved as a substitute for King Pan, the Quidditch movement continued. So far, all the used in modern Quidditch sports have appeared, and the composition of the team has been perfected. However, although the Quidditch sport at that time was very similar to the Quidditch game today, its specific rules and court style are still slightly different from today's Quidditch. It was not until 1883 that the style of the Quidditch game was finally determined. Committee. The Quidditch Committee of the International Federation of Wizards, ICOC, is the international organization responsible for overseeing Quidditch competitions, and it also hosts the Quidditch World Cup every 4 years. In addition, international organizations related to Quidditch include the International Quidditch Federation. In the UK, Quidditch affairs are managed by the Department of Magical Sports, and the headquarters of the British and Irish Quidditch Alliance are also located here. Player. There are 7 players on both sides of the Quidditch competition, including 3 chasers, 2 batsmen, a goalkeeper, and a seeker. 4 are also used in the game, a ghost fly ball, 2 wandering and a golden snitch. The goalkeeper is responsible for guarding his team's goalposts and preventing the opposing player from scoring goals. 3 chasers are responsible for throwing the ghost ball into one of the opposing team's 3 goalposts to earn points for their team. 2 hits. The golfer protects his teammate from being hit by the walker and hits the opponent player. The seeker is responsible for finding the golden snitch in the court, catching it and ending the game. The team that catches the golden snitch can win an extra 150 points, but this does not mean that the team will win, because the point difference between the 2 teams may be greater than 150 points. Quidditch Stadium. Quidditch Stadium is usually an oval 500 feet long and 180 feet wide. There is a small circle about 2 feet in diameter in the center of the court. All the are released from here at the beginning of the game. In the scoring zones at both ends of the court, there are 3 goal posts with different heights. Because Quidditch is a sport carried out in the air, the stands of the Quidditch Stadium are all set up at higher positions. The currently used gatepost with an iron ring was still a wooden barrel during the life of Goodwin Yen. When the golden snitch was introduced, they had been replaced with baskets placed on stilts. Although the basket is very practical, it also comes with another problem. The size of the basket is not limited, so the size of the basket varies from court to court. In 1620, scoring zones were added to both ends of the court. In addition, the basket at the top of the goal post has become a bit smaller, but the difference in the size of the basket between different courts still exists. In 1883, the standard rules for the goalposts were finally introduced, and standard-sized iron rings replaced the original baskets. At this point, the shape of the modern Quidditch Stadium took shape. In the second year of replacing the basket with a hoop, a new rule was introduced in Quidditch, stipulating that only chasers with a ghost ball can enter the scoring zone. Therefore, clamping fouls are prohibited. These 2 changes have caused considerable controversy, and even riots and threats against the Minister of Magic. Quidditch Stadium is built where it won't attract Muggles' attention. This started in 1398. At that time, the wizard Zacharias Munpus emphasized that during the game, there must be safety measures to guard against Muggles. Choose a deserted field away from Muggle settlements to ensure that you will not be caught by Muggles when you fly on a broomstick. You see, if you are building a long-term stadium, the Muggle expulsion spell is a useful spell. It's also wise to hold matches at night. But before this, the Wizarding Council had banned the distance known. A Quidditch game is played within 50 miles of a Muggle town. This rule was amended in 1368, stipulating that Quidditch matches are also prohibited within 100 miles of Muggle towns. This may indicate that Quidditch is rapidly gaining popularity. In the end, the Wizarding Council issued a decree with satisfactory wording: any place where Muggles might see the game are not allowed to play, otherwise we will see that you will be chained to the wall of the dungeon. Play. The International Wizarding Federation Secrecy Act, promulgated in 1692, puts all the Ministry of Magic directly responsible for the consequences of magical sports in their own jurisdiction. So in the UK, the Department of Magical Sports was born. Those Quidditch teams that did not abide by the guidelines and policies of the Ministry of Magic were forcibly disbanded, and the Banchory Banjas team is one example. The progress of the game. At the beginning of the game, the Quidditch referee will release 4 for the game in the center circle of the court. The enchanted ghost flying ball and golden snitch will fly directly into the sky, while the ghost flying ball needs to be thrown into the air by the referee to mark the start of the game. This is similar to the way basketball and Gaelic football and Muggle sports start. Similarly, the referee throws the ball into the air. Because the duration of the Quidditch game is uncertain, if the snitch is not caught, some games can be played for several days. the game is not divided into quarters, but the captain can request a suspension of the game. Throughout the game, the team will use the same set of goal posts. The chaser throws the ghost ball into the hoop of any goal post of the opponent and can earn 10 points for his team. After the goal is scored, the opposing goalkeeper throws the ghost ball to continue the game. A game will only end if the golden snitch is captured or the captains of the two teams agree. If the seeker catches the golden snitch, his team will get an extra 150 points. The snitch has a physical memory. It can recognize the first person to touch it with his hand to prevent disputes when catching the ball. The winner of a game is the team that scored the most points at the end of the game, not the team that caught the snitch. Therefore, if one team leads by more than 150 points when another team's seeker catches the snitch, they can still win. A more famous example occurred in the 1994 Quidditch World Cup final. At that time, although Bulgarian seeker Viktor Krum caught the golden snitch, the Irish team still won the game 170 to 160. However, if the game is tied, the way to tell the winner is still unknown. Rules. Worldwide, the popularity and competition of the Quidditch movement is closely monitored and analyzed by the Quidditch Committee of the International Federation of Wizards. In 1750, the Department of Magical Sports established formal rules for Quidditch. Although there are no restrictions on the flying height of athletes during the game, athletes must not go beyond the boundaries of the court. If an athlete flies outside the court boundary, his or her team must hand over the ghost ball to the opposing team, but if the defender leaves the court, the punishment method is unknown. The team captain can send a timeout signal to the referee. This is the only time the athlete can touch the ground during the game. If a game has lasted more than 12 hours, the timeout period can be extended to 2 hours. If a team fails to return to the court after 2 hours, the team will be disqualified. The referee can award a team a free throw. The chaser taking the free throw will fly from the center circle to the scoring area. Except that the opponent's goalkeeper can prevent the chaser from scoring a goal, all athletes must stay behind when the chaser takes the free throw. It is unknown whether the seeker can still catch the snitch during the free throw. Can grab the ghost fly ball from another athlete's hand, but no matter what the circumstances, the athlete shall not grasp any part of another athlete's body. In the event of a disability, no other athlete may be substituted. The team will continue the game after the injured player is off the field, but according to the Sorcerer's Stone, during the Quidditch game, if the game lasts for several days, the team will send a substitute player on the field and change the players to sleep. Sleep for a while. Players can bring their magic wand into the court, but under no circumstances should it be used against opposing players' broomsticks, referees, balls, or any spectators present. Only when the snitch is caught, or with the consent of the captains of the two teams, a Quidditch match can end. Only the goalkeeper can stop the opposing team's ghost flying ball. An amendment to the Quidditch rules in 1849 stipulated that if someone in the crowd uses any curse or spell on a player, their team will automatically be disqualified, regardless of whether the team has ordered or supported the use of such magic. Foul. In the records of the Department of Magical Sports, a total of 700 types of Quidditch fouls are listed. However, the details of these fouls have never been disclosed to the general public in the wizarding world. In the view of the sports department, wizards who see this list may be inspired. As long as the ban on the use of magic wands against the opposing team can be maintained, 90% of the listed fouls are impossible under any circumstances. Among the remaining 10%, most of them will not happen, even the most despicable athletes will not use it. However, there are 10 methods of fouling that are more common, the ones in parentheses are applicable. Pull, grab the opponent's broomstick to slow down or hinder the opponent's progress. All players. Collision, deliberately hit the opponent while flying. All players. Break the broom urgently, stop the broom urgently, hoping to make the opponent deviate from the flying direction. All players. Batting out, hit the wandering ball at the audience. Only for batters. Elbow blow, abuse of the elbow against the opponent. All players. Hoop shot, pass any part of the body through the hoop and hit the ghost fly ball. The goalkeeper should block the hoop in front of the hoop instead of behind it. Only for goalkeepers. Grip the ball into the ring. The Guy-Fei ball is still caught in the hand when it passes through the hoop. The Guy-Fei ball must be thrown out. Only for chasers. Destroying Guy-Fei ball. Manipulate the Guy-Fei ball such as puncturing it so that it can land at a faster speed or move forward in a zigzag route. Only for chasers. Touch snitch. Any athlete other than the seeker touches or catches the golden snitch. All players except the seeker. Clip kill. More than one chaser enters the scoring area. Only for chasers. In the Quidditch World Cup Finals in 1473, all 700 fouls were used. In addition to the above 10 foul methods, there are: transformed the chaser into a skunk. Tried to hack the goalkeeper's head with a machete. 100 vampire bats were released from under the robe of the captain of the Transylvania team during the game. Burn the opponent's broom tail. Hit the opponent's broomstick. Attack the opponent with an axe. Quidditch tricks. Over the centuries, Quidditch players have invented many difficult and interesting tricks, constantly improving their level and the excitement of the game. These moves are: counter-attack wandering ball. The batsman backhand swings the short stick to hit the wandering ball. Reading www.uugonsshoe.com confuses the opponent. Double strike. Two batters hit a wandering ball at the same time, making the wandering ball attack more lethal. Double H-shaped ring fly. In order to resist the ghost fly ball, the goalkeeper swiftly turns around the 3 goal hoops. Eagle head offensive formation. 3 chasers formed an arrow-shaped formation and flew towards the goal post, forcing the opponent chasers to step aside. Perkin clamp tactics. 2 chasers approach the opponent's chaser from both wings, while the other chaser flies head-on towards him or her. Prenton retrieval. Hide the snitch in the sleeve of the seeker to confuse the opponent. Poke-off lure enemy technique. A chaser flies above and throws the ghost fly ball directly to another chaser located directly below. Reverse pass. A chaser threw the ghost ball from his shoulder to the teammate behind him. Sloth hugs the tree roll. The player hangs on the broomstick, clasps the broomstick with his hands and feet to avoid the walking ball. Starfish hanging upside down. The goalkeeper grabs the broomstick with one hand, hooks one foot on it, and stretches his limbs to ensure that the ghost fly ball is blocked as much as possible, the most vulnerable to wandering balls. Transylvania fake action. Pretend to hit the opponent's nose and confuse the opponent. As long as you don't actually touch the opponent's nose, this trick is legal. Wollongong flying technique. The chaser advances at high speed in a zigzag shape, confusing the opponent chaser. Rinsky fake action. The seeker pretends to see the snitch far below and rushes to the ground, letting the opponent seeker imitate him. But the former stopped diving when it was about to hit the ground, so that the opponent had no time to react and hit the ground. Chapter 33, Curse Class, Modified, Typos have been revised. Ellen, you are so good to fly, you can actually make a Rinsky fake. But why don't they let you be the seeker? You found that the golden snitch is faster than Chuzhong, just is she beautiful. Michael Kona, who was in the same grade, paid attention to Alan's training and was angrily. But as soon as he complained, the handsome man's tone weakened. But she does look pretty. Beautiful. In fact, this kind of technology is not used in our school games. The Transylvanian fake action that everyone can learn is more practical. Alan doesn't feel sorry, compared to the sky searching for the golden snitch, he prefers to take the ghost fly ball and constantly attack and score. Wronski defensive feint, also known as Wronski defensive feint, is a Quidditch game tactic. When using this tactic, the seeker will pretend to see the golden snitch far below and rush to the ground, hoping that the opponent's seeker will imitate him. When they are about to touch the ground, the player making the fake action will stop diving, and if the opponent's seeker's flying skills are not top-notch, he will usually hit the ground because he is too late to react. When watching this action through a panoramic telescope, the telescope it will be classified as a dangerous seeker feint. The Wronski feint was invented by the Polish seeker Józef Wronski. If it is a professional club or World Cup level game, this kind of trick will have a greater effect only when the opponent's seeker has reached the professional level. As a student intramural game, it is obvious that ordinary students will not have it. This strength and courage to keep up with this kind of flight trajectory. Alan, do you ride that sweeping 7 stars to participate in the game? I heard Harry Potter got a light wheel 2000. Edward on the other side looked a little worried, although he was different from the mixed-born Michael. Born Muggle, he doesn't know much about Quidditch games, but he also knows that equipment is very important for this kind of game in this big environment. Of course not. In fact, Professor Flitwick privately expressed his willingness to sponsor me a light wheel 2000, but I refused. There is no impermeable wall in the world, and everyone else would want it if they know it. What's more, I have one. Neptune. Neptune. Michael Kona was surprised. Isn't that a conceptual broom? Seeing Edward's appearance, Alan knew he was thinking about it. He smiled and patted Kona's shoulder. Michael, what are you thinking about? I'm just lucky. You didn't read The Prophet before entering school. Daily? I was published in the newspaper for this. Then, Alan briefly talked about the process of obtaining Neptune. Edward was very envious. It's a rare opportunity, great. This way, the probability of our college getting the Quidditch Cup is great. In addition, our college's scores have been far ahead. Maybe Slytherin's monopoly on the Academy Cup for so many years will be lost. We Ravenclaw broke. The more Michael thought about it, the more excited he got. Alan couldn't help thinking in his heart that he had a very strong momentum for adding points in class. Dumbledore would add a large amount of points to Gryffindor before the expiry date. If he can't lead the score to 1 enough for Dumbledore, I am embarrassed to cheat over the level, so the chance of Ravenclaw winning is still too small. I don't know if I also participate in the level, will I get extra points? As a little wizard with mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, Alan actually intends to fight for the Academy Cup. After all, Slytherin has won the Academy Cup for 6 consecutive years. If he has so many advantages that other little wizards do not have. If you can't break this record, if you give up under the circumstances that you can obviously compete, you really feel a little sorry for yourself. After all, after graduation, if you have this kind of honor on the resume, it will help him to some extent. Of course, the premise is get enough excellent, in OWL's, ordinary wizard rank examination, and NEWT, final wizard rank examination. In addition, Alan feels that the irony of this year's school year is that as the school's management, Dumbledore, who issued an order prohibiting all the little wizards from approaching the room, will eventually be regarded as a substantial violation of this school rule for Harry and the others. The behavior gives them extra points, and the other 3 colleges that actually abide by the school rules lose the opportunity to compete in the College Cup because of their law-abiding. Even Professor Minerva McGonagall, who is in the name of justice, has nothing to do with it. Said. Talking and laughing, they came to the curse classroom. Listen to Susanna, the professor in this class will teach the levitation curse. Yesterday her toad died and she was in a bad mood. Professor Flitwick asked her to go to the office, and she used magic to command the delicious pocket cakes on the table as rumored. Dancing, and also shared with her what I want to talk about today as comfort. Edward looked envious and yearning. If you are in a bad mood, the professor will comfort you. For example, he knows that you have plagiarized my homework and been criticized by Professor McGonagall. Alan quipped, I was also entertained by Professor Flitwick, although not I know how long those cakes have been in the drawer, but the taste is indeed stronger than those offered in our restaurant. Professor Felius Flitwick is knowledgeable, gentle-tempered, fair and just, and caring for students, so he won the respect and love of the little wizards of Ravenclaw. It is said that he was a duel champion when he was young. Several Slytherins sarcastically said that this was because the Dean of the Eagle Academy was short and difficult to be targeted, but they were immediately taught by the Ravenclaws who loved their Dean. As Susanna revealed, Professor Flitwick announced in class that he thought they could start making objects fly. After explaining the most standard action of the levitation charm and the magic secrets, Professor Flitwick divided the class into two groups to start training. After repeating the precautions one last time, Professor Flitwick waved his magic wand, dozens of feathers floated, and automatically flew to the desk of each group of little wizards. The enthusiasm was immediately mobilized. But they soon learned that even if a feather flies, it is not easy. Alan also admired Professor Flitwick's hand, which not only requires majestic magic support, but also precise control. But obviously, this spell is not at all for Alan, who has practiced many times. One question. Alan drew out his wand and pointed at the feather, Jugatum Leviosa. As soon as the voice fell, their feather rose from the table and hung 4 feet above their heads. "Oh, Ellen, you did a great job!" Professor Flitwick shouted, pinching his hands, "but for you who have already lifted Miss Lisa Dupin, a feather is no longer difficult." At this moment, in the pile of witches, I don't know what someone said to Lisa Dupin, causing the girl to flush instantly. "Oh, Alan, I haven't figured out how to do it yet, please teach me." Edward was a leader in the Muggle world. He couldn't help thinking, how come you get to the wizarding world by yourself? Is it so ordinary? Alan lifted the curse, and the feather fell on the table again. You have to pay attention to the movements of the wave and the shake, and the pronunciation of the spell. It is Jugatum Leviosa. The word /+ must be long and clear. Don't worry or strain your wand, relax your wrists, or it will affect your shaking movements. Alan explained clearly. Edward had mastered the trick after a few practice sessions, and the feathers floated above the table again. The teaching is organized and clear. The levitation charm just now can't add points to you, but now because you helped your classmates, Ravenclaw adds 5 points. Professor Flitwick spoke loudly in praise. I was the one who successfully cast the curse. Why did the professor praise you? Edward was dumbfounded, and the professor liked Alan too much. Well, don't forget the subtle wrist movements we have been training. Professor Flitwick stood on his pile of books as usual, and emphasized again in a shrill voice, flick and shake www.mtlnovel.com. Remember, wave and shake. It's also very important to read the spell correctly. Don't forget the wizard Barafio, he said \F\as T / and found himself lying on the floor. On the chest stood a summoned bison. As time passed bit by bit, the clever Ravenclaws gradually mastered the trick, the feathers floating on the table became more and more, and the smile on Professor Flitwick's face grew. The Ravenclaw dean privately felt that the Ravenclaw students were the best in the 4 colleges, at least in the curse class when Gryffindor was in class at this time, only that an already well-known lady of know-how, Miss Hermione Granger, can successfully cast the spell, while others can't produce any movement. It's not bad, but a freshman in the Lion Courtyard can use the levitation curse to explode the feathers. After the course, everyone in Ravenclaw has a light-hearted written on their faces. Since most of the students in the class successfully cast spells, Professor Flitwick decided to reduce the written assignments for this class. He only needs to strengthen the practice of spelling. This is simply because other subjects are getting heavier and heavier. Surprising! Quickly went downstairs to the restaurant. After the afternoon of class, everyone was hungry, especially when there was still a sweet pumpkin smell in the corridor. Walking into the restaurant, everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that the restaurant was rendered strange and brilliant by colorful Halloween decorations. 1,000 bats flew sharply on the walls and ceiling, and another 1,000 were like low black clouds, circling and dancing above the dining table, making the candle flames in the pumpkin belly flash. The delicious food suddenly appeared on the golden plate, just like at the school banquet. Alan and Edward were looking around while eating beef patties on the plate. It was delicious. Chapter 34, Trolls, Modified, Typos have been modified. Ellen, are you hungry today? Edward asked in astonishment when he looked at Ellen, who was accustomed to chewing and eating differently, and began to feast. Alan, who was battling a pie, answered vaguely. In fact, he knew what was going to happen on Halloween. He understood that if you don't enjoy this sumptuous dinner quickly, there will be a troll news from Professor Quirrell. The banquet will be terminated. Although Gryffindor seems to continue the banquet after returning to the common room, Alan doesn't know if Ravenclaw will have it. He doesn't want to spend the night hungry. Alan wiped his mouth, scanned the auditorium, and looked at the long table of Gryffindor. At this time, Miss Masters Hermione Granger was not there, and Harry and Ron were dining. So he stood up, left his seat, and said to Edward beside him, "I feel a little sick in my stomach, go to the toilet." Edward's expression looked a little dazed. "You digested so fast today." In the Academy Library in the Ravenclaw Common Room, there are introductions to trolls and related books on combat tactics suitable for them. Trolls are magical creatures with amazing strength and low intelligence. They are very violent. Often do it for no reason, in fact, because their intelligence is very low. The worst score in the wizard exam is indicated by its initials T. Alan thinks this is also a good opportunity to get scores for Ravenclaw, which can enhance his reputation and influence among students, so he decided to get rid of this stupid man before Quirrell broke in and warned everyone. This can also avoid being deducted by the professors. He is not Harry Potter with the title of Savior. Points can accumulate little, so as long as the final points lead to the point where Dumbledore is embarrassed to overtake even if he cheats, the Academy Cup is our Ravenclaws. Lun Zheng walked quickly towards the women's toilet. Alan went to the corridor where the women's toilet was and was hidden by the wall. The empty corridor was completely free of trolls, until he saw Professor Quirinius Quill appear from a corridor, waiting for him to walk quickly. After going over to the auditorium, Alan walked along the corridor in the direction Quirrell came. He didn't want to wait for the troll to come to the women's room before starting his hands and giving Harry and Ron some extra points. Opportunity. At this time, in the Hogwarts auditorium, just as everyone was eating, Professor Quirrell suddenly rushed into the dining room. His big scarf was slanted on his head, and his face was full of horror. Everyone stared at him, and saw him walk up to Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaned on the table, panted and said, "The monster in the underground classroom, I think I should let you know." After finished, he exaggeratedly dropped to the floor and passed out. There was a mess in the dining room. Dumbledore had to make his wand make a few harsh fireworks explosions on his head before everyone was quiet. "Prefect," Principal Hogwarts said in a low voice, "take the students from your college to the dormitory immediately." Ravenclaw's female prefect Penelope Crivard immediately stood up and said, "Ravenclaw's students come with me." The words were concise. Edward shrank his neck and automatically lined up with the Kitty Hawks. He found even the male prestige lined up in the line without any sense of existence. When the team was about to move, Edward looked around and screamed at the female prefect, "It's broken." "Chief Crivar, Alan went to the bathroom just now because of a bad stomach. He must have not heard the warning about trolls." At this time, Alan just came out of the corridor and turned in one direction. A foul smell penetrated his nostrils. It was the smell of smelly socks mixed with public toilets that had never been cleaned. Then he heard a low grunt and the sound of huge feet dragging on the ground. Alan watched the troll slowly approaching, and the scene at this time would definitely feel terrifying if other little wizards saw it. This monster was 12 feet tall, with dull skin, grey as granite, and a large and stupid body like a huge pile of mud, with a cocoa bean-like head on top. Its short legs are as thick as a tree stump, and underneath are flat, thick, calloused feet. The smell from it was disgusting. It was holding a thick wooden stick in its hand, and because of its long arms, the stick was dragging on the ground. Faint. In the distance, Ellen drew out his wand and fired a spell on it. The first experiment was to accurately hit the troll's shoulder. The troll blinked stupidly, turning the ugly big the nose turned to Alan, and it took him a while to realize that the little bit in front of him had just attacked him, and then the troll raised the stick in his hand, roared, and approached Alan. Sure enough, as written in the book, the physique and skin of the trolls gave them a certain resistance to magic. Shaking his head, Alan's wand was not facing the trolls, but aimed at the trolls running towards him. A little bit before his feet, Alan suddenly raised a piece of the underside in front of the monster under the effect of the transformation technique. Obviously, the angry giant did not notice this change, or at this time, they have no brain capacity to make it understand. Suddenly, the giant was tripped and flew forward. Then, the wooden stick that Lune had taken off controlling the troll moved to the ground in front of where it fell. An earth-shattering explosion was accompanied by a rumbling sound, shaking the entire room. The troll that fell down hit the wooden stick that was adjusted by Ellen deliberately with his head when it landed. The troll is pitiful at this time, his skull had cracked, and its small amount of brain plasma and blood flowed out along the cracks. It is really easy to deal with these curse-resistant creatures using the environment, but obviously the mental quality requirements for wizards will be higher. Alan, who has already recovered his wand, summed up his experience in his heart. After a while, loud footsteps came from behind Alan, and after a while, Ravenclaw, Dean Flitwick and McGonagall rushed over, followed by Snape. Quirrell, who had woken up, was at the end. Quirrell only glanced at the troll. Then let out a weak sob, grabbed his chest tightly, and slumped on the ground again with an exaggerated cry. Snape bent over to look at the troll, while McGonagall looked at Alan, her pursed lips pale. "Alan Harris, what are you students doing?" McGonagall said, with cold anger in his voice. "Fortunately, you didn't get killed by it. Why don't you heed the warning and be honest in the dorm?" "I didn't hear any warning at all." McGonagall's question did not make Alan panic. He pretended to have a clear conscience and met Professor McGonagall's gaze. "I just went out to the bathroom, but I didn't expect to be. I encountered a troll in the safest place in the world. I also want to ask what the school is doing." Snape quickly glanced at Alan with a compelling gaze, as if he was judging the truth of Alan's words. Ravenclaw, Dean Flitwick asked with concern, "Alan, are you not injured?" Professor McGonagall, Chief Crywat, explained that Alan's work was justified when he reported to me. In fact, he went to the toilet before Professor Quirrell warned us. I didn't come to explain the situation in an emergency just now. Facing his academy, Alan's voice softened. "No, I'm fine, Dean Flitwick." "Oh, if so, this is indeed a Hogwarts mistake." Professor McGonagall's expression was a bit embarrassed at this time. In fact, she was angry just because she was worried about what harm the students might get. www.novel.com. In addition, when she was passing by the women's toilet, she ran into the Harry Potter trio, which was obviously in violation. She mistakenly thought that Alan Harris in front of her was also looking for a troll to seek some adventure because she thought she was too good. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall coughed a few times and said apologetically, "Mr. Harris, then because you solved the troll alone, for this, I will add 20 points to Ravenclaw. I have to say, few first-year students can compete with an adult troll. I am very happy to notice that you have used the polymorph that was not long before you taught you and used it to join the battle." Snape fixed his gaze on the wooden stick, taunting with his usual yin and yang tone, "Our first-year genius also has such precise control. This wooden stick was made by him deliberately. It seems this Harris's heart is obviously more complicated than we thought." Flitwick didn't know if he hadn't heard the unfriendliness in Snape's tone. He directly followed Dean Slytherin's words and praised, "Beautiful floating spell. It's amazing to be able to control it to this level in the first grade." On the way back to the Gryffindor lounge, although many points were deducted, the Audio-Technica trio still had a smile on their faces. Hermione had just been shocked by the troll incident. Harry and Ron. In addition to her courage, she could still come to her despite knowing that there was a giant monster. This made Hermione feel friendship at Hogwarts for the first time and felt that she had made friends. Without the life-threatening adventure of the Audio Technica, I wonder if Hermione and their friendship will be so strong. Alan, who also began to return to the Ravenclaw lounge, couldn't help but think trivially on the road, but strange. Lo's acting is exaggerated as if he wanted to make people suspicious on purpose. Chapter 35, Statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, revised wrongly. Inside the Ravenclaw Tower, Alan got into his room. Edward fell asleep again, but he squinted his eyes while lying on the bed, and the female prefect Penelope Crivart came to the door. Alan Harris. You dare to solve the trolls when you are so young. When I called the call, I heard Edward said that you were not there and I was looking for you everywhere. Later, I heard the professor said that you solved the trolls by yourself. Penelope found Alan. As a top student who was rarely criticized by the professor, this pretty girl was obviously a little mad, and walked quickly towards Alan. I just happened to have a stomachache, and I happened to encounter a troll on the way to the banquet. Seeing that I added 20 points for Ravenclaw, please spare me. I am also a victim. Miss Cravat, you dress better than usual today. Alan raised his hand to surrender and changed the subject very effectively. You are a Ravenclaw and not a reckless lion. Let's not take this as an example, but I have to say that you can solve the trolls alone in the first grade. You impressed me very much. In addition, the Dean asked me to inform you that the troll incident has been resolved, the Halloween carnival will continue, and we Ravenclaw will have a fancy dress party by the Black Lake. Penelope said with a smile, the other 3 colleges will continue to hold activities in the common room. I think Ravenclaw needs to be different, so I proposed to hold it by the lake. I did not expect to get the strong support of Professor Flitwick. He will personally guarantee our safety. You wait and look out from the lounge window. These lamps in the sky were all magical works by Professor Flitwick. The girls liked this proposal very much and contributed a lot of silk scarves, but it was a pity that President Dumbledore obviously still had things to do. He refused our invitation. Penelope's tone gradually became excited. Alan felt that Penelope in front of him felt a bit different in normal times. There are always countless whimsical ideas in the minds of young people, even if she usually seems to be difficult to get along with. The regrouped Ravenclaw wizards quickly came to the lake. The reflection of the huge castle was reflected in the clear water. The trees on the lakeside were covered with colorful lights, and many lights of different shapes were in the air. Floating. There are many long tables arranged in a U shape on the grass by the lake, and the tables are covered with long light blue tablecloths. A large number of delicacies are placed on the long tables for the students to enjoy at will. Many white Roman-style chairs with backrests are scattered on the grass, and long ribbons tied to them are waving in the wind. Some of the little wizards sat around the blazing campfire, some walked in groups by the lake, others set off fireworks in the distance. The bright fireworks illuminate the night sky and also illuminate their cheerful smiling faces. Obviously they still don't know how the trolls were solved. And this area by the lake didn't even feel cold. It should be Professor Flitwick who spent some effort and placed a constant temperature curse here in a short time. Alan even saw Mrs. Gray in the carnival crowd. Although her expression was as cold as ever, she was floating among the flying silk scarves and seemed to be immersed in this wonderful party. Then the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw was obviously no longer guarded, and Alan was moved by thinking of the empty common room that he had just seen. When he just arrived at the banquet venue, he added a phantom spell to himself in the corner, and then quickly turned back to the common room. Alan checked a little to make sure that no one was here, and quickly came to Rowena Law in front of Wenclaw's statue. Although it has been speculated that the statue is hollow, Alan looked from left to right and did not seem to have any gaps. Alan even leaned under Ravenclaw's feet and glanced into her skirt. Alan couldn't figure it out for a while, and looked around carefully. Finally, when he was staring at the top of Rowena Ravenclaw's head, Rowena's long curvy hair hovered in a beautiful arc above his head. This arc very familiar. Thinking of Ms. Grey's last conversation with him, the crown on Ravenclaw's head suddenly came to mind. Alan clapped his hands. Isn't this arc the shape of the crown? Suppose that there is a crown that fits seamlessly here, and the two crowns form a complete crown. So, the next thing to do is to find the real crown. Of course Alan knows the trace of the crown. Ravenclaw's crown is now in the responsive room. It was made into a Horcrux by a mysterious man. He vaguely remembered that it was on a statue of an ugly old wizard, but he was not sure that it was contaminated. Can you still open this statue? After casting the phantom spell again, Alan ran to the 8th floor of the castle familiarly, stopped in front of the mural of the giant monster, held his breath and cleared his mind, just thinking, I need a place to hide things. After walking silently 3 times, the entrance to the House of Requirement appeared. Alan walked in. Inside, there were all kinds of weird things, such as bottles and jars, tattered textbooks, strange-looking robes, and so on. He nodded in satisfaction and decided to see if he should wait for the holidays. Things that are too dangerous are sold for some pocket money. Suddenly a strange smell came. Reading www.uukonshu.com. Alan finally determined that it was coming from the door of a huge cabinet that was hidden. Alan raised his wand and walked slowly over with his left hand. Pulled, the door opened wide, and saw what was hidden inside. Alan's expression changed. I don't know who it was. In such a short period of time, he made the giant monster into a specimen and soaked in the antiseptic demon. In the medicine, the stick in its hand is also inside. To quickly find the crown and leave here, maybe the person who made the troll into a specimen has not left here yet. Alan speeds up the search. Soon, Alan found a stone statue of an old wizard with pitting. It was wearing a dirty shabby curly hair and a crown that looked like an old faded. That's it. Alan quickly rushed over. In order to avoid disturbing his mind by the crown that has become a mysterious human Horcrux, he ran the occlumency with all his strength, and carefully used his wand to levitate the crown into the storage space given by the system. Broken souls are found. The host, please note that living creatures with souls cannot be stored in the system storage space. Are you sure you want to store them? The system has disappeared for a long time since the last mission was released. Excuse me, if I insist on putting it in the storage space, what will happen? Alan was curious about the result, and he also vaguely guessed, either it can't be put in, or a mysterious person uses it to make a Horcrux and the soul fragments left in it will be disposed of. If the host insists on putting in living things, the system will separate the Horcrux fragments and wait for them to be converted into pure energy for the system to absorb and use. However, the host will not get any reward for the energy obtained in this way. It needs note that only living things that cannot be resisted can be stored in the storage space. The ethereal voice of the system does not contain a trace of emotion. Chapter 36, Lies and Friendship, corrected. Typos have been corrected. Alan no longer pays attention to how the system handles the crown with the mysterious soul fragments. He quickly leaves the responsive room and seizes the opportunity to continue exploring the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. Before leaving the room of responsiveness, Alan used the phantom spell for the last time. The decision was just right. Not long after walking out of the room of responsiveness, Alan saw Professor Quirrell pale and panicked. Run up from downstairs. Professor Quirrell, who looks very timid, should be the one who soaked the monster in the antiseptic potion. You must know that the mysterious person is hidden behind Professor Quirrell's head full of garlic flavor. The mysterious person's 5 senses should not be restored. Otherwise, wouldn't he be surrounded by the smell of garlic every day? But judging from the current situation, he still has a nose. Thinking wildly, Alan soon returned to Ravenclaw's communal room. The classmates of Ravenclaw who had fun and had not come back yet, Alan took the time to take out the crown purified by the system, pulled a chair and stepped on it, and placed it on Rowena Ravenclaw. The moment that the shape of her head and her hairstyle aligned closely with each other, the crown was knocked into the air by a force, fell from the smooth head of the statue, and fell onto the chair used to cushion her feet. A crisp knocking sound bounced on the carpet again. What went wrong? Alan jumped down quickly and picked up the crown. This is really not like Ravenclaw's crown, the old crown has no trace of luster. Alan drew out his wand and pointed it at the crown, returning to the original. The crown was not changed at all, it was still as shabby. Alan had no clue, and simply imposed the curse of clean and new and fast show, and the crown remained unchanged. Until Alan remembered the magic ball of Goddess of Luck he got before the beginning of school. The last time he used this magic ball to cast a curse-releasing spell in the Sorarian incident, it might have an effect on this crown. Anyway, now Alan has already. If you can't do anything with the crown, it's better to give it a try, maybe there is a miracle. Just when Alan was about to try, there was a noise outside the door, and then there was the voice of Eagle Ring asking questions. Alan suddenly, the Halloween masquerade by the lake was over, and the common room would soon become lively. To be on the safe side, Alan immediately put everything back. Go or not, the statue was there anyway, wait until the crown problem is solved and try again. Quickly set the position of the chair, Alan trot back to the dormitory, and soon there was a loud noise from the common room. The bedroom door was slammed open with a bang sound. Edward rushed in happily. He was not surprised to see Alan sitting at the table, which made Alan a little strange. "Ellen, are you coming back so soon? I really don't understand the interest of your schoolmasters. For such an interesting dance, you can read the books and you can learn from other nerds. Take them to the dance," Edward said as he took off his creamy sweater. Obviously, he had a great time tonight. This sweater was a testament to his crazy play. Edward didn't respond when he saw Alan, and he brought his head close to Alan's ears before continuing to whisper, "You really shouldn't leave." Just now, Prefect Pinello asked at the prom how many times anyone saw him. Let me say that apart from the twins of Chujong and Petal, no one can match her in appearance. She seems to like you very much. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful of being beaten by her, she is so much taller than us, she won't treat me as an object. Alan waved his hand repeatedly to stop his roommate's bold thoughts. Go to the bathroom to wash before going to bed, otherwise tomorrow you will be covered with antifreeze bugs. They slept steadily until dawn. When Alan and the others went into the auditorium to have breakfast, the noisy auditorium suddenly became silent, and then the little wizard inside broke out more and more movements. Some of the short heads even began to probe their heads. "Stand up and stare at Alan." In Ravenclaw, when some seniors greeted Alan, they no longer regarded him as an excellent kid as before. The tone and attitude of talking to him is more equal. Amidst the noise, Harry looked at Ellen, who was surrounded by wizards, and asked questions, and said to Ron with some joy, "Hermione was right yesterday. Fortunately, it was not us who encountered the trolls, otherwise we would be miserable." "Up! Harry, I hope it is us who meet the trolls." Ron looked at Alan, who attracted everyone's attention, yearning for such a dazzling opportunity. After entering November, the weather became very cold. The mountains around the school were grey and covered with snow and ice, and the lake was as cold and hard as hardened steel. Every morning, there is frost on the ground. From the window of the Ravenclaw lounge, you can see the Hogwarts keyguard and hunting ground guard Ruber Hagrid. With this huge figure, he is wrapped in a moleskin coat, rabbit fur gloves and huge fur boots. He defrosted the flying broomsticks on the Quidditch field with a cheerful expression. Of course, the moleskin heads on him looked just like not so cheerful anymore. Quidditch season is about to begin. Ravenclaw Quidditch's captain Roger Davis is as energetic as a chicken blood. It seems that he is competing with Gryffindor's Quidditch captain Oliver Wood for training times, as long as he has time. Holding Alan and them training, Quidditch training went from 3 times a week to 5 times a week. Hogwarts professors do not relax their studies because of the exciting Quidditch season. A really good wizard can resist any pressure, anything. Professor Snape added 10 inches of parchment homework as he said if it weren't for the potions professor, he would just assign so much to the other 3 colleges. Alan would not feel unfair. God knows what the Gryffindor faces when they were in the potions class with Slytherin. Compared with other classmates, Alan is obviously more busy. Quidditch training is absolutely impossible to leave. After completing the tasks assigned by the professor, he should also get up early to practice physical exercises and not to loosely accumulate potions in the library. Books. Chapter 37, Prepare for Quidditch, Modified, Typo Corrected. Harry Potter has served as the main seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He is really going to play. Roger Davis ran to Ravenclaw's common room out of breath. Announced the news to everyone. I don't know how his level is. If you are not good, you won't be recruited specially. Could it be because of his fame? Of course not. You know the prizes showroom in the hallway on the left-hand side of the 4th floor. The crystal glass cabinet inside displays trophies, shields, medals and statues. It also records the list of Hogwarts' previous male and female student chairpersons. Outside, Padma Patil, one of the Indian twins, deliberately drew the attention of other Eagle Academy students loudly. My sister Parvati in Gryffindor told me that Miss Know-How found it inside. The name of Lee Potter's father, James Potter, is also in it. As a seeker, he helped Gryffindor win the Quidditch Cup. Alan's expression did not fluctuate. He naturally knew that Harry would be a strong enemy. Although it is not clear how strong his strength would be, Alan would do his best to help Ravenclaw win the victory. Harry inherited from his father's Quidditch talent. What he thought more of was that Tom Riddle's name was also in this crystal glass cabinet. Because of his excellent grades and outstanding performance, in the 5th grade, Tom was elected as the prefect. In the 7th grade, he was elected as the chairman of the Boys' Student Union. During the school, he also won the Outstanding Moral Award, Special Contribution Award, etc., and also received the Merlin Medal. The quiet Alan looked out of place in the lively common room at this time, but he looked particularly calm and reliable. Roger couldn't help asking Alan's opinion. Ellen, what do you think of Potter's role as a seeker? No idea, no matter who the opponent is, the victory belongs to Ravenclaw. Alan's eyes were firm, showing a desire for victory. Yes, the victory will only be ours. Infected by Alan's aura, the players walked out of the common room with vigor and began to walk towards the stadium locker room to start today's training. Early the next morning, the weather was clear and cold. The restaurant was filled with the attractive smell of grilled sausages, and everyone was looking forward to a wonderful Quidditch game and chatting happily. When the owls crowded into the big restaurant as usual, everyone's attention was attracted by the slender package carried by 6 long-eared owls. With Harry's lessons learned, it is estimated that except for Crabbe, who was too silly again wondering what this is, almost everyone guessed that this is a flying broom. But who will be the owner of this broom? Seeing the owl approaching, Alan quickly took away the food from his table. Fortunately, a few owls hovered down and landed just in front of Alan. The tail of the package overturned Edward's milk, Lisa Dupin. He handed the napkin originally prepared for Alan to him again, and Edward hurriedly wiped it. These little wizards have not developed the habit of relying on magic to solve everything. Oh, this must be yours. Although there were still milk stains on his body, Edward was extremely excited. He guessed what was inside, but only halfway through his words, he covered himself with a palm. The mouth reminded Alan, Ellen, don't open it here, let's go back to the dormitory. Alan readily agreed that it is not a good thing to overeat before exercise. Roger, who was not far away, had been paying attention to the movement here. Seeing Alan and the others got up, he jumped up, completely devoid of the maturity and stability of the seniors, and quickly followed Alan and Edward. Answered a simple question and returned to his dormitory. Alan opened the package and carved the smooth lines of the broom with the tentacles of the North Sea monster Kraken, the branched tail, and the well-maintained, soft, and comfortable armrests. It was Alan. Neptune. My God, Alan, you have a Neptune, this is a concept product. Neptune. Roger looked at the broom eagerly. Ellen, can you borrow me to ride a broomstick after the game? Edward asked Alan cautiously. Although his muggle flying talent is not very good, it does not prevent him from enjoying the game. Of course you can. After I finish the match, you can ride this broom as long as you want. Alan agreed, and then noticed that Edward's crotch was stained with milk, and he frowned slightly and used his magic wand to help his roommate. Used to clean up. I have never been so sure as I am now. Victory must belong to Ravenclaw. Roger felt he was more confident than ever. He was immersed in his appreciation of the flying broomstick and was completely confused by the Neptune in front of him. As she read it, she couldn't help muttering to herself, "My baby broom, Jiashat." At 11 o'clock, it seemed that all the teachers and students of the school came to the stands around the Quidditch stadium. Many students also brought monoculars, and the seats seemed to be raised in mid-air, but sometimes it was still difficult to see the game. Alan took Neptune, and was surrounded by Roger and other players to the locker room. Everyone feels that it is necessary to protect Neptune before the game. This is a killer. Hi, guys, the glory that belongs to our Ravenclaw is coming. www.ltnovel.com. We are the best team in Ravenclaw's history, and Neptune. Roger eagerly glanced at it. Alan's broomstick continued, "Victory must belong to us, the time is coming, let us embrace victory together, good luck. Tell me. What are we? Champion?" The Ravenclaw Quidditch player walked out of the locker room behind his captain Roger, and then walked to the cheering court. Alan didn't have a trace of fear, but felt his blood boiled all over. He saw Edward in the stands at a glance. I don't know where I got a huge banner. I wrote Ravenclaw must win. The names of the 7 team members were spray-painted around Ravenclaw's logo, the eagle. It is indeed an academy with Professor Curse as the dean. The smart Ravenclaw did not pull the banner stupidly with his own strength like Gryffindor. This time Edward realized the importance of the curse. Using a floating spell, it hovered high above the Ravenclaw stand. The fully stretched banner gently fluctuates with the slight cool breeze, with a light blue background, as if it blends with the blue sky. As a whole, the huge eagle and the names of the 7 players also have a 3D-like effect, especially the eagle, as if to break through the air and fly high. Listen, I hope everyone will participate in the game fairly and honestly. Madame Hooch is the referee. She stands in the middle of the court with her flying broomstick in her hand. She said as soon as the players from both sides gathered around her. Please ride on the flying broomstick. Alan stepped on his Neptune. Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle vigorously. 15 flying broomsticks rose from the ground and rose high into the sky. The game started. Chapter 38, Play Against Hufflepuff, corrected, typo corrected. Good morning everyone, I am the commentator of this game, Lee Jordan. This game is Ravenclaw vs Hufflepuff. The passionate voice of Lee Jordan from Gryffindor ignited the audience. With cheers, he was a black boy with a traditional black haircut, and his big white teeth when speaking was in stark contrast to his skin color. Now the ghost fly ball was captured by the Ravenclaw chaser Alan Harris wearing the number 3 jersey. If Harry Potter of Gryffindor is the youngest seeker in a century, then Harris is the youngest chaser in a century. In the first game, he was the first to grab the ghost fly ball. It seems that although he is young, he is agile enough. Lee Jordan introduced AI Loon didn't forget to connect with Harry in Gryffindor. He ran all the way on it. At this speed this is surprisingly fast. Wait, Merlin. Have you seen it? Harris is riding a conceptual flying broomstick Neptune. Jordan jumped out of his seat with excitement. A black wandering ball slammed into Alan's back, but Alan quickly dodged like eyes with his back, and the wandering ball whizzed aggressively from Alan's ears. Over. Oh, be careful. Hufflepuff's Gabriel Truman's ferocious blow was evaded by Alan riding Neptune, and Neptune's performance really deserves its reputation. Jordan roared, fortunately, Alan Harris is not looking for the ball. Hand, Otherwise Harry Potter's Light Wheel 2000 will not have any advantage when facing this broom. Jordan. This is not a Gryffindor game. Nor is it time to advertise the broom. Professor McGonagall stabbed Jordan in the back with a magic wand and warned him not to shift the subject. Okay, sorry, Professor. Alan Harris continues to fly with the ball. If Alan is the King Arthur of England, then there are no round table knights like Lancelot, Gawain, and Glahid beside him. He go ahead, do you want to be a lonely hero? Jordan, stroking his waist, is obviously not optimistic about Alan's strategy of flying with the ball alone. With all due respect, Quidditch is a sport that requires teammates. The captain Roger, who was transferred to the batsman's position, angrily used the bat to fly the ball that hit Alan again, who said Alan has no teammates. Ravenclaw's other two chasers stretched their positions very wide, and the two batsmen were desperately tying Hufflepuff's players to fight for a favourable singles offensive environment for Alan. This is them. As part of the tactic, Alan can reunite and use his broomstick advantage to use his flying skills let Alan break in and disrupt the opponent. If he is pulled apart like this, then he will use his personal ability to break through the opponent. Even if you don't have the broom advantage, it's very difficult to prevent him in one-on-one situations, and if the opponent gives up marking his own target to double defense Alan, who has excellent physical control ability, can accurately pass the ball out to make this. Players with open positions complete the offense. Wow, if Roger's hit is higher, he can fly directly into the Frenchman's hat across the sea. Jordan shouted, as if he didn't know that the opponent was irritated by his own words. Alan only changed direction and broke through the interference defense of Hufflepuff No. 8 chaser Kobe from the right. His range is really big. Now he has only the goalkeeper in front of him, and he rushes to the leftmost ring. Go! Go! The goal is in. Alan cheated the goalkeeper and used the broom to make an emergency stop in high-speed motion to throw the ball into the rightmost basket. The youngest chaser in a century, Alan Harris, scored the first goal of the game. Along with Jordan's excited commentary, there was a huge cheer from the Ravenclaw stands. But this was the first goal. The Hufflepuffs were not at all discouraged. They quickly served the ball to the chaser Kobe, and attacked before Alan returned. Their formation at this time seemed to be a triangle, aggressively turning the ball between the three chasers, attacked Ravenclaw's position. Ravenclaw's captain Roger quickly organized the interception, but because the overall style of the game was soft and Ravenclaw, who was afraid of physical confrontation, was not good at defensively, their defense did not play a big role. He was soon pushed into the ring by the opponent. Hufflepuff's triangle progress is very effective. It's getting closer and closer, and Ravenclaw seems to be at a loss. Along with the commentary, all Ravenclaw's hearts were picked up. Hey, it's Alan. Alan returns at an incredible speed. It's a gambling steal. He steals the ghost ball from Hufflepuff No. 5 Robert Horry. Jordan was shocked. He didn't see how Alan intercepted the ball in Daniel's hand, Merlin. He didn't wait for his teammates, and used the broom to initiate a fast break. Hufflepuff couldn't make it back, and Alan once again gave himself the opportunity to only face the opponent's goalkeeper. Unsurprisingly, Alan scored a fast break again. It's really smart. Because Alan Harris is a first-year student, he is obviously the shortest among all the male players on the court, but he is smart about not having too much physical contact with the opponent when he is defensive. I took advantage of my flexibility and broom speed. After, the game will continue for a while. Hufflepuff's goalkeeper James can block Ravenclaw's one shot and Ravenclaw's two shots, but he can't block Ravenclaw's shots all the time. Jordan exclaimed, "This breakthrough ability allows he Shipake has nothing to do. If you switch to a man-to-man defensive tactic, even if the defensive No. 8 Kobe, who sometimes violates the curfew, goes to extra training at 4 in the morning, to stare at Alan, the result will be completely undefended. Stay with him." He allowed Alan to score 30 points in 3 offenses, and if they only go to zone defense, Alan can always throw the ball out of the gap. Ravenclaws have scored one after another with this simple cooperation. With the ball, Hufflepuff, who has always been gentle, almost turned into an angry bullfight, flew around by Ravenclaw, but he never knows how to resist Ravenclaw's attack. Though Ravenclaw's the defense is worse, but the offense has surpassed the opponent too much, and the scores are gradually separated under mutual offense. Now Hufflepuff's only chance is probably with their Academy hero seeker Cedric Diggory. As long as he can catch the golden snitch, the victory will belong to Hufflepuff. As the game progressed fiercely, Professor McGonagall subconsciously stabbed Jordan in the back with a magic wand. "It's Kobe now." "Ouch. Professor McGonagall, I didn't talk nonsense." "Sorry, Jordan, it's easy." Professor McGonagall maintained his serious expression and maintained his decency, but his ears were slightly reddened. Professor Flitwick, who was not far away from her, looked at the black guy's shocked reaction after being stabbed, and he couldn't help feeling a little itchy in his hands. "Haven't they spotted the golden snitch?" Helpless Jordan turned his head and continued to observe the game, but he couldn't help but stared at his dean with some vigilance with his small round eyes. It seemed like Lee Jordan used a fortune-telling prediction. As soon as his words fell, Ravenclaw seeker Chu Jong suddenly lowered his broom head and swooped toward the Ravenclaw stand. Cedric, who was not far away, only stayed for a moment, and then he followed him as if he realized it. Although he could still determine the position of the golden snitch immediately, reading www.yuyuganshu.com, but after the two of you chased me after me. Within a short time, he found the walnut-sized metal ball in the direction of his opponent. In the chase, not far in front of the two of them was the huge banner that the Ravenclaws had imposed the floating spell, but Chu Jong did not slow down at all, and rushed straight towards the banner. Cedric, who fell behind, saw that the matter was urgent. So he didn't hesitate to reach out to hold her for a foul, but the two got involved in the banner together and fell from the sky. "Chi-chi!" exclaimed in the stands. Professor Flitwick quickly drew out his magic wand, and quickly cast 2 shock absorption spells to ease the fall of Chu Jong and Cedric Diggory. When they collided together, they fell on the grass together with the banner and rolled a few times. "Weak." Mrs. Hooch called the game to a halt, and the team members flew down to help them to get out of the tightly wrapped banner. When they stood up, the stands seemed to have been pressed the pause button all of a sudden and restarted all of a sudden. Deafening cheers resounded throughout the stadium. Chu Jong-ga raised the hand holding the golden snitch, and Ravenclaw won the victory by an absolute advantage. For the College Cup, where the total points are compared, Ravenclaw's victory today put them ahead of other teams by a big margin. Sports competitions are like this. One party's joy sets off the other party's sadness, and the extreme human emotions are fully manifested and released at this moment. This is Quidditch, and this is why wizards love the sport of Quidditch so deeply. The players from both sides shook hands under the command of Mrs. Hooch. The 90-minute game was finally over. The players on the field were busy relaxing their muscles. Alan needed to relax his nerves and learn the Wizard McLean exercises. For him, muscles are not a problem. Chapter 39, Quest, Modified, Typos have been revised. In today's game, the wonderful performances of Alan Harris and Cho Chong in their first appearances surprised Ravenclaw. The new Quidditch players recruited by Ravenclaw this year are so strong that they will be on the court to watch the game. The Slytherins were very surprised. Originally, as the defending champion team in these semesters, they always regarded Gryffindor as their main opponents instead of Ravenclaw, and only Cedric Diggory had his eyes on the tough Hufflepuff. Therefore, because of the acquisition of Harry Potter, the Undead Boy, Gryffindor, the youngest seeker in a century, also had to divide their energy from the original imaginary enemy Slytherin to start research. Start Ravenclaw. In the new season this year, Slytherin is no longer a one-man show. Hogwarts students are more interested and excited than in previous years. Even many Muggles do not sound like this rule. Sports that are too reasonable also generate interest. Gryffindors knew about Harry's flying lessons and were very optimistic about Harry's performance, thinking that he would be better than Alan, while Slytherin, represented by Draco Malfoy, ate in the lobby every day at that time. He was speaking ill of Potter unscrupulously, and mocking him in class, in order to dampen Harry's morale and make him play abnormally in the next game, and this year, Lavigne feels that his team has hope of winning the championship. Crow Quidditch captain Roger Davis has a different attitude from previous years. He has become like Gryffindor captain Oliver Wood and a bit too enthusiastic. He has prepared 3 notebooks and intends to record the other 3 on his own. The team's tactics and the advantages and disadvantages of the players are good for analyzing and planning targeted tactics for their players. On the day after Alan and their game, the restaurant was still filled with the aroma of grilled sausages and discussions about Quidditch. Alan speculated that the house elves might think that sausages are similar to and sticks. Good luck? Ellen, do you have time to talk? Harry's somewhat stiff voice came not far behind him. Alan turned his head and watched helplessly as the little wizard with glasses had walked towards him before he responded. He quickly crossed the last piece of sausage on the plate and swallowed it in his mouth. He noticed that Hermione was a little hurriedly helping. Harry picked up the tray that was in his place and followed him. Glanced casually at the faculty bench, and found that Dumbledore was smiling and watching what happened in front of him. Alan softened his expression. Of course, Harry, but you don't seem to have breakfast yet. Ellen, I just don't have an appetite. Harry looked a little uneasy, and habitually asked his friends at Muggle school for help. Ellen, how did you play so well in the first game? Trust me, Harry, after you fly up, look back at your current worries, and you will find that they can no longer affect you. Alan blinked at Harry, learning from his principal's habits. I heard that Miss Granger has taken you to see your father's honor. Yes. Ron's freckled face was full of puzzled expressions. To be honest, Harry, this is quite mysterious. Hermione knows more about you than you. There are more people than me. Harry said helplessly that he learned about his own affairs and family affairs from others. You should eat something instead of focusing on the conversation. Hermione finally moved Harry's dinner plate and placed it in front of him, staring at Alan next to Harry. Feeling a little puffed up, she turned around and went back to get Harry a glass of pumpkin juice, and her thick hair was swept into Alan's eyes as she turned around. Ron approached Ellen and explained in a low voice, Ellen, sorry, Hermione is a little jealous of you, she can only get second every time, and the extra points are not as much as you. Alan rubbed his eyes and looked at Miss Noel with a little amusement. He just thought that the opponent's competitive expression and the slightly exposed teeth looked like a small nutria. We will protect you, Princess Hallie. The Weasley twins also rushed over, and Fred pointed to Harry and said with a smile, George and I are the batsmen. The task is to protect you from being beaten too much. It's miserable, but I can't get a ticket. This is a rough game. No one has died, but... George shrugged. Occasionally someone disappears, but it will appear after a month or 2. Go away. Ron waved his 2 brothers away, watching Harry comfortingly said, they are just scaring you. This is the most fun sport, and you will become the best player. Good luck to you today, Potter. A strange voice rang out behind them, since you are so arrogant to find a troll adventure, I think you must confidently believe that you have the strength of Harris. Quidditch matches are even more trivial, even if the opponent is Slytherin. Unfortunately, it was not you who met the monster that day. Dean Slytherin and Professor Severus Snape, Professor of Potions, are like a silent and non-breathing bat. He just said the irony when he floated over, and the eyeballs were between Alan and Mr. Gryffindor whirled around, and then limped a little and left the auditorium. Alan sighed helplessly in his heart, okay. I just eased the relationship with the professor a little bit because I got in touch with Harry and I was also hated. What's the matter with his legs? Harry was puzzled. Edward, who had only finished eating on the opposite side, replied casually, don't you know? He has been injured for several days, just after Halloween I found out that he was in class. No wonder he stopped walking when he was teaching us." Ron suddenly realized that he opened his voice. They won't deduct points when Frege secretly helped Neville. I thought he had changed his sex. Harry glanced at the surrounding Ravenclaws and found that their attention was drawn to Ron. He said to Hermione beside him in a voice that he thought was very low, "I think it was Snape that night." The sound of the monster hit the west and took the opportunity to pass through the room guarded by the three-headed dog, but was bitten and limped. "It's Professor Snape." "Harry." Hermione also said to Harry in a lowered voice, "And why should he provoke a three-headed dog? His saliva would make the wound less? Oh, so he's still lame." Harry was immersed in his own thoughts, and he continued to whisper to himself. Hagrid took out something from Gringotts. He said it was highly classified and it was Hogwarts business, so Snape I must be trying to steal this thing guarded by the three-headed dog. Alan was a little embarrassed by watching the two lions talking in a voice they thought they could only hear each other. Now he even wanted to cough to remind them to pay attention. But after such a disturbance, Harry's spirit really improved a bit. These little lions in Gryffindor uniforms continued to eat breakfast on the Ravenclaw table. At 11 o'clock, the Quidditch field was full of people, and it seemed that all the teachers and students of the school gathered here. Harry Potter and the Gryffindor players have entered the waiting area. Captain Oliver Wood tilted his head to look at his new first-year teammate who seemed a little nervous next to him. "Are you afraid, Harry?" Harry nodded to his captain and admitted, "A little bit. It's normal, and it was the same before I played for the first time." "What about after playing?" "I can't remember." Oliver Wood said frankly, "I was hit by a walker in the back of the head 2 minutes after that game. I was in a coma for a week at the school doctor's office by Mrs. Pomfrey." Harry stopped speaking, but couldn't help swallowing. In the auditorium, Ron and Hermione came to the top row and joined the ranks of fans consisting of Seamus, Frege and Neville. In order to give Harry a surprise, they used a bedsheet stained by little mice to draw a huge banner, which said "Potter must win," and was good at drawing and literary black wizard Dean Thomas. A big Gryffindor lion was also drawn below, and then Hermione also cast a clever magic to make the paint on the banner sparkle with different colors. However, this idea was plagiarized by Edward, who saw the creation process of Gryffindor, and made it more magic under the improvement, and it has been used in the Ravenclaw game in advance. This also made some Slytherin began to laugh at this group of Gryffindors for plagiarism, but not good enough. Somewhat amusingly, watching the Gryffindor genuine banners were mistaken for pirated editions by a few Hufflepuffs, Alan looked at the event in front of the students of the 4 colleges, and suddenly realized that it was a good one. A good opportunity to continue to explore the secrets of the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. Just do what he said. Alan left the stands with the excuse of convenience, and then used a phantom spell on his robe, and started to rush towards the common room of Ravenclaw Tower. Sure enough, there was no one in Ravenclaw's public restroom at this time. Alan repeated the same trick, moved the chair to the back of the statue, dashed up, and placed the crown on the hair of the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. At the same time, Alan took out the magic ball of the Goddess of Luck Fowls from the storage compartment of the system with the other hand, and spit out from Alan's mouth a little bit of the magic text that seemed a little obscure compared with modern spells. Fuel's magic ball gradually fluoresces, and the light converges into a beam. Alan aimed the beam at Ravenclaw's crown, and the abnormality appeared. The crown is like taking off the old clothes, slowly returning to its original appearance from the middle to the sides. Its shape is like an eagle spreading its wings and flying high. Its wings are made up of countless brilliant diamonds. The arc of each wing is full of artistic feeling. Its abdomen is inlaid with a huge dark blue gemstone, and the edges and corners on it reflect dazzling light. Below the gem is hung around and a gem of the same material shaped like a drop of water. The bottom of the crown is engraved with Ravenclaw's famous motto, "Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind." It worked. Alan was excited. The statue of Rowena Ravenclaw spun to the side gracefully, leaking a circular narrow passage. The two sides of the aisle are covered with some velvet tapestries with protective cursed linen as the base. The patterns on the top are embroidered with thin threads of 8 colors, including red, yellow, black, purple, and white. Various colors are matched. Although it seems a little simple from a modern perspective, the use of UU reading www.uuganshu.com also has a strong artistic expression. The pattern drawn inside is mainly composed of a tall, black-haired witch wearing a blue costume. Alan thinks she should be the experience of Ms. Rowena Ravenclaw herself, except for some of her experiences that can be compared with the history of magic on the outside. There seems to be a yellow-haired wizard who is one size shorter than Ravenclaw, and Ravenclaw studying, playing, hunting and other life scenes. Later, after the establishment of Hogwarts and the other 3, the scene where the founder manages the school. Their image is vivid, but Alan has no time to take a closer look. He just glances over. In his heart, he just complains that the height of the founder of the school seems to be higher than Godric Gryffindor in the tapestry. Be tall. Didn't go far, and heard a boom. The statue moved back to its original position, and a faint blue light suddenly lit up in the alleyway. It turned out that a wall lamp was installed every 10 steps above the wall. Turning 3 corners, Alan came to a bronze gate, which was extremely majestic. In the middle of the 2 gates were carved 2 eagles looking at each other. The gate was carved in circles. Ripple, shaped like waves of sea water. The 2 huge bronze knockers in the middle lay quietly on the door. This door reminds Alan of the way to enter the Ravenclaw common room. Alan took out the herbal medicine lesson to use the dragon skin protective gloves, let it wrap his left hand. His right hand was holding the wand tightly, ready to cast a universal anti-curse on the door of the room, and then he pulled the door knocker. The door was buttoned 3 times. The blunt metal sound from the button door was like a bell, and Alan instantly seemed to be thinking about 1,000 years, and the ancient and vicissitudes of life came to his face. The eyes of the 2 eagles glowed blue, and they came together to form a screen with Ravenclaw's famous motto. Chapter 40, Clearance, Modified, Typos have been modified. The letters on the light curtain slowly rearranged their arrangement and combination, and then a question was displayed: where does time begin? This topic is really unusual for Alan, because in a strict sense, time itself does not exist. It is a relatively abstract concept, which is a manifestation of the movement, the continuity of change, and the order of matter. Time is a parameter defined by human beings to describe the process of material movement or the occurrence of events. The determination of time depends on the law of material cycle changes that are not affected by the outside world. For example, the moon revolves around the earth revolves around the sun, the earth's rotation period, and the atomic oscillation period. Einstein said that time and space are an illusion of people's perception. But obviously this topic is not for Alan to explain from the physical aspect, but also to think of a direction that can convince the other party to bring some philosophical perspective. After finishing his thoughts, Alan, who was trained by the door knocker of the Ravenclaw common room for half a semester, suddenly realized, the time of the present has just ended, and the time of the future begins now. I have to say that this is just a simplistic statement, but the opening of the bronze gate shows that the other party agrees with this type of answer as always. Behind the door, the mist was filled, and Alan seemed to see a piece of nothingness. He stepped into this piece of nothingness, and the mist soon changed. This made him stand on the surface of the moon. On the vast plain formed by huge impact craters filled with basalt lava flows ejected by dark volcanoes, in this area where a drop of water is not called the Moon Sea, looking back at the huge blue planet next to it, and the Earth, many stars that did not belong there are floating behind it. Already feeling dizzy, Alan couldn't help being attracted by its beauty and mystery. After carefully observing the surrounding environment for a long time and did not find any danger, he began to try to move by himself, and bowed to try to touch the surface of the moon under his feet. Stretching out his arm, the moon flew away like a frightened little beast at his feet, and disappeared into the mist again. In an instant, all the fog revolved around Alan. Alan seemed to be in the center of the tornado, the outer layer was surging, and the center was calm. Knowing that it was caused by illusion magic, Alan was calm, watching the changes, as the rotation, the outer fog drifted away, and gradually the inner fog disappeared layer by layer, and what appeared in front of Alan was vast. Interstellar, as if magnifying the ceiling of the common room countless times. An ethereal and serious female voice occupies this space, only a wise wizard can complete this astronomical puzzle. Please find the stars in the universe that you have just seen from the perspective of your observation on the moon just now. Position, restore their control to where they were just now. The time limit is 10 minutes. You can go to the next level if you pass. If you fail, you will be cast a powerful forgotten charm to make you forget everything and be teleported out. Wisdom is a high-level comprehensive ability, including perception, knowledge, memory, understanding, decision, and other abilities. This level examines the ability to remember, observe, and decide. And Alan indeed has a constant memorable ability with the help of the University Hegemony system, but this ability does not include graphics. In this kind of endless stars that have been changed to a zooming in and out of a bird's eye view, in just 10 minutes, it is almost impossible for Alan to be able to identify and successfully find it in just 10 minutes. He has not developed a habit of drinking plant protein drinks made from 6 walnuts every day. At this moment, Alan suddenly thought that there was another item in his storage space. At this moment, he was extremely grateful for his good luck. The system storage space quickly came to Alan's mind. Alan chose the simple parchment paper tied with a red rope. The red rope fell off automatically, and the parchment slowly unfolded, and it said, "Study Domination Halo." The function is marked under the parchment. Before use, clearly state the time that will be used in advance. Within the time frame covered by the halo, the host can obtain a stronger good luck effect and magic power amplification effect than the blessing agent, and temporarily obtain an ancient one, the wisdom of a powerful wizard, and the knowledge of the books accumulated in the 3 magic libraries. Without a doubt, Alan immediately chose use the halo for 3 minutes. Alan's brain was instantly filled with the knowledge stored in it. After a short sting, after the dizzy Alan recovered his clarity, he again felt the wonderful illusion of omniscience and omnipotence under control. The extra knowledge that came out of his mind puts these stars under his control. He searched the endless starry sky and constantly eliminated the disturbing stars. The impression of the target star in Alan's mind is extremely clear. Compared with these stars, Alan can quickly capture every slight difference. On the contrary, it is a pity that Alan moved the stars to the correct position in more than 2 minutes, and the remaining time can only be wasted like this. Although the cold female voice did not appear again, the rotating and shattered starry sky in front of him all showed that he had cleared the level. This level of difficulty is obviously not a little wizard, no, it should be said that even adult wizards who are proficient in astrology can't easily pass it. Why does Ravenclaw set up such a difficult level to test others? If you don't happen to have the Swiba aura to be able to pass, there is definitely no possibility of success. www.ltnovel.com. And being cast with too strong forgotten charm may cause irreversible magical damage to the brain, and the after effects of this level of forgetfulness are all it can only be regarded as a mild side effect. But without waiting for Ellen to think about it, the universe and stars in this space shattered into countless pieces, spinning and disappearing. The fragments in front of him began to slowly deform again, turning into a mage tower with a strong medieval fantasy style. The tower door opened silently in front of Alan. He walked in obediently, and a light screen as thin as a cicada's wings was quiet. The ground is suspended in the air. The light curtain at this moment has no content. Through the light curtain, you can see the magnificent decoration behind. This tower is very artistic, decorated in dark blue and bronze. There are exquisite ancient-style furniture and luxurious carpets in the interior. Most of them seem to be exquisite enough to be considered a work of art. The ceiling is decorated with silver blue fire dragon scales. Alan judged that it seemed to be from the Swedish short-nosed dragon. The rounded curved crystal chandelier was spiral in the air. The top of the surrounding walls was painted with the events recorded on the tapestry just now. It's just that the technique seems to have advanced for hundreds of years, which makes Alan feel even more weird. You must know that although it is impossible to clarify the specific event, it is clear from the records of related books on the history of magic that Rowena Ravenclaw died in the 11th century. But it was too late for Alan to think about it. The blue light masterpiece in front of him, the cosmic star map that had just been shattered into fragments, regrouped on the light screen. A model exactly like the tower he was in appeared on the bottom right of the light screen. Countless silver lines crisscross the star chart. Is still the female voice. Extend your magic wand, cast the \move spell, and complete the universe shuttle game. After the game is completed, you will pass the level, otherwise you will always be imprisoned inside the tower. Chapter 41, Cosmos Shuttle, revised, typos have been corrected. Although Alan is a Ravenclaw, he can be regarded as a person of firm temperament, at least compared with the members of Ravenclaw. He has no intention of shrinking from this challenge. Alan held his mahogany phoenix tail feather wand, pointed it at the tower model, and softly gave the instruction to move. A blue light shot from the wand. In the middle of the tower, a 20th bronze dice written in Latin came from the tower model. Rolled out, the last upward side was fixed on, and the tower model on the screen moved forward 3 tracks. The dice seemed to follow the trajectory of the fall just like time was reversed. Was absorbed back into the tower model. Rowena Ravenclaw, who created the tower, has mastered the magic of time? But isn't this the dice tower of the Muggle table game? Alan just thought about ending it, and the tower he was in suddenly moved with the model. It fluttered, and through the tower window, Alan found that it seemed to be the real universe outside. Ravenclaw's tower is currently floating in the starry sky. For a while, I'm not sure if this is the illusion and magic. Alan can't distinguish between illusion and reality. The temperature in the tower is getting lower and lower, and Alan drew his wand and pointed it at the fireplace in the hall, flaming. The fireplace ignited a huge flame. Nevertheless, there is no area protected by the thermostat robe. His light blonde hair and eyebrows were still dyed with frost. Not only could the flames of the fireplace not warm Alan, except for the twinkling magic light curtain, Alan seemed to be in a cold world. The top priority is that he can only continue the space shuttle game. Alan finds that he also has something to fear, that is the unknown. Especially in this case, he can only hope that he has enough luck and not be entangled by bad luck. Without further thinking, Alan pointed his wand decisively at the tower model and shouted, "Move!" This time the number on the top of the 20-sided dice that fell this time became, and the tower model walked along the crisscrossed light. 7 tracks. The real tower where Alan was staying continued to drift, and soon stagnated again. The red light outside the tower was full of red, which really experienced 2 extremes in a short period of time. The cold became scorching heat, only a moment, close to this extremely hot under the protection of the magic shield. The edge of the tower of the planet was gradually melted by the high temperature. If you don't evacuate quickly, it seems that this tower will not last long. Alan wanted to finish the game as soon as possible. The spell quickly hit the tower model. This time the dice turned out to be 6. Oh, the goddess of doom must be watching me. The tower shuttled into the asteroid gravel belt, and its solid outer eaves were shattered by the impact of the gravel that broke through the shield. But Alan had realized these short periods of time. The sudden change of the environment is not real, but the effect simulated by extremely clever magical means, but he has no guts to try to stay in those extreme environments forever. At this time, the sound of creaking and creaking came, and the side wall with the fireplace in the tower hall rotated away. Many kinds of materials with various colors of light were piled up inside. Behind the materials stood a huge alchemy furnace. This prompt is obvious. To continue the customs clearance, you need to repair the tower first. This is more than just a need for him to wield a spell, just say recover as before. You know, many parts of the tower were completely destroyed in the previous shuttle, disappearing without a trace, and the support of the damaged part is needed to restore it. It cannot be made out of nothing, Or just like repairing Harry Potter glasses, it is used the intact part of itself is smoothed out with materials that are not detectable by the naked eye, making it look intact as before. The most important thing is that this spell is not very friendly to magical wonders that contain magic. The higher its value, the stronger the magic. The more difficult it is to repair with this kind of spell, and as a first-year little wizard, no matter how genius he is, he cannot reach the level of an adult wizard. But the founder of Ravenclaw who designed this kind of challenge seems to have not tested the difficulty of his own design of the level. A thin book suddenly appeared on the stone long table. Alan picked up the booklet and found out that it was this tower structure design atlas. Alan looked at the huge group of materials and was puzzled. The ability to remember what he had was just right for the situation. The difficulty of these tasks is actually very exaggerated, but if you change to a general little wizard, even a few grades older than him, if you are not interested in this kind of extracurricular knowledge and have done some research, I am afraid that there is no possibility of success in the challenge. Could it be that Ravenclaw can see through his occlumency by leaving the checkpoint? Set challenge rules according to your own situation? Of course, at the moment, Alan has to prepare the restoration materials first. Realizing that it is useless to think about it, he walked into the material room and compared the damaged location of the tower with the building materials needed by comparing the atlas provided by the tower. Then he took out the experience of the ancient alchemy master Geber from his storage space, sat down and looked through it on the spot, asking if he could learn from it. After learning and selling now, Alan successfully ignited the furnace and deformed some materials into suitable sizes without affecting the texture of the material. Soon, the required building materials for the tower were prepared, although he noticed the actual damage in the tower has directly exposed the internal space www.novel.com, and it is also inferred that the scenes outside may not be real. Alan still casts an additional bubble curse on himself to ensure that he is out of the tower. Can still breathe oxygen. Using the levitation charm, Alan used a magic wand to direct a part of the material out of the tower. Almost no gravity was felt outside the tower. Alan and those G&K floated in the air together, and waved the magic wand from time to time to prevent these things from floating out of the tower. Outside of the magic shield. In this case, it was very difficult for Alan to take advantage of it, but he solved the problem after he called out his flying broomstick. Under the continuous repair spell, these materials flew out one by one, facing the damaged the place where it was, restored to what the replica should have. The slight difference is that these newly built parts look a little more shiny than the exterior of the original tower. Alan, who had continued to cast his spells, continued to go back and forth between the inner and outer towers, and even took out the tea set he placed in the storage space in the middle, and made himself a pot of warm black tea without milk for a rest. After repeating this in his case, the final completion of this was actually a challenge like doing repetitive work, successfully repairing the tower. Alan calmed down a bit of gasp caused by strenuous exercise, raised his wand, and cast a spell again to continue the game. This time, it seemed that the goddess of luck was favored, and the dice finally stayed on the big XX mark above the model. Neither the model nor the tower itself moved again, but Alan was suddenly cut off by a mask, and the cold female voice sounded again, "Fortune continues to move forward, you can only choose one. Leaving with wealth, you will never return here, keep going, you may get nothing on this trip. Please choose within 3 minutes." Chapter 42, Rowena's Kinnean, revised, typo corrected. I choose to move on. Alan did not hesitate at all. Wealth can be obtained by hard work and various means, but he has reached this point. There is no reason not to continue to complete the challenge. He wants to know what Ravenclaw left behind. What is the real reward? The game is over. The ethereal voice sounded again. In an instant, Alan felt like his stomach was hooked by a hook, and in a blink of an eye he arrived at a place that looked like an office. The reason why it looked like an office was because the interior decoration was extremely luxurious. The 4 walls of the bookcases are filled with bookshelves of various books and scrolls, and various spells are written in different languages on their heavy covered book backs. A variety of weird-shaped bottles and jars of different textures are placed on the tables on the four sides of the room. The white contents in some transparent tubes that run through part of the wall seem to be alive, constantly wriggling and boiling inside. There is a faint musty smell in the space. Under the spice smell of potions and herbs and the weird smell of corruption, this room smells like Snape's potions classroom and library mixed together. "Hello, Alan Harris." An extremely dignified and cold voice sounded not far from Alan. Alan immediately turned around to follow the sound, his eyes full of surprise. Behind a huge encircling stone desk carved from a surprisingly large obsidian inlaid with sapphires, a very graceful figure is sitting on a chair. This slightly transparent woman is extremely beautiful, so beautiful that I dare not even look up. The blasphemy is even a little daunting. Her size is too tall when compared with the current Ellen. There is no trace of age on her face. The only clue is in her eyes. Although her eyes are half squinted and not fully opened, they look down slightly. His sight revealed as sharp and gleaming as the tip of a gun in a moonlit night, but they also contain deep memories. Alan recognized this as Rowena Ravenclaw at a glance, because she was very similar to the statue in the Ravenclaw common room, but it was more majestic and smart than the statue. "You Ravenclaw are indeed greedy enough." Rowena Ravenclaw spoke again, this time because she read a slightly longer sentence that made her voice as ethereal as poetry. She waved a chair was recruited by her to the stone table. Alan sat down obediently and understood what she meant. Ravenclaw literally means claw's claw or crow's claw, and the implicit meaning of the name is greedy predator. You should know Ravenclaw's selection criteria best, don't you, dear madam? Intelligence must be superior, preferably wise, fair, shrewd, knowledgeable, clever, visionary, curious, and like to delve into things. Student. Alan bowed deeply to Rowena Ravenclaw. Whether he is the founder of the Academy or as a strong man, Rowena is worthy of Ellen's respect, not to mention, just like facing her previous statue, Ellen finds that he has an inexplicable sense of closeness to her. As a challenger who has come this far, I think you are qualified to call me Rowena or Dean. Rowena Ravenclaw did not continue the topic, but corrected his attitude towards himself. The title. Yes, Dean. In Alan's mind, although Rowena Ravenclaw is the founder, Professor Flitwick is the Dean of Ravenclaw. However, it was too frivolous to call a lady who was much older than him as soon as he met, so Alan stepped back and could only call her the Dean. Since you have broken through here, as long as you complete the last test, you can get my treasure. Rowena looked at Alan seriously, and stared at Alan's face motionlessly. What is the final test, please? Alan was confident in himself. Ravenclaw sat on a chair and looked directly into Alan's eyes. The last test is to make a magic stone that can turn stones into gold and live forever. Sorcerer's stone? Excuse me. Why do you still want to be a philosopher's stone in this form? Alan was really curious. The Ravenclaw in front of him was no longer a living person, not even a ghost, just a little being imprisoned here is somewhat like the kind of soul fragments that need to be divided into a Horcrux. You mean that I am obviously a ray of thoughts, but I just want the magic stone of immortality, right? Rowena Ravenclaw's voice was as ethereal and indifferent as ever. When my daughter Helena stole my crown, I sent Barrow to find her, and then Barrow had a dispute with her and killed her. Although I know that a ritual has a resurrection effect, it lacks key materials for me. There is no way to use it to resurrect my daughter. After that, I originally wanted to find the resurrection stone, but after in-depth study of the soul, I found that the resurrection stone cannot resurrect people who have really died. It is just a kind from the underworld. A substance that is more real than the soul and illusory than the substance. But this resurrection stone has no meaning to Helena, who has become a ghost and stayed in the mortal world. This child turned into a ghost out of guilt towards me. And she never dared to come to see me afterwards. Rowena didn't mind telling Alan about the future of the dragon, and she said it in one breath. Maybe she was already prepared to answer this question during the long waiting years. answer. But, you don't seem to need the Philosopher's Stone now. Alan was still puzzled. Yes, I originally wanted to find a longer-term way to accompany my daughter, but I didn't want to lose all possible future possibilities like being a ghost, so I thought of the Sorcerer's Stone, but unfortunately after I finished the final refining temperature before the confirmation test, Rowena generously told Alan these some private secrets, so I split out this remnant thought with fragments of my soul and designed this magic statue. It seems that Rowena Ravenclaw's knowledge of soul magic is not inferior to her achievements in alchemy. Alan remembers that Voldemort's remnant soul also has the ability to think about itself and communicate with people, and the soul fragments left by Rowena Ravenclaw have maintained the same effect for nearly 1,000 years, and it seems her mind was not affected by the divided soul at all. So, Ellen, are you willing to accept the challenge? If you can complete the final steps based on my notes, you can take away all my wealth. If not, I will erase your memory and let you go. Rowena widened his half-squinted eyes. And Alan felt that the occlumency he performed in front of her didn't work, and he felt as if he was naked in this gaze. Realizing that the founder of the Ravenclaw Academy directly called his Ravenclaw by name, feeling that the other party did not seem to be as extremely harsh as described in the History of Magic, reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Alan spread his hands, the temptation expressed his inner concerns. I can accept the challenge, but I have no material. Rowena did not answer. Instead, he rotated a magic ball on the table 3 times counterclockwise, the wall on the right disappeared, and a huge alchemy room appeared in front of Alan. She handed a thick roll of parchment to Alan, and it disappeared without a trace. Alan quickly flipped through this precious manuscript. The handwriting on it was very different from the other person's external appearance. Not to mention the crookedness, and even sometimes it is estimated that it was written backwards without being straightened for convenience. It also contains many drawings drawn by the other party. The most important material needed for the Philosopher's Stone, Alan found that it had been in the alchemy furnace next to it, according to the records in the manuscript. As auxiliary materials, alex, camo, mercury, sulfur, yellow blood salt, uncursed unicorn blood and other materials are also available, and alchemy techniques are also marked on the parchment. After reading through it once, Alan took out a copy of the Jebel's Handbook from the space. He remembered that the production of one of the alchemy products, Sage's Stone, was very similar to the Philosopher's Stone studied by Rowena Ravenclaw, except for some the name is different, but it can be concluded that the effect of the Sage's Stone is almost the same as the Magic Stone. Compared with the two, the most different refining method is the fire. The temperature of the furnace recorded in the Jeber Handbook is much higher than the temperature recorded by Rowena, but the refining method of the Sage's Stone in the Jeber Handbook, the production method is incomplete. Like Ravenclaw's manuscript, the production method of the important rough stone is not mentioned at all. No amount of hesitation will help. Alan is determined to take a gamble and set the temperature according to Jeber's instructions. Chapter 43, Ravenclaw's Treasure, revised, typo corrected. Just do it. Alan neatly prepares the required materials in the order of addition, and places them in the groove on the top of the corresponding marble column in the order of the 6-pointed star. On the left and right sides of the furnace are 2 ravens and giant eagles that exude light. The giant eagle on the left exudes silver-white light, and the raven on the right exudes pure black mist if the black mist is considered light. If so, their beaks are directly above the opening of the furnace crucible. The surface of this furnace crucible is embossed with a dragon with 5 heads of different colors. The scales below its neck will change with the angle of sight. Among them, the dragon sculpture has red dragon scales in the middle. The dragon's head came out, like the giant eagle and the raven, with his mouth facing the top of the cauldron. Alan saw the most important raw material of the magic stone from the teeth of the dragon, the method of which is unknown. Rough. The other dragon heads of blue, black, green, and white were activated one by one after Alan input magic power according to Ravenclaw's manuscript. Their mouths spit out something similar to the breath of a fire dragon. These dragon flames gathering around the hearth, the crucible became hot in a short time. The mural facing the melting pot is the sun and moon with human faces in the upper left and upper right corners simultaneously appearing on the sky of the dark world in the painting. They move slowly at different speeds to show their identity as a timing device. Alan put in the materials one by one, and adjusted the temperature of the five-headed dragon furnace according to the method that Jebber had learned. As the temperature gradually increased, the mouths of the two sculptures of Eagle and Raven gradually opened up. According to the information left by Ravenclaw at the scene, Alan placed the materials prepared by Ravenclaw in the two beaks in turn, mixed them in and closed the beaks. With the height of the temperature, the giant eagle and the raven and even the dragon began to reopen their mouths like a ruminant. The three are flowing faintly silver between liquid and gas. And the black jelly that seemed to absorb all the energy and the blood-red liquid that had been liquefied from the rough stone flowed out from it. Although Ravenclaw's manuscript and Jebber's expressions are slightly different, the records here are almost exactly the same. They respectively represent water silver, used to transform the form of matter, and the function of turning stones into gold is because of its function. The functions provided are realized. Pure black is to provide the function of absorbing substances and abilities from various materials in the alchemy process. Blood red, rich in vitality, can be used to make elixir, which is missing from Ravenclaw's manuscripts and Jebber's experience. The part is exactly how the scarlet part is made. From the few words on some other pages, it seems that the process of making this rough stone will take advantage of the vitality of others. Alan thinks this may be the lack of this in the Ravenclaw manuscript. A few pages of reasons. Just like the potion that was originally a branch of alchemy, this is a boring and complicated process. It is necessary to add the correct materials at different times to change the finished product in the crucible to the correct step. Ai Lung can no longer judge how many hours he has stayed here, but fortunately, this is not a blessing potion that needs to be boiled for at least half a year. Although they also add this time to the incorrect time if they are a little careless. The raw materials that should not be added will be used up and even other unpredictable risks will occur. At the last moment of alchemy, Alan, who had no time to think about how he would explain what he did during his disappearance after he went out, is about to add the most precious blind material to the cauldron, that is, the Hermes bird's wings. The wings were added to the furnace, instantly mixing all the liquids in it, wrapping them up, and forming a dark green irregular round mud-like shape. This is also the failure form recorded in the Ravenclaw manuscript. Recalling what Jebber had learned, Alan gritted his teeth and once again output magic power to raise the temperature of the furnace. The hot flames in the mouth of the dragon-shaped reliefs on the surface of the cauldron were twisting and dancing desperately in the furnace. The dark green mud could not hold up under such a high temperature, and it was difficult to maintain its original appearance. It slowly melted from the mud to liquid again, and Alan gleefully watched the dark green gradually become saturated with blood red. It's finished. Alan was ecstatic. In the process of refining, he had completely forgotten that he was trapped in the statue, that he had to complete the task, and was completely immersed in alchemy. The made philosopher's stone lay quietly in the middle of the furnace. Alan extinguished the fire and looked at the irregular red crystalline stone with the light from time to time across the surface. "Dean, did you say that this is the last test?" Alan reminded the heir, but he didn't find that the founder of Ravenclaw, who showed his figure again with his voice, successfully made magic on him. She has any emotional changes. "Alan Harris, you successfully completed all the tests, you are eligible for my treasure." After speaking, Rowena placed a radiant crown on the table. Its appearance is the same as before. The crowns Alan received were no different, but Alan was sensitive to the fact that the magic power they contained was not on the same level. "The crown you used to open the statue is just my early work. Although it is very memorable, it does not add real wisdom to the holder. Otherwise, Helena who wears it will not be blinded by greed. Made a defection. And this top," Rowena pointed to the crown and said with satisfaction, "this top was developed before my physical death. It not only allows people to keep their minds clear at any time, but also allows you see the true desire in your heart. It will not go wrong. It can give you real wisdom. Now it is yours." Then, Ravenclaw took out the tower model that Alan had seen before. The function of this mobile tower is similar to that of the mansion spell invented by an ancient wizard called Mordenkainen. Some of the functions of the rooms are for you. It is very useful. This model is actually similar to an independent door key that can be easily carried with you. The actual location of the tower cannot be reached by physical means, which can ensure that you have a safe shelter. The most important thing is that it contains a large number of books that I have collected throughout my life, and the collections in it have been supplemented and updated through the library that I stayed in the Ravenclaw common room for so many years. As professors and students put a new manuscript in, and a corresponding copy will appear on the library shelf in the tower. Although it is not suitable for you to invest in study and research immediately, because my personal collection of magic and secret art knowledge is too obscure and dangerous for you, and the books collected through my common room library are uneven, there are even many knowledge theories that have been proven wrong by later generations, so it is impossible to distinguish and screen without a certain foundation, but if you can read and study carefully in a few years, this knowledge will build you to the top of the magician ladder. www.novel.com. This is the most valuable treasure I leave to you. Alan can't help but wonder. Like the previous trials, although it sounds like tasks that are almost impossible to complete, in fact, what he has in his hand is just enough for him to complete it as if it were written. It is a bit like Dumbledore this year. With the growth challenge arranged for Harry, Alan felt like he was being manipulated by the opponent. But when Rowena Ravenclaw finished speaking, her face was relieved, her figure gradually faded, as if it was going to disappear at any time. "Ellen, you can also take the Sorcerer's Stone. After all, it is useless to me now, but it is precious to you. As a soul fragment, I will pursue my soul body and make her complete again. After I leave, this statue will no longer play a role as a test, loses the support of magic power, its internal space will disappear as I leave. Finally, let us meet again on the journey of life. Please help me taking care of Helena. This is also your responsibility for inheriting my treasure." Alan took the treasure, bowed deeply, and paid tribute to the strong man. Although he didn't know how to take care of a ghost, and he had the Philosopher's Stone, although it was too early for him, he could already have. He who made the foundation of the elixir will not die due to aging. Obviously, as long as he does not die by accident, there is still a long time before he meets Ravenclaw again. When he raised his head, the light under his feet suddenly flickered, and the strong light made Alan quickly block his eyes, and the feeling of being hooked on his stomach came again. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was already in the Ravenclaw common room. The lounge was empty, but from the sky outside the window and the noise from the Quidditch stadium, it seemed that it was different from Alan's perception, and the time did not actually pass. Chapter 44, The Experience of the Potion Master, Modified, Typos have been corrected. Leaving the Ravenclaw common room quickly, Alan heard the cheers of the Gryffindors echoing in the cold sky before entering the Quidditch stadium, mixed with the roar of the Slytherins. And groaning. Alan walked quickly to the stand where Ravenclaw was. Watching the game from the standpoint of the audience felt very different from participating in person. Alan saw the roaring cubs on the opposite Gryffindor stand and felt for in terms of the style of the academy. If it were not for Ravenclaw's strongest tolerance and overly coldness to heterogeneity, the schools that should oppose each other should be Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. "The snitch is still missing, right?" Alan asked Roger, who was frowning and recording data frantically. "Yes, I haven't seen the strength of the Seekers on both sides. They haven't found the trace of the golden snitch. But Gryffindor's chaser and batsman are very strong, especially the batsman. They cooperated more tacitly this year." Roger cast his eyes on the Weasley brothers flying freely in the sky, with a look of admiration, and then suddenly asked with some doubts, "Your stomach is not very good. It's been convenient for so long? I heard about you on Halloween. Maybe you should ask Cedric's father, Mr. Amos Diggory." I heard my aunt say that he showed off Cedric with love in the Ministry of Magic and was easily constipated. Famous. They are twins. They have lived together since they were young, and it is strange that they don't work well together. But our team's batsmen are also very good. For example, you, although you played this position for the first time that day, you performed well. Not bad, isn't it? Alan, who couldn't explain much, could only distract from the topic, complimenting Roger to straighten his chest. Oh, of course, I'm the best hitter at Hogwarts. Roger's golden soft hair and his white teeth gleamed in the sun, plus his Quidditch captain identity attracted the eyes of many little witches around. Roger, can you borrow your telescope? Of course, I brought a lot of them. Roger felt that he was a particularly reliable captain. Raising the monoculars, Alan looked at a small spot in the sky laboriously. That was Harry. Harry slid lightly over the arena in the high air. Obviously, looking around, he hadn't found any trace of the golden snitch. Alan watched the game easily. After the nervousness in the previous challenge, his sleepiness filled his whole body. He really relaxed at this moment and missed Ravenclaw's four-legged bed. The sky blue silk feels softly wrapped. Golden snitch. Roger's scream lifted the spirits of the wizards around. Potter found the golden snitch. Alan immediately raised his sight glasses. Harry was diving quickly, but was kicked by Slytherin's Marcus Flint and knocked him away. So after the obvious and despicable cheating foul just now, narrator Lee Jordan could no longer control his anger. But no matter how angry the audience is, the game has to continue. Although Gryffindor got a free throw opportunity for this, it also lost the chance to win. Just when many people were still in anger, Harry's broom was shaking uncontrollably. Slytherin also quickly pulled back a goal to offset the loss after being scored by the opponent's free throw just now. Few people would focus on the seeker without finding the golden snitch. Harry's broom twitched and twisted wildly, slowly, and higher to keep Harry away from the arena. Harry has an accident. Alan was the first to find out that the situation was wrong. Roger next to him quickly turned the telescope at Harry, and Harry's broomstick began to churn and roll. He could only it was barely supported not to fall, which finally attracted the attention of other viewers. Under the eyes of everyone, the flying broom writhed frantically, and Harry was thrown off by his own broom, but unlike many people with glasses who are prejudiced against the inherent impression of not being quick enough, Harry reacted fast enough, successfully let one hand grab the broomstick and hang it in the air. The spectators in the stands had no intention of watching the game. Many people exclaimed the moment Harry fell. Alan pointed her binoculars at Hermione and followed her in the crowd. Miss Noel managed to light Professor Snape's robe this time, and Professor Quirrell was also knocked into the air, wearing a turban. The back of his head also hit the ground heavily and slid and rubbed for a short distance. Harry, who regained control of the broomstick, landed safely, and spit out the golden snitch from his mouth. Gryffindor won, but even Gryffindor, which added 150 points at the end, didn't score high. For the two teams in today's game, the total score in the College Cup competition it would be very unfavorable, but for Ravenclaws, who played an offensive game last time, it was good news. We are lucky enough to lead the other three teams by a lot of points, but no matter what, Gryffindor has a talented seeker this year. They are a strong opponent. Roger closed his notebook and put the book lock is also fastened, and he now looks full of fighting spirit. For other colleges, we are the opponents they should worry about most. Across the noisy and excited crowd, Alan smiled encouragingly at Roger. Gryffindor, let's see you in the game. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts School woke up from a dream and found that it was covered with several feet of snow and the lake was covered with hard ice. Despite the coldness, Alan's mood was as good as March. He finally completed the systematic library task and successfully obtained the Book of Potions Master Virto, which recorded the methods of making various magical potions in ancient times. Although many of the ingredients in the formula have disappeared in Alan's time. And some of the ingredients have been proved by modern potions to be products of feudal superstition that actually have no effect, such as the coins in the pockets of the dead or the saliva of the lying witch kind of stuff. But some of the lost theories still make Alan feel more and more ignorant the more he delves into it, making him wandering in the ocean of knowledge inextricably. Unlike Alan, most of the little wizards at Hogwarts did not put their minds on learning. They were all eagerly looking forward to the approaching long vacation. Although Ravenclaw's common room is blessed by the private curse of Dean Flitwick, who loves students, and the auditorium is also burning with a raging fire, it is very warm, but the windy corridor has become bitterly cold, and the window glass of the classroom it was also rattling by the biting cold wind. The worst thing that makes students feel that Professor Snape's classes are in underground classrooms. When they breathe, a cloud of white mist forms in front of them, so they have to get as close as possible to their hot crucible. Alan, who has just obtained the Book of Potions Master Virto, is very active in attending the potions class. He can't help but experimenting with the medicine methods in the Book of Potions Master Virto privately during the class. At the same time, he is very serious. Listening to Professor Snape's explanation, even if he has recently recovered the bad face of the cold old bat to him, but in order to lay a solid foundation for him, in the contrast between ancient and modern potion theory, Alan feels that his potion the level has made great progress, and there has been a tendency to move away from scripture, and start to change from knowing how to change to knowing why. As a master of the potions class, Professor Severus Snape also clearly discovered that Alan was different. He was impeccable with Alan's potions. He even gradually discovered that Alan had often been in the potions class. The attempt did not use the pharmaceutical methods he taught, and did not say a word. This is incredible in the eyes of other students. Except for the Slytherin students, Professor Snape seemed to treat Alan with a different eye. Although his habitual critical and ironic attitude was unavoidable in his speech, in fact, he not only never really looked for it. Alan's stubbornness didn't deduct his points, and he even occasionally stood next to him to give pointers. After getting along for most of the semester, everyone could tell that Professor Snape's cynicism faced him. Others, especially Harry Potter, were different. He was using this method to teach Alan Harris of Ravenclaw some knowledge of potions that he did not teach to other students. But this also brought a worse experience to other poor students. After watching the production process of excellent students, the operations of those poor students seemed more unbearable to Professor Snape. His intensified irony and punishment made these little wizards full. Being attacked by both mental and physical freezing, especially Gryffindor's Neville Longbottom was tortured by Snape. www.novel.com. The potion is actually not bad, but because it is a team with Neville, Floyd Brown suffered. Not only the potions class, but Alan's performance in other courses this semester was amazing enough for a first-year student. When the gap with someone is too big, all he has to do is look up. The atmosphere of Winclaw was also obviously different from Gryffindor for such good students, so no one came to trouble Alan. The semester is not over yet, and everyone thinks that the first grade of the final exam must be Ellen, except for the second-placed Miss Master. Hermione Granger seems to be trying to compete with Ellen in class. In order to expect to catch up with Alan in personal bonus points, the others also set their goal on third place at most. Of course, outstanding students also have the troubles of outstanding students, that is, it is easy to be a helper for teachers. For example, on Christmas Eve, Alan was called by his dean and curse Professor Flitwick to help decorate Christmas decorations. Together with several senior students, he sprayed a string with their magic wands. String golden bubbles and hang them on the branches of the new tree Hagrid moved. With everyone's concerted efforts, the auditorium looks beautiful and spectacular. The walls are covered with hanging ribbons made of holly and mistletoe. 12 towering Christmas trees are erected everywhere in the room. Some trees are hung with small shiny icicles, and some trees are shining with hundreds of candles. The Gryffindor trio Harry, Ron, and Hermione also followed Hagrid into the auditorium, and did not find Alan standing next to the pine tree. Alan was about to say hello when he heard Harry. To Hagrid, since you mentioned Nicola May, we have been trying to figure out who he is. Chapter 45, Holiday, Modified, Typos have been modified. Alan cleared his throat with a fake cough, reminding them of their existence. By the way, are you talking about Nicola May? But obviously, several other people don't think so. Hearing another person mentioning the name, Hagrid looked angrily, Ron looked blankly at the Alan who appeared to him suddenly, Harry opened his mouth and wanted to ask Alan as soon as his eyes lit up. Habitually asked him for help, but was held back by Hermione. Mr. Harris, eavesdropping is immoral. Miss Know-It-All looked at Alan under the Christmas tree, and pursed her mouth like Professor McGonagall likes to do. Seeing Hermione's reaction, Harry was very embarrassed. The news was a common secret negotiated between him, Ron and Hermione. Without the consent of the other two, Harry didn't know whether to tell AI or not. Lun, how to deal with this situation? I didn't overhear your words, but you walked beside me and talked a lot. You see, I was just in charge of decorating these Christmas trees with Prefect Pinello. Alan was made by the fierce reaction of the other party. Somewhat inexplicably and annoyed, also, what I wanted to say was that I knew who Nicola May is, but it seems that you don't want me to participate. I can only wish you all a happy holiday. After finishing speaking, Alan shrugged, looked at the decorated Christmas tree, and walked to the Ravenclaw lounge to rest. How did he know Nicola May? We have been searching for so long and still don't know. Hermione was very surprised. Alan was really so good? They have been looking through the book for so long and haven't found it yet. Does Alan know what happened to him just by hearing his name? Ron complained that Hermione had just used her aggressive attitude on Alan again. I told you not to compete with him. The real know-it-all is that he is not you. His Neptune was obtained through a knowledge quiz organized by the store in Diagon Alley. He didn't know Nicola May. I think it's abnormal. Harry felt very annoyed and frustrated. He should have told Alan the truth earlier, but considering that the strongest of the trio Hermione had always regarded Alan as an opponent, he didn't tell the secret. Hermione bit her lip. I'll apologize to Harris. After finishing talking, before Harry and Ron could react, she chased in the direction Alan left. Harry and Ron looked at each other and followed, but they were finally picked up by the eagle outside the Ravenclaw lounge door. The philosophical puzzle is blocked. Obviously, the Sorting Hat never makes mistakes, even if Hermione's grades are good, but as long as it is not a question with a standard answer, it is not so easy for Hermione to answer. The cleverness of Hermione Granger and Luna Lovegood's intelligence is different. The mad girl can easily answer the puzzle of the fire or the phoenix, but the jack of all things lady can't. Maybe we can see him at breakfast tomorrow. Harry hoped. It can only be so. Hermione still decided to go to the library and wait a while. According to her observation, Alan would usually go to the library to read books. However, until the next day, when the three of Hermione went to the restaurant to look for Alan, Alan was still packing in the dormitory. He was going to take the Hogwarts Express home for the holidays. He planned to put Edward's those on the table, the snacks he asked the seniors to buy from Hogsmeade to cushion the belly, and eat something on the train later, and eat more when you go home with an empty stomach for dinner. It's not that the food at home is much better than Hogwarts, but he thinks his mother will be happier by doing so. When the Hogwarts Express arrived at King's Cross Station, Alan spent almost the entire journey in the toilet, which was different from Mr. Amos Diggory's constipation condition. The sweets that Edward bought would not only be in you, it explodes in your mouth, it will explode in your stomach after it expires. In the evening, Alan, who was a little vacant, realized that his elder brother Albert came to pick him up, but he seemed to be distracted, until Alan greeted him several times before pulling his thoughts back. Father will go home later if something happens, so he let me come. As he said, Albert didn't wait for Alan to react, and rushed over to give his brother a big hug. Puff behind Alan was squeezed out a sound of gas breaking through barriers. At this time, the top student who added the most points to Ravenclaw this semester was more fortunate than embarrassing. I just pulled out everything that I can pull, otherwise the squeezed fart is more than just a fart. Back home, before entering the house, Alan with an empty stomach smelled the fragrant heavy cheesecake. Mom made cheesecake. Alan's eyes lit up and he quickened his pace. He was influenced by his roommate Edward. Men like sweets, which is nothing to be ashamed of. Ellen, you should leave your belly for something other than dessert. Mother has been preparing for a long time. Unlike when he was on the platform just now, Albert was obviously in a good mood. Don't fight with me for cheesecake. After today, during the holidays, I still have to work hard for several days. Sure enough, the dinner is very rich. Compared with the Christmas dinner at Hogwarts, although the variety is not so diverse, it is better than warm, relatively more in line with your own taste, and the taste of home. Holidays should be the days of family members. A family of 7 sat happily at the dining table. The whole family currently only has Alan attending school at Hogwarts. Alan's sister Daisy and her current mother work at the Mungo Magical Injury Hospital, but unlike her mother who is a therapist in the waiting reception area, she is more promising. His curse hurts the work of the division. In this regard, his mother Morgan Le Fay Harris is very satisfied. Morgan Le Fay's second son, Lun, has recently passed the internship period and is now a member of the Pest Counseling Office under the Department of Fantastic Beast Management and Control. This time, he went home early for Alan. Because of this, the whole family is very concerned about Alan's life at Hogwarts. You will miss the carefree school days when you work. When Alan talked about his first Quidditch game, the members of this pure-blood family were obviously more interested in the learning things he described. Alan's excellence in flying must be hereditary. I was an excellent Slytherin chaser. Father Owen triumphantly patted his slightly raised beer belly with his hand. Yes, it's great, Irving, you looked very handsome when riding on the broom. The Harris couple showed their affection in front of the children. Daisy and Albert glanced at each other, and her parents started to have a hot eye again. In the next few days, UU reading www.uugonshu.com during this holiday, Alan did not make any extra arrangements. He has experienced so much during most of the semester. He just wanted to have a good rest at home and read a few books of magic at home. Read history as a storybook, relax your tense nerves. But the world is like this, and it has never been shifted by human will. According to Murphy's Law, if something has the possibility of going bad, no matter how small the possibility is, it will always happen. When Alan opened his eyes again, there was a lot of snowflakes outside. The snow seemed to be going down for a long time, and Alan's morning exercise plan had to fail. After he went downstairs to wash, he found that he and his little sister Emily were the only ones left at home. Did they make an appointment to work overtime together? Alan muttered, and poured himself a cup of hot milk. Although it seemed that the mother was walking in a hurry, she still prepared breakfast for her little son and little daughter with her skillful cooking skills. After Emily woke up, she pestered her brother to tell her the story of moon gems. Alan found that her little sister's hobby was getting more and more weird. She used to pester him to tell fairy tales. So soon she grew up to listen to detective suspense stories. According to the description in the book that Emily gave to Alan, the moon gem is a famous yellow diamond. It was first recorded in Indian history books. This gem is set on the forehead of a four-handed Indian god, the moon. The reason why it was named moon gem is partly because of its unique color and partly because of a rumor that it can perceive the will of the moon god, and the color and luster will change with the moon's prosperity and loss. As far as Alan knows, there have been similar records in the magical world. Unlike the diamond in India, which is dedicated to the gods, the moon gem in the magical world is a semi-transparent gemstone with the second-class texture and can also sense the influence of the moon. Hence the name moon gem. Chapter 46, Midnight Visitor, modified, typos have been revised. Emily, why would you think of reading such a book? Alan was a little curious why his little sister would be interested in such a boring book that obviously looked like a source. This book was brought back by Albert the other day. I saw that he was reading it for dinner the other day, but he refused to read it to me. Emily tilted her head with a sweet smile. Alan, no one has told me a story for a long time since you went to Hogwarts. Dad, they only wanted to say 1 or 2 paragraphs and didn't want to tell more. Today I took it while Albert was not at home. After coming out, he always hides things under the bed that he doesn't want us to see. Mom, Daisy and I actually know it. I want you to tell me like before, Ellen, don't tell him. Faced with the cute little sister's request, Alan of course agreed. He brought milk and cake to her sister, and asked Emily to sit aside and eat. Then Alan seemed to be together. Alan opened the book again and told his sister from the beginning, but after a while, he found a few lines on a page with weird symbols and unclear letters and numbers, and what was even more surprising was that at first glance it is a graphic composed of little dwarfs. It is a skeletal skull. A large python emerges from the skull's mouth, like a tongue. This is the dark mark of a mysterious person, but all the text should be the handwriting of the Big Brother, and also attached the signature. The date of signature is exactly 1 week ago. What is Albert doing? His mission is still related to Death Eaters. Alan wondered, thinking of Albert, who hadn't returned home a few days ago, and his wandering appearance on the platform. He was a little worried about his brother. The situation, after all, the Aurors are different from the police in the Muggle world, but some are like spies who have to complete various more dangerous tasks. I apologized to my sister and agreed to make up for it. Alan quickly flipped through the contents of the book, but was even more worried about his brother's situation. According to records, this yellow diamond has experienced hardships since the 11th century AD. Those who meddle with this gem have suffered bad luck. Alan's concerns reached a culmination after asking his father if he knew Albert's specific situation at dinner. Irving didn't have much reaction to this. Not seeing anyone for a few days is basically commonplace for Auror's job. This is not the first time Albert has happened since he worked. Morgan Le Fay was caught by AI. Ren's attitude made him a little nervous, and he began to worry about his eldest son. Boom boom boom. When Owen was asked by his wife to change from self-confidence to a little worried, the door button of Harris's house was knocked. Morgan Le Fay motioned to the eldest daughter Daisy to take Emily back to the room first. No matter who would choose to visit on such a snowy night, it would be better for the little girl to go back to the room and sleep first. Owen Harris, who had just gotten a little nervous, took out his wand and held it in his hand, walked lightly, looked outside through the cat's eyes, and opened the door directly. A tall, bald, dark-skinned purple-robed wizard came in with the wind and snow, and then took off his purple round hat and shook the snow on it. Sorry, Owen, I'm bothering you so late, but there is a last resort reason. A deep and slow voice that seemed to calm people sounded in the room, and Alan noticed that the black wizard was wearing golden earrings on one of his ears. Kingsley, what made you rush over in such a heavy snowstorm? Did something happen to Albert? Irving's tone also became very worried. The members of the Harris family stared brightly. With this uninvited guest, Morgan Le Fay even grabbed the clothes on his chest. Kingsley Shackle finished his thoughts in the face of everyone's gazes and said, That's right, I received a notice from the Auror office last night that according to the plan, Albert should, after finishing the mission, he return to the ministry to report his duties, but there seemed to be some unexpected situations. He has not yet returned, so I must come in and talk to you. Alan noticed his hesitation and stopped. It seems that Mr. Kingsley Shackler has concealed something. Owen obviously noticed this. No matter what, we can accept it, but we want to what I know is, can we be sure if Albert is still safe? Although Morgan Le Fay Harris was also very worried by the news, he still resisted his concerns about his son and politely brewed a pot of black tea for Kingsley. Kingsley took a sip of the milky hot tea and sighed contentedly, Thank you, Mrs. Harris. I've been observing outside your house for most of the day. It's really cold. Owen, Albert. It should be safe, at least for now. Otherwise, I won't find those sneaky guys trying to spy on him outside your home in the afternoon. Someone is looking for Albert? Why? Mr. Harris keenly grasped the key, and at the same time motioned his wife to prepare some food. Alan held down his mother. As a mother worried about the safety of her son, she still stayed. It's better here. Let's go. Alan stood up and walked to the kitchen. Fortunately, after practicing the wizard exercises, his 5 senses have become more acute, and he is not afraid to hear the conversation in the living room. Albert took over the tasks assigned by the office before. I can't say what tasks are. Kingsley saw Morgan Le Fay's question. This is highly confidential. I'm sorry, I can't say. Alan guessed it was related to the so-called moon gem. Today in your village, I found 3 Indians wearing red-brown toe cloths. They were wearing white linen robes and trousers, followed by a brown-haired, handsome British boy who seemed to be your neighbor. This boy, probably because of their coercion and use, the expression is not very willing. At this time, the smell of the fragrant fried sausage made by Alan filled the room, and Kingsley couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. It's okay, sir, you endure the hunger and the cold like this for us. Alan handed him the plate with fried sausage and toast in a compassionate manner, and Morgan Le Fay also waved his hand to let the teapot fly by. Refill Kingsley with a cup of tea. What a good and polite boy. I was hiding behind the fence separating the road from the yard and found that the 3 Indians were staring at your house after finding that no one was around. They ordered the little boy to stretch out his hand and pour something dark and ink-like into the boy's palm. www.novel.com. Then he touched his head with his hand, and made a few gestures on his head. I guess it was something similar to Panthera or Veritasirum in India. They then started asking him whether Albert lived here or not. After the questions were asked, they made a few gestures on the boy's head. The boy was awakened, and then he staggered into the house down the slope. Then the 3 Indians murmured for a while and left. I thought these 3 people would come back, but until now they are gone, but after I consulted the director, we agreed that you had better leave for a while, and the ministry agreed to suspend your work and take vacation first. Kingsley asked Owen and Morgan Le Fay with a serious expression on his face, have you noticed anything different about Albert? For example, have you met someone, or have you searched for information? The Harris couple looked at each other and felt that they had neglected too much of their eldest son's work. Alan thought for a while, and handed the book that recorded the Moonstone legend to Emily today to Kingsley. Albert loves reading this book recently, and I don't know if it will help you. Thank you, Alan. We must resolve this matter as soon as possible and get Albert back for you, and it won't delay your return to Hogwarts. Kingsley promised. It seems this capable proud Luo has figured out the basic situation at home. I will stay here to protect you tonight, Mrs. Harris, and I will trouble you. Kingsley's polite manner is hard to imagine that he is an aura who has been tempered. Of course, I'm happy to help you. Alan heard her mother's answer. If she hadn't noticed her hand held tightly under the table, Alan must think her mother was still calm. Chapter 47, Yayu, modified, typos have been revised. Suppressing the worry about Albert, everyone returned to their rooms under Owen's greetings. Perhaps only the little sister Emily can sleep soundly in the whole house. In the middle of the night, Alan, who had not yet fallen asleep, keenly heard a whisper in the living room. He quietly got up from the bed and hid behind the pillars of the living room porch. It turned out that Alan's father Owen and Mr. Kingsley Shackle did not start a substantive conversation until then. Owen, you know the confidentiality regulations of the ministry. I cannot divulge the specifics of Albert's mission, but please believe that we are indeed doing our best to search and rescue Albert. Mr. Kingsley Shackle rubbed his hands. He pinched his brows and looked very embarrassed. Owen frowned and changed his statement. Kingsley, please understand a father's mood when facing his son's life or death. From your words tonight, I feel that Albert is going through an extremely dangerous situation. Mission, you don't need to tell me the specific content of the mission, but can you tell me a little bit about what might happen to my son? This is a father's request. Well, Irving, this is Albert's favorite book to read before the accident. You can read it first. Kingsley still insisted on the principle of not revealing the specific tasks, but it seemed to be touched to provide a hint. Owen flipped through the book quickly and found that this kind of boring and obscure mythology could not be read in a short while, and he began to plan to find the time to talk to his younger son. This book was given to Kingsley by Alan. Yes, he must have read it. Owen knows that Alan has the ability to remember, and his intelligence and thoroughness can't just treat him as a first-year child. At least in reading, the youngest son should be better than other Harrys. Sturdy. While Owen was a little absent-minded to leaf through it, Kingsley, who was silent next to him, suddenly asked, "Owen, what are you going to do tomorrow?" "What should I do?" Irving responded casually. He was very puzzled now, thinking about this myth-like book and Albert's strange information. "Your children." "IMHO." Kingsley suddenly leaned forward and sincerely suggested, "Those Indian wizards can't find Albert's trace. They are likely to come back, maybe they will. It's not good for you. Although the Ministry of Magic will send Aurors to guard you, you also know that the situation in the Aurors office has not been refilled for a long time recently. This year's 3-year trainees may only be the only one who is the disguised horse. Girl Gus can pass, we can't bear it, so I personally recommend hiding." The other party reminded again and again that Owen had to face up to this question. "Emily can go to my sister Josephine's house for a short stay, Alan may be able to return to Hogwarts first, Morgan Le Fay, Daisy can temporarily stay in St. Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital. Len and I can travel between the Ministry of Magic and the house. Don't rush to object, please listen to me." Owen stopped Kingsley's soon-to-blurt-out dissuasion. "I know that you and the Ministry are worried about the safety of my family, but as you said, if the Indians cannot find Albert, they will definitely touch the house. If there is no one in the house, they will realizing that we are prepared. In that case, they may invest more manpower and material resources to find Albert in other ways, which will make my elder son's situation more dangerous. Moreover, if they dare to break in, I also really want to catch those Indians and ask for information about my son. You know, Len and I have good scores on the curse and defense against the dark arts newts, and they are in my own home, enough to guarantee your own safety." Owen was determined, and he could see that he was determined as a father. "Well, since you insist, I will communicate with the Ministry and open the flow network from the Ministry to your home for the time being to facilitate timely reinforcements. It's late at night, Owen, let's talk about this first. I have to go back to the Ministry. Write the arrangements." Kingsley said goodbye to Owen, and then got up to leave. "Thank you, Kingsley, for your hard work." Owen took Kingsley's hand gratefully and sent him out of the house. Alan hurriedly returned to his room, climbed back to the bed and got back into the quilt, but it didn't take long for Owen to knock on Alan's door, and Alan was worth pretending to be half dreaming and rubbing his eyes. Owen sat on his son's bed and slyly touched the temperatureless quilt, but he did not break the quilt quietly, but directly asked the younger son, "Sorry, Alan, you are already asleep, I have to delay for a little while, I have something very important to ask you." Alan noticed that his father's movements were a bit awkward, and he sat up too. The wind and snow were blowing outside, the lights in the house were dim, and the tranquility and comfort were full of dangers, just like the tranquility before the storm. "Father, you must want to ask about that book, right? I'll tell you." Alan guessed his father's intentions and explained the ins and outs of the book clearly. Owen looked thoughtful. "Dad, have you heard of the moon in India?" Alan asked softly. "I don't know much, just tell me." Irving looked at his Alan intently, knowing that his younger son, even if he was still young, was not an aimless person. In India, the moon is called Chandra, which means bright and dazzling /. According to the book, the moon is a male with 4 hands, one holding a scepter and the other with the immortal fairy dew, the third hand holds the lotus flower, and the other hand is in a defensive state. The tricycle he drives is driven by antelopes or 10 horses that are as white as jasmine. Alan said here and stopped. Stay silent, don't look at your father deeply. What do you mean? Mr. Harris asked suspiciously. www.novel.com. Although almost everyone in the world longs for immortality, who is the most famous in the British wizarding world? Alan's lightly uttered words and the dark mark he was pointing made Owen shudder. The one who can't mention the name. Irving's heart was tumultuous, and the memory of the dark period caused by the First Wizarding War appeared in his heart. He shook his head and sobered up a bit. But he has been defeated by Harry Potter. Alan sat cross-legged on the bed and shrugged. Who knows, maybe it is more likely to be his Death Eater, or he himself. Everything is possible. But we have to plan for the worst. Father, what are you going to do? Place us. Seeing the mature reaction of the younger son, Owen briefly spoke about his plan. As soon as his voice fell, Alan objected. No, Dad, I can't go back to Hogwarts, even though that is the safest place. Owen thought of Alan's intentions after a momentary accident. No, Alan, although you are indeed very capable, you are still a child after all. You must be at Hogwarts, and you are not allowed to go to Albert Special. Father, think about it, Emily is still young, can you rest assured that she lives alone in Aunt Josephine's house? Will she feel abandoned? Will she be sad? Facing a somewhat impatient father who took up parental authority, Alan's tone was still calm. If you think she's safe in Aunt Josephine's house, isn't there a lot of me, isn't it all right? I've learned spells well, and if I need to fight, at least I can take care of my sister for a while and let my aunt let go. Alan's clear and logical explanation changed Owen's thinking. Okay, but don't run around, take good care of little sweet bear. Chapter 48, Fallen Manor, modified, typos have been modified. In the early winter morning after snow, the sky is blue and far-reaching. Pushing the window open, a biting cold air rushed over his face. As the so-called heavy snow has no traces, the outside is white and there is no trace of anyone walking by. This does not mean that it is very safe, and the heavy snow may also bury the evil axe. Morgan Le Fay prepared breakfast as usual, but the traditional ham and eggs failed to arouse everyone's appetite. When Owen announced the arrangements for everyone at the dinner table, Morgan Le Fay could no longer pretend to be calm. No, Owen, my magic power is also very strong and I am very skilled, I can face everything with you at home thing. Dad, I think a therapist can play a big role in the face of battle. Daisy also didn't want to stand by and hide herself in a safe place, letting her blood relatives face unpredictable dangers. You know I used to fight when I was still at Hogwarts. A quarrel or love debate is about to unfold. Alan is full of 2 dinner plates, brings a pot of breakfast tea, calls his little sister Emily, and takes her back to the room. He thinks it shouldn't let young children directly face their parents' disputes, which will cause harm to their young minds. Emily took her share sensibly, her expression already a little sad. Ellen, why did Mom and Dad quarrel? Emily, because of some things that must be done, we must all be separated for a while. Although parents are arguing, you have to believe that it is because they love each other. Alan patiently reasoned with his sister. Emily looked even more sad. Shall we separate too? Of course I will be with you. Alan continued to comfort her little sister, and waited until the downstairs had calmed down. Then Alan took the newly packed luggage and came to the living room with Emily. They will be in his father's escorted to Aunt Josephine's house during the transfer of fluo powder. The user must stand in the fireplace, grab a handful of fluo powder, clearly say the name of the destination, and then sprinkle the fluo powder. Emily is still too young if she is slurred, she doesn't know where she will fly. Fluo powder was invented by Ignatia Will-Smith in the 13th century. Its manufacturing is strictly controlled. The only licensed manufacturer in the UK is Fluopow. Its headquarters is in Diagon Alley, but no one has ever known where its gate is. This company's confidentiality does it. Very good. Flood powder has never been reported as a shortage, and apart from knowing who the manufacturer is, no one knows who is making it. Its price has remained the same for 100 years, 2 scoops per scoop. Every wizard family, whether rich or poor or not, has a certain amount of flow powder, usually in a box or vase on the fireplace. The formal production of flow fans is strictly kept secret, and those who try to self-sufficiency have not succeeded. At least once a year, Morgan Le Fay will receive some patients traumatized by pseudo-flood powder at this St. Mungo Hospital for magical injuries. In other words, they throw homemade powder into the fire and eat their own evil consequences, as the angry healer and St. Mungo spokesperson Rutherford Polk said. It's just 2 scoops and a spoonful, please, so don't ask for a price cut anymore, don't throw runes into the fire. The snake's fangs are powdered, and then don't blow yourself out of the chimney anymore. If there is another wizard who burns his back, I swear I will never heal him. Just 2 scoops for one. When Owen gave a pair of sons and daughters to his sister Josephine, he was still somewhat unwilling at this time. We will follow the original plan and hope everything goes well. Ellen, take care of my sister. Owen embraced his children and turned away resolutely. Aunt Josephine, who works in the Department of Magical Creatures Management and Control of the Ministry of Magic, said that Lune passed the internship so early because of the background of the people in the ministry. Aunt Josephine looks like a sturdy witch much younger than her actual age, with unhealthy pale skin and sharp blue eyes. She was wearing a dark purple dress, a black silk cloak studded with black tassels, and a black millinery with purple velvet flowers on her head. When she turned her head, they kept shaking. Oh my God, little sweet bear is so cute. Aunt Josephine picked up Emily and rubbed her face. Emily looked at her brother helplessly and saw Ellen's encouraging smile. Then he leaned his chin shyly on his aunt's shoulder. Ellen, have you had breakfast? After getting a positive answer, Aunt Josephine took them to set up their luggage. This is probably an old and somewhat decayed manor. Aunt Josephine took them out of the living room with a huge fireplace and went to the corridor. It was a long corridor with several other aisles branching out. They walked along a branch to an upward staircase. These stairs one after another. There are doors on both sides of the corridor, and most of them are locked. There are still many paintings hanging on the walls, some of which are eerie and strange landscapes, but more of them are portraits of men and women. The people in the paintings are all dressed in strange clothes made of silk and velvet, very gorgeous. Alan walked slowly, staring at the faces on the painting, those faces also staring at him. Alan finally noticed the anomaly. Unlike the Hogwarts murals, although these people can move freely, they are all silent and abnormally quiet. Emily couldn't help leaning against her elder brother. This kind of scene is indeed a shock to the young girl. They walked to the big wooden door where a portrait of a little girl was hung and stopped. The little girl was wearing a red dress woven with filigree flowers, with a dark green toad squatting on her hands, expressionless, but with sharp eyes. Curious. Somewhat unexpectedly. Aunt Josephine also saluted the painting. Miss Clark, these 2 children need to stay here for a few nights, I hope you will allow it. The toad in the little girl's hand jumped and left the screen. After a while, the girl also left the frame. Sure. Aunt Josephine pushed gently, and the huge door moved slowly and heavily. After opening the door, what you see is a huge bedroom with embroidered ornaments hanging on the wall and clear textured wooden furniture all over the room. A large window is inlaid with large spliced glass windows. It is a vast wilderness covered with thick snowflakes. A large soft bed covered with thick blankets is placed in front of an old mural. The content on the mural is hard to distinguish, but at first glance it feels unpredictable. Don't worry, although it looks gloomy, it is a safer place. Aunt Josephine explained that she was worried about the fear of the 2 children. Alan lifted the suitcase. Thank you, Aunt, please rest assured, I will take care of my sister. Okay, then you have a rest, and I'll call you to lunch later. If you feel bored, there is a library next door. You can go and take a look. I remember there are many children's books that Miss Clark has read. Aunt Serphin touched Emily's head again and turned to leave. Alan opened the luggage. Read www.yuyugonshu.com neatly hung the clothes in the oak closet, thinking about how to get out and find Albert. It would be great if he was an adult, at least he could move freely, regardless of age. After preliminarily settling and saluting, Alan found that there was nothing suitable for Emily to play in this room, so he took Emily to the library next door that Aunt just mentioned. This room seems to be normally unused. The books are neatly arranged on the shelves. Probably it was Aunt Josephine who used clean and new in advance, and the room was clean without a trace of dust. Emily, who was put down by Alan, happily played in front of a small children's bookshelf. She took out all the books in it, folded them high, and slapped her happily. She did not use these books look at it but use it as a building block toy. The books were stacked higher and higher, slowly tilting. The trembling book building collapsed after Emily put a thick fairy tale, and hit Emily. Ellen, who had been preparing for it, picked up Emily and deliberately turned a few times to play with his sister, but accidentally kicked the children's bookshelf down. The bookshelf hit the heavy tapestry behind, and the tapestry was sunken in a piece. Alan picked up the bookshelf and opened a gap in the tapestry. He found that behind the tapestry was a narrow staircase tunnel, and there was a slight wind coming. Many old buildings have such secret passages that can make the homeowner in danger. It was used as a secret escape route, but because his sister Emily was still with him, Alan couldn't explore it. However, after eating a hearty lunch, the child is easily sleepy and unbearable when he is full. Emily fell asleep in the soft and warm bed. This time Alan seized the opportunity to ask Aunt Josephine to look after Emily. He made an excuse to concentrate on reading in the library and explore the secret path he had discovered before. Chapter 49, Pursuit of the Underground Palace, revised, typos have been corrected. Lifted the tapestry behind the children's bookshelf, Alan raised his wand, fluorescence flickers. After throwing the stick-tip light ball into the tunnel, nothing was noticed. After waiting for an extra period of time, Alan cast a hallucination spell included in the wizard robe, and then lifted the tapestry behind the children's bookshelf. Hunched into the tunnel. The four walls of this passage are painted with patterns everywhere, and they are still bright and bright despite the tempering of time. The ground is also specially equipped with colorful tile puzzles. A zigzag line about 2 feet wide and composed of red tiles extends down the passage. Some fragments and cracks at the end of the corridor show the traces of the stone surface of the corridor covered with plaster, and the surface of the mural can be seen to have traces of smoothing. Alan looked at the mural roughly and found that it was a scene where the wizard was performing alchemy. However, the amount of red liquid in the cauldron in the painting made the mural a bit weird and unclear. But now Alan has no time to study, just more lowering his steps and holding his wand in his hand. He was ready to attack at any time. He picked up the stairs along the tunnel and walked intermittently through several gentle passages. Didn't walk for a long time, when he topped the cellar door at the top, and was hit by the cold wind coming in. A sharp Alan saw the light. This is a small debris shed. The afternoon sun shines straight down from the skylight on the roof, and it hits the spot where Alan climbed out. After staying in the dim environment for a while, Alan quickly stretched out his hands to cover his eyes. After a while, Fang adapted to the light. Open the door and go out. This is a deserted garden. Thick snow piles on the high and low ground. Leaving the garden, the surroundings are desolate and desolate. Farmhouses built of wood, mud, and straw are scattered in the wilderness. On. Alan looked back and found that not far from the farmhouse, there was a manor surrounded by high walls. Here, you can see a few pieces of snow on the roof of the castle in the manor, gathering scattered sunlight. Shining brightly, behind the manor, some towering peaks plunge into the clouds, looking from a distance, like a reef in the sea. Alan judged the time, and guessed that according to Emily's habit, he would wake up in a while. He returned quickly, passing by the bathroom, and heard the noise inside. He knew that Aunt Josephine was taking a bath. A rough plan. Restored the tapestry to its original state and returned to the bedroom door. The little girl in red and raising toads appeared in the portrait on the door again. She glanced at Alan quickly and disappeared instantly. Alan pushed the door in. Fortunately, his sister was still asleep. Alan tiptoed over and gently climbed onto the bed. The sister tucked the quilt and lay down, closing her eyes to calm down. Afterwards, Alan played with Emily in front of her aunt sensibly for an afternoon, and then she cleverly chatted with Aunt Josephine and asked about some interesting things about the other party in the Department of Management and Control of Magical Creatures. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after sleeping Emily again, Alan imposed a sleeping curse on the little girl. According to the Encyclopedia of Curse, this was invented by a wizard who suffered from insomnia and hair loss. Curse. Although it was different from his guess that his hair loss was caused by insomnia, at least he solved half of his troubles. Kissed on the forehead of Emily, who was sleeping, Alan turned and left, waiting in front of the bathroom for her aunt's arrival, of course not for peeping, but because he was going to steal her wand while she was bathing. Usually there are adult wizards around or at home. The Ministry of Magic can allow the little wizards to hide in the quilt of their room like Harry and cast fluorescent flashes, or let Hermione practice before enrolling at home to recover, as long as they don't. It's not a problem to be seen by Muggles. But this time, the location obviously does not have this condition, and there is a high probability that an attack spell will be used. Fortunately, Alan is not as picky about the wand as some wizards. After getting his aunt's wand, in the farmhouse, Alan used the aura of Swibba to predict the position of Albert. This kind of magic surpassed Alan's current ability and should only be used when he was in a higher grade. Detection technique. If you are more familiar with the detected object and know more information, the effect will be better. According to the principle, it should be matched with some polished silver mirrors and potions, or a kind of smoke that can show the image. Tools like hookah are used together, but now they don't have this condition, so Alan had to spend more time and continue to focus on casting to complete and obtain enough information. Fortunately, the target is his own brother, who is familiar enough, but even with the bonus of Swibba's halo, in the end it only determined the approximate location of Big Brother Albert. To Alan's surprise, the system seemed to have released a sudden mission to search for moon gems without warning after Alan completed the divination. This made Alan feel how often the system was in a trance when posting tasks. Reliable. Now I don't even explain the reward. But there is no time to think about it. Alan walked out of the farmhouse again. He called out the flying broom Neptune from the storage space, turned over and rode it, and drove far away at the fastest speed. There were originally some moonlit sky slowly getting darker, and the rain in the air became heavier and heavier. Finally, there was a pouring rain from the sky, accompanied by a roar of huge thunder across the ground. The moon was completely hidden behind the thick thunderclouds, and a freezing wind blew from the north. The light of lightning passed through the clouds, and sometimes hit the ground with a roar. Some of the falling raindrops were frozen by the winter weather into snowflakes mixed with heavy raindrops. The cold sleet in winter blows wildly on Alan's side. Fortunately, Alan's physique is far better than that of ordinary people of the same age. His robe also has a constant temperature function, otherwise he can insist on flying for long. Through occasional lightning, the farmhouse on the ground seemed to be squashed and spread out again. Alan galloped at an incredible speed. In the dim night, he moved from the village to the wilderness, close to the destination. In front, far away, there appeared a huge towering stone mountain, whose outline was reflected on the empty horizon by the occasional passing lightning. After getting close enough to Alan, I found out that a clever Muggle expulsion curse had been cast here. After flying around the stone mountain, I probably had a complete impression of it in my mind. Then Alan's feet stepped on the ground. I found that the touch from the solace of my feet actually felt like stepping on cotton. This stone mountain is essentially a stone tower dug out of the original natural structure. It looks like a huge rock protruding from the ground. The sense of disharmony caused by the surrounding wilderness makes the stone tower look like it is in a merciless place. Look down at the earth. A few narrow ledges could hardly provide protection, but when Alan was getting closer and closer, he discovered an arched entrance about 20 feet high and 10 feet wide deep into the belly of the mountain from the thick rock. The ground outside the entrance slopes outward, guiding the rainwater to flow out. Considering this fact and the solid nature of the mountain, the place inside the doorway should be dry and safe to avoid lightning, rain, and snow. This structure looks very strong. In fact, even in such harsh weather conditions, the possibility of collapse is extremely small. He noticed that Alan, who was unguarded, approached the entrance, cast a clean-up on himself to clean up the rain and snow on his body, and then activated the phantom spell that comes with the robe, so as to avoid being invisible when he was invisible. The falling rain is exposed. Alan did not enter at a loss, but searched the entrance more carefully. Unlike many little wizards who were born in an orphanage or muggle with their parents, those who they like to think are not useful except for magic and sorcery. His knowledge helped him. Through the history of magic and the knowledge of wizarding architecture read in the free books, Alan could determine that the stone part of the doorway and the stone structure nearby are indeed very strong, and found that there is scattered near the entrance the fragments of the giant cobblestone. The stone seemed to have blocked the gate to prevent it from opening, but now it burst into fragments under the action of the spell. The gate is very heavy, but it is well constant over the common spells used in wizard architecture. It can easily be pushed open by wizards with little strength, and when there is nothing to support, it will swing back and close by itself. Put the tip of the wand against the door, and put the tail of the wand in his ears to monitor some movement behind the door. After finding that there was no sound coming out for several minutes, Alan pushed open the door a bit and let himself squeeze in. Chapter 50, Devil Pepper Curry, Modified, rewritten 2 times, Modified wrong don't. After entered the gate, he saw an open stone room, which was a rectangular room at least 10 yards square by visual inspection. Alan looked around the room. It was a room with a distinctive Indian style. The floor was made of chlorite. An obelisk stood at the entrance, with a small top and a large bottom and a pyramid-shaped top. The decoration in the room is rich and luxurious. The stone walls are covered with colorful reliefs that have faded, but the 4-handed men on the walls and the tricycle wheels they drive are faintly visible. The convex arcs and the wrong copper craftsmanship on the frescoes with complex lines have been incomplete and peeled off. This room should have been carefully decorated, although now only dust remains. Staring at the faintly 4-handed male image on the mural, Alan thought of the moon god described in Albert's materials, but the style of the mural seems a bit strange and unconventional. It is probably from the native British believers. This kind of forcibly mixed and matched multiple cultural styles will appear. There are 3 giant stone gates in this stone room, 1 on each wall on the left and right, and the third one is directly opposite the entrance. They lead to the depths of this place. The hiss of heavy rain and howl of squally wind were occasionally obscured by the loud thunder. The room still looks sturdy, at least for most of it. Even though the violent sound of thunderstorms almost shook the ground, only a small amount of dust spilled out of the cracks in the rocks on the ceiling. However, the banging sound of the door on the far left of the stone chamber continued to be heard. It showed signs of fragility, and it seemed to tremble gently with every blast of thunder and every impact. Suddenly, with a particularly violent thunderbolt, a door was knocked open at the same time, with a harsh cracking sound, and smashed to their respective doorways. In the flying smoke and dust, Alan saw a large group of mice behind the door, but they seemed to be frightened by the collapse of this moment, and squeezed and retreated. Those mice lagging behind one after another from the doorway, Alan felt that they must have been frightened by the thunder, and fled in panic, screams echoing in the room. However, Alan soon discovered that these mice are not the same as ordinary mice. Their eyes are red, and there is a reddish-brown sticky liquid on their teeth. Like crazy, as long as they touch each other, they will randomly biting, while biting hard, black sparse, sticky excrement is sprayed from their anus, which is not like the granular excrement of normal mice, but it is almost pasty and liquid. Biao splashed on the floor and other mice. As they walked by, there were traces of black feces, yellow urine, red and black blood. Alan's stomach was rolling and his throat was itchy. He overturned what he had just thought. These mice were not frightened by thunder. It is likely that they are suffering from a contagious disease that has caused such a crazy state on a large scale. In the state of the phantom spell, Alan clenched the rod in his hand, so he slowed his breathing and stayed quietly on the spot until a while. He confirmed that even these mice made a lot of noise. Nothing else came out to check, and he greeted the group of mice. Following Alan's moving steps, the mice were sensitive to sounds and stopped abruptly, thumping their noses, exposing their chisel-like teeth. The phantom curse can hide the body but has no effect on the sound and smell. The mice found it. Alan quickly looked around the room, and saw that there were no flammable and combustible tapestries or the like in the stone room, and he was relieved. Frozen body. The curse designed by the director in the second part of the movie version. Alan swung his wand to cast the freezing curse, and the invisible force turned a big grey-black mouse with grinning teeth. Purple rays of light flashed on our bodies, and they were all frozen in place, only the little squirming eyes could blink. The fire is raging. A cone-shaped scorching flame spurted from the tip of Alan's rod, and as he swung the fiery flames surrounded the teeth and claws that were frozen in place by the mice, spreading along the fur and flesh, and blood came in the air. The smell of burning, the sound of cracking skin and burning oil pierced in my ears. Alan only wanted to avoid these fire-ridden mice running around, so he first used freezing charm to stop these guys. Seeing the lump of ashes left on the chlorite floor after the burning, Alan frowned. He didn't want to step on the ashes of these mice. The whirlwind swept away these ashes and the original on the floor. Some dust was sucked away whirling. After the floor was cleaned up, Alan walked towards the broken door directly opposite the entrance. It was a long and deep corridor. Alan lightened his steps. He walked vigilantly to the end of the corridor. There was another stone door. He used the same method as before, entering the door and probed the door with his magic wand again. After breathing, unlike last time, he heard the voice of human conversation this time. Alan heard a man with a strong Indian accent and a weird English speaking triumphantly, "You lose, just feed the devil pepper directly. Of course the mouse will have no response to it. It's like me, made it spicy. Curry can be effective." Immediately afterwards, a man with a British accent and angrily made a rough voice, "Since the effect is so amazing, then wait for these crazy mice to calm down, and you can clean it up." "That won't work. I won the bet, and of course it is you. You have to fulfill the bet and drive these crazy mice to the spiders." The man with an Indian accent justly refused, "You British gentlemen won't break the promise." "Well, I'm going, I shouldn't bet with you." The man with a British accent reluctantly said, with a dull sound. It seemed that he had knocked down something. There were rustling footsteps behind the door, but it stopped after a few rings. It seemed that the man was reluctant to leave. "Howard, you coward, don't be afraid, the spiders don't have that good appetite. There are so many rats here, they don't lack food, not to mention the intruders we threw in the other day, they don't necessarily come in a hurry to eat and won't attack. Yours." The Indian accented wizard saw the other's fear and said nonchalantly, "And it's just some spiders. Are you afraid of a magic wand? I promised your mother to take care of you. They are not peanuts and won't make you allergic." "Fate. Rajesh, you just haven't been bitten by a spider," the British accented man named Howard retorted. "You guys who dare to talk to women after drinking alcohol would dare to say that I knew I wouldn't be bitten this time." Water. The footsteps were getting closer and closer to the stone gate. Alan stepped back and stood on the wall. The stone gate opened. There were many broken and decaying tables in the room with some rusty iron tools on the table. The wizard with a British accent is relatively short, with the sound of all black clothes, a small round hat on his head with a huge nose and a pot cover. He looks like he is dressed as a Jew. He walks out whisperingly. With the stone door in the room, Alan glanced at the room where the door was about to be closed, and saw a tall and thin wizard in Indian costume standing in it was working on the skin of some reptile that was propped up by the wooden frame. Then he judged, feeling that just opening the door and going in did not directly solve the safety of the Jewish wizard. Alan turned around and quietly followed him behind him. The Jewish wizard saw that the corridor was empty. Not a single mouse was taken aback. He didn't think much about it. After all, the light from the end of the corridor and the collapsed stones indicated that the door was broken, and he just mumbled the pepper. "It's too spicy. Maybe her mother should try something to herself." The Jewish wizard began to quicken his pace and impatiently walked to the room where Alan killed the mouse before. Walking to the broken door, he saw no trace of a rat outside the door, and the ground was cleaner than before. He realized that something might be wrong. Just when he wanted to turn back and call for someone, as a young male voice called the bat spirit curse out of thin air, a creepy feeling crawled all over his body. He clearly felt it from the inside of his nose. At first, there were many hairy things crawling out of the nasal cavity, and soon they rushed out of the nostril. At the same time, the Jewish wizard felt that the right hand holding the wand was being pulled vigorously. He was frightened and angry. He tried to grip the wand that was almost out of his hand. He was so scared that he wanted to shout, but because the bat running out of his nostril made him cry, can't shout either. Then the soft little hand holding his hand seemed to explode in strength, and his little finger was snapped with a gada sound. This kind of heart-to-heart pain was unbearable for the wizard. As soon as the finger loosened, the wand fell from his hand. The Jewish wizard did not hear the sound of the wand falling to the ground. The falling wand had been picked up by Alan. The Jewish wizard's eyes widened. In his horrified gaze, more black bats turned from his nose began to crawl on top of it. Soon, his entire face was covered with flapping bats. The Jewish wizard waved his arms indiscriminately, trying to drive them away from his face, but the number of bats covering his face became more and more, and he started to breathe hard. The magic spell Alan used is called the Bat Spirit Curse. The reason why he didn't use the petrification spell and fainted was because Alan had to ask him to get information about this underground cave in Albert. The Bat Curse comes from the Book of Spells. The author is Miranda Gorszczak, born in 1921. When she was born, her family was already a little poor. As the youngest of the 9 sisters, she found that it's hard to let the sisters listen to her. Therefore, she sometimes borrows this spell invented by herself to keep them silent temporarily to give herself enough time to speak. The Book of Spells also contains this evil spell that can be regarded as black magic. The content caused considerable controversy, but Miranda Gorszczak pointed out that the inclusion of moderately offensive spells in the textbook helps prevent students from using more dangerous spells to resolve disputes. Alan thinks he has to be more careful about this kind of place where the intruder can be caught and fed to the spider at will. In fact, if it is not his eldest brother, Ravenclaw's reason tells him that he should give up this mission. Go straight back to find an adult to solve it. Of course, if this matter is in the eyes of the Gryffindors, it is estimated that it is the faint-hearted group of Eagle Academy students who have begun to counsel. Took a deep breath, and the determined Alan raised his wand to the upper right, and then drew a sand funnel in the air that was almost popping out, and a curse hit the Jewish wizard's chest. Author's note: there are some magic spells on the official website and surrounding areas, giving specific wand postures. The sorcerer arched his body in pain, his hands clenched into fists, his veins were exposed and he grabbed his chest, and his hairy chest was exposed. Then, his body convulsed constantly and collapsed to the ground, his body bones distorted and deformed, the limbs and torso showed a strange posture. Those deformed bone spurs pierced his tiny nerves and his internal organs. The unbearable and intense pain was passed down the nerves to his brain. The wizard's body was like being pierced by thousands of knives at the same time. He wanted to scream and moan, but the effect of the bat curse made him hold all the pain in his mouth. He could only let out a low growl of earned sound, completely unable to vent. Seeing the effect of this spell, Alan's head sank slightly, his brows furrowed and his lips were pursed. He was eager to learn about his brother Albert, so he used this cruel transformation torture curse in a hurry and decided to beat him and then ask to avoid wasting time, but the damage caused was somewhat unexpected for him the first time he used it. This curse is different from the piercing bone in the unforgivable spell. The person hit by the piercing curse will feel pain in the whole body, but the spell itself does not cause physical harm, but the pain of the heart will cause the spell to be cast. Those who are more painful and unwilling to live, if you keep casting spells, those who are hit will go crazy with pain and even die. Compared with the drill spell, although the transfiguration torture curse is also a curse of black magic, the principle also has the characteristics of transfiguration, which is to torture the victim by transforming the victim and eventually lead to his death. The transformation torture curse is more complicated than normal spells and slower than normal spells, so it is not suitable for use in combat, but it is more suitable for torture and torture than the heart-cutting in the unforgivable curse. Because this transformation torture curse will cause intense pain, but it is controllable. As long as it does not hurt the bones around the opponent's mouth, it can at least ensure that the subject can communicate normally. The pain caused by the deformation torture curse is the physical pain caused by the deformation effect. It is a very convenient and curable curse for wizards. As long as it does not cause fatal damage, it will not cause death. In fact, it is healed. Ruchu in a cup of potion Sheng Guling will be able to jump around the next day. The damage caused by heart-cutting bones, especially after the madness, is often irreparable, so it is planned as one of 3 unforgivable curses. Author's note: the famous Guydrol Lockhart stated in the second part that this metamorphosis torture spell is a spell to kill Mrs. Loris, but Dumbledore soon discovered that Mrs. Loris did not death, but just being petrified. What are you planning to do in this place? Alan temporarily stopped the transformation torture curse. He didn't have the mind to waste time playing hide and seek with these people in this cave. He kicked and kicked the Jewish wizard who had fallen on the ground and asked directly, "I untie the bat on your face, but if you dare to call me a spell, you can kill you." The Jewish wizard who nodded repeatedly found that the bats had been eliminated. Although the physical injury did not aggravate at this time, he was still in pain. His whole body was trembling slightly, painful but articulately said, "This is a local believer, for sacrifice. Temple of the Indian Moon God. Please forgive me, gentlemen, I didn't do anything, hey? Why are you?" Only then did the Jewish wizard really notice the appearance and age of the attacker. If it weren't for the pain from all over his body now and the tender voice of the attacker, that would have made him strange, even if he had just experienced him personally. Nor could he regard the 11 or 12-year-old light blonde boy in front of him as an attacker. Alan noticed the other person's gaze, but he let himself maintain an indifferent expression. "You would feed people to spiders casually, why? You just said where was the person who was fed spiders was locked in? What does he look like?" "It's not me, it's not me. It's them, they were afraid that the Ministry of Magic would find it done, so the fanatics caught him and fed him to the spider." The cold sweat fell from the wizard's head and he watched Alan's face showed a dazed expression. "That's an Auror, a little older than you, looks very similar to you, both light blonde. Has his wand been confiscated by you?" Alan's wand pointed at the wizard, trying to make his voice cold a little. "It's cut off," the wizard hurriedly cried out, seeing Alan frowning. "It's not me, it's my companion who cut off his wand." Just now Alan planned to smash the wand of the Jewish wizard, but thought that Albert might also lose the wand, so he temporarily took over the wand of the Jewish wizard. Now it is confirmed that Albert's wand was indeed destroyed. Now, he decided to take the Jewish wizard's wand to Albert and let him try if he could cast some spells. "How many people are there? How big and how many are the spiders?" As time was pressing, Alan only asked a few key questions. The Jewish wizard's body was like soft noodles, without any strength, his head dropped to the ground, his eyes did not dare to watch Alan staring at the ground unconsciously, and there was a moment of silence. Alan snorted impatiently and moved his wand slightly. The bone of the wizard's left leg suddenly deformed and pierced his thigh as if it were broken, and he let out a more painful scream. The Jewish wizard was full of fear and could no longer bear this pain. There was blood running across his legs, and the ground under him was stained red in a blink of an eye. He begged for mercy weakly, "Stop, I say. Don't play this set for me. The next thing that comes out of your nose will not be a bat, it will be your own cervical spine." Alan threatened again after putting down his wand. In fact, he used this Deo mantra, "Can't do such precise operation at present. Don't do it. I'll tell you everything." "I only heard," the Jewish wizard replied weakly and with a trembling voice, "there are 7 of us. We stay here to use the altar array and the power of the moon to lift the curse on the moon gem." I did not dare to look closely at the spiders, but there were only a few of them. They were pets brought by Indian wizards. They are Indian relatives of the 8-eyed giant spiders, but they are neither as big nor as powerful as them. Because of fear and pain, the Jewish wizard's body began to tremble again. www.novel.com. His face was pale as if he had been coated with a layer of hoarfrost, and his clothes had been soaked with blood from his body. He was worried that Alan would torture himself again. He could see that Alan was obviously here for the Auror, so he said all he knew: "The Auror was locked in the spider's room by us. Go forward through the tunnel and leave the middle door to the far right to find him. He should be in no danger for the time being. The Indian wizard with me used to play musical instruments to attract many rats to try to eliminate the rat infestation here. Let them bring them to the door as food for spiders. Spiders don't lack food and eat very slowly." Alan glanced at the other party because of the pain and crazily began to turn bloodshot eyes, and the movement of waving his wand stopped slightly. He raised his head and took a deep breath. His eyes seemed to be attracted by the mural on the wall, as if he was evading. No longer looked at the wizard, but the movement of waving his wand in his hand did not stop, all petrified. The Jewish wizard's eyes widened following Alan's spell, and his low roar became more and more frightening, followed by a miserable short gasp. His broken body was restrained by the curse, his hands and feet pressed tightly on his body. It seemed that his body was not his at all. Almost instantaneously, his skin was bulged and cracked by some deformed bones, blood began to ooze under the black robe, and the places that had been tortured by the deformed torture curse were strangely shaped. "Don't blame me, your behavior is worse than some dark wizards, and you want to feed the spiders with living people unscrupulously." Alan said indifferently that this was actually a sentence that was actually just for himself. "Howard? It's the name. If you're lucky enough, and the person I'm looking for is still alive, he can cast healing and forgetting for you, and you can see your mother again." Chapter 51, Did you bring something to eat? Modified, rewritten twice, modified wrong. Then, turning his head to look at the spider room at the end of the tunnel, and the direction of the Indian wizard just now, Alan hesitated for a few seconds and then used a magic wand to clean up the excessively obvious blood stains on the opponent's surface, and then directed the body to float on the surface with a floating spell. In front of him, he used a petrification spell to show him the typical posture of hands and feet closed together, and then returned to the long and deep corridor again, lightly walking towards the stone room where the Jewish wizard and Indian wizard were just now. Alan blocked the bound Jewish wizard in front of him and pushed open the door. The Indian wizard Rajesh heard the movement of the stone door pushed open, let go of the wooden frame and got up and looked back and saw Howard walked in with his head down. Just about to ask questions, I was suddenly shocked. Howard's posture was wrong. But the time difference gained was enough for Alan to use. Before the Indian drew his wand and put his hand on the wand handle, a spell shot from the wand port that suddenly appeared under the armpit of the Jewish wizard in front of him. Chest. The tall and sturdy Indian wizard jumped up with his eyes wide open, then knelt down on the ground in wailing, his head tilted forward. A petrification curse followed by Alan caused the howling of the Indian wizard to abruptly cease. The whole person's hands and legs were brought together, holding the end of his intestines and falling straight to the ground. Alan pushed away the body of the Jewish wizard in front of him, letting his eyeballs fall to the ground with a slap. He walked to the Indian wizard and removed the wand in the Indian wizard's hand expressionlessly. Pulled out his hand. The Indian wizard's handsome face without a beard was twisted and hideous under the action of the petrification curse. His thick black eyebrows were like two twisted reptiles. His orange turban was scattered on the ground, exuding a strong curry smell. Mixed with the food residue and feces in the room, very pungent. When Alan saw that Borgenbork used the intestinal digging curse, he deliberately found relevant data and research. This spell was invented by Urquhart Rahalo in the 16th century for the purpose of curing diseases. Take the person's intestines out of the body and stuff them back with anti-curse after treatment. But if you don't use the anti-curse for a long time, or if you don't care about the other person's feelings like Ellen, and let the intestines be drawn out too quickly, this curse originally used for medical treatment becomes a vicious attack curse. Alan looked at the Indian wizard with a blank face and condescendingly. His calm and non-undulating voice made the Indian wizard with only eyeballs on the ground cold. I have already obtained a lot of information through interrogating your companion. The answer you told me is inconsistent with him, then I will let you taste a more painful punishment than now. The Indian wizard looked horrified. Where did this provoke the devil? He looked like a child but was so cruel. He had never seen such a cruel little wizard. Alan waved his magic wand, and the unpeeled Indian wizard curled up in pain, groaning in pain uncontrollably, and clutching the moon of his highness, trying to stuff back what he had shed. Alan frowned as he watched the actions of the Indian wizards. Don't disturb yourself and scratch me, I'm not responsible. As long as you answer my questions well, I will cast an anti-curse for you to retract them, understand? The Indian wizard immediately let go of his hand when he heard the words, and shook his head again and again to express his approval. The result was another curse of unfamiliar Indians who were used to Alan. Later, Alan, who blamed the other party for a misunderstanding, could only maintain his brutal image, and indifferently checked the few questions previously asked to the Jewish wizard with the Indian wizard again. The Indian wizard did not dare to hide any more. I didn't dare to hesitate, and I resisted the pain to answer, for fear that if I answered later, I would incur the abuse and torture of this little devil. Very well, you didn't lie. Alan's wand tapped lightly in his palm. Can you let me and Howard go? The Indian wizard was full of expectation to ask for himself and his companions, hoping that the boy in front of him could let them go, but before he could say anything, Alan's curse had fallen on him. Alan once again used the petrification curse to set him on the ground, and then used the counter curse of the intestinal digging curse to force the intestines to be stuffed back, doing so while His Highness Moon was clamped by the curse. The digestive organs of the Indian wizard suffered certain damage, and of course, it was more painful. After knocking down the Jewish wizard before, between going directly to save Albert or looking for an Indian wizard to determine the intelligence to solve the hidden danger, Alan finally chose to look for an Indian wizard more cautiously instead of going directly like a lion. Save Albert, then he glanced at what the Indian had just been tinkering with. Alan glanced at them and recognized that these were magical creatures, plesiosaur skins. They are as capable of resisting spells as horned beasts and fire dragon skins. Although they are less effective, they are better than soft and comfortable enough. Fae's robes will sew them in key positions as defense objects. This kind of fire dragon-like reptiles are more common in Scotland, and the most famous is the gathering place in Loch Ness because they were photographed by Muggles. It caused a sensation. Although wearing better robes is of little use to Alan, he also put them all in the system storage space instantly, and now compared with their interrogation results, it is confirmed that the intelligence is true and resolved. After the Indian wizards who might have been alert due to the long absence of Jewish wizards, Alan used transfiguration to turn their clothes into a rope and tied them together, and again used the levitating charm to direct the two bodies to float in front of him and returned the long and deep corridor. Now he is going to the spider room to rescue Albert. At the end of the corridor, there is a small wooden door that has rotted away from the hinges and fell on the floor at the doorway. Behind the door is a small room. There was a smell of dust in the air. Through the door hole, Alan saw that there were many oval cocoons of different sizes, each of which was carefully wrapped in layers of grey silk, only some were broken. You can see from the inside of the head that some victims were sucked by spiders, wrapped in a layer of fur or skin residue. Of course, most of them did not look human. Only a few huge cocoons are about the same height as a human being. In the middle of the small room, the grey silk thread wound on it looks fresher. Alan estimated that this one should be his eldest brother. This also made him relieved that the nerves that had been tighter because of the choice just now were relieved. So Alan didn't choose to rush over immediately. Although he could see the scene in the room at a glance, he didn't notice the spider. Fluorescence flickers. The fluorescent light from the port of Alan's wand illuminates the somewhat dark corridor, and he is careful not to go forward one step, but wants to use the light to let himself find the trail of the spiders or show the spiders. He carefully checked. In this narrow room, where the magic wand light touched, there were some subtle filamentous reflections behind the door. Seeing that the spider in the room did not show up because of the light, Alan took 2 steps back, fumbled for a while on the Jewish wizard, took out a dagger he was carrying, and threw it at the web. The web touched by the tip of the knife was not only it didn't break from it, but stuck the dagger firmly. The wind passed by, and a spider web suddenly struck the door from the ceiling, but Alan, who was prepared for a long time, commanded the bodies of 2 wizards to block him. The 2 wizards were instantly enveloped by the spider web, and were quickly dragged in. After leaving the room, layers of grey silk wrapped around him, quickly wrapping them into a giant cocoon. The flames are raging. Bright flames shot out from the port of Alan's wand, touched these spider silks, and quickly spread along the spider silks. The sound of chi-la-la one after another, the tongue of fire leaped into the room, the fire was violent, and the flames swept quickly. Those spider silks quickly touched some of the cocoons that were estimated to contain mouse corpses, and burned them into the middle of the room. But Alan did not expect that these spider silks would have such a good combustion-supporting effect, and the momentum caused by the tongue of fire would be so fast, which was somewhat unexpected to him. In order to avoid burning Albert, who was wrapped in spider silks, he quickly continued. Casting a spell, under the action of clear springs like water, the wand sprayed out a large amount of clear water, sprinkled on these flames, and extinguished them. The air was filled with a scorching smell, and Alan immediately used the cyclone sweep to blow away the ashes and some hanging spider silk, but the dense, web-forming spider silk remained firm. Hang in the corridors and rooms. Such a big movement made the spiders unable to restrain themselves anymore. They fell from the ceiling and crawled out from the 2 sides invisible in the room. Clicks and clicks sounded in the room. These spiders moved their huge arthropods towards AI. Climbed over in the direction of Lun. These spiders finally showed their statures. Compared with the 8-eyed giant spiders that Alan had known, they were much smaller. Each of the 8-eyed giant spiders was the size of a horse pulling a cart. The spider is about the size of a goat. Their legs are weirdly long, with thick hairs on them, and a pair of shining large chelates on them. Their coat color is different from that of the 8-eyed giant spider. The 8-eyed giant spider is black, and these spiders are more similar to reddish-brown. 8-eyed giant spiders are native to Kalimantan Island and live in dense jungles. These relatively small 8-eyed giant spiders are likely to be Indian variants or distant relatives. In addition to the advantages of spider webs, they are much weaker. Faint. Alan's curse hit the body of the spider crawling in front, but the spider stopped moving and twitched a few times. The curse didn't work completely, but instead angered it, and the spider continued. Staggered towards Alan. The spider retreats. A white light flashed, and the intensive footsteps of the spiders rang more frequently. This mysterious man also used the 8-eyed giant spider raised by Hagrid when he was young. It was designed to deal with the curse of spider-shaped creatures that affect their behavior. It completely worked, as if they were evading the basilisk that made them fear. The spiders quickly backed up and hid in the room. The passage in front of Alan soon saw no spiders. Although it will not be a permanent effect, Alan immediately seized this opportunity to carefully control the sporadic spider webs that were burning down in front of him, and came to the largest cocoon in the room. Fall to pieces. With a click, the cocoon burst and Albert's pale cheek appeared in front of Alan. Albert was a little numb because he kept a posture for a long time. He opened his eyes on the ground. After adjusting to the sudden emergence of light, he finally saw that the wizard who rescued him from the cocoon before him was his younger brother. Ellen, why are you? Albert, let's talk about it when we go out specifically. I used the spider expelling spell. The effect won't last long. Now these spiders will soon be around again. Alan lifted Albert out of the cocoon. His legs and feet were weak, and he hadn't eaten for a long time, which made his body weak after regaining his freedom. Alan took out a few bottles of healing potions made while practicing potions on himself, but Albert waved his hand and did not accept it. He took out the auras from the inner bag of his robe that had been cast without a trace. Special medicine. Alan quickly took his potion from his elder brother, and helped him unplug the bottle. Several bottles of healing potion were used in a row. Albert's complexion improved, and he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It will take a while for the effect. Did you bring food?" "I don't. Although there are some curries in other rooms, I don't think you want to eat them." Alan finished, handing the 2 seized wands to his older brother, and pointed his chin toward the new cocoon that was just made by the spider. I clicked, "Try it, it's the wands of the 2 wizards, and see which one you use is smoother." Albert tried to wave the 2 wands one after the other, and chose one and held it in his hand. "It's a pity that my own wand is made of poplar unicorn hair. Ollivander must blame me." Seeing his brother's choice, Alan put Albert's arm on his shoulder and tried to lift Albert, but now Albert, whose hands and feet have basically recovered, immediately broke free and walked a few steps to signal that he did not problem. At this time, the sound of clicking on the ceiling approached again, and the spider that had been driven away by the spell surrounded once again. Seeing these spiders crawling out continuously, Alan's gaze swept across the layers of spider webs. Thinking of the way he was quickly burned by the fire before, a string of flames emerged from the port of Alan's wand. Since the older brother has been caught after rescued, Alan had no scruples. He wanted to burn all these spiders to death with raging fire. But as soon as the flame emerged from the tip of the stick, it was extinguished by a stream of clear spring cast by Albert. In the cocoons around, at least the one in the latest one is still alive. We can't use the fire curse unscrupulously so as not to burn them to death. Albert stopped Alan from acting out of an aura sense of responsibility, and he ordered, "Ellen, you continue to disperse these spiders, and I will take care of them." With a sigh of relief, Alan once again dispelled the spiders, but there is no other exit in this room after all. The spiders kept crawling from a distance after the spell expired, and some spiders blocked their way while escaping. Speaking of the magic wand maker Ollivander, I remembered that he has a motto: "If you want to find integrity, you must first find it from the owner of the Aspenwood wand." Alan then intuitively felt the meaning of the wand representing the character of the owner. Aspenwood is a reliable, inclusive, powerful, and consistent magic wand, which fits best with wizards and wizards with clear moral values. In this repeated confrontation, after Alan used the spider expelling curse for the 3rd time, a green light suddenly shot out. Albert used the Avadasaur curse to shoot a spider over. The reddish-brown spiders face up to the sky, several huge ones. After a few kicks in the air, his arthropod fell silent. Alan glanced at Albert. The potion effect of this aura was faster than that of ordinary potions. "Alan, you must never try to practice and use this spell on weekdays. This is an unforgivable spell. Once used on others, it is a serious violation of the law and will be imprisoned in Azkaban for a lifetime. We are in a special situation now. Special treatment, the spiders are not human, you should never practice yourself." Albert cast a spell while earnestly instructing him. In his eyes, Alan is still just a child, just in case he doesn't know the severity. Using this kind of magic on your classmates, even if you don't have enough magic power to make your classmates only have some nosebleeds, it will be a big trouble. Although he knew his brother's concern, Alan, who knew he was treated as a bear kid, rolled his eyes unhappily. Of course I wouldn't try to use it with others. I'm not a dumbhead, Alb especially forgot that you were mine. This kid's saved. Soon, just as the Indian wizards had previously persuaded Jewish wizards, these spiders as pets, as long as they are careful to avoid the spider webs that are sprayed from time to time, without the cooperation of the wizard as the master, these fighting capabilities are far inferior to the real eight-eyed giant. The fellows of the spiders were quickly solved with the magic wand in Albert's hand. It's too dangerous here, I'll send you out first, and move back to the ministry to rescue soldiers. Albert collected his wands and turned to his brother. Alan, how did you find me? I guess my grades in the fortune-telling course should be pretty good after I started elective courses in the 3rd grade? I had a prophetic dream and dreamed of your position, so I came to take a look. Alan found a reason casually, and then took the past few days. I told my brother what happened just now. Albert heard Alan's reason, although he was a little skeptical, he didn't ask too much. In fact, he was a little pleased. The children of the wizard's family had some special abilities against such family members from time to time. More accustomed, although the Harris family's blood is easier to produce the 2 talents of Snake Laokai and Urong Magnus, there is also a weird grandmother among modern relatives who has a talent for prophecy beyond ordinary wizards. After that, Albert was very surprised when he noticed that Alan had solved 2 adult wizards by himself. After hearing the specific spell he used, he opened his mouth and tried to persuade his brother not to be too young when he was too young. Indulged in black magic, but the long words in my heart finally turned into short sentences. I didn't expect that the curse is so powerful at such a young age. You must have such a good memory, you must have read the harm. After that, Albert used his magic wand to slash away the cocoons that trapped the Jewish wizard and the Indian wizard, facing the 2 wizards who were still under the petrification spell, and put their own clothes on their heads to cover their heads. Eyes, and then neatly used the forgetting curse to make them forget the memories they had produced during these few hours. Relieved the hidden danger for his brother, Albert put his index finger on his lips and made a silent motion, beckoned, and Alan gently returned to the corridor. Remember not to tell other people that you have used this dark magic on people, although it is not a crime in this case, but it will be very bad for your reputation. The building, like Hogwarts, is set up and prohibited from being used. The enchantment of apparition, we have to get out of the door before I can send you back. Albert finished speaking, and explained his captive additionally, trying to maintain the image of his brother. In fact, if it weren't for this, the problem wouldn't be big if I wanted to run, well, I mean, if it wasn't for these pesky spiders who attacked me with the cooperation of their masters. www.novel.com. The Indians alone would not be able to deal with. I am a trained professional orator. Then let's just go in and solve them? There are only 5 people in them now. How many can you deal with? Alan was a little scornful when he heard his brother's explanation, but then he didn't want to give up because of the task. After all, Albert is a professional orator trained elite, unlike ordinary wizards. In addition, Alan himself has some hole cards, so as a member of the Raven's Claws, his greed makes him not want to give up the opportunity to obtain moon gems. Don't talk nonsense. I have to send you back first. Albert was a little quick-eyed, but then realized that his attitude was a little harsher and softened. Listen, Alan, I am grateful for your risk. I was rescued, but this is a battle of an adult wizard. I can't let you continue to risk it. Otherwise, how can I explain to my parents? All right, stop making trouble and let me send you back. But Albert. Alan paused for a moment to organize the language. When you send me back, you will notify the Ministry of Magic. When you return, they should have discovered the attack on the two members long ago. I ran away before you came. Albert shook his head stubbornly. No, but if they escape, your safety is not important to you. You are so talented and you should understand how important you are to our family. Alan nodded angrily and agreed to Albert's arrangement. As a child, even if he has the talent to influence the mind of an adult, it is a relatively difficult thing. Moreover, Alan himself has to admit that his brother's words the correctness, only a moment of greed made him think. But when they returned to the corridor, the middle door was opened. Chapter 52, Christmas, revised, rewritten 2 times, typos have been corrected. A small wizard with a pair of glasses and a tall and thin wizard with a high hairline swayed out of it. Judging from their closer direction, the two seemed to be going to the left room. Then they heard the movement and the Harris brothers looked at each other. Enemy attack. That aura ran away. The dull expressions of these two guys dressed up like wizard otaku became frightened for a short time and began to scream, turning around, seeming to want to go back inside to make people. All petrochemicals. Fainted. The quick reaction Harris brothers cast the spell almost at the same time, but due to the relatively long distance at this time, when Alan's petrification spell flew, the target had already moved away from the original position, while the trained Albert prejudged the opponent's walking position in advance, and the fainting spell flying from the tip of his wand exuding a strong red light accurately hit the spectacle wizard. During the run, the wizard was locked in the air, and was hit again after a while. Fly hit the wall, and before he was hit, he was fainted under the effect of the spell. Fainted ground is often used in duels. It can very effectively make the opponent temporarily lose consciousness and stop attacking. It is a very practical and common spell for the caster to win. Albert, who successfully knocked down the enemy, had no intention of showing off to his younger brother at this time, because the missing wizard's shouts kept coming from the door, which should have disturbed the people inside. Alan, I will stop it. You run out first, damn it. Albert found that his brother had started to approach the middle door with his wand, and he was forced to follow. After discovering that the other party had been resolved due to an emergency, Alan estimated the power balance between the two sides, stepped over a few steps, stepped on the spectacle wizard's wand with one foot, then walked into the middle door and released it. He slowed for a few seconds and let his brother, who was making up the fallen wizard, follow him. After passing through a passage, and looking at the porch with Albert, it is a very wide round stone palace. Around the stone palace are stone statues of animals of various shapes. They all have magic lights on their heads. The lights will never go out. The shining is so subtle. The most eye-catching thing in the room is a sculpture at the far end of the room against the wall. In the center of the palace is a huge statue of the moon god. He has 4 hands, one holding a scepter and the other holding it. The immortal dew bottle, which symbolizes immortality, holds the lotus in the 3rd hand, and the other hand is in a defensive state. He was driving a 3-wheeled chariot drawn by antelopes and 10 horses that were as white as jasmine flowers, as if traveling. And in the center of the statue's brow, there is a round yellow gem inlaid, and occasionally there is a streamer flashing on the gem, shiningly proclaiming its extraordinary until the system suddenly sounds a bit of a warning, telling Alan that this piece of the statue's forehead it's a fake. Inside, the 4 wizards who had fled back have begun to surround themselves. 2 of them are of Indian descent. Their heads are wrapped in thick and beautifully decorated headscarves. Another ghost-like figure fell under the statue. A bald and swollen head with rose tattoos all around his eyes. He wore ragged clothes and no shoes like a few Indians. The abscesses on his body were bare, and his status seemed to be higher than the others. Kyunwei? Herman Huon. He is the Death Eater Herman Huon. I saw him on the ministry file. How did he become like this? Wait. Albert was slightly shocked. Xia focused his gaze on his younger brother again. Come back. Alan smiled confidently at his brother. After seeing the enemy, he used all the remaining study Halo one-time choices in it. This is the trump card for daring to make himself and his brother 2-4. Although it is a pity that the aura is used up, it seems that Alan, as a wizard, can hear the angry shouts of many people when he obtains and uses it. Some superstitions think that Alan's decision is not to be long. It's better to have this way too unbalanced. According to the category in the Ravenclaw library titled Starting Point, whether it's a storybook with a beginning or a half without ending, it's this kind of protagonist who is more than he should have the ability to master. If he receives this kind of warning and ignores their consequences, either there will be no good end, or even the book itself will become only half of the progress and there will be no follow-up. The incomplete product. Taking advantage of the distance between the two sides, Alan was delighted under the influence of the halo. The moon gem was at that position. He stretched out his pocket and contained it was a magical object that had been cursed without a trace. Opened the system storage space and took out Neptune from the inside, turned over and raised his magic wand and quickly flew out. Albert, I attract firepower, you pay attention to it. You bastard! Stop it! Ignored his brother's roar, Alan took advantage of the speed of flight to increase the distance from the enemy, and Albert also used this opportunity to rush in and hide behind an animal statue. At this time, the 4 magic wands that followed Alan continued to cast spells, but due to distance and speed issues, Alan easily prejudged to avoid them with his flying talent. The spells were ejected on the top relief of the underground palace. The gravel was splashing, and the fire was everywhere. Both sides are in their respective positions, and both sides of the battle are full of strength and want to kill each other. From his own point of view, Albert saw his brother behaved and thought he was dying. At this time, he had no energy to care about the aura regulations. Although he did not dare to use the unforgivable curse of the death curse, but powerful black magic continued to be released from his wand, which was originally a Jewish wizard. Although the effect and casting speed were somewhat affected because it was not his own wand, for a while, flames and strong acid had splash effects. Powerful magic forced several Indians to devote some energy to avoid injury. As Alan, riding on a broomstick and holding a wand, gradually looked for the best place to attack, Herman avoided Albert's thunderbolt after an explosion. Alan used the dust splashed by the explosion to use the halo the increase brought by it was quickly cast against the ground behind Herman from a long distance and completed a transformation technique. Several sharp-edged Lego toys appeared at Herman's feet. The original round bumps now became a sharp cone with a metallic luster. Sure enough, after just waiting a few seconds, the barefoot Herman jumped back while avoiding Albert's curse. The root of the little finger of his right foot and the tip of the sole of the foot were pierced by Lego toys. Alan jumped on the opponent when I got up. I couldn't bear to look straight and turned my head. Then Alan put a handful of raging flames on the heads of several Indians. One of them couldn't avoid making his thick turban start to burn. His partner immediately helped him take off the turban, revealing the Mediterranean hairstyle inside. And the condition of his remaining greasy hair looks terrible because of the long turban. At this time, Herman seemed to want to scream, but because of the pain, he just opened his mouth and made a weird short sound. Even heavier breathing would cause the pain to stop attacking. He leaned over and wanted to pull out the Lego that was still stuck in the wound. Albert, who has been professionally trained by Auror, seized the opportunity to cast spells in succession. Although Herman resisted the first round of attacks with the iron armor curse regardless of the pain, he was finally noticed because of impaired mobility and pain. The power drop was hit by Albert's fainting spell and he passed out. The remaining 3 people found that a wizard with the strongest combat power on their side was dealt with. They were a little dazed and resented, pointing their wands at the 2 Ellens, and attacked again. But the Indian magic system, which is more good at curses and rituals and not good at fighting, is not an opponent of the European system that is popular in duel and battle, and the thin and tall one who just ran away is nothing but the subordinate of these 3 people. Good hand. What's more, Albert is still a professionally trained Auror. Although Alan is still limited in his real strength and cannot use too many uncommon black magic in front of his brother, he is improved by the knowledge and luck brought by the aura. coupled with the defensive effect of the wizard's robe and the application of polymorphism is still enough to make them quickly solve the battle even though they are two enemies for. Facing several Indians who were in a coma, Albert destroyed their magic wands, stripped them out a few times, and then used transfiguration to turn their own clothes into ropes and tied them up. Then, he treated other people. One person added another petrification curse. "When have you been so good, little bastard?" Albert, after successfully solving the enemy, relaxed a little and then exclaimed excitedly at his brother's performance, and then he felt that his performance was inappropriate. Zhang Lian said, "After I go back, I must tell my father and mother and ask them to discipline you. Haven't you been assigned to the Eagle Yard? How come you behave like those little lions? Albert, don't you take that gem? Be careful not to touch it directly with your hands. It may be cursed." Alan calmly diverted his brother's attention. Albert nodded when he heard the words, and he rushed over. "Use a magic wand to carefully start trying to fetch gems. The system has determined that the stone in Albert's hand is not authentic and marked him with the location of the authenticity. This makes Alan more puzzled about the system. The purpose of this mission is to detect that Alan has a chance to get something good. It's like posting a task for him to fetch it. But there is no way to continue to think about it. When Albert started to wrap the fake piece with a piece of cloth to prevent him from accidentally touching it directly, he pretended to observe and came to the statue of the moon god, knowing that Albert's hands were not genuine. After searching for it, he saw the yellow gem placed in a secret grid under the statue sitting on the stage. Alan brushed his hand gently and quickly put the gem into the storage space. "Alan, wait for me a little bit." After collecting the fake gems, Albert walked to the Death Eater who had been petrified in a coma, and Albert faced his face in the same way as his brother treated his roommate. There came a clear spring like water, and when he woke up, his eyes started to spin and began to use contemplation on him. It turned out that several Indians were the guardians of moon gems. India was once a British colony. During the colonization, moon gems flowed into Britain. In order to ensure the effect of the moon gem, the British wizards of several pure-blood families involved in the incident secretly built this underground palace and erected a statue of the moon god, in an attempt to use this moon gem to produce similar magic by means of human sacrifice. The effect of the stone creates an elixir. However, although this fake elixir has a certain degree of life-extending effect, it is too cruel to absorb the grievances of the victims and produce a curse, and these people have no means to break this curse, so people who have taken this medicine will become swollen and deformed, and eventually they will end their lives due to increasing torture. The guardian of this generation is connected with Herman Shivan. As a loyal subordinate of a mysterious man, Herman Shivan wants to use this thing to revive his master, while the Indian wizard wants to use his master to curse. He was good at cracking the curse. The two sides formed an alliance in one shot. Herman Shivan couldn't resist the temptation to try to take the potion and became a little crazy. After doing this, Albert cast a spell again to make Herman Shivan into a coma, and then after he glanced at his brother, he imposes oblivion on everyone and put Alan in their memory. It was wiped out. "Sorry, Ellen, it stands to reason that you can at least get a Merlin medal of 3rd class this time, but I think it's better not to let other people know as well. It's not a problem to show color in the 1st grade. But you'd better conceal your talents in dark magic. It won't be a problem to reveal it in a few years. You may not know it, it is a sensitive matter for many people." "It's okay, Albert, I understand. It's easy to be associated with a mysterious person when he was young." In fact, Alan wanted Albert to help him cover up his actions this time, just to use the big brother's reason to go down the steps. He walked down and said, "Don't worry, Albert, I just found some books left by the predecessors in the Ravenclaw Lounge and the responsive room, and did not indulge in this. Thank you for risking your life to save me." Albert nodded, feeling a bit silly in his tone, and changed his tone. "As a thank you, I won't tell my mother what you did today. Of course, if you don't blame me for showing your feet and being discovered by them, take out your broom." Did you ask the senior classmates to cast you the innocuous stretch curse, or did you make it yourself? Be careful not to put too much stuff, in case the curse is cast if you are not in place, your posture is wrong, and you may even be crushed to death by what you put inside. Forget it, let's fly out first, and I will notify the Ministry of Magic. Your brother is very popular in school. Miss Ravenclaw made it for me. Alan boasted along the excuse his brother made, and took out his broomstick and sat on it. It wasn't until I sat on it that Alan remembered the pattern on the Templar badge, suppressed the awkwardness in his heart, and flew out with Albert. After going out, Albert used apparition to send Alan back to Aunt Josephine's house, and found that Auntie had fallen asleep. He didn't have time to have a long talk with Alan, and he needed to return to the ministry immediately to request support for the finishing work. Once again, Albert took the teleport, somewhat dizzy Alan, and tiptoed back to his bed. The comfortable bed gradually relaxed his tight nerves. Alan probed his own gains from this mission. First of all, naturally it was a few plesiosaur skins. If it weren't for the Philosopher's Stone and there was no shortage of pocket money, it would take him a while and Ron to use it for several years by just selling one. And the systematic reward makes Alan feel more practical, and the reward is exactly what Alan needs: the constant spell ability Animal Understanding. Although this permanent spell ability, which is similar to language proficiency, the effect is not too reliable, but it allows Alan and the animals who voluntarily communicate with him to understand each other's language, but it is not the same as the snake tongue. It doesn't make Alan really learn and use the other's language when he says a word. He may be able to make this owl understand, but the other one may not understand what he's saying at all. But on the whole, it is better than Hagrid's kind, relying purely on thick skin and countless personal experiences and affinity for magical animals to communicate with animals. This time, Alan set his future learning goal to learn phantom transformation. Although it is routinely arranged to study in the 6th grade at Hogwarts, according to the storyline of the learning materials, this transmission technology is the most important. In fact, the 3D principles, namely goals, determination, and calmness, are things related to the mind. Although Alan was affected by factors such as his body's age, endocrine, etc., he was not a real minor after all, so he was more confident in learning this technique. The most important thing was when he went there. He was riding a broomstick, stepping on the stars, braving the bitter cold, and flying in the wind for a long time, and when he returned, although he was a little dizzy and teleported, Alan really envied the convenience of getting him back in the blink of an eye. The next day, when the aunt who was going to go to Diagon Alley to buy a new wand was up early and muttered that she found the wand lost last night in the corner of the bathroom, Owen Harris beamed up to pick up his youngest son Ellen and youngest daughter Emily. Family. Back at home in Dorset, Alan was greeted with an extremely hearty lunch for the British: parsley soup, ham omelette and cardamom sour bun, as well as veal with sour plum gravy, and the dessert was pickled in sugar. Shrimp, more delicious butter beer to accompany meals, and of course Mrs. Harris's specialty heavy cheesecake. Alan, who had been active last night and hadn't eaten anything, and Albert, who had been hungry for a longer time, became the main force, almost completely exhausted. After dinner, Alberta stayed in Alan and whispered to him that he had received praise from the ministry and a large sum of jinjialong as a bonus. What makes Albert most happy is that he has a 2-month vacation. Some straightforward Albert felt that he was a little sorry for his brother who had worked hard, and wanted to give all the jinjialong bonus to Alan. Alan did not refuse his brother's kindness, but it only takes half. Although for the first-year wizard who can't go to Hogsmeade, he doesn't even have the opportunity to use the pocket money given by his family, and he is not used to being like other children of the same age. Like a wizard, I ask seniors and sisters who can go to carry it, but Christmas gifts are still a lot of money for him who is very popular, especially if he wants to give some not-so-Weasley style. At the time of the things Alan originally planned to use the Philosopher's Stone to make some gold, but now the brother's bonus just saves the trouble. For the rest of the holiday, Alan finally lived the peaceful life he expected before the holiday. In addition to reading a book and relaxing, he was playing with his sister Emily. In such a peaceful state of mind, he secretly took advantage of the family. When they were all there, prepared the secretly mail-ordered white moss and started practicing this phantom transfer type that should only be practiced by students over the age of 17. Unlike many adult wizards who can't even release the iron armor curse, rarely someone will not get a phantom shift license. Before returning to school, Alan managed to move himself from the bedside of the bedroom to the other end of the room, but the deviation of the position still made him startled in a cold sweat. He almost got half of himself stuck outside the room. Yu read www.yuyukonshu.com, so he gave up the risky behavior of continuing to die like a Gryffindor, thinking about waiting for the school to sneak out of the school's prohibited apparition after returning to Hogwarts, and on a broad ground continue to complete the exercise. Later on Christmas Day, Alan received a lot of gifts. To Alan's surprise, even Miss Knowit gave him a gift: a large box of horseshoe-shaped sugar-free dark chocolates, and a pair of toothbrushes and toothpaste. Seems to be worried that Alan, the pure-blooded wizard, does not understand the use of Muggle products. She also wrote a lot of notes on how to protect teeth and precautions. Among this pile of gifts, the most intimate is the self-portrait of the little sister Emily, the most serious is the magic book presented by Second Colin, the most surprising is an owl presented by Albert, one with a cold expression, handsome owl. Alan named it Benny, and sincerely hopes that it is a smart enough owl, knows how to stay away from a Hufflepuff first-year girl. There are rumors that the girl likes to eat owls. McGonagall over the thunder. As for the gifts Alan sends to others, it is very simple. All the small pockets with the non-marking stretch curse applied. Although the capacity is limited, it is still very stable compared to the products that the senior students cast the constant curse on the bag. Reliable, its price, especially for little wizards, is not cheap. At this time, in contrast to Alan enjoying the warmth of the family, Harry was lonely, indulged in the scene of family reunion illusioned by the magic mirror of Eris. If it were not for Dumbledore's comfort, Harry's presence here was false, and letting it is estimated that he can't wake up from a happy lie. No matter what, time is always independent of human will. Alan reluctantly waved goodbye to his relatives and boarded the Hogwarts Express. Chapter 53, Forgive, Modified. Back at Hogwarts, the snow on the campus hadn't subsided at all. On the frozen ice of Black Lake, only giant squids occasionally broke the ice roughly to bask in the sun. However, Alan, who had just gone through an adventure, was quite happy to be able to return to school, especially the Weasley twins, who were punished under the supervision of Filch in the foyer just after he learned that they had finished their vacation. Before the holiday, I cast some magic on a few snowballs and made them run around after Quirrell. After they hit the back of his turban, they couldn't stop laughing. Now, even Ms. Grey Allen, who can't enter the statue space and frowns, feels inexplicably kind. Although he promised Ms. Rowena Ravenclaw, Alan really doesn't know how to take care of a ghost, nor knowing why a ghost needs someone else's care, so I can only squeeze a few more smiles to her when we meet. What surprised Ravenclaw students most was that the common room in Ravenclaw exuded bursts of fragrance. This was Professor Flitwick's request to welcome the return of the students and his colleague Dean Hufflepuff. With the help of Pomona Sprout, who is also a professor of herbal medicine, she asked for some plants that could help students relax their fragrance. Using magic spells, she made some illusory glowing plants to decorate them. At lunch, Alan's good mood was a little worse. Although Ravenclaw's long table was full of tempting foods for the little wizards around, it was all for Alan. It's the British food that made him a little bit painful, but although he still has some theory for cooking, his previous attempts at home while his mother was not at home have made him fully aware of what the brain is telling him. But the hand would let him know the fact that he didn't, even if relying on the excellent control of the physical body by the refining technique, it only made his swordsmanship good. Edward returning to school is obviously in a state of excitement. He talks about the strange experiences he encountered during the vacation. Alan can only say a few words as an opinion from time to time to avoid the embarrassing coldness of his roommate. Even when talking about some of Alan's own personal experiences sometimes, he just took it lightly, making people listen to it unconsciously. After eating and drinking, Alan noticed that Frigger, who was sitting with Neville at the Gryffindor table, lost a lot of vitality than he had just entered school. He walked over and talked a few words and asked in his case. Although Frigg did not speak out his plight as frankly as he did in Muggle school, Alan was clear about the consequences of this old friend's lack of magical talent. It's just that he couldn't do anything about it. After a few words of comfort, he and his roommate Edward started walking towards the tower of the Ravenclaw common room. Back to the west of the castle, facing the gradually more familiar area, some heartless Alan's thoughts at this time are occupied by the comfort of the four-legged bed in their bedroom with the soft sky blue silk. Now, he thinks that what makes him feel even more icing on the cake is naturally taking a nice nap. But, just when they were about to start climbing the stairs, Alan and Edward were blocked by the Audio-Technica trio. Looking at Ron still holding rock cakes in his hand, Alan guessed that they had just arrived directly from Hagrid's cabin. "Thank you for the present, Harris. I'm sorry before the holiday, I blamed you," Hermione said carefully, standing aside politely to make way for Ellen and the others, because the place where Hermione was standing just blocked Ellen. "The way to go." Alan glanced at Hermione unknowingly, and then relied on his memory to recall the episode at that time. He experienced so many thrilling things during the holiday. He had long forgotten the little unhappiness that happened with Hermione before the holiday. Back in the head, "Nothing, Miss Granger, this is just a small misunderstanding." "Ellen, if there is nothing else, let's go first." Edward reminded Ellen to leave. He didn't want Ellen to delay because he didn't want to be woken up by Ellen, who came back later when he fell asleep when he took a nap. Ms. Noel's face turned red due to embarrassment, and her hands were twisted around the sleeves of her robe at a loss. Obviously, she is usually proud and rarely makes mistakes. She is not very good at apologizing, and she is even more good at doing things. Used to stand in the perspective of being asked for help by others rather than asking for help from others. Seeing the little girl's appearance, Alan pushed his roommate, "You go back first, I'll talk a few words and then come back." Edward mumbled a little dissatisfiedly and went upstairs, while the other people, after some deliberately softening the friendly atmosphere to each other, quickly let go of the little grudge. "Ellen, do you remember the big three-headed dog? It is guarding something." Harry was satisfied that he could finally speak openly and no longer cover it up. His tone of voice was quite brisk. Hermione swiftly added the key message they thought, "And this is what Professor Snape wants." Professor Snape played against Harris in the Gryffindor vs Slytherin game. Curse. Ron looked like a wise man. "We asked Hagrid and asked him to accidentally name Nicola May. So what Snape wanted must be related to him. So, you want to find out who Nicola May is?" Alan asked softly. The air suddenly quieted down, and Audio-Technica was a bit embarrassed. It was to hide this thing that he misunderstood Alan. But yesterday, Hermione came back the day before school started. She was in a mixed mood. On the one hand, she was frightened by Harry getting up from bed for 3 consecutive nights and wandering around school to see the bold behavior of Eris's mirror. She was very worried. Harry was caught by Filch. On the one hand, they were disappointed that none of them had figured out who Nicola May was after the holidays. They almost gave up the hope that L.E. May could be found in the library, although Harry still believed that he had seen the name somewhere, so the trio had to put their last hope on Alan. Nicola May is an excellent alchemist and a partner of Professor Dumbledore. Alan smiled mischievously, lowering his voice like acting. Nicola May is also known the only maker of the magic stone. However, the words did not achieve the desired effect. The expressions of Harry and Ron were equally confused, a little silly, but they had a tacit understanding like the Weasley twins, and they asked the same question, "What stone?" The know-it-all Lady Hermione was very dissatisfied with the ignorance of her 2 companions. She roared at them, "What's the matter, you 2 usually don't read books? Ancient alchemy involves the refining of the Philosopher's Stone. This is an amazing function. The magical substance. The Sorcerer's Stone can turn any metal into pure gold, and it can also create an elixir of life, so that people who drink it will never die. Harry and Ron were stunned, and Ron opened his mouth in surprise. Alan nodded to Hermione's erudition and added, "The only remaining Philosopher's Stone known to the magical world belongs to Mr. Nicola May. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year. My wife Perennial lives in Devon together. That big dog must be guarding L.E. May's Philosopher's Stone. I dare say that L.E. May asked Dumbledore to keep it for him, because they are friends and he knows someone's idea of playing the Philosopher's Stone. That's why he took the Philosopher's Stone was transferred from Gringotts." Hermione guessed quickly. "A stone can turn into gold, and it can make you never die," Harry said. "No wonder Snape is also thinking about it. Everyone wants it. No wonder we can't find L.E. May in the research on the development of modern witchcraft," Ron said. "Since he is 665 years old, he can't be considered modern, right?" Alan was secretly proud of himself. He also owns a Philosopher's Stone of his own and completed the final production of this Philosopher's Stone by himself. Although the part he participated in seems to him, it is like someone else's cooking. Most of the part, and then he sprinkled a little green onion on it and set a plate. After the semester officially started, Alan resumed his extremely self-disciplined and regular life. Is probably the reason why the final exam is getting closer and closer after the holidays. The professors are getting more and more assignments. Especially Professor Snape, as if he was troubled by something annoying, the requirements were very strict. Except for the tyrants like Ellen and Hermione who were ignored by him, even the average Slytherin students were criticized. Almost everyone. Decent and perfect. www.novel.com. Fortunately, the memory brought by Unforgettable helped Alan cope with this heavy learning burden. Otherwise, I am afraid that it is really not easy to maintain excellent homework. Especially when this year's total points are promising to win the Quidditch Cup and maintain a complete victory in the game. Roger is almost like a chicken blood, holding tactical analysis meetings daily and practicing frantically. Captain Ravenclaw Quidditch has stricter requirements for players than ever before, even in the continuous rainy days after the heavy snowfall. During the days that were extra days of rest for the Ravenclaw team in previous years, he didn't let his players rest either. Roger's energy this year made him comparable to the true traditional fanatic of Hogwarts Quidditch, Gryffindor Captain Oliver Wood. Despite such fatigue, Alan's heart is still full of joy. He knows that such a fulfilling life and passionate days will be frozen into memories in the future. During a particularly wet and muddy training session, Roger excitedly told everyone that Professor Snape would be the referee of the Quidditch final. Why not Madam Hooch? Yes, Hooch's talent is the most professional. Snape is also terrible. It doesn't matter why. Roger waved his hand, looking very energetic. Don't worry. Although Professor Snape is only eccentric to Slytherin, our opponent is Gryffindor. Compared to Ravenclaw, we have to negotiate. He likes it so much. The team members talked a lot, and Alan felt a little amused at the misunderstandings of the old bat. This arrogant old bat wants to protect Harry. The irony is that in their eyes he is still a bad person, although he is really partial to Slytherin. Chapter 54, Conflict, Modified. Different from Ravenclaw's morale boost, Gryffindor is like a concubine. They thought that Professor Snape would try to deduct Gryffindor's points and would not be fair. Snape as a referee. George Weasley was so scared that he fell off his broomstick. While spitting out the dirt in his mouth, he asked, "When did he referee a Quidditch game?" He has always hated Gryffindor, and he will definitely not judge fairly. Oliver Wood, the captain of Gryffindor's Quidditch team, tried to boost morale for reasons he didn't even believe. It's not necessarily. In the Academy Cup, Ravenclaw won more gems than Slytherin. A lot more. If Snape wants Slytherin to win the Academy Cup, he will definitely suppress Ravenclaw. This is probably the only chance they can catch up with. But Alan Harris of Ravenclaw is the student who criticized Snape the least. Maybe Snape will be partial to him. What's more, his dislike for Harry is obvious. The only good thing is that Alan is just a chaser, not a seeker. You have seen his flying skills and broom model. The Gryffindor players also landed next to George, some complaining, some hopeful. In any case, Captain Wood made his voice sound hard and said, "As long as we make sure that we follow the rules during the game, Professor Snape will have no excuse to trouble us." In the end, the Gryffindor team completed today's training mission. After the training, the other players were still chatting slowly, but Harry went straight to the Gryffindor common room where he found Ron and Hermione there. Play chess. Hermione only loses when she plays wizard chess. Harry and Ron think this is very good for her, and it can help her to share some of the competitive goals from Alan. "Don't talk to me yet," Ron said when Harry sat down beside Ron, "I need to think about." But when he saw Harry's face, he said, "What's the matter with you? Your face is so real." "Terrible." Harry lowered his voice, not wanting to be heard, and told them about Snape's sudden intention to be a Quidditch referee. "Don't participate in the competition," Hermione said immediately. "Just say you are sick," Ron said. "Pretend to break my leg," Hermione suggested. "I really broke my leg," Ron said. "I can't do this," Harry said. "There is no substitute seeker in the team. If I quit, the Gryffindor team will not be able to play." On the other side, the Ravenclaws who completed Quidditch training are more relaxed. After Alan returned to the bathroom to wash, he began to move towards the library on the 5th floor. He was used to finishing him in that secluded location. Homework. Just as Alan went upstairs, he saw Draco Malfoy of Slytherin at the door of the library on the other side of the corridor, waving his wand and smiling at Gryffindors Neville and Foley. Grid was harassing. "One is a pure-blooded fool, and the other is a mud-blooded weak shrimp. It's a perfect match. Why don't we add some fun to it?" At this moment, Draco's exquisite face became very hideous, and he pointed his wand at Naway and Frege. Neville was full of horror and stood in front of Frege, while Frege was full of anger, struggling to pull Neville and rush up to beat Malfoy, but his arms were seen by his peers. Crabbe and Gore, who were too tall, held them firmly and couldn't get rid of them. "Legs stand rigidly to stop death, legs stand rigidly to stop death." The two spells hit Neville and Frege one after another, their two legs stuck together tightly. The distance was too far, and Alan was too late to rescue. Malfoy laughed and seemed to find it very funny. This also attracted the attention of a Gryffindor student, Simon Finnegan, who saw his classmate being bullied. He immediately drew out his wand and began to trot over here. It's just that Alan is faster. Although he just couldn't stop it because of the distance, he didn't intend to stop seeing his friend in the Muggle world being bullied. He came closer with his hands behind his back and deliberately imitated Draco. Malfoy's tone just changed the original words and returned 3 Slytherins, 1 is a pure-blooded fool, and 2 are pure-blooded weak shrimps. It's a perfect match. Why don't you add some fun to me? Harris. Are you planning to fight against me and our Slytherin for the 2 fools of 2 Gryffindors? Don't forget who you are. Malfoy's laughter froze on his face, looked incredible. Legs stand to death. Alan directly responded by waving the wand in his hand. First, he let his spell hit Malfoy, and then he attacked Crabbe, who has little ability to cast spells and can only bully people with his physical advantage. And Gore also made up a leg lock spell. After casting the spell, Alan put away his wand and raised an eyebrow to look at them. So, Malfoy, you want to fight me and Ravenclaw? At this time, Draco Malfoy was trying to cast an anti-curse for himself, but because of his inexperience with the anti-curse, he could not solve Alan's spell. The 3 Slytherins looked at Alan angrily. Crabbe and Gore cursed aloud the language they could understand, and Malfoy, who felt ashamed, said in hatred, "Alan, you will regret it." "Yes, you know. The referee of the Quidditch final is our Dean Professor Snape." After speaking, as if seeing Alan's defeat, Malfoy smiled. "I believe in the character of the professor." Alan shrugged and said a reason he didn't believe it, but he did not care about Malfoy's threat. "By the way, I would like to remind you that it is best to find a professor to solve the curse, or you can go to Mrs. Pomfrey." The three of Malfoy leaped like rabbits, and left the library amidst the ridicule of Seamus, who had already rushed over but had lost the phone call. "Guys, this is just the first grade, you two have to be brave, otherwise it will be even harder in the future." Seamus turned his head and said to the two fellow students. "What do you do? I can't stand still." Neville was stuck and threw his hands and feet to try to maintain his balance. Finally, he and Fryg supported each other before they stably attacked. "Thank you, Ellen, and thank you, Seymour." Floyd was a little embarrassed to be looked at by his Muggle-time friends in embarrassment, and Neville remembered that he hadn't thanked him and quickly added a few words. "I'll solve the curse for you." Seamus raised the wand that hadn't taken it back, and was about to cast a curse on Neville. "No. No. Just let me keep it like this. I don't want to blow up my legs." Neville's expression at this time was more horrified than he had just faced Malfoy. He could not help but almost jumped a step. "Bring Frog down together." Simo took his wand away angrily when he heard the words. His nostrils were enlarged because of anger. "Don't laugh at my long bottom. Didn't everyone find that my blown eyebrows have grown back?" After that, Seamus stroked the eyebrows that looked normal with 2 index fingers, and then turned his head angrily. This also revealed a bald scalp in the middle of the back of his head. "It seems that this piece of blown-out hair needs some more time will grow back." In a quiet Alan, he bit his tongue with pain to prevent himself from laughing. It was only a short while later that he stabilized his emotions so that he would not make a mistake in chanting the spell, "Wan all curses end, all curses end." After finally being liberated, Neville and Frigg sat on the ground. "Thank you so much, Alan." Alan helped them up. "You're welcome, Neville, and Frigg, we didn't know each other from Muggle school." Hearing Alan's words, Frigg was in a mixed mood. They used to be good friends who talked about everything. After arriving at Hogwarts, because the gap got bigger and bigger, he unconsciously alienated him from Alan. He also unexpectedly, Harry's name would be so big in the magical world. It's not himself who would attract the attention of others when he walked with them. This made Frigg feel a lot of pressure, but his own magical talents are very poor, so unconsciously in the same bad Neville Longbottom gradually became intimate, and he felt that staying with Neville would not suffer these invisible pressures. Alan understands something in his heart, and he is not surprised at this. He himself prefers the feeling of being a gentleman from distance produces beauty. If it takes him to spend a lot of energy to maintain a friendship, it is obviously very stressful to study. For the big one, there is currently no way to maintain it. But looking at Frigg's red eyes, Alan patted him on the shoulder. "You just acted bravely. I saw it all. It's Gryffindor." After speaking, Alan looked at Naway, with a smile of encouragement. "Mr. Longbottom, although your surname has the meaning of always being at the bottom, you and your name will not always be at the bottom together. I believe that one day you will show your courage. Yes, it's like you bravely stood in front of Frigg today." The author uses the words of a book reviewer to note, Longbottom means a long time at the bottom, and Neville's homonym is never, so together, it means that they will never be the bottom. This also corresponds to the fact that in the original book, Neville is the bottom role of the fool in most of the plot, but in the final Deathly Hallows, he made an excellent speech and solved Nagini plot. After, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor's Quidditch are coming soon. As a member of the Eagle Court, Alan is looking forward to winning. He knew that Harry Potter was strong and had the luck in this regard, but he could not admit defeat if he hadn't fought hard. Therefore, he stayed in the responsive room for a long time, somewhat cunningly using the magic stone to make a large amount of gold. Then, anonymously, he ordered a batch of Guanglun 2000 to update his team's broomstick. In this regard, Captain Roger was ecstatic. In his opinion, as long as Professor Snape is not partial to Gryffindor, he is simply a winner. This is not just a matter of this game. Roger thinks it becomes the Krypton Gold team. Even after their graduation, the team can take this advantage to maintain for several years. As the Dean of Ravenclaw, Professor Felius Flivy was also very pleased, but he took away all these flying broomsticks of unknown origin, and conducted a comprehensive inspection of each broomstick. This kind of donations from graduate alumni cannot be said to be rare, but such anonymous donations are indeed rare. "Professor, can I take the broom away?" This sentence has become Roger's way of saying hello to Professor Flitwick. In fact, the other team members also looked at Professor Flitwick very eagerly, watching the progress of the matter. Finally, 3 days before the game, Professor Flitwick returned the broom to them and encouraged them with a piercing voice. UU reading www.uugonshu.com is expected to win the Academy Cup this time. I will give you a package for you. Have time to get familiar with the new equipment. Knowing that the opponent's equipment upgrades will have a huge blow to Gryffindor and even other colleges. Among some Muggle students, except for a few students who like bicycles and cars, they can understand this rule. Most other people are very puzzled that this kind of game that is completely unfair is still so popular with wizards. The atmosphere of Gryffindor's last few training sessions became more and more dull. Team Captain Oliver Wood also gave up his usual job of constantly trying to arouse the morale of the players. He just sighed heavily and once again told Harry, "I don't want to give you put pressure on it, Harry, but we must catch the snitch faster than ever in this game. We want to make a quick decision, the sooner the better." On the day of the game, when Ravenclaw's Quidditch team entered the court with a brand new broomstick, enthusiastic cheers erupted from the stands of Ravenclaw. They were all eagerly looking forward to winning. They are confident with their equipment advantages. The Gryffindor team is still very heavy, but as things approached, the characteristics of the Lions also inspired them to break the boat and go forward, which made them look much more energetic than before the game. And compared with his teammates at this time, Harry looked much more relaxed, because his most trusted Principal Dumbledore also personally came to the game today. In fact, it seems that the entire school has come to the game, but Harry believes that as long as Professor Dumbledore is there, Snape will not dare to hurt him, which will allow him to give full play to his strengths. He is determined. I thought it was Snape who killed him, especially since Snape seemed so annoyed now, it seemed to prove his judgment. Chapter 55, Battle of Gryffindor, Modified. Professor Snape was indeed very annoyed. He frowned and said impatiently with the most gloomy expression in this semester, "Get on the broomstick." Ravenclaw's players moved in unison, rolled over and rode on broomsticks. Professor Snape blew his whistle vigorously. 15 flying broomsticks rose from the ground one after another, rising high into the sky, and the game began. Then the silver whistle sounded again immediately, and Snape gave Ravenclaw a free throw opportunity unreasonably because the Gryffindor team did not immediately listen to his whistle. This made the commentator Lee Jordan furious, but at least Professor McGonagall's stabbing caused him to shut up before he could scold him. At least it seemed that Snape had such a far-fetched reason for boasting. The opening episode made the Ravenclaw team itself a little puzzled. Regardless of whether it scores or not, it is not very flattering. Alan did not take the initiative to participate in the penalty but gave the scoring opportunity to his teammates. He does not intend to imitate Hufflepuff's Cedric Diggory's chivalry approach in this situation, that Cedric might deliberately miss the ball. 10:0, Ravenclaw takes the lead temporarily. After that, the game really started normally, but Snape's opening attitude had broken the Gryffindor's illusion. They realized with frustration that Dean Slytherin's hatred for Gryffindor had already overwhelmed the Academy Cup. Desire. The importance of equipment is only now fully manifested. Ravenclaw, who has a new type of broomstick, has amazing speed in every position. They fly and hover in the sky quickly. Gryffindor is at an absolute disadvantage in speed. Their Comet series is too old. Alan is worthy of his many titles in scoring, not only academically. Alan wearing the number 3 jersey is also the scoring leader on the court. At this time, with the help of his teammates, he is simply an eagle, going forward bravely, attacking with the ball and destroying all the disadvantages, and the man-to-man defense is turned into a sieve by him, and he can easily divide the team. The ball goes out to assist the teammate who gets the open. Although Gryffindor's captain and goalkeeper Oliver Wood tried his best to save several goals with his body, Ravenclaw also used Gryffindor's state to make the score 70 within a few minutes after the opening. 0. Later, the Gryffindors were aroused by courage and ambition under this kind of pressure. They also began to adapt to the opponent's speed, using the physical fitness of the Ravenclaw players and their cowardly fear of collision. Somehow stabilized the opponent's offensive momentum, but their actions also became intense because of eagerness. Battery George Weasley slammed a wandering ball at Alan, who happened to be off the ball just beside him, as if to vent the anger of trying his best but unable to do anything. Alan's body suddenly leaned to the left before the ball was about to hit him, and in a weird posture, he turned himself on the broom for a 360-degree flash. The cloak flying behind him rubbed on George's club while George wandered away. The ball didn't hit Alan, but it happened to hit Angelina Johnson, the chaser of the Gryffindor team who was chasing the ghost fly ball. This fierce force even knocked Angelina directly from the sky. "Oh!" the audience exclaimed. Dumbledore cast a spell to slow down Angelina's landing. Professor Snape blew the silver whistle, but it was not because of the Gryffindor chaser. The game will be suspended because of a certain player because Alan's cloak rubbed George's stick just now, and according to the rules of the game, the batter's stick cannot touch the players. Snape gave it to Ravenclaw. Give a free throw opportunity. Taking advantage of the chance of a free throw, Alan turned his eyes back to the Seekers. In the last few rounds of chase, he didn't have time to pay attention to the movements of Harry and Chu Jong-an was still looking for gold everywhere. The snitch's Chu Jong is different. Harry's expression is very annoyed at this time. He has just noticed a golden light flashing past his ears. As soon as he was about to fly to catch Angelina, something happened to him. The moment he turned his head, the golden snitch was gone. In the audience, professional club team equipment plus eccentric Snape. Ron complained to Hermione, if Harry can't catch the golden snitch as soon as possible, he will catch it later. Whoops! Someone stabbed Ron in the back of the head. Draco Malfoy. "Oh, I'm sorry, Weasley, I didn't see you there. Listening to your tone, you seem to be jealous of others who have money? Have you forgotten that you're special as the first of the 4 colleges to get a far lead everyone else on the broom? Why didn't you complain?" Malfoy sneered at Ron after an insincere winnowing explanation, and then grinned at Crabbe and Gore. "How long can I stay on his first Hogwarts broomstick? 2000. Will anyone bet? How about you, Weasley?" Ron flushed and did not answer, because Angelina Johnson, the Gryffindor lioness with long black hair in a long twisted ponytail, returned to the court after a short treatment and the game continued. Our Angelina returned to the arena firmly. "Oh, what did I see?" She grabbed the gap and completed an offensive as soon as she came back. The beautiful Angelina untied her hair. Her return will definitely take her back. Gives Gryffindor strength. After the commentator Lee Jordan said, he first focused on McGonagall's fingers so that he could avoid it at any time, and then stood on the Gryffindor angle to explain the game again. But although I don't want to admit it, the current situation makes Gryffindor very passive. 70:10 Ravenclaw's equipment is too powerful, 6 light wheels 2000, a hand of Neptune. Gryffindor's only I hope to catch the golden snitch as soon as possible. Harry, come on. Out of fear of McGonagall's fingers, Lee Jordan suppressed the desire to directly attack the referee and emphasized the disadvantage of being equipped with Griffin. Hermione crossed her fingers on her knees, squinted her eyes and stared at Harry tightly. Harry was also anxious. With his light wheel 2000, which is not disadvantaged in speed, he played a better role. Zhang has a better flying talent, and he hunts the golden snitch faster around the arena. Ravenclaw's captain, Roger, also got up to 120,000 points. As a batsman, he began to focus on preventing Alan from hitting George and Fred and going crazy. On the ball for Roger, the balance of victory has almost completely tilted to Ravenclaw's side, and the gap between the scores of the two sides has gradually widened, reaching a level of 150 to 20. Yes, number 3 chaser Alan seems to never get tired. No one can deny that he is simply Merlin on the court, in control of the entire team's offense. In a little while, whether or not Chu Zhang can finally catch the golden snitch, he can cheer and celebrate. Now Harry was facing the eyes and expectations of the entire Gryffindor. He cheered up and told himself that he must catch the golden snitch as soon as possible, but Ravenclaw's seeker Chu Zhang, although his speed was a little worse, also working very hard, they chased and hovered constantly in the air. Do you know how the Gryffindor team selects players? A few minutes later, seeing that Gryffindor was not taking care of him, Draco Malfoy said loudly again. They picked people they felt poor. For example, there are no parents, and the Weasley brothers, no money in the family. You should also join the team, Neville Longbottom, because you have no brains, only like Weasley and Muggles play. Oh, how about your boyfriend Fleggers? Have they run out to play in the mud because they don't understand this great sport? Neville flushed, he turned from his chair and faced Malfoy. I'm better than 12 you combined, Malfoy. He stammered, Fryg likes Quidditch. I just went to the bathroom. Don't you argue that he is your boyfriend. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Gore laughed weirdly. The last time you protected you, Harris is in the sky. Ron didn't dare to let his eyes leave the arena, and said, give him a good look, Neville. Longbottom, if your mind is gold, you are poorer than Weasley. This is very telling. Ron has been pulling his heart for Harry, and his nerves are strained. I warn you, Malfoy, you dare to say one more thing. Ron. Hermione said suddenly, Harry. What's the matter? Where is it? Above their heads, Harry made a beautiful dive, causing the audience to exclaim and applaud. Chu Zhang followed closely, and everyone's hearts were lifted. They just rushed in a direction not far away from Alan. Seeing that Harry was in the lead, Alan didn't care about hitting the ghost fly ball. He swooped and controlled the broom to fly in front of him, just like that. The fist was fierce, mixed with the sound of the wind. Harry, who had a deep understanding of Alan's power, couldn't help but stagnate, and Chu Zhang flew in front of him. This despicable and shameless villain. Before he finished speaking, Lee Jordan was stopped by Professor McGonagall, a veteran fan who was familiar with the rules, who was also a Gryffindor Quidditch team, but accompanied by Jordan's commentary. Many people looked at Professor Snape, wondering how he would judge him. Professor Snape didn't move. He didn't seem to see everyone's question until he heard the movement off the court. He signaled to continue the game continues. There was a clamor on the court, especially the Gryffindor stand. Ron seemed to want I jumped down and asked to understand, but someone had already done it before him. Zzz. Lee Jordan was annoyed, hit the microphone and made a harsh sound. After a short pause, the sound continued. He couldn't help but turn towards Slater. Dean Lin asked, Professor Snape, I think you need an explanation for everyone. Professor McGonagall, who had not come to stop him in a hurry, took the lead in bringing himself close to the host's microphone before Snape spoke, allowing his serious voice to penetrate the audience. Mr. Alan Harris uses Transylvania made a fake action. His fist didn't touch anyone, so there was no violation. Oh, okay. Transylvanian fake action. Alan's fake action successfully stopped Harry. Harry, listen, you fly so fast, he can't really dare to hit you. Lee Jordan seemed to have been dampened by his own Dean's voice instantly, and then some more than just added, I'm sorry, Mr. Harris, I apologize for my improper words just now, I shouldn't anger you. Although Gryffindor is reckless, he has the courage to admit his mistakes. Alan waved his hand indifferently. Anyway, his goal had been achieved. Although it was a pity that Chu-Jong did not catch the golden snitch, it was Professor Snape who was not fair in this game but against Quidditch rules. A well-understood penalty surprised Alan. I thought he was here as a referee just to ensure Harry's safety, but after careful consideration, it was reasonable. According to Snape's character, he would definitely try to understand all things about his rivals for the hunter. www.novel.com. If Alias shot is higher, it is estimated that only our keyguard and hunting field guard Hagrid can catch it. Alias Spinnet is the chaser for Gryffindor. Ravenclaw has led Gryffindor by more than 160 points. She is very impatient. If she can't finish several offenses and pull back a little game, even if Harry catches the golden snitch, Gryffindor will lose the game because the overall score is lower than Ravenclaw. But according to Murphy's Law, if something has the possibility of going bad, no matter how small the possibility is, it will always happen. Harry glanced at the movement of the golden snitch that had actually been discovered just now, and silently calculated the score in his heart, trying to wait for his teammates to see if they could win back a little game. But Chu-Jong also finally found the golden snitch. She was happy and rushed towards the golden snitch at full speed. At this point, Harry had to speed up and try to interfere with the opponent. If Chu's route could not be cut off, then she could only catch the golden snitch one step ahead to make the ending not ugly. Two people entangled, you chased me, and finally, because Chu-Jong was afraid of being hit in order to avoid a wandering ball that Fred hits, she delayed for a while, allowing Harry to take advantage of his flight. At a position about 1 meter ahead of the Autumn, he suddenly made an adventurous action. He grabbed the broomstick with one hand and hooked one foot on it. The broom was parallel to the ground. His body and the ground became a vertical 9. At 10 degrees, he swiped gently, and held the golden snitch close to the turf in his hand. Harry's wonderful personal performance caused huge cheers from the stands. Ravenclaw was celebrating the victory. Although Gryffindor lost the game, he felt that Harry's wonderful performance made them win back some face. Proud. Chapter 56, Norwegian Ridgeback Noble, Modified. Ravenclaw won, and Gryffindor caught the golden snitch. This result only occasionally appeared in professional competitions like the British and Irish Quidditch leagues every year because of the phase of reconstruction. Or in team games plagued by injuries, it is indeed very rare for this kind of Hogwarts school-level game. Whether it's Ravenclaw's ecstasy or Gryffindor's sad departure, these emotions will gradually fade with the passage of time. When the air is full of the breath of coming summer, everyone has been occupied by the heavy homework assigned by the professors. The library is full of students looking through materials, and Alan can see Miss Know-How and the two little lions that she forcibly pulled over most of the time in the library. Some time ago, the trio often used Gryffindor-style whispers to talk while studying in the library. Alan from far away could hear things clearly. They were because Harry saw Snape in the Forbidden Forest threatened Professor Quirrell, thinking that Snape was trying to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. They were very worried that Professor Quirrell would tell Snape how to pass the guard level he designed because of fear. However, Quirrell's current performance will definitely make these little lions feel much braver than they thought. In the weeks following that game, he did look paler and thinner, but he did not appear to be completely broken. So recently they have begun to regain their attention to the end of the term. Hermione is a good student who is hardworking and asks questions. She doesn't feel hard at this level of study, but rather enjoys it. Harry and Ron sighed and yawned again and again. In addition to completing a lot of homework assigned by the teacher every day, they also had to implement the review plan Hermione made for them. Hermione's strength actually came to Harry. It is a good thing to talk about it, otherwise Ron's influence will make their performance worse. Every time I see these scenes, especially today, Ron's finger seems to be injured. It seems to be his own bandage, which matches with his from time to time, because of the pain, and the brows that face the books piled on the desk. Sad, Alan couldn't help laughing. On such a sunny day, it is indeed difficult to stay in a library full of books and recite a lot of boring knowledge. Alan looked outside through the window of the library on the 5th floor of Hogwarts. The sky was clear and clear, blue as the color of forget-me-nots, and the sun was shining in the microwaved lake, swaying and beautiful, some students playing with the giant squid basking in the sun by the black lake. With a heart move, Alan who was tired from reading stretched his arms, stood up and prepared to go for a walk, and took a walk around the lake to change his mood. After walking a few bookshelves away, Alan saw Hagrid unexpectedly appeared in the library today. As soon as he met Alan, he hurriedly put the book back in his hands. Such warm weather. But he was wearing a moleskin coat, which looked very anachronistic. "Hagrid, why do you have free time to come to the library today?" Alan seemed to greet Hagrid casually. He glanced at Ron's fingers and the bookshelf behind Hagrid, and confirmed what he was thinking. The bookshelves were neatly arranged. Books about dragons are lined up, such as Types of Dragons in Great Britain and Ireland, From Hatching to Nirvana, Guide to Raising Dragons, and so on. "Oh, I'm here to find Harry." Hagrid's voice dodged, and he searched around and found the 3 Harry in the distance. His evasive tone became more straightforward and bold. He bid farewell to Alan and said to Harry. The 3 people kicked and walked over. Now Alan didn't mean to leave any more. After Ron glanced at Hagrid a letter and then clipped it back into the book, Hagrid looked a little sad and left, and Alan let himself go again. Close to the trio. This was bitten by a dragon raised by Hagrid? This dragon's teeth are poisonous. Alan deliberately took a look at Ron's wound and said, his condition was very bad at this time, his hands were swollen to normal. At twice the time, the wound turned into an ugly green color. "Yes, my hand hurts as if it is about to be broken, and it has become very unpleasant." Ron directly nodded and admitted, and then tried to raise his hand under Alan's nose. This action was because of involvement. The wound made Ron let out a painful groan, and Alan, who hadn't expected Ron to do so, let out a short retching. "Ron! I told you not to put him under someone else's nose when you did this to me in the morning." Harry was a little embarrassed to see Alan's gaffes for the first time. "Sorry, Alan, Hagrid said that this dragon was won by him drinking in Hogsmeade and playing cards with a stranger." "Ron! Harry! We promised that Hagrid can't say anything." Hermione snarled at the stupid companion who had been tricked out in one sentence, but this time she seemed to think of the last Nicola May incident that made her change. In response to her competitive attitude towards Ellen, she softened her voice a bit unaccustomed to, and said in a slightly uncomfortable tone of flattery, Sorry, Ellen, you must be so knowledgeable that you know 170 at the 9-year Wizarding Conference, the bill prohibiting dragon raising was officially passed, right? I heard that your aunt is an official of the Department of Management and Control of Magical Creatures of the Ministry of Magic. You won't tell her or others, we have found a solution. I just need to wait a few days. In fact, even if Ron doesn't say anything, his wound shape is so obvious, and it is so bad that he still refuses to go to the school doctor's office. Combining with the area where Hagrid read the book I just saw, I guess what happened. Alan was a little embarrassed and took out a towel and wiped his mouth, but after seeing the white front teeth slightly exposed under Hermione's lips, he regained a good mood. It's okay, I'm going to bite like this. It can be treated. I knew that Alan wouldn't say it. Ron blushed. He didn't realize it before he answered the question that should be kept secret. He was very happy to hear that Alan could solve him. Aunt Alan's department here, as I told you yesterday, they have a job to conceal the existence of the wildfire dragons living in Britain. They have to often chant spells to the muggles who see wild dragons to make them take this forget about it all. Hermione, who could not help Ron's injury, seemed to be stimulated again. She reflexively asked what was in her mind. Ellen, how do you know the formula for the treatment of dragon bite potions? We don't have it in our textbooks. They This voice finally made Hogwarts librarian Irma Pants unbearably give out a warning. Seeing Hermione and Alan's usual good performance, she thought she was already tolerant of them. "Ah, sorry, Mrs. Pants. Let's go out and talk." Still leaving a bad impression on Mrs. Pants, who is usually more tolerant of him, Alan quickly apologized. Let's go to Ravenclaw Tower." "Don't worry, besides the medicinal materials needed for potions class, I usually prepare a lot of extra parts for practice." Everyone held the books on the table and approached the bookshelf. The bookshelf was activated by constant magic, as if an invisible hand took their books, and then automatically tucked them back where they should be. As soon as they left the library, they unexpectedly ran into Draco Malfoy, who was a little pensive. Alan squinted at him, then waved his wand to make the little snake who is not following him look awkward. The ground fled into the library. While on the road, Harry and Ron were envious of Alan's ability to frighten the disgusting Malfoy. Hermione was still reluctant to answer the question that Alan didn't answer just now, and she asked again. Then, Hermione closed her mouth after hearing that Alan said that because of her good memory, she had almost memorized the recipes on the potions books in the non-forbidden area of the library, and she closed her mouth and said nothing all the way. Words. The other two male lions opened their mouths because of surprise. Coming to the downstairs of Ravenclaw Tower located on the west side of the castle, Alan asked them to wait a while, then climbed the stairs to return to the common room, took out the medicinal materials and took out the wand, to configure the poison potion. When Ron drank the green color when it made him panic, it was like the antidote to the smell of earwax. If he didn't make a sound for a while, he would just ask them for help and say that he had taken a cup of toxic failure. Author's note: Ms. J.K. Rowling made up the setting later. When making potions, you need to process some materials and make it. You need to use a wand to cast spells when necessary, so even if Muggles know the potion formula, there is no way to successfully deploy the potion if they have the materials. They can only get some dark stuff, although this is a bit contradictory to the opening remarks of Professor Snape in the original book that he asked the students to put away their wands during class. But just as Harry and Hermione, who had confidence in Alan next to him, thought, in fact, before Ron returned to his voice, his hands were magically effective in the potion, at a speed visible to the naked eye. The swelling disappeared, and the terrifying green color gradually faded, restoring the original color of the palm. Audio-Technica hurriedly thanked Alan. Harry thought that his recent connection with Alan Flagg was gradually estranged, and some reluctantly asked, "Alan, you know everything anyway, do you want to be with us? Go to Hagrid to see the fire dragon." Regarding the fire dragon, www.altnovel.com, Alan really wanted to see it. Although he remembered that when he was a child, he was taken by his aunt to see a lot of magical animals, including the fire dragon, by taking advantage of the staff authority of the Ministry of Magic. But it's interesting to see the fire dragon with your own eyes. We will send Norbert away on the highest tower in Hogwarts at midnight on Saturday. My brother Charlie will ask his friends to take it to the dragon farm where he works. By the way, Norbert is a Norwegian Ridgeback. Ron added with some pride that his voice was starting to grow louder again. You should really look at the burned places on Charlie. They were all left by Romanian wild dragons. Maybe you can get rid of them? White moss is not very effective for this kind of scar. Ron. Be quiet. Hermione yelled to Ron, then turned to look at Ellen. Ellen, you have to be careful about Malfoy when you come over. Ron accidentally talked about the fire dragon last time. He overheard. My honor, but your invisibility cloak can't hold too many people. I'll just go to Hagrid's hut before you go out and take a look. Alan agreed to the other party's invitation, and then bid farewell to the other party. He got on the tower stairs and began to return to the Ravenclaw common room. I greeted Ms. Grey, who was in a daze in the lounge, and Alan sat on the chair next to the Ravenclaw statue and fell into deep thought. The letter Ron gave back just now should be in agreement with Charlie. He neglected to put the book in the book just now and went back like this. Malfoy was obviously watching them, and the little lions didn't care. Although I am a little sorry for Harry, if Ravenclaw wants to be in the final Academy Cup if they are not defeated by Dumbledore for cheating, they cannot be reminded of this. If they are also caught this time, Professor McGonagall will deduct a lot of points from them. Chapter 57, Punishment, Modified. It was Saturday soon. It was a dark and cloudy night. Alan, who went to the Black Lake in advance, waited for a while before meeting with the Hogwarts Triangle. Audio-Technica explained a little bit that they had to avoid the Peppies playing tennis against the wall in the hall for a while before they seized the opportunity to run out, and then they drooped and told Alan that they would leave Ravenclaw after Ron was injured. On the way to Loud Tower, he suddenly said in a jealous manner that he had put the letter from Charlie to him in the book and put it back on the library shelf. When they arrived, he found that the book had been borrowed by Draco Malfoy. "We're too late to change our plan," Harry and Hermione said in unison, and then Harry said to Alan as if cheering himself up, "We don't have time to send another owl to Charlie, and this is probably our escape noble's only chance. We have to take a risk. We have the invisibility cloak, which Malfoy doesn't know." Ron blushed beside him. He was completely afraid to see what Alan would look like when he heard him being stupid. "But I don't understand, why didn't Malfoy report us right away?" Hermione shook her furry head and said, frightened and afraid of being reported and found out for violations these days, but the situation that has been in peace has left her puzzled. "Think about the meaning of Draco Malfoy's name, to say who at Hogwarts likes dragons the most." Alan puzzled them for them. If Hagrid is the first, he should be second. Took the crowd to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid's big hound, Yaya, was lying languidly outside the door, with a bandage on its tail. Hagrid heard the voice outside and opened the window to talk to them. "Sorry, please wait a moment, I put Norbert into the crate." Hagrid panted with tears in his eyes. "Noble is very difficult to deal with now. I have no way with it." After waiting for a while, after making a sound of fighting and shattering things inside, Hagrid, who was covered in wounds, finally lifted up a crate with only one shoe. His bare hair, the feet are full of bites caused by fire dragons. He seemed to have noticed Ellen's gaze or just noticed Ellen. Hagrid's expression was a bit embarrassed. He had been trying to avoid him because he was afraid of Aunt Ellen's identity, so he glanced at his bare feet and his voice changed. He had to explain weakly, "I didn't, it just bit my boots. It was playing. After all, it's still a little hairy." Alan looked at Hagrid as if he was about to start crying, turned his head and shook his head at Hermione, who was trying to speak, and asked Miss Know-It-All to remind Hagrid that Alan was actually coming to see the fire dragon instead of sending it back. This is the end of the matter, and Alan intends to just take a look through the crate. I used a magic wand to cast a fluorescent flash and threw it over the crate. Except for a box of dead mice exuding a strange smell, the little dragon swayed and flopped inside. It is actually not beautiful, it looks like a handful crumpled black umbrella. Compared with its thin, jet-black body, its spiny wings are particularly large. It also has a long big nose, white nostrils, horn bumps on the head, and orange eyes protruding outward. It sneezed, and a few sparks spouted from its nose. There was a teddy bear whose head was bitten off by the dragon, and it placed the target on the boot that should have belonged to Hagrid's bare feet. I have prepared many mice for it, and some brandy, enough for it to eat along the way. Hagrid said in a dull voice, I also put his teddy bear and my boots in, lest he be saved. Feeling lonely, it can smell me when it misses me. This made Ron's expression a bit exciting, and it also succeeded in making Hermione, who is a little bit hygienic, a little nauseous. Today's Hogwarts dinner provided blue cheese. Alan feels a little sympathetic to Hagrid. He has had the experience of losing a pet. He understands how Hagrid feels at this time. However, as far as the fire dragon poses to Hagrid and others, this thing is really not suitable for keeping as a private pet. Later, it's finally time for parting. Goodbye, Noble. Hagrid whispered, Mom won't forget you. Harry, Ron and Hermione covered the crate with invisibility cloaks, and then they went under the robes too because there were more people than Ron, who had recovered from a hand injury. The iron triangle had to make his own posture. Half squat, otherwise their calves will be exposed. Alan did not choose to continue to accompany them to send Norbert away, because Harry's invisibility cloak could not cover so many people, and he did not intend to expose the fact that he could use the phantom spell in front of the Audio Technica. The most important thing is he has to make sure that he will not be caught. The next day, Alan, who had a good night's sleep, went to the responsive room for morning exercises refreshedly. He felt very happy and sweaty. After washing, Alan went to the auditorium hall for breakfast as usual. Entering the auditorium, Alan sensitively noticed that the atmosphere of the students on the long table was weird, and then he saw Harry, Ron, and Hermione of Gryffindor sitting at the dining table with swelling eyes beside him. Like a walnut, Frege was comforting him. They were caught. In order to prove his idea, he specially went to see the huge hourglass that records the scores of the Academy Cup. It was really good. The huge hourglass representing Gryffindor was scattered with rubies, the empty hourglass and the Ravenclaw next to it were full. Compared with the sapphire hourglass, it looked very weak, pitiful, and helpless, but seeing the dinner plates in front of a few little lions, they were quite edible. After Gryffindor got up today, I thought something went wrong. Originally, Gryffindor's gemstones this semester ranked second, surpassing Slytherin, who has won the Academy Cup for 6 consecutive years. Knowing that they are definitely at the end, even the chance of catching up with Hufflepuff is slim. The question is, how could they suddenly be 250 points less than yesterday? But soon things spread. The famous Porter also had 4 stupid first-year freshmen, which made their grades almost a year turned into nothing even if they can't get the Academy Cup. Being able to surpass Slytherin, an old opponent who has suppressed them for 6 years, is enough for many little lions. But today? Yes, they were deducted 250 points. Frege and Neville found out that Harry and the others were not trying to dissuade them, and they were also caught by Professor McGonagall. And Ron did not lie in bed to rest because Alan healed the injury on his hand, and went to send Norbert with Harry and the others. As a result, although several Gryffindors were lucky to avoid Professor McGonagall, she caught Draco Malfoy, who had thrown himself into the net for an informant, and detained Slytherin for 20 minutes for violating the curfew, but successfully sent Norbert to the tallest tower, the tower where astronomy was taught. After giving it to Brother Leo and Brother Charlie's colleagues to complete this mission, the little lions were a little excited. When they went downstairs, they completely forgot to put on the invisibility cloak and left it on the astronomical tower, and then just swaggered. Going downstairs with a smile, it was blocked by Filch. 5 people, because of Gryffindor's large-scale curfew violations, each of them was punished by Professor McGonagall for 50 points, and they were imprisoned along with Malfoy even though Professor McGonagall was also very detained. Heartache, but she always wanted to maintain a fair and just image. She still deducted points for her academy without hesitation. Alan returned to the restaurant with a brisk pace. He found that the Gryffindor students were pointing at them when they passed by Harry, and he didn't lower his voice when he said something insulting to them. Harry was originally one of the most popular and admired characters in the school. It was the pride of Gryffindor. Now it suddenly became their shame. No one in Gryffindor wanted to sit with them. No one wants to talk to them. Simo Finnegan only wants the newly lost skin on the back of his head to face his roommates. On the other hand, whenever the Slytherins passed by, the little snakes clapped, whistled, cheered. Although Draco Malfoy also deducted 20 points from his academy, but they themselves had no hope of winning the first place to compete for the Academy Cup. They praised Malfoy for deducting points but allowing them to rise to second place. They think this is in line with their academy style. Malfoy even looked like a hero, deliberately taking Gore and Crabbe with his 2 attendants, and the 3 even deliberately went in and out of the restaurant repeatedly, mocking Harry. "Thank you, Special. Your stupidity made us rise to second place." Harry couldn't sit still anymore. Hermione next to him, who cared more about the honor of the academy, couldn't bear such humiliation. He lowered his head and resisted crying. Harry picked up Ron and Hermione and said hello. Neville wanted to leave here, but the three of Malfoy deliberately blocked their way and humiliated them loudly. Gryffindors all watched indifferently, and didn't mean to show up for Harry. But Malfoy, I also thank you. You have made it even more impossible for Slytherin to catch up with Ravenclaw, but it seems that you have long given up and set your goal for second place. Although Alan deliberately didn't remind Gryffindor to lose points, but seeing them being treated like this, he decided to help them improve their situation, and by the way, he can brush up his favor. Draco snorted coldly, knowing that he would be boring to talk about it. He brought two followers back to the Slytherin table. Let's go, Hermione, Harry, these superficial and hypocritical friendships are not worth your sadness. If it is because of me, all Ravenclaw's scores will be deducted. I believe that the wise Ravenclaws will only work together. Make more achievements, instead of falling into trouble. Be cold-eyed, know that Hermione, your usual extra points in class have long exceeded 50 points, and Harry, your performance on Quidditch, Gryffindor. Usually the classmates who have worked hard to earn college points have at least a reason, but I don't know what the courage of those Gryffindors who have only been deducted points in class have the courage to laugh at you. Alan let his voice speak better than usual, much bigger, so that more people can hear, symbolizes the brave and bold Gryffindors. When the glory of their companions is added, they will have all kinds of pride and all kinds of pride. When their companions are deducted, they will be humiliated and look on. You are so hypocritical, not as united as Slytherin. Gryffindor was angry because of the criticism, and some were ashamed, but no one came out to defend this as Gryffindor, who is known for courage. In fact, they will continue to do similar behaviors today in the next few years. Edward is familiar with these Gryffindors because of Alan's relationship. He couldn't help but interrupted when he saw his roommate Urin. Speaking of which, your Weasley twins have been losing points since they entered school. A careful calculation should not be less than the points deducted by each person is not less than 50 points, but you Gryffindor still seem to like them very much. The Ravenclaws next to him heard the words, each of them straightened their chests, and some of them showed friendly smiles to Harry. Ron and Neville, who had been ignored, were very embarrassed. In fact, they didn't even count the deduction. 50 points is also a negative group member. In addition, although Alan's statement about if he is deducted is not wrong, it is actually due to his personal charm. In fact, among the four colleges, the least united college should be regarded as their Ravenclaw itself, but different from Gryffindor's way of squeezing out aliens together because of things, they prefer the attitude of hanging up high. If it hadn't been for Alan's performance in class this year, it would have been aroused. The Lonely Kitties' desire to win and lose, they estimate that they will still be as usual, not focusing on bonus points but on their own hobbies. But now, Alan's words are like a scream. The Gryffindors who have just insulted a few people are a little blushing, and some of Seamus stubbornly mustered the courage to apologize to Harry and several seniors. When the students passed by them, they bowed and apologized, and then walked away quickly, which made the tears that Hermione and Neville had been holding back to slip. Nevertheless, although some of the Gryffindors present were somewhat aware of their mistakes, in the entire academy, more cubs were still reluctant to pay attention to Harry. After all, they were also trying to fight for the academy. Less points, they are different from the negative group members. The ruby deducted in the scoring hourglass has their own efforts. The loss has been done, and it is too late to regret. Harry swears to himself that from now on, he will never be nosy. He no longer spun around sneakily, spying on something secretly. He was very ashamed of himself, so he went to find Wood and said he wanted to quit the Quidditch team. Quit? Wood reprimanded, what's the use? If we can't win the Quidditch game, how can we get the points back? But for Harry, even Quidditch lost its original fun. During training, other team members were reluctant to talk to him. You read www.youcanshu. If Com had to mention him, they would call him a seeker, as they have contributed a lot to the Academy points. They have enough confidence to face Harry with this attitude. The other 4 lions are also very miserable. Their lives are not as difficult as Harry, because they are not as famous as him, but no one wants to talk to them. Although Hermione's condition is better, she doesn't have many friends. She can only study silently. It's just that when Malfoy, the little poisonous snake, tried to humiliate Harry again, there were always some Gryffindors who stood firmly in front of his college classmates. Although the lives of Harry and the others were still difficult, they were not so painful. More importantly, as the final exams approached day by day, everyone did not have the energy to think about miscellaneous things. The professors assigned tasks one after another, with new patterns and new homework thickness requirements every day. This also allows everyone to temporarily forget their worries and devote themselves to learning. Alan's remarks in the restaurant spread like wildfire, and finally reached his own Ravenclaw dean, Professor Flitwick. He was pleased to see that the smart and talented Ravenclaws were indeed better than they used to be, more united, especially the first-year freshmen. They were overwhelmed by Alan's performance this year, as if they had a leader. They also imitated Alan's regular life, diligently practicing the knowledge taught in the textbook, instead of continue to focus on the habit of looking at the falling direction of the wand standing on the ground to determine the direction of progress, and the habit of using dice to decide what to do today. In the first grade, Alan is not king but king, and the whole Ravenclaw, although he is not old enough to be appointed as the prefect, but his words are estimated to be inferior to the strong female prefect Pinello. It's much more useful than the male prefect whose full name Alan can't even call now. Chapter 58, Forbidden Forest, Modified. Days just slipped away inadvertently. 1 week before the exam, Harry Potter's determination not to be nosy was tested by an accident. After Harry came out of the library, he heard Professor Quirrell's weeping and whimpering in the classrooms. It seemed that they had finally compromised after being threatened by someone. The trio began to discuss countermeasures. Finally, Harry and Hermione persuaded Ron to give up the decision to continue the night cruise, and pulled a Jupiter astronomical map in front of him and began to review the names of Jupiter's moons. After, the 5 Harrys on the Gryffindor table received 5 identical notes. Your confinement begins at 11 o'clock tonight. Look for Mr. Filch in the foyer. Harry and the others hadn't complained at all. They had been guilty and uneasy since losing their points. The punishment had only come now, which made them feel relieved. They felt that they deserved such punishment. Even Hermione, who was racing against time to review her homework, didn't complain at all. In her opinion, making mistakes should be punished, and this is a matter of course and reason. Ron expects that after confinement, they may be less stunned. At this time, Alan was tasting creamy mushroom soup. This rare French dish milk soup was salty and fresh, which suits his appetite. Suddenly, the familiar system sounds sounded in his mind: limited mission, rescue the evil. Unicorns, get the gratitude of the unicorns. The time is limited to 24 hours. If the mission is successful, a random lottery will be awarded. Alan suppressed his excitement and put down the spoon in his hand. He turned his head and glanced at the 5 Gryffindors who were talking loudly about confinement. Although he didn't know what rewards would be drawn, it meant that he needed to violate secretly school rules. Following the punished people went deep into the Forbidden Forest. Thinking of this, Alan immediately got up and returned to his dormitory to make preparations, took out a scarf and started to change its color, which was used to contact the potion skills before. Selected some of the products and life-saving medicines that were purchased as their own action supplies. At 11 o'clock in the night, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Frege, Neville, and the others went downstairs to the foyer. The Hogwarts janitor, Argus Filch, was already waiting in the foyer. There is also Draco Malfoy, who is threatening Filch with his father's Lucius Malfoy's identity as a manager. He ran to Professor McGonagall for breaking the curfew to report Harry's actions and was punished, although neither Filch nor his cat, Mrs. Loris, took the threat of Malfoy. "Come with me," Filch said, lighting a lamp and leading them out. I think you have to think twice if you want to violate school rules in the future, don't you, Ed? He squinted. While holding them, he continued, oh, yeah. If you ask me, I have to say that work and hardship are the best teachers. It's a pity that they abolished the old-fashioned punishment. My wrists hang you from the ceiling for several days. I still have those chains in my office. I often oil them. Maybe it will come in handy one day. Okay, let's go. Don't even think about running away. If you run away, you won't have any good fruits. They endured Filch's chatter and strode across the dark field. Neville, who remembered those horror legends in the Forbidden Forest, kept his nose sniffing. Frigg didn't know why he comforted him. Ron and Hermione were also taken along. Some bad emotions arose, and Harry didn't know what punishment they would be punished. He thought it must be terrible, otherwise Filch would not be so happy. Until Hogwarts keyguard and hunting ground guard Rupert Hagrid rescued the little wizards, he quarreled with Filch angrily and drove him away on the grounds that it was no longer his task. Filch could only put out a few ruthless words like he would come to clean up the wreckage of the little wizards after dawn, holding his own oil lamp and swaying back into the darkness. After Filch left, Draco Malfoy immediately tried to use his father's school manager status to threaten Hagrid, trying to prevent himself from being punished into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, who has no liking for Slytherin, rudely, he went back directly, asking him to either obey the punishment and do something useful, or he was justified by the threat of getting out. And just as Hagrid started to group the 5-person group irresponsibly, trying to separate them for searching and facing the murderer who attacked the unicorn, he left the common room in Ravenclaw and used the magic. The cursed Alan has already begun to rush towards the Forbidden Forest in his invisible state. He has changed the color of his school uniform and turned it into the color and logo of Gryffindor Academy, and wrapped his head with a scarf. The cold moonlight shone on the path leading to the Forbidden Forest. The dark Forbidden Forest seemed to have a big mouth open, trying to swallow those who dared to violate it. A path of sheep intestines gradually concealed into the depths of the black dense forest appeared in front of Alan, and a breeze blew their hair. From the entrance, the scenery of the dense forest is hazy and indistinct. The bizarre branches are like devil with teeth and claws, waiting for the arrival of prey. Moonlight projected through the gaps between the leaves to the ground aperture, not only could not make people feel the warmth of light, but there was a strange and misty dizziness. After entering the Forbidden Forest, Alan kept putting his wand handle down on the ground under the prompts of the system, and then chose the target direction based on the direction of the wand tip after it fell as the result of divination. Alan thought, if this is an optional course of divination from the 3rd grade, Professor Sybil Trelawney, who said that those students who have no aura will let them walk into the nest of the 8-eyed giant spider in the Forbidden Forest. Ellen, who has no experience of traveling in the forest at night, walked forward along the direction of the tip of the magic wand and strode forward, and then as he went deeper, he couldn't help feeling a little scared by the gloomy environment around him, not because of the magical animals and monsters hidden in the Forbidden Forest. What kind of fear, but the fear of darkness and the unknown is human instinct. In my mind, some plots like the Blair the Witch movie are complemented by his brain and combined with the scene in front of him until he starts to use the other party as a witch or himself. The wizard's reason convinced himself that he relaxed a little. Soon, some crackling branches and a string of messy footprints attracted Alan's attention. Looking in the direction of the footprints, a silver-white trace appeared in Alan's eyes. Alan could confirm that it was definitely not an illusion caused by moonlight, and it happened that the blood of the unicorn was silver-white. Following these traces, Alan followed. From time to time, a moonlight shed from the branches above, illuminating a silver-blue blood stain on the fallen leaves. Alan hopes to save the unicorn in time. It seems that his injury is very serious. When Alan walked past a moss-covered tree stump, the sound of running water reached Alan's ears. Obviously, there is a stream somewhere nearby. On the winding road, there are still spots of unicorn blood, which looks shocking. The deeper the Forbidden Forest, the denser the bloodstains. Alan was anxious and almost used the fastest foot force. However, the trees in the Forbidden Forest are too luxuriant. The huge roots are intertwined and must be careful to avoid tripping. So even if Alan's skills are agile, but he dared not use fluorescent flicker, he walked cautiously. Soon, there was a huge noise in the distance. Alan followed the sound. Through the tangled branches of an old oak tree, one could see a clearing in front of him. On the clearing, a horse was shaped like a silvery white. A hairy steed, a unicorn with a spiral horn in front of his forehead, is fighting a hooded wizard in a black cloak. Without rushing to make a move, Alan waited from afar for the right time. The mysterious man had to make sure that the unicorn was alive to drink to get power from the opponent's blood, and Alan did not intend to be too much for a reward adventure. The unicorn gradually got scarred and touched with its long horns. Its movements are already inflexible, but it still stubbornly resists the wizard's attack, but its personality and docile appearance are very different. They can fight the elephant and the fire dragon when they face this Quillo, who is actually possessed by a mysterious person. Falling into the wind. Although the black-robe masked wizard looks a lot weaker than the beginning, he has minimized the use of magic. The mysterious man made Quirrell bear most of the curse of unicorn blood, and used it to extend his life that had no complete soul, no body, and even a ghost at the time. Just when the unicorn was hit by the wizard's petrification curse to the ground, and when he gathered his wand and was ready to start drinking, Alan drew out his wand and read from a distance to the black cloak that was relaxed because of his success. The curse, skillfully launched the curse, cut the bowel's curse. His voice was a little sullen because of the red scarf. But the black-robed masked wizard, who has rich combat experience and is very proficient in black magic, was not fooled as Alan expected. He was shocked when he heard the curse behind him, but he didn't even have time to look around. He gave up the unicorn that was within reach, held up his magic wand and cast an armor to protect him from behind, but he didn't worry about it and rolled aside to avoid this vicious curse. Alan, who only cast one spell, was prepared for the opponent to avoid it. As the ensuing spells were applied, the light of the fainting and the petrifying spell was emitted from Alan's wand one after another. This time Alan's curse did hit the opponent, but the opponent just shook it and seemed to not have the actual effect that the magic should have. At this time, he saw that the masked wizard who attacked him in the distance seemed to be a low-grade Gryffindor wizard, and the other party had begun to lift the wand toward the sky as if he was planning to call reinforcements. Had already fought with unicorns for a while and was already very weak. He didn't plan to risk his identity exposure at all, so instead of fighting with AI again, he turned into a black shadow and quickly fled away. Ha 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 ha! A scream came from the other side of the woods. It turned out that Harry and Malfoy, who were in his group, met Quirrell, who was running away. The scream was made by Draco Malfoy. He was in after a short stunned mouth. He reacted motionlessly, and shook the oil lamp in his hand and ran away with a terrible scream. Hagrid's pet Fang escaped desperately, and he even surpassed Malfoy, who was in front of him. This stupid hound also had his head open in such a crisis. He thought that as long as he ran past Malfoy, it was himself. It's safe. The fleeing masked wizard raised his head and saw Harry at a glance. He drifted towards Harry greedily, and as the opponent approached, a sharp pain penetrated Harry's head. This was his previous the feeling he had never felt before, as if his scars suddenly caught fire. His vision was blurred, he staggered backwards and finally thumped and fell to his knees. Stay away from him! Fryg, who had been bickering with Draco a few steps behind, raised his wand and blocked Harry, who was fainted on the ground. Although he was not very talented in magic, he was not confident that he could release it. What spells can hurt the opponent? Quirrell and Mystery under the cloak saw more and more Gryffindors, and there was no time to continue entangled in this situation. He changed the direction and ran without looking back. Hearing Ellen screaming and rushing over, he nodded when he saw this situation outside the bushes in the distance, and immediately ran back. Frog Brown was indeed a qualified Gryffindor, and speaking of it, Draco, after successfully escaping, immediately brought Hagrid and them to rescue his Harry Potter. Alan, who still has some bottom line in his heart, did not deal with the unicorn situation first in order to complete the task. He first made sure that his classmates did not become interested because of the changes in the plot. Alan also began to treat himself when he returned. The curse of survivorship makes me look like a Ravenclaw again. If I wait for a few Gryffindors and they discover that the color matching of their school uniforms is not easy to explain. But when Alan returned to the unicorn, his condition looked very bad, and he was moaning painfully on the ground. Healing as ever. As long as the spells he has learned, Alan casts them with his hands, which is very easy to use, but this time the healing spell has failed on the unicorn. It has only a drop in the bucket. You must know that as a mother and sister, both he is a therapist at St. Mungo's Hospital, and he has special family skills for this healing magic. This surprised Alan, but it was not the time to struggle. Alan tried the curse again, but it still didn't work. He judged that the magic of mysterious people contained curses, and higher-level healing curses were fast. Heals quickly. This kind of advanced healing magic, which sounds like singing, can be effective on cursed wounds. However, as a first-year student, he hasn't mastered it yet, so he made a decisive decision and used physical means to become a unicorn. Treatment. After taking out the healing potions and cursing potions he prepared before, he poured it into the unicorn's mouth without money, and then applied the hemostatic ointment to the unicorn's body, and the silver-white blood finally stopped flowing out. Then he didn't worry about pouring it with a few tonics. In fact, if he didn't know that taking some potions at the same time would produce some terrible reactions in a short time, he hadn't planned to stop. But it seems that in this kind of extravagant style of some local tyrants, the life of this unicorn is no longer a serious problem, and some horseshoes are heard from behind Alan. You saved the life of this unicorn. A very powerful voice rang in Alan's ears. Alan turned his head and saw that it was a horseman. His hair was platinum, and his upper body was a face. A handsome male figure with a cream-colored horse body below the waist. In fact, Alan, who has recognized the other party's identity from the color of the opponent's fur, pretended to be surprised and asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Firenze. Mars is very bright tonight. The stars indicate my destiny. I must be here tonight. There is something important to our destiny here," Firenze said very seriously. Alan thought he was talking about Harry. Knowing the character of the other party, he nodded, bowed politely, and said, "Great. I wonder if you can ask your two classmates to take out the Forbidden Forest? They are there. On the other side, I think he is the person you are looking for. He is the famous boy who lived." Although Firenze knew that the little wizard in front of him might have misunderstood him, he was more friendly to humans, and he was very willing to help. He made a long series of screams to the unicorn still on the ground. "Gaia, this human wizard should be reliable. Fate tells me that you can trust him, and I will come back to you later." After finishing talking, Firenze ran to the side. He came to Harry, who was sober. After a few explanations, without waiting for them to react, he bent his front leg directly www.novel.com, put his body on the side. Lo, used the two hands of the human part to fish up the two little boys and put them on his own back, then stepped away and started running. Later, the sound of horseshoes came from the other side of the clearing in front of them. The horsemen Ronan and Bane rushed out of the bushes, their belly undulating violently, dripping with sweat. "Firenze!" Bane roared, "What are you doing? You let two people ride on your back. Don't you feel ashamed? Are you an ordinary mule? Have you seen who this is?" Firenze stopped, so that his companion could see who was on his back. "This is the boy from the Potter's family. Let him leave this place quickly. Forest, the sooner the better. The other one is not." Bane muttered angrily as he watched Fletcher. "Remember, Firenze, we swear we must never defy the will of heaven. Didn't we see what the planetary movement showed? Oh man! I believe Firenze thinks he did it out of good intentions," Ronan said in his sad voice, digging the soil with his hoof anxiously. For good intentions. What does that matter have to do with us? The horse people care about the predictions of the astrology. We don't need to be like donkeys, running around behind the humans who are lost in our forest. Bane directed towards Firenze roar. Firenze was so angry that he stood upright on his hind legs suddenly. Floyd hugged Harry tightly, and Harry had to hold Firenze's shoulder tightly so that he did not fall off. Go and see for yourself, Gaia was saved, and our destiny has undergone a new change. We horses will be given clearer instructions and get closer to our destiny. Firenze finished speaking and turned lightly. Go ahead, rushing deep into the woods with Harry and Freg, leaving Ronan and Bane behind. Chapter 59, Gaia, Modified. Alan is patiently communicating with Gaia. Although Alan saved the life of the unicorn Gaia, it was clear that Gaia still did not like the approach of the wizard and looked at Alan warily. Alan, who has been reading the information about unicorns in the library for a day, understands this deeply, because it has powerful magic power and the whole body is very precious to magicians. According to data records, the unicorn is a beautiful animal that can be found in the forests of northern Europe. Adult unicorns are silvery white and golden yellow when they are young. The horns, blood, and hair of unicorns have strong magical effects. The horns have detoxification effects. It is said that a knife made of unicorn horns can tell whether it is poisonous when cutting food. Tail hair can be made magic wand, and its blood can extend life. Please don't slaughter unicorns for this, you will regret it, because that will be cursed. Its personality is very different from its docile appearance, and it can fight fire dragons. It generally avoids contact with humans. It is likely to be more willing to let witches approach it instead of wizards, and it runs very fast, making it very difficult to capture it. If it wasn't for Ellen to save it, I believe it would have been far away, instead of blinking its wet, round, star-like eyes staring at Ellen with alert and curiosity. Hello, my name is Alan Harris. Is your name Gaia? How are you feeling now? What can I do for you? Alan smiled and gently used the unicorn exclusive language, although the difference in pronunciation makes Alan's expression a bit unnatural. Alan thought that he had saved Gaia's life and the mission was completed, but the system prompt did not sound, so there must be something to be aware of and complete. Over the past year or so, Alan has discovered that when he wants to please someone, he rarely fails. It is easy for people to have a good impression of such a handsome and gentle boy. However, it is clear that this time, Alan's action to please the unicorn Gaia failed. After all, the definition of handsomeness between unicorns and humans is too different. Gaia is clearly known to be able to speak unicorn language. The fact is shocked. At this time, the unicorn's nature of patriarchalism is undoubtedly manifested. If a beautiful little witch can speak unicorn language, she will definitely be treated with gentleness by the unicorn. But it is a wizard, now, as it is now, instead of gaining Gaia's trust, it makes people question Alan's intentions. Thank you for saving me, Mr. Harris. What I don't understand is how can you speak the language of our unicorn? Gaia tilted her head and looked so beautiful. Alan saw through Gaia's psychology at a glance. I don't have the slightest bit of malice against the unicorns. It's just a coincidence. I have mastered some languages. If you don't have a place where I can continue to work, please allow me to leave. Alan is very skillful with the tactics of retreat, which is not surprising. This skill is probably very good at boys who have been in love and who have gone through the youth years. The effect is very good. Coupled with the fictitious words, the sincere expression, and the handsome smile, Gaia really hurried to stay. Please wait, Mr. Harris, I think Firenze is right. You are a reliable and trustworthy gentleman. My parents must be very willing to entertain the wizard who saved their daughter's life. Gaia was very guilty. I even questioned a person who just saved my life. I really shouldn't. Mr. Alan Harris, please forgive me for being presumptuous, but from your speech and behavior just now, I think you are a well-versed, experienced, and extraordinary wizard. A melancholy voice sounded behind Alan. It seems that it was not only Gaia who was moved by Alan's words, but also Ronan, a melancholy young man among the horse crowd. Ronan, why do you believe in human rhetoric so easily? We swear that we must never disobey the providence. The problem with unicorns is destiny, which cannot be changed. Bane angrily trampled on the grass with his hoof. Bane, haven't you watched the astronomical phenomena carefully? It's true that Mars is very bright tonight, but Jupiter is going direct, and the brightness is gradually surpassing Mars. Ronan was a little disturbed, but insisted on expressing his opinion. Yes, Bane, your eyes are covered by anger, your mind is not sober, you can't clearly perceive the will of God. But I have seen it, and saw the hope of our horsemen, we will be one step closer to our destiny. The master of the voice is Firenze, who hurried back. Sorry, Ellen, I heard Frigg and Harry talk about you. I'm pretty sure you are the wizard that we horsemen and unicorns are waiting for. Firenze actually bent two of its on the front legs, salute Alan. Ronan next to him was very surprised, and Bane seemed to be furious. Whatever you want, Firenze, I want to tell the Patriarch about this, you wait and see. In the eyes of Bane, Firenze is almost insane. Whatever you think, if necessary, I will fight with humans anyway. Firenze raised his head, his mane trembling in the breeze, like a brave and fearless warrior, full of fighting spirit. Bane stopped talking, and left angrily. Ronan took a deep look at Alan and then lightly followed. Firenze turned his head and said to Gaia, Gaia www.novel.com. How is your injury? I'm okay, the herbs that Alan applied to me are very effective, and I feel my energy has been restored a lot. Gaia intertwined and jumped happily, with grace and beauty. Then we should set off. The sooner that matter is resolved, the better. Firenze said happily. Alan was enthusiastically invited by Firenze and rode on its back. Gaia leaped lightly in front, it was almost hard to see that it was still dying and was about to die. Firenze. What do you mean when Mars is bright and Jupiter goes direct? It's a good habit to ask if you don't understand. Mars means war and chaos, and Jupiter is the star of wisdom and auspiciousness. Firenze said concisely and did not mean to explain in detail, but after watching the leopard, Alan had a general guess in his heart. War is nothing more than the war provoked by Voldemort. And Jupiter, according to Firenze's attitude, is probably related to himself. Ellen, I can't go to the territory of the unicorn family ahead. You have to go the rest of the way by yourself. But when you have completed the unicorn entrustment, you must come to the horse tribe. Well, I'm still here. Waiting for you here. Gaia nodded and thanked Firenze and motioned to Alan to follow. Next, they crossed a narrow creek, over countless high and low shrubs and trees, and came to a flat stone platform paved with colorful Yahua stones. The stone platform was in the shape of a five-pointed star. Alan, please stand in the middle. Alan said as he said, next, you may feel a little uncomfortable, please be careful. After finishing speaking, Gaia did not give Alan time to react. A beautiful voice chanted a spell, and the stone platform emitted a dazzling light, forming a circular light film in mid-air, and then fell, covering Alan's whole body. Chapter 60, Unicorn Colony, Modified. Suddenly, Alan's eyes were dark and misty, and then more and more blurred and darker. The spell Gaia chanted just now was deafening. Gaia is right to remind. But Alan couldn't accurately express that kind of strange feeling, like people are playing a roller coaster, they can only rush forward helplessly, as if they are about to be hit to pieces. Alan can no longer maintain his usual gentle expression. The noise of Gaia's spells, the bumps of the fall, and the long-term pains have disturbed him. He thought this was the limit, but there was something even more excessive. The film that covered Alan seemed to hit some hard solid, ejected out, and kept rolling in the air. After a long time, I heard a stab, and the film protecting Alan broke, and Alan felt top-heavy to be thrown out. Then, there was a loud thunderous noise in Alan's ears. Unprepared, Alan felt the world spin and dizzy. The relentless hail smashed down, and Alan was surprised to find himself sitting on a soft grass. Looking around, he found that he seemed to be on a small lawn in a garden, surrounded by azaleas. He noticed that the petals of lavender and purple azaleas fell one after another under the hail damage. Gradually, the dancing hail passed through the grey clouds in the sky and landed again, like a cloud of smoke passing over the earth. Fortunately, it has the protection of wizard robes, otherwise it would really be a fallout from this sudden attack. It's so hospitable, it treats visitors like this. Alan stood up and looked around. Through the misty rain, he saw a huge statue made of white stone faintly standing behind the azalea. Other than that, nothing can be seen clearly. I'm really sorry, Ellen, it must be my disappearance that made my father lose his temper with the people, and the weather in the settlement will become like this. Please forgive me, I have to go ahead and come back soon. Gaia is extremely worried. After all, before Alan reacted, he hurriedly left, disappearing into the rain and mist in a flash. Just throw me here. Alan couldn't laugh or cry. However, through Gaia's words just now, Alan got a few pieces of information. First, Gaia's identity may be very unusual. Second, this is the settlement of unicorns. Third, Gaia's father the king can control the weather in the settlement, and the weather may be related to the emotions of Father Gaia. It didn't take long for the hail to get smaller and smaller, and the white statue was more clearly seen than before. The statue is very tall, and the birch tree in front of it can only reach its shoulders. This statue is carved out of white marble, and looks a bit like a sphinx with wings, but its wings are not hanging on the sides, but are open, as if flying. According to Alan's observation, the base of the statue is cast in bronze and covered with thick patina rust. The front of the statue happened to face Ellen, two hollow eyes seemed to be examining Ellen, and there was still a faint smile on its mouth. The statue has been eroded by wind and rain, showing a slightly unpleasant pathology. Alan stood there and looked at it for a while. The rain curtain broke, the sky gradually cleared, and the sun was about to come out. At this moment, Alan saw the outlines of other large objects, huge buildings with criss-cross railings and towering columns, and a densely forested hillside. Wisps of sunlight pierced through the rain curtain and shone, and the grey misty rain was swept aside, gradually disappearing without a trace. The sky regained its azure blue, and several hazel clouds floated, then disappeared without a trace. The huge building standing beside Alan clearly stands out, washed by the rain and gleaming in the sun. The unmelted hail piles up along their layers of masonry, making them more white and dazzling. Alan looked fearlessly at this unicorn colony, his curiosity swelled. There is a house not far away. There is a round door hole on the high wall of the house. Alan saw Gaia take the lead, and then silver unicorns continue to jump out. The two unicorns behind Gaia on his head, he wears a golden crown inlaid with red gems. Dear guest, after waiting for a long time, please forgive us for our impoliteness. We are so excited that Gaia can return to the race. The crowned, more majestic unicorn bowed his head in greeting. Alan quickly bowed in return. It doesn't matter, it's my honor to be here. After some greetings, a question from Alan made the task assigned by the system look brighter. This is a colony of unicorns. Why is there a statue of Sphinx on the square? This is the curse of Eris. Unicorn King Gilus said in a sad tone. It's Eris again. Alan was shocked and couldn't help blurting out. Do you know the goddess of doom? Unicorn King Gilus is very keen. Alan elaborated on how he saved the reptilians, and the unicorns listened very carefully. After listening to this fantasy-like thing, instead of reprimanding the absurdity, Gilus was very excited. So, the magic ball of the goddess of luck falls in your hand. Yes, please forgive me for taking the liberty. Reading www.yunsha.com, is your race also under the curse of Eris? This matter has to be said about 1,000 years ago. At that time, our unicorns were extremely magical creatures and lived a fairly comfortable life. We ate all kinds of leaves and grasses that grew in the forest. That was. At that time, we not only have magical horns, but also very strong and huge wings. Therefore, we can not only run freely on land, but also soar in the sky. No animal can catch up with us, even if it is wizard. But all these good things were broken because of a bet between the goddess of doom and the goddess of luck, and we have become a cursed race ever since. Is it another bet? Could it be the goddess of luck and lost the bet? Alan was puzzled and felt a little strange. According to the information left by our ancestors, it was in the spring when the flowers were in full bloom, the plants were luxuriant, and the sky was vast. The goddess of doom Eris and the goddess of luck Fowls travelled here and saw our unicorns live very leisurely. So the two goddesses bet. The goddess of doom thinks we will pick the most beautiful flowers to eat, and the goddess of luck thinks that we will not do that, but will be careful to avoid them so as not to eat the beautiful flowers in bloom. What was the result? Gaia was the first to hear of such a thing, and he was even more anxious about the result than Alan. For one thing, our ancestors were unwilling to destroy beautiful things. Moreover, the flowers will soon grow berries, and our unicorns especially like to eat all kinds of wild strawberries, crab apples, and mountain cherries. The berries. So our ancestors did not eat the most beautiful flowers. The goddess of doom lost. Gilus said of the past thousands of years ago, there was an indescribable sadness in his words. Since the goddess of doom is lost, why are you still cursed? Alan asked in surprise.